Chapter 1. The Revolutionary Army. In the year 1511 of the Haiyuan calendar, EC, a fishing vessel was casting its nets in these treacherous waters. "Bai Yi haul nets. I hope for a bountiful catch," said the slightly older man. The young man known as Bai Yi was 17 years old. Having spent years fishing at sea, his skin was deeply tanned, and he possessed an imposing stature, towering significantly over his uncle. "Uncle, this sea is perilous. Why do we venture here to fish?" Bai Yi inquired softly. "The celestial dragons are about to collect their tribute. If we fail to gather the heavenly gold, our village will be doomed." His uncle replied with resignation. Bai Yi's concern for the danger of the sea was not due to its treacherous nature, but rather the frequent presence of pirates. Since the dawn of the age of exploration, piracy had flourished. Countless individuals set sail in pursuit of their so-called dreams, transforming into ruthless marauders, often at the expense of ordinary folk. Though fearsome, the pirates paled in comparison to the malevolence of the celestial dragons. As the net was drawn in, a plentiful catch of tuna emerged, promising a good price. Bai Yi was grinning when he suddenly noticed a ship approaching on the horizon. Most alarmingly, flying a black skull and crossbones flag. The faces of the uncle and nephew turned ashen as fishermen. They had no combat experience. "Run, run, run! Quick, flee!" his uncle shouted. Bai Yi hoisted the sail and desperately steered the vessel away from the pirate ship. However, a fishing boat's speed could never match that of a pirate ship. The gap between them was closing rapidly, and Bai Yi could even see the wicked grins on the pirates' faces. Just as hope seemed lost, his uncle pointed ahead and cried, "A Navy warship! We're saved, there's a Navy warship ahead!" For the two of them, it was a glimmer of hope. Bai Yi raised his hand and shouted loudly, hoping the warship would notice them, but instead, boom! The warship fired upon them, but its target was not the pursuing pirate vessel. It severed the mast of their fishing boat. The minds of the uncle and nephew went blank. Why was the Navy attacking them? At that moment, the fishing boat was within close proximity to the warship. Bai Yi saw a naval lieutenant standing at the bow, wearing a rat hat and sporting whiskers resembling a rodent. The lieutenant was stroking his whiskers, regarding Bai Yi with a mocking gaze. In an instant, Bai Yi's heart plummeted from the heavens to the depths of despair. The Navy and the pirates, were in cahoots. Rumors had circulated in the EC about the Navy being bribed by pirates, but he never imagined it to be true. With the mast destroyed, the pirate ship swiftly caught up to the fishing boat, and the pirates erupted in laughter as they leaped aboard. His uncle, paralyzed with fear, had lost all will to resist. But Bai Yi was different, though. He had never undergone combat training. He possessed an extraordinary strength. Bai Yi seized the broken mast and wielded it as a weapon. Though made of wood and over 6 meters long, weighing several hundred pounds, it felt weightless in his hands as he swung it with ferocity. "Attack! All of you charge!" the pirate captain bellowed as his crew surged forward. "Get away from me!" Bai Yi swung the mast, sending 5 or 6 pirates tumbling into the sea, clearing a space on the deck. Seeing the youth akin to a ferocious tiger, the pirate captain snorted, "A bunch of useless fools." He then drew a pistol from his waist and fired at Bai Yi. The bullet struck Bai Yi's shoulder, bursting forth a spray of blood. Bai Yi's face turned pale. Having received no combat training, he could only retreat, eventually reaching the edge of the boat. The rat lieutenant drew his pistol, aiming at Bai Yi's head. Bai Yi's breath quickened, panic evident in his eyes, and then the gun fired. It was uncertain whether the lieutenant's aim was poor or if the weapon was faulty, but instead of hitting Bai Yi's head, the bullet struck his thigh. A sharp pain shot through Bai Yi's leg, causing him to slip and tumble into the tumultuous waves, disappearing from sight. The pirates paid him no mind, immediately dividing the spoils from the fishing boat. Of course, the rat lieutenant, having worked hard, was entitled to a share as well. When Bai Yi regained consciousness, he realized he had been rescued. Judging by the motion, he was still aboard a ship. "He's awake. The big guy is awake," a child of about 10 exclaimed, prompting a doctor to approach and examine Bai Yi. "Who are you? Where am I?" Bai Yi asked in panic as he sat up, only to be met with a sharp pain from the wounds on his shoulder and thigh. At that moment, a cloaked man entered the cabin and addressed Bai Yi. "Do not be afraid. We are merely merchants. Bai Yi's heart tightened. The man emanated a peculiar aura of authority that was not characteristic of mere merchants. I wish to know what transpired to you. The gunshot wound on your leg is indicative of a Navy-issued flintlock. You are not a fugitive, are you? The cloaked man inquired. Impossible. I am but a fisherman. The vile Navy conspires with pirates. Bai Yi recounted the events that had unfolded, leaving the room in silence. This was merely a microcosm of the age of exploration. What of my uncle? He is still aboard. Those pirates will not spare him. Bai Yi said anxiously. The man replied somberly. I'm sorry we did not see anyone else. By the way, what are your plans? Bai Yi was at a loss for direction. He once had a fishing boat, but now it was gone, and his uncle's fate was uncertain, leaving him with no clear path ahead. The cloaked man asked, By the way, I do not yet know your name. Bai Yi. Kukulandi. Bai Yi. Bai Yi repeat. The cloaked man paused momentarily before repeating D. Is there something amiss? Bai Yi asked nervously. The cloaked man suddenly said, Young man, how about joining us? Of course, if you prefer not to, we will drop you off at the next port and provide you with some money to ensure your immediate livelihood. Bai Yi inquired anxiously, Then, who are you? The cloaked man removed his hood, revealing a rather fierce visage. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Monkey D. Dragon, the most notorious man in the world and the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Young man, join our cause. The Revolutionary Army? Bai Yi asked, astonished. Indeed, we are the Revolutionary Army. Monkey D. Dragon said with utmost seriousness. What does the Revolutionary Army do? Bai Yi asked, curiosity etched on his face. Monkey D. Dragon's expression stiffened. Did this young lad truly not know of the Revolutionary Army? However, seeing Bai Yi's demeanor, he did not appear to be lying, so he opted to explain the nature of the Revolutionary Army. In this world rife with pirates, the celestial dragons oppress the masses without restraint, compounded by the Navy's corruption and ineptitude. The Revolutionary Army seeks to shatter this status quo and establish a new world. I cannot guarantee that this new world will be a paradise, but will at least be a slight improvement over the current state. Monkey D. Dragon declared. Bai Yi nodded slightly, understanding that the Revolutionary Army represented a force on the seas, distinct from both pirates and the Navy. With no other options before him, joining the Revolutionary Army seemed feasible. I have one final question, Bai Yi said. Please, go ahead. Monkey D. Dragon encouraged. Bai Yi, brimming with anticipation, asked, Is the pay good in the Revolutionary Army? Chapter 2. The Undercover Navy. Puffed. The child beside him, around 10 years old, could not contain his laughter and burst out. This was the first time he had heard someone inquire about the salary after joining the Revolutionary Army. Young man, joining the Revolutionary Army is a noble endeavor. It cannot be measured by monetary value. Monkey D. Dragon said earnestly. Yet without money, one cannot eat. If one cannot even fill their belly, how can they change the world? Bai Yi replied innocently. Monkey D. Dragon was rendered speechless, suddenly realizing that the young lad was entirely correct. How many had turned to piracy simply because they could not afford a meal, left with no other options? For 8 centuries, the celestial dragons had extorted and plundered without restraint, and now the world stood on the brink of an explosive confrontation. Should the Revolutionary Army take even a slight step forward, they might just forge a new world. Monkey D. Dragon gently patted Bai Yi's shoulder. You're absolutely right. If one cannot even eat, how can they speak of changing the world? Congratulations. From this moment onward, you are a member of the Revolutionary Army. Your current task is to recuperate well, for I have a challenging mission in store for you. Bai Yi whispered, Chief, I am just a fisherman. What arduous task could possibly fall to me? Do not concern yourself with that. Focus on your recovery. And once you are healed, you will understand. Monkey D. Dragon replied, In the world of pirates, the physical stature of humans is far more exaggerated than in reality. Despite being shot twice and sustaining such severe injuries, Bai Yi managed to completely recover in just 7 days. Once healed, Bai Yi began to assist his comrades with arduous tasks. The members of the Revolutionary Army soon discovered that although this young man was typically reticent and rarely smiled, he was remarkably reliable in his work and possessed considerable strength. Later, The Revolutionary Army ship returned to the location where the fishing vessel had been attacked, and no bodies were found, suggesting that Bai's uncle was quite possibly still alive. That night, upon learning of his uncle's potential survival, a flicker of youthful exuberance returned to Bai. He was not inherently morose, rather. The sudden loss of his only relative had left him somewhat disoriented. However, youth is resilient, and with new companions and aspirations, his spirits began to lift. After dinner that evening, Monkey D. Dragon suddenly summoned him for an important matter, and the two retreated to a private cabin. Monkey D. Dragon was exceedingly cautious, ensuring that no one was eavesdropping before gently tapping Bai's arm. Captain, Bai felt a flutter of anxiety in his heart. Do not be alarmed, sit down, and let us converse. As I mentioned before, I have a significant task to entrust to you, and now I require you to undertake this mission. The gravity etched on Monkey D. Dragon's face caused Bai to involuntarily swallow hard. He was merely a novice, surrounded by formidable individuals aboard the ship. Why had he been chosen? Monkey D. Dragon did not immediately disclose the nature of the task, but posed a question instead. Bai, are you aware of the Navy's large-scale conscription? I am aware, it is said, that there is a global conscription every year, Bai replied. Very well. Your mission is to enlist in the Navy, Monkey D. Dragon stated. For a brief moment, Bai thought he must have misheard. Join the Navy? Captain, are you not a member of the Revolutionary Army? Is it not your ambition to overthrow the rule of the world government? Why would you send someone like me to the Navy? Have I consumed too much over the past few days? Is the captain seeking to exploit my talents to drain the Navy's resources? Of course, Monkey D. Dragon was oblivious to Bai's inner turmoil and continued. My wording may be imprecise to be accurate. I want you to infiltrate the Navy as an undercover agent, providing intelligence to the Revolutionary Army. This is of utmost importance to us. But there are many individuals in the Revolutionary Army who are far more capable than I. Why not choose them? Bai it. It is precisely because you lack formal training that your background appears cleaner and less likely to be exposed. Moreover, you're not the only undercover agent from the Revolutionary Army within the Navy. Monkey D. Dragon explained. Isn't being an undercover agent extremely perilous? Bai asked softly. Can the young ever fear danger in their endeavors? Isn't being undercover incredibly arduous? Bai pressed again. Can the young ever shy away from toil? Will there be any remuneration for being an undercover agent? Bai queried for the third time. Should the young demand payment for their endeavors? However, the Revolutionary Army does treat its undercover agents quite favorably. You can receive double pay from both the Revolutionary Army and the Navy. Monkey D. Dragon replied. Do I need some time to consider this? The young should not dither in their decisions. By the way, I have heard that this year there will be a significant number of female recruits, and many of them are quite lovely. Furthermore, by becoming a member of the Navy, you would have the legitimate authority to combat pirates. Monkey D. Dragon added, do you wish for the events that befell you to continue happening to others? Those words struck Bai like a sharp blade, piercing his heart. Had it not been for those detestable pirates and the corrupt Navy, he would still be happily fishing at sea, and his uncle would not have met with misfortune. Though he was merely a fisherman, lacking systematic training and barely able to read, he understood that such occurrences must not repeat. Captain, entrust me with this mission, and I shall become an exceptional undercover agent, Bai replied with a serious tone. By the way, Captain, how long must I carry out this perilous task? Addressing me as Captain feels too formal from now on. Simply call me brother. I shall not keep you in the Navy for too long. 3 years. Just 3 years will suffice. Monkey D. Dragon responded earnestly. This matter was known only to Monkey D. Dragon and Bai, with no third party privy to the information. 4 days later, they arrived at an island where conscription was underway. Monkey D. Dragon simply left Bai on this island, claiming that the young man was unaccustomed to the Revolutionary Army and wished to return home to pursue a life as a fisherman. Bai surveyed his belongings, a tattered garment, a few bills, and a patched bag, his entire fortune. Why do I have this nagging feeling that I've been duped by brother? But 3 years is but 3 years. After that, I shall return to the Revolutionary Army, Bai mused. And so, Bai boldly approached the Navy's recruitment station. Initially, he expected the Navy's conscription process to be exceedingly stringent, with layers of scrutiny. However, upon arriving at the recruitment site, he found a civilian officer responsible for taking notes. Name: Si Chulin. D. Baiyi. Go lift the weapons over there. As Baiyi gazed into the distance, he noticed merely an ordinary knife, which he lifted and twirled a couple of times. You have qualified. Proceed over there to register and collect your attire. The process was so astonishingly simple that Baiyi found himself questioning the very essence of existence. Is it truly this effortless? Indeed, it is this effortless. As long as one can inscribe their name and wield a weapon, is anything further required? The officer in charge of registration shot him a glare. There are still many others in line. Hurry along. Do not obstruct the way. Baiyi successfully became a member of the Navy, and he now comprehends why the quality of the Navy varies so greatly. The recruitment process is alarmingly superficial. A soldier's character or abilities, whether commendable or not, seem to be of little consequence. As long as one can wield a weapon, they are simply gathered to make up the numbers. Which explains the presence of scoundrels like Colonel Mouse. Remember, Baiyi, you are an undercover agent. However, now that you are part of the Navy, you must never descend to the level of a degenerate like Colonel Mouse, Baiyi muttered to himself. Fortunately, as a mere recruit, no one pays heed to the musings of a lowly soldier, a stroke of luck for the lad. This recruitment round brought in over 200 individuals. Although the criteria for joining the Navy are quite lenient, serving in this era's Navy is far from a desirable endeavor. One must be perpetually prepared to confront pirates with a high casualty rate. Consequently, many prefer to remain farmers or fishermen for life rather than risk becoming a Navy soldier. Furthermore, Baiyi realized that Monkey D. Dragon had deceived him. He had promised a plethora of charming young ladies in the Navy, yet he found himself surrounded solely by burly men, without a single woman in sight. Why do I feel like I've been duped? Baiyi muttered quietly. Chapter 3. Late on the first day of training among the more than 200 new recruits on the ship, Baiyi did not recognize anyone. Some were vivacious, while others exhibited a calm demeanor, but he suspected he was the only one there as an undercover agent. Amidst the chaotic deck, an officer clad in the insignia of a major approached, brandishing a baton and striking it forcefully against the deck. You rascals! Do you even comprehend what etiquette means? Stand at attention immediately, or I shall toss you into the sea. The major bellowed. Towering over 2.5 meters, the major's muscular physique was imposing, complemented by the glaring insignia of his rank, compelling all the recruits to hurriedly line up. The major surveyed the new recruits with disdain, noting that none appeared competent. Although they had been lenient during recruitment, the training for new soldiers was arduous, and many would inevitably fail to endure the challenges and be dismissed. Among the 200 recruits, Baiyi stood the tallest, even exceeding the major in height. New recruit, what is your name? Baiyi. Very well. Do you possess any special skills? I am a fisherman and only know how to catch fish, but I am quite strong. Baiyi replied candidly. The major scoffed derisively. In this world, battles among the powerful rely on the abilities granted by fruits and hockey, rendering mere physical strength insignificant. How strong can you possibly be? Step forward. Baiyi stepped forward, gazing at the major before him. Bring out all the training equipment, the major commanded. Upon his order, several soldiers retrieved numerous barbells. How much can you lift? The major inquired. I have never tried, so I cannot say, Baiyi replied candidly. However, to the major's ears, it sounded akin to a provocation. Very well, add 500 pounds. If you cannot lift it, then get out. The major bellowed. Baiyi had always been engaged in fishing, never having tested the extent of his strength. Approaching the barbell, he reached out and gently assessed it, finding no apparent difficulty. Then, with a single hand, he effortlessly lifted the 500-pound barbell. Astonishingly, the major's eyes widened in disbelief. That was accomplished with just one hand. Add another 500 pounds. Baiyi tested the weight slightly. This time he could feel a modicum of heaviness, yet he effortlessly lifted the barbell with one hand. Presently, the weight he hoisted surpassed 1,000 pounds. The major understood that greater physical strength in an individual signified a stronger constitution, and a more robust physique increased the likelihood of awakening one's latent abilities. He immediately discarded his previous disdain. Add more weight. I must ascertain your limits. Thus, the weight was increased to 2,000 pounds. Baiyi's muscles bulged instantaneously, yet he still managed to lift it with one hand. The major felt beads of cold sweat form on his forehead. Have you trained before? Have you studied swordsmanship or martial arts? No, I was merely a fisherman. Baiyi replied candidly. Add more. The weight was raised to 4,000 pounds. Baiyi attempted to lift it with one hand, but found it impossible. However, with both hands, he easily hoisted the barbell. Finally, when the weight reached 6,000 pounds, he felt a slight strain. The major observed that not a single bead of sweat had graced the boy's forehead. Why do you wish to join the Navy? My uncle was killed by pirates. I seek revenge. Baiyi clenched his fists, his eyes radiating genuine hatred. It was not a facade. He truly despised those nefarious pirates. These brigands, lacking the courage to challenge the strong, vented all their fury and greed upon the weak. Did you not resist? The major inquired. I did. I lifted the mast as a weapon, but they had firearms, and you Navy personnel are in league with them. This final thought remained unspoken. Although he considered himself somewhat dim-witted, he recognized which sentiments were prudent to express. Very well, I understand. You may go rest now. The others commence training. With that, the major returned to the cabin and retrieved his snail phone. He had not anticipated that this ordinary recruitment would yield such treasure. Rear Admiral Karp would surely be pleased. Thus, a day later, the warship brimming with new recruits returned to the Navy headquarters. Bai Yi quickly discerned that the greatest advantage of joining the Navy was the freedom to eat to his heart's content. His appetite was substantial. In his past life as a fisherman, he often struggled to satiate his hunger. However, the situation was different now. Regardless of the dangers associated with naval duty, one must ensure that their soldiers are well fed if they are to confront pirates with any hope of success. Moreover, there was no shortage of hearty eaters among the Navy. Although Bai Yi's appetite was considerable, it did not attract any unusual attention. On the first day of the new recruits' arrival at Navy headquarters, numerous officers came to observe. Bai Yi remained composed, betraying no sign of anxiety despite his undercover role. In the distance, an elderly man sporting a dog-eared hat surveyed the new recruits and eventually focused his gaze on Bai Yi. However, Bai Yi remained oblivious to the old man's presence. The major led the soldiers to the rest area, granting them a respite. The following day, all soldiers would be dispatched to a nearby island for basic training. Once all the recruits were settled, the major approached the elderly man in the dog-eared hat. Rear Admiral Karp. You must have seen that boy as well, correct? Karp displayed no significant surprise. It was well known that this world was rife with extraordinary beings. Not to mention, the Navy headquarters itself housed giants serving as vice admirals, whose strength was beyond measure. Yet, even the formidable giants would falter before true power. First, we must conduct the recruits' training normally. If they cannot pass the initial assessment, discussing further matters would be futile. Karp extracted a rice cracker from his pocket, having just acquired it from Sengoku's office. I understand. The major responded gravely. Although Bai Yi possessed innate strength, in a world teeming with monsters and pirates, such talent was hardly exceptional. Bai Yi lay upon his bed, pondering his insignificance as a mere foot soldier, utterly detached from the Navy's core secrets. Even if he were to stumble upon classified information, how could he possibly relay it to the Revolutionary Army? Such thoughts plagued his mind, and before long, he succumbed to slumber. When he awoke, it was already the break of dawn. All the recruits had gathered at the port, for their training was about to commence. Wait, why was the dormitory empty? Could it be that this band of rascals had abandoned him? Bai Yi surveyed the desolate room, confusion etched across his face. Moreover, they had mentioned gathering at the dock, but could someone kindly inform him where that was? It was merely his first day. He was utterly unfamiliar with the surroundings. At that moment, the major stood at the dock, his countenance darkened. Bai Yi, that scoundrel, had the audacity to arrive late on his very first day of service. Chapter 4. I only wish to learn 10 minutes had elapsed since the designated departure time when Bai Yi finally appeared at the dock, breathlessly exclaiming, I'm so sorry. I'm late. The major's grim expression made it abundantly clear that he was in deep trouble. Last night had been the most restful night he'd experienced, only to inadvertently oversleep this morning. Soldier, I hope you cultivate a sense of time in the future. The major intoned coldly before glancing at his watch. Let's move out. 2 hours later, the recruits arrived at an island not far from the Navy headquarters. However, the major was not tasked with training the new recruits. His role was merely to deliver them to this location. To everyone's surprise, they were greeted by a remarkably youthful female officer, adorned with the insignia of a major. Yet, at this moment, Bai Yi was entirely oblivious to the significance of such ranks, as he could scarcely recognize a handful of characters. The major and the female officer exchanged military salutes, signifying a successful handover. All the recruits assembled on the beach, and the female officer, standing before the 200 men, calmly declared, My name is Tori, and from this moment onward, I shall be the nightmare that haunts your sleep. The objective of Bai Yi was to infiltrate the Navy and become an exceptional undercover agent. However, others held a different perspective. Upon discovering that the instructor was a woman, several soldiers openly challenged her. The quality of these soldiers varied, with some being rowdy or merely seeking amusement. Tori raised an eyebrow and, adopting a teasing tone, remarked, It seems some are unwilling to submit to me. Yet, I am accustomed to it. It is the same every year. Gentlemen, should anyone manage to bring me to the ground, I will grant you the liberty to do as you please. As the saying goes, great rewards breed courageous souls. In response to the alluring instructor's provocation, a burly black man stepped forward from the ranks of recruits. Instructor, you better not call for help later, he declared. If you can take me down, I will shout quite loudly. Tori responded enticingly, and perhaps due to the heat or to incite the recruits further. She deliberately tugged at her collar, revealing a glimpse of her undergarment. Is it just one person? Do not worry. Even if there are more, I can handle it. Tori cast a subtle glance at Bai Yi, whose physique was the most imposing. She had expected him to step forward. Yet, he merely stood there, composed. Upon hearing the beautiful instructor's words, 2 more men with fierce expressions advanced. Shall we use any weapons? I would find it even more exhilarating. Tori gestured towards the beach. which was strewn with an assortment of weapons, including firearms. The burly man wasted no time, seizing a spiked club, while one of the others brandished a dagger and the last, rather unscrupulously, picked up a handgun, albeit with only a single bullet. Only 3 of you? I can manage even more. Instructor. Tori squinted, ensuring no one else emerged before she suddenly dashed forward, akin to an arrow released from a bow. The burly man swung his club downward, but to his astonishment, the beautiful instructor had vanished into thin air. With the swiftness of a specter, Tori appeared behind him and delivered a swift kick to the back of his head, rendering him incapacitated. Windblade. A crescent-shaped wave of energy sent the soldier wielding the gun flying, plummeting into the sea, uncertain of his fate. The last soldier, filled with terror, lunged forward with his dagger. Gunpoint. Tori pierced his arm with a single gesture, causing him to fall to the ground, crying out in agony. Baye's eyes widened in astonishment. He had always believed that firearms were the most formidable weapons in the world. However, after witnessing the combat prowess of the beautiful instructor today, he abruptly realized that these formidable fighting techniques far surpassed the utility of a gun. Instructor, I wish to learn this. Baye gazed at Tori with fervent desire. His eyes, initially brimming with a thirst for knowledge, were misconstrued by the psychologically twisted beauty of the instructor as mere lust. It seems my allure has indeed not waned. Tori mused with a hint of delight. Nearby, a medic approached, escorting the 3 unfortunate souls away. A chill ran down Baye's spine. It was evident that these events were part of the instructor's scheme, as she had even prepared medics, clearly laying a trap for these individuals to stumble into. Though these 3 were foolish, one could hardly blame them. After all, no one can resist my charm. As for you all, it is rather pathetic that you lack even the courage to pursue me. Now, go and run 10 kilometers. Tori commanded with a stern countenance, before adding in a voice laden with temptation, the first to finish the 10 kilometers will receive a reward. Perhaps an evening spent with me? Of course, the last one will face a punishment, but that shall remain a secret. Baye gazed at the capricious instructor. As unpredictable as a deity, and trembled slightly, he dared not provoke this woman, although he was filled with youthful curiosity towards the opposite sex. Baye never forgot his mission. I am an emotionless undercover agent. At that moment, Tori waved her hand, and over 200 individuals sprinted forward with fervor. However, Baye soon realized that he was the fastest among them. His stamina was unparalleled, his physique robust, each stride covering more ground than 3 of his peers. He quickly left the others far behind. This is not good. Continuing like this is perilous. Shouldn't an undercover agent exercise caution? If I draw too much attention, I will surely become a target. If my undercover identity is exposed, everything will be over. With this thought, Baye instinctively slowed his pace. He had anticipated that by holding back, others would swiftly catch up, yet to his astonishment, 15 minutes passed without a single soul gaining on him. Long-distance running is not akin to a sprint. These individuals, eager to impress the beautiful instructor, had exerted themselves fully from the start and were now utterly fatigued, many collapsing to the ground. This moment could certainly be attributed to the contrast with his fellow participants. The final stretch was an incline, and Baye stood at its peak, cautiously surveying for any approaching competitors. Dreadfully, no one had yet caught up, but then again, considering the time spent with the instructor. While Baye was lost in thought, a breathless figure stumbled towards him, panting as if they were on the brink of collapse. Get away, clear the way. The reward must be mine. As this individual reached Baye, they inadvertently tripped and collided with him. Caught off guard, Baye let out a startled cry and rolled down the slope. Thus, he accelerated uncontrollably, crossing the finish line and finally coming to a stop at Tori's feet. As Baye looked up, he noticed Tori observing him with a rather intriguing gaze. Well, instructor, do you believe me when I say this is an accident? Baye ventured cautiously. Needless to say, I understand. Tori replied, lowering her head to gently kiss Baye on the forehead. Meanwhile, the gentleman behind them wore an expression of despair, lamenting, the first place should have been mine. Baye fell silent for a moment, pondering what to do that night. Perhaps fleeing would be the wisest choice. If he inadvertently revealed his identity as an undercover agent for the Revolutionary Army, he might very well end up as the prey of this deranged woman, torn to shreds. When Baye inadvertently turned around, he found that the newly recruited soldiers were all glaring at him with murderous intent. Baye could only manage an awkward smile. During the meal, he suppressed none of his appetite, consuming nearly the equivalent of 20 new recruits' portions, all the while contemplating strategies for the evening ahead. Should he feign sleep? Or perhaps concoct an excuse, claiming he had an upset stomach? Externally, Baye appeared somewhat stiff, yet internally his thoughts were remarkably agile. Were the invitation extended by an ordinary girl, he would undoubtedly have felt elated. However, the woman in question was a naval major, who had dispatched 3 men in less than 5 seconds during the day. If he were to indulge in the folly of a toad dreaming of swan meat, he would surely find himself at the receiving end of a cruel jest. The total number of soldiers was 201, with the remaining 200 distributed into dormitories of 4. Yet, in Baye's case, he found himself alone in what was originally a 4-person room, now transformed into a solitary chamber. Upon returning to his dormitory, Baye promptly secured the doors and windows, barricading the entrance with a locker to prevent any unwelcome intruders. Even after taking these precautions, he felt a lingering unease, leading him to nail the doors and windows shut. By the time he finished, it was already past 8 in the evening, and he finally began to relax. Then, boom, with a thunderous noise, the entire dormitory, along with the locker behind the door, was sent flying by a tremendous force and enstrode Tori with an alluring grace. "Good day, instructor." Bai Yi quickly saluted. "Humph, you guard against me as if I were a thief," Tori remarked, stepping closer, yet with each step she took forward, Bai Yi retreated. "Weren't we in agreement? I have a reward for you." Tori narrowed her eyes, advancing until she stood before Bai Yi, her tone reminiscent of a succubus. "You may make a request of me. No matter how outrageous, I can grant it." Tori leaned in closer to Bai Yi. "Really?" Bai Yi's eyes lit up. "Any request at all?" Tori nodded affirmatively. Bai Yi grasped Tori's hand and inquired, "Instructor, what techniques did you employ during the battle earlier today? Could you possibly teach me?" Tori gazed at Bai Yi, incredulous, and questioned, "Just that?" "Yes." Bai Yi replied earnestly, his eyes fixed on Tori. "Shall I offer you another chance?" Tori asked. "Instructor, I am eager to learn." Bai Yi responded, his expression sincere. Chapter 5, Brothers, Strike Him Che. "What is this? Not amusing at all." Tori abruptly withdrew her hand from Bai Yi's grasp. Of course, if Bai Yi dared to propose any unreasonable demands, this somewhat eccentric instructor would make him regret it. "I wonder if you are genuinely clever or simply foolish. Well, since you wish to learn, I shall teach you." Tori's demeanor dramatically shifted, transforming from an alluring woman into a stern, no-nonsense instructor. "I knew there would be no free lunch," Bai Yi murmured. His uncle had once advised him that if something appeared too good to be true, one should be wary, for it might merely be bait waiting for a hook. "Since you are keen to learn, follow me. This place is hardly conducive to practice." Tori led Bai Yi to the beach outside. Bai Yi followed Tori to the beach. "First, take off your clothes," Tori exclaimed. Bai Yi, perplexed, inquired, "Why must one disrobe?" "It is a military order," Tori replied with an icy demeanor. Bai Yi found himself in a predicament, compelled to shed his outer garments. Though he stood tall, his physique did not exhibit particularly well-defined muscles. After all, he had once been a fisherman. Despite his frequent labor, he had not engaged in any specialized training. To his dismay, he discovered a lack of abdominal muscles, a rather disheartening revelation. Tori boldly reached out to touch Bai Yi's abdomen. "That instructor? No need to feel shy. I shall remove mine as well," she declared, proceeding to discard her outerwear, revealing her upper body clad only in lingerie. However, in the gentle glow of the moonlight, Bai Yi noticed numerous scars adorning Tori's torso. Unlike the typical girl, her body bore a firmness, with the outlines of her muscles distinctly visible. "What? Are you frightened?" "These marks are remnants from battles with pirates," Tori remarked. Bai Yi suddenly felt a deep respect, as if the unruly woman before him was no longer so unruly. "The technique I employed in battle today is known as the 6 forms of the Navy. If you manage to attain the rank of major in the future, you will have the opportunity to engage with such skills. However, instructing you now does not constitute a breach of protocol," Tori remarked. Bai Yi was aware that his tenure in the Navy would be limited to 3 years, and whether he could ascend to the rank of major afterward remained an enigma. Nevertheless, he was determined to master these skills in the interim. Behold, Tori's form swiftly shifted behind Bai Yi, akin to a specter. This technique was known as shaving, a method of rapid movement. The principle was rather straightforward. It involved leveraging the force of his feet against the ground to generate a reactive propulsion for swift mobility. Subsequently, Tori appeared to tread upon the very air, soaring upwards. This was the moonwalk, a highly practical maneuver, albeit one of the most challenging. Suspended in midair, Tori flicked her finger, causing Bai Yi's hat to fly off. This technique was referred to as finger gun. However, she admitted that she had yet to perfect it. Otherwise, it could unleash a power even more astonishing than that of a true firearm. Next came the raging leg. Tori swung her left leg, creating a crescent-shaped gust that crashed into the sea. She then landed gracefully on the ground, declaring, "Now, it is your turn to attack me." Bai Yi clenched his fist and aimed a punch at Tori, only for her body to evade effortlessly, akin to a piece of paper gliding away. "This is paper drawing, a means of dodging attacks. Do you comprehend? These skills are what I shall impart to you in the future," Tori explained. "Wait a moment, instructor. Moonwalk, shave, finger gun, storm foot, and paper drawing, aren't there only 5 skills? Aren't there supposed to be 6 techniques in the Navy?" Bai Yi inquired. "Well, you see, the last one is iron block. Just look at the wounds on my body," Tori remarked, gesturing to the most pronounced injury on her form. That wound stretched from her left shoulder to her right rib, a testament to the severity of her past injury. "Had I not been foolish enough to attempt to block an opponent's blade with iron block, I wouldn't have come so close to losing my life. Do you know why the highest casualty rate among naval officers is? It's due to iron block. Those fools. Why not evade attacks they could easily dodge instead of bracing themselves with their bodies?" Tori vented her frustration. "Something about this skill feels like a trap." Bai Yi contemplated. "All right, now follow my lead and learn the Navy 6 styles, specifically the shave." Tori flicked her hair and continued, "Shave is the foundation of the moonwalk. Without mastering shave, It is quite challenging to acquire the practicality of the moonwalk skill. By the way, in the future, when you encounter pirates, fight if you can win. But if you cannot, retreat. Do not foolishly charge in and sacrifice yourself. Notions of heroism can be cast aside, Torai asserted. Bai Yi was taken aback that the instructor would teach him such things. To fully master the art of shaving, one must possess formidable leg strength. From this moment forth, he must bind specialized weights to his legs, and they must not be removed without my explicit permission. Torai has once again adopted a rather stern demeanor. Bai Yi harbored profound suspicions regarding his instructor, pondering whether the individual might be afflicted with schizophrenia. Otherwise, how could one seamlessly oscillate between two distinct personalities? The burden of the weight strapped to his legs was substantial, each leg bearing a weight of over 100 pounds. After a brief period of walking, Bai Yi felt a deep fatigue in his limbs. Instructor, I cannot continue, Bai Yi exclaimed, drenched in sweat, astonished that merely adding some weight to his legs rendered walking such a strenuous endeavor. If he could not endure this minor hardship, it would be prudent for him to depart from the Navy at once. I am returning to sleep. Late nights are detrimental to one's complexion. Should I discover you slacking off, I shall break both of your legs. With a chuckle, Torai departed, leaving him behind. Bai Yi could only drag his heavy legs back to his room step by step. The following morning, during the assembly, Bai Yi moved slowly to the cafeteria, burdened by his load. To outsiders, it appeared as if his legs had given way, evoking a mixture of envy and jealousy among the onlookers. Bai Yi, how did you feel last night? A new recruit inquired, sneaking closer, while others listened intently. Last night, quite exhausting, to be honest. I hardly slept at all. Bai Yi replied candidly. Really? Was it that intense? Ahem, and what about the instructor? The recruit pressed further. Talking about me, so early in the morning? Do you miss me that much? Torai appeared like a specter behind a few of them, startling some. And no, not at all. The soldiers hastily stammered. Torai leaned closer to Bai Yi and asked, Are your legs weak? Reporting to the instructor. Yes, they are. Bai Yi lamented, hoping to elicit sympathy. His muscles sore from carrying the load all night. No way. By the way, last night was quite commendable. Keep up the good work. Torai tossed a playful kiss and then dashed off to get her meal. Bai Yi sighed deeply, exclaiming, It is too difficult. You rascal, how dare you brag? Brothers, let us teach him a lesson. Consequently, chaos erupted in the cafeteria. Chapter 6. I clearly aimed at the target. The main focus of new recruit training lies in enhancing soldiers' physical abilities and their proficiency in utilizing various weapons. The most expedient way to transform a soldier into a formidable force is through the use of firearms. While these weapons may prove ineffective against the majority of formidable adversaries, they are exceedingly lethal to ordinary pirates. Today, I shall instruct you on the proper use of firearms. Torai, with a musket resting on her shoulder, conducted a round of inspection, only to discover that Bai Yi was fixated on the gun she bore, his eyes unblinking. Indeed, it seems that for men, a firearm holds more allure than a beautiful woman. Torai let out a sigh and called out, Bai Yi, step forward. Bai Yi stepped forward, and then Torai directly placed the gun in Bai Yi's hand, saying, Come on, don't be shy, take a shot and give it a try. For a long time, White Knight has coveted the standardized muskets of the Navy, and at last, he has found an opportunity to fire one himself. In rare moments of fervor, Bai Yi steadied his firearm, aiming at the target set upon the sandy shore. Torai cautiously retreated 6 or 7 steps to avoid the risk of being accidentally harmed. Bai Yi inhaled deeply before pulling the trigger. Bang! The gun fired, and almost simultaneously, he witnessed Tori's hat soar off her head, followed by her collapsing onto the beach. Remarkably, the target remained unscathed. The gathering of over 200 individuals fell into a profound silence. What on earth was happening? I clearly aimed at the target. How could a single shot have incapacitated the instructor? Was my undercover career destined to end here? As Bai Yi stood in utter astonishment, he observed his beautiful instructor slowly rising from the sand, clutching her chest and gasping for breath. If it weren't for my awakened observation hockey, that bullet would have struck true. Were you doing this on purpose? Torai rushed over and unleashed a flurry of blows upon Bai Yi. After venting her frustration, she was still unsatisfied. Stand over there for punishment. You shall never touch a gun again for the rest of your life. Huh? What? Go away, go away, go away. Torai shouted, her heart still racing. Had she not detected the bullet's trajectory just in time and tilted her head back at the critical moment, it would have been her head pierced instead. Bai Yi let out a long sigh, realizing that he could continue his role as an undercover agent. Ah, the weight on your legs has just doubled, Torai coldly remarked, leaving Bai Yi with a bitter expression. The other soldiers fared considerably better than he did. While they might not hit the mark every time, their accuracy was certainly not as absurdly poor as his. For a novice, hitting 4 or 5 out of 10 bullets was a commendable achievement. As night fell, Torai proceeded to train Bai Yi's physical endurance. The foundation of the Navy's 6 styles rests upon possessing a robust physique, and Bai Yi's innate physical abilities were commendable, with his strength being remarkably impressive. Much to the satisfaction of the beautiful instructor. It's almost bedtime. Let's do a few push-ups. Oh, and remember, you can only use one finger on each hand, Torai said with a smile, observing Bai Yi's astonishment at her instruction. What? One finger? Bai Yi exclaimed, gazing in disbelief at his instructor, who effortlessly performed push-ups using just 2 fingers. If I, a woman, can manage it, there's no reason a strapping man like you can't, she insisted. Now, hurry up. Otherwise, you can forget about sleeping tonight. But I'm still carrying the extra weight. Bai Yi protested. No removing it. Otherwise, I'll break your legs, 3 at once. Torai retorted. Wait, but there are only 2 legs. Where does the third come from? Bai Yi curiously inquired. Little brat, stop asking so many questions. Hurry up. With no other choice, Bai Yi began to do push-ups using just 2 fingers. Initially, it was excruciating, as if his fingers might snap. But after enduring that painful phase, or perhaps becoming numb to the agony, he eventually paid little heed to the discomfort in his fingers. This torment persisted for half a month. During the day, Bai Yi trained tirelessly alongside his comrades, while at night, Tori would provide him with special instruction, secretly teaching him the intricacies of the 6 forms of the Navy. After enduring this rigorous regimen for half a month, Bai Yi had noticeably lost weight. Yet he appeared more spirited, having shed much of his excess flesh in favor of sharply defined muscles, his innate strength considerably enhanced. Simultaneously, through his training as a recruit, he had acquired skills in swordsmanship and unarmed combat, with firearms being an essential component of his education. However, each time he practiced marksmanship, everyone would crowd behind him, particularly Tori, who seemed eager to be practically glued to his back. After all, regardless of how poor his shooting skills were, the bullets could not possibly fly backward. Unfortunately, Bai Yi demonstrated little aptitude for firearms. Hitting 1 or 2 out of 10 bullets was considered a remarkable achievement, with the fate of the remaining shots left entirely to chance. Another fortnight passed, and Bai Yi discovered that his weight had inexplicably increased, despite appearing leaner. Moreover, his strength had surged dramatically. By rough estimates, he could now lift objects weighing around 8,000 pounds with ease. Then, 1 month later, Torai finally commenced his instruction in the authentic 6 forms of the Navy. Bai Yi had long awaited this day, to the point where he occasionally forgot his identity as an undercover agent, enduring the relentless torment from his enchanting instructor day in and day out. Now, let me teach you how to shave, Tori said. This rapid movement is crucial in real combat. Remove all the burdens you bear. After a month of arduous training, Bai Yi had labored for this moment. Within mere seconds, he freed himself from the weight strapped to his legs, each leg burdened with 200 pounds. Once liberated, he felt as though he could soar into the sky. Do your legs feel lighter? Torai inquired. Indeed. Look at my legs, Torai exclaimed. Bai Yi gazed intently at Tori's thighs, which were adorned with a sun-kissed hue, round and firm, exuding a sense of strength, with distinctly defined muscle lines that embodied a unique aesthetic. Just as he had not yet satisfied his gaze, Tori playfully smacked the back of Bai Yi's head, exclaiming, Who told you to stare at my thighs? Look at my calves. Observe how I exert my strength. Following this, Torai began to meticulously explain the various techniques of the Saro, a swift movement style. Although Bai Yi had only been undergoing combat training for a month, he possessed a notable advantage, his considerable strength. With his current power, he could barely execute the Saro. What he lacked was merely finesse. Torai's devoted instruction perfectly compensated for this shortcoming. The 6 powers of the Navy were indeed extraordinary techniques, and mastering each one significantly enhanced physical prowess. On the 11th night, Bai Yi finally managed to execute the Soru with some semblance of proficiency. While still unrefined, Tori was nonetheless pleased with his progress. Chapter 7. Never use iron blocks. After 2 more nights of rigorous practice, Bai Yi had become adept at executing the Soru freely. Indeed, learning comes swiftly, Tori remarked. Remember, real combat is paramount. If you wish to grow stronger, seize every opportunity to battle pirates. Many appear formidable during training, yet when confronted with the brutalities of the battlefield, they are paralyzed by fear. I do not wish for you to become one of those weaklings. I will not, instructor, Bai Yi replied earnestly. You have nearly mastered this skill. What remains is refinement. You must practice diligently. Next, I shall teach you the Shurgan. Upon stating this, Torai pressed her thumb firmly against her middle finger and flicked it toward Bai Yi. He felt a sharp sting on his forehead, as if struck by something. Yet upon touching it, he found nothing amiss. This is the Shurgan. Now, I shall teach you the technique to unleash it. The Navy's 6 powers are skills derived from immense physical strength, and the Shurgan is no exception. To explain its principle, it bears resemblance to the palm techniques found in martial arts novels, harnessing the power of one's fingers to strike from a distance. My strength is limited, to be frank. If we were to measure raw power, you would certainly surpass me. I merely possess a wealth of combat experience, Tori explained. Thus, I have not perfected this technique myself. But the fundamental principles can be imparted to you. The level you achieve depends on your dedication. Of course, if your finger strength is insufficient in the early stages, you may substitute with other objects, such as marbles or bullets. With a few marbles in hand, Torai positioned them on her thumb and flicked them towards a nearby coconut tree, effortlessly penetrating the trunk. Just like that. Why don't you give it a try? Although Bai Yi struggled with marksmanship, he found that using his fingers to launch marbles was almost infallible. Coupled with his immense strength, even without mastering the Shurgan technique, His finger flicking could surpass the power of ordinary firearms. After all, the force of several thousand pounds concentrated in a small marble far exceeded that of a conventional gun. It is decided. While others wield guns, you will be equipped with marbles. Your fingers will become your weapons, Torai affirmed, giving her student a supportive pat on the shoulder. But guns are so cool, Bai protested, somewhat reluctant. What significance does coolness hold? The ability to strike is what truly matters. In time, you will come to understand this principle, Tori replied. The remaining month passed swiftly, and by the end of the new recruit training, only 98 out of 200 recruits remained, with an elimination rate exceeding 50%. Bai has undergone a remarkable transformation. He is no longer the awkward individual he once was, nor does he embody the timidity characteristic of a fisherman. He has now come to be regarded, albeit reluctantly, as a soldier. Under the meticulous guidance of Tori, he has mastered 3 techniques of the Navy's 6 styles: shave, finger pistol, and iron block. Indeed, in the end, Tori entrusted him with the iron block technique. The motivations of this instructor remain a mystery. Yet neither of them anticipated that Bai would grasp the nuances of iron block with remarkable speed, mastering its secrets in a single night. On the eve of their departure, Tori grasped Bai's hand with earnestness and said, "You have become one of my finest students. Heed my counsel. Do not resort to iron block unless absolutely necessary. I am living proof of its peril. When you consider employing iron block, remember the scar upon my body." With that, Tori boldly lifted her garment to reveal a gruesome scar. The following day, the major who had brought them appeared once more to escort them by ship. Typically, soldiers, after completing their training, are dispersed to various naval bases, potentially across the 4 seas or even the Grand Line, making it exceedingly rare for them to remain at naval headquarters. However, on their first night, they were returned to headquarters to await their forthcoming destinies. Ideally, they would be assigned to the East Blue, renowned as the most tranquil of oceans, where pirate threats are weakest and their numbers fewest. Conversely, if they found themselves assigned to the Grand Line, congratulations would be in order, as the probability of falling in battle on the first front is a staggering 70%. All the soldiers were consumed by anxiety for their futures, and it was at this moment that Bai recalled he had been with the Navy for over 2 months. He had come to serve as an undercover agent, yet it seemed he had gleaned no significant intelligence. Would this not pose a problem? That afternoon, the officers would equip these soldiers with standardized gear. The fundamental armaments of the Navy consist of a musket, a saber, and a dagger, these 3 items alone. Bai pondered lightly over the combat knife in his hand, his brow furrowed in concern. "New recruit, do you have any grievances?" inquired the officer responsible for weapon allocation. "No, sir. It's just that I find my weapon rather light, which somewhat hinders my performance," Bai replied candidly. "Too light, you say?" The officer in charge of weaponry offered no further comment, for the naval equipment was standardized, and even if it were ill-fitting, he had no means to rectify it. At that moment, an individual approached. The commanding major and the weaponry officer both stood to render a salute. Although the soldiers under their command were unaware of this person's identity, the evident discomfort of their superior indicated that the newcomer was of considerable significance, prompting them to follow suit with a salute. In the heat of battle, how can one engage without superior weaponry? Open the armory and allow him to choose at will. The newcomer stated with remarkable composure. Understood. Bai cast a grateful glance at the individual before him. Peculiar in appearance with a large hat adorned with dog ears that obscured his face. However, the wrinkles visible on his exposed cheeks suggested that he was likely in his 50s or 60s. The elderly man, identified as Rear Admiral Karp, simply waved his hand before ambling away leisurely. Of course, Bai would not be polite. Once the elderly gentleman departed, he promptly entered the armory. The armory was divided into 2 sections, one dedicated to firearms, primarily consisting of guns and artillery, while the other showcased a diverse array of bladed weapons. Bai tried on several items, but none seemed quite suitable. He continued deeper into the space, and just as he was nearing the end, he beheld a colossal battle axe. This axe measured approximately 4 meters in length, its surface a deep, obsidian black. The blade's diameter exceeded 1.5 meters. Featuring a double-edged design, entirely forged from metal, with the thickest part of the blade measuring 25 centimeters. The pale knight gently tested the seemingly ordinary axe, which weighed approximately 3,000 pounds. Although it felt somewhat light, there seemed to be no weapon in the armory heavier than this axe. And it would have to suffice for now. Chapter 8. I believe he should not be forgiven. This axe was once forged by a soldier of the giant race. However, it was too unwieldy for him, and thus he abandoned it in the storage, where no one else could wield it due to its excessive weight. In practical combat, it proved impractical. Are you certain you wish to select this item? The armory officer was uncertain. Yes, this one will do. It feels just right. Bai swung the colossal axe a couple of times, showing no signs of strain. It appeared that yet another monster had emerged among this year's recruits. The armory officer muttered under his breath before finalizing the inventory records. Having chosen their respective weapons, the group regrouped, and the major stood at the forefront, declaring, "Though you have endured the rigors of basic training, it merely signifies that you are still recruits. From this moment forth, I shall train you to become competent warriors." This year, I will lead you on maritime patrols, combat pirates, and rescue civilians. If any of you fear battle, you may choose to withdraw now. I shall not ridicule such a decision. It is your right. So, does anyone wish to withdraw? No. Everyone shouted in unison. Having come this far, how could anyone possibly choose to withdraw? Excellent. You are now qualified soldiers. Board the ship. With a thunderous command, the major ushered all the recruits aboard the warship. In the hands of Bai, the great axe yearned for action. And the mere thought of those cursed pirates ignited a fierce desire to charge forth and dismantle them utterly. Regrettably, reality was not aligned with his fervent wishes. This group of green recruits had drifted aimlessly on the sea for 4 to 5 days, encountering not a single pirate vessel, nor even a fishing boat. Commander, is this sea truly so tranquil? Bai could not restrain his inquiry. The major, resting his chin on his hand, replied, Young man, do you truly believe this is just any place? This is the vicinity of the Navy headquarters. Who would dare to commit misdeeds here? Even if there were, they would be nothing but ignorant little pirates. By the way, do you know about the Revolutionary Army? Upon hearing the major abruptly mention the Revolutionary Army, a chill ran down Bai's spine, and he stammered slightly in response, and no, I do not. Of course, you rascal, all you ever think about is eating. How could you possibly know what the Revolutionary Army is? Let me tell you, when you encounter pirates, you must charge at them. However, if you come across the Revolutionary Army, you should first assess whether you can defeat them before you engage. The major gazed into the distance and continued. The intentions of the Revolutionary Army differ fundamentally from those of pirates. Pirates seek to live freely, pursuing treasures, and unless absolutely necessary, they will not confront the Navy head-on. The Revolutionary Army, however, has the objective of overthrowing the current world government. Each member is a heinous criminal who will actively attack us, so caution is imperative. Is that truly the case? Bai mused. If he were to suddenly reveal his identity as part of the Revolutionary Army, he wondered how the major would react. Just then, the communications officer, responsible for relaying messages via the snail phone, rushed over in a flurry. Major, bad news. We just received word that a supply ship has been ambushed by pirates, a mere 5 kilometers ahead of us. Headquarters has ordered us to provide immediate support. The major was taken aback. Was there indeed someone so audacious? Get to work, everyone, he commanded, and all soldiers readied their weapons for battle. However, as the major approached Bai and noticed the firearm in his hand, his expression darkened abruptly, and he snatched the gun away. Instructor Tori has already informed me that you are absolutely forbidden from handling firearms, the major said sternly. In the pale night, Bai could only watch helplessly as his own major. Pitying looks proved futile. All soldiers were swiftly entering combat mode. Immediate support was required for the supply ship up ahead. A distance of 5 kilometers was not insurmountable across the vast sea. By the time the reinforcements arrived, the battle had escalated to a fervent intensity. The pirates, outnumbering them significantly, had reduced the defenders on the supply ship to a mere 30 or so valiant soldiers clinging to hope. Brothers, our reinforcements have arrived. One soldier shouted with joy upon spotting a warship in the distance, nearly moved to tears. The pirates, however, were grim expressions. Speed. Eliminate them all. I am not to be trifled with. The leader of this pirate ship was a one-eyed brigand, with a bounty of 4,800,000 berries. This figure might seem extravagant, yet amidst the myriad of monsters in these waters, such a bounty was scarcely more than that of a mere underling. Nevertheless, the major had overestimated the psychological resilience of his rookie soldiers. Upon witnessing the chaotic battlefield drenched in blood and fire, one soldier with a fragile constitution succumbed to nausea. Incompetent fool, you'll be confined upon your return. Charge, everyone. At the major's command, the two factions clashed with fervor. The air was soon filled with the cacophony of clashing weapons, the thunderous reports of firearms, and the anguished cries of the wounded, painting a vivid tableau of the battlefield before them. In the beginning, Bai was merely a fisherman, having never encountered such a factory. Yet, at this moment, he felt not fear, but exhilaration. His adrenaline surged. At last, he could finally take matters into his own hands and deal with these rascals. Shaven down, the figure of Bai vanished in an instant, only to re-emerge amidst the throng of pirates. With a mighty swing of his 3,000-pound axe, he cleaved through 12 pirates, severing them in half. The lieutenant was taken aback. The Navy's 6 styles? This young man was astonishingly formidable. Unlike the Navy, the pirates lacked strict discipline. A few who witnessed their comrades being so ruthlessly dispatched were paralyzed with fear. However, Bai harbored no intention of showing mercy. With a downward strike of his colossal axe, he split another pirate asunder. Observing the overwhelming prowess of their ally, the morale among the Navy surged dramatically. A measly pirate worth 480,000 berries dared to exhibit such audacity. The lieutenant charged forward, and in mere moments, forced the one-eyed pirate to retreat in disarray. Retreat! Retreat! The one-eyed pirate bellowed before taking flight, leaving his bewildered subordinates to follow suit in a desperate scramble. In the dead of night, Bai inhaled deeply, raising the colossal axe in his grasp. With a powerful leap, he descended upon the center of the pirate ship, the immense force cleaving the vessel in two, fashioning it into a V-shape. As the ship slowly sank amidst the astonished gazes of the pirates, a thought crossed the mind of the major. Could this individual be a monster? Such prodigious strength was rare, even within the Navy. I surrender. I surrender. Spare my life. Confine me and impel down instead. I surrender, cried the one-eyed pirate, discarding his weapon, followed by his band of followers who also relinquished their arms. The Major, witnessing this group of surrendering pirates, was about to command his men to bind them when, suddenly, a flash of darkness erupted. The colossal axe descended with lethal precision, severing the one-eyed pirate's head. The head rolled on the ground, spinning twice, the mouth agape in disbelief at the suddenness of his demise. Soldiers, provide me with an explanation, exclaimed the Major, glancing at Bai Yi, whose axe was still stained with the blood of the one-eyed pirate. This man had already surrendered. He posed no further threat. Why did you take his life? The Major seized Bai Yi by the collar, demanding an answer. Bai Yi paused momentarily before responding. Report, sir. I believe he should not be forgiven. Whether he deserves forgiveness is not for you to decide. The Major retorted. Is it possible that one day, if you find me displeasing, you would take up an axe and sever my head? Bai Yi remained silent. I am asking you to speak. Yet, the Major continued to be unresponsive. Go, write me a self-criticism. Soldier, your current state is unacceptable. You are aware of the former Admiral Zephyr, correct? That esteemed individual is known as the Admiral who spares lives. Even in the face of pirates, he grants them a chance for survival. I am uncertain of what you have endured, but at this moment, you are a soldier, and you must not allow your emotions to govern you, the Major stated. Yes, sir. An hour later, the Major held the self-criticism, his expression even darker. Soldier, is this your self-criticism? Are you jesting with me? The Major forcefully threw the document into Bai Yi's face. Chapter 9. Self-criticism. The self-criticism contained merely 3 words. I was wrong. It was as if the next set of 4 words, I dare not again, could be plastered across the Major's face. It is not that I could not write more, but my literacy is rather limited, after much contemplation. These 3 words were the only ones that could aptly convey my current sentiments, Bai Yi innocently remarked. Alas, it seems I must enhance your educational pursuits upon returning. Nevertheless, I shall report your actions truthfully, the Major replied. After the battle, when the numbers were tallied, only 72 of the 98 recruits remained. This meant that 26 had perished during the chaotic skirmish with the pirates. The Major's emotions were profoundly complex. He understood that, from a certain perspective, Bai Yi had not acted wrongly yet. Upon returning to the Navy headquarters, the Major confined Bai Yi to a detention cell and relayed the entire incident to Carp. Well, I have learned a bit about this child. His only guardian, an uncle, was slain by pirates. It is only natural for him to harbor resentment. However, remaining entrenched in hatred will hinder his progress, Carp remarked. He needs to undergo rigorous training. Yet, this boy's temperament seems somewhat reminiscent of Sakazuki. The Major refrained from speaking further. Sakazuki, codenamed Akainu, is one of the 3 admirals of the Navy and represents one of its highest combat capabilities, executing absolute justice. Furthermore, this recruit demonstrated the use of the Navy's 6 styles during combat. His abilities have already transcended those of an ordinary recruit, the Major noted. Young man, you still require refinement. Do not rush, Carp advised. Bai Yi found himself confined in a solitary chamber, gazing out at the scenery beyond the window. Devoid of any sense of regret, he deemed those wretches utterly unworthy of sympathy. At that moment, the door to the chamber swung open, and a middle-aged man entered, resembling an officer of considerable rank. Although Bai Yi is not familiar with military ranks, he is aware that his current status is the lowest, and he must salute anyone he encounters. Hence, Bai Yi stood up and performed a very standard military salute. The middle-aged man scrutinized Bai Yi from head to toe. I have heard about your deeds. After the pirate lost his ability to resist, you still severed his head. Tell me, what was your rationale for such an action? The middle-aged man inquired. Bai Yi was perplexed by the man's intentions. Should he fabricate a lie to evade the situation? Perhaps he could claim it was merely a slip of his hand? Who would be foolish enough to believe such a preposterous excuse? Thus, he resolved to speak the truth. After all, it was merely the act of eliminating a pirate. He found it hard to believe the Navy would subject him to a military tribunal. Commander, I firmly believe that scoundrel does not deserve forgiveness. Even stripped of combat capability, he remains an enemy, and enemies ought to be eradicated, Bai Yi declared emphatically. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, yet remained silent, turning to depart. In a state of confusion, Bai Yi pondered the situation. Just then, his Major arrived. And upon seeing the middle-aged man, the Major was so startled that he nearly ceased to breathe. Admiral Sakazuki, what brings you here? The Major stood rigidly, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Oh, it's nothing, merely heard of an intriguing soldier. However, there is no need for such a commotion over the elimination of a single pirate. The confinement has been lifted, and congratulations, soldier, you've been promoted to 2nd lieutenant. After uttering these words, Sakazuki turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. Only when the Admiral's figure had completely vanished did Bai Yi quietly inquire. Who was that? The Major delivered a sharp slap to the back of Bai Yi's head. That individual is none other than a Vice Admiral of the Navy. A Vice Admiral? Do you understand the weight of that title? Bai Yi is currently unaware of the true significance of a Navy Admiral. It is undoubtedly quite formidable. It is astonishing that you have garnered the favor of an Admiral. I am filled with envy at your rapid promotion. The major murmured, "All right. Do not commit such errors in the future. I have come to inform you that after the new recruits complete their training, they will be granted a half-month leave. You should take this opportunity to visit your family or to finalize any important matters that remain unfinished, as future opportunities for leave may prove elusive." Bai Yi nodded, still unaware of his uncle's fate. Should his uncle indeed be alive, he would surely return to their former home. In half a month, gather at the naval headquarters. Remember not to be late, the major instructed. Yes. Bai Yi responded with great joy, pleasantly surprised that he could still take leave. Now that you are neither too young nor too old, you hold the rank of an officer. While at sea, be mindful of your words. Do not tarnish the reputation of our navy. Now, let us be on our way. As this was a private holiday, no naval vessels would escort them. Bai Yi and several new recruits from the East Sea were taken to the East Seaport, from where they boarded a merchant ship to their respective destinations. The abode of Bai Yi is a rather unremarkable fishing village, devoid of any distinctive features, where the inhabitants rely solely on fishing for their livelihood. With an exuberant spirit, Bai Yi eagerly flung open the door to his home. Although the dwelling appeared modest and worn, it was imbued with the memories of his 17 years. He even entertained the fantasy that, upon opening the door, his uncle would be standing before him. However, as he stepped inside, that illusion was utterly shattered. A thick layer of dust coated the table, suggesting that no one had returned for quite some time. He was left to ponder the current state of his uncle. Bai Yi tidied up his home with simplicity, leaving behind a letter on the table. Although the words were few, they conveyed that he was doing well and had joined the Navy. He expressed a hope that his uncle would contact him if he ever came across this letter. With a heavy heart, he locked the door tightly, embracing the last remnants of nostalgia as he departed from his home. It had been 3 or 4 days since the holiday began, and he pondered how to reach out to Long. With this thought in mind, Bai Yi made his way to the only tavern in the small fishing village. The tavern owner, a plump woman in her 50s, was taken aback upon seeing Bai Yi. "Bai Yi, you've returned. Everyone said you were killed by pirates at sea," she exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she poured him a drink. This tavern owner had watched Bai Yi grow up. To him, she was akin to family. Survived a great calamity and now serving in the Navy. Bai Yi recounted his recent experiences, omitting any mention of his encounters with the Revolutionary Army. Who would have thought that our little village could produce a Navy officer? That's wonderful. What would you like to eat? Today, it's on me. Just then, a young child with a flower basket bounced over, cheerfully asking, "Sir, would you like to buy some flowers?" In the pale night, Bai Yi gazed at the child before him, a sense of familiarity washing over him. "Are you Sabo? What brings you here?" In an instant, Bai Yi realized that this was the very child who had been persistently following Long. "I have been tasked by the leader to watch over your home. If I see you return, I can contact you immediately. Have you received any special intelligence from the Navy recently?" Sabo murmured. "Well, although I haven't come across anything particularly noteworthy, I did encounter a vice admiral. I am uncertain if that qualifies as useful information," Bai Yi replied. Sabo whispered, "Of course, that counts. Even knowing the whereabouts of a vice admiral is immensely beneficial for the Revolutionary Army. At this stage, it is crucial to avoid these formidable foes. Is that really all it takes?" Bai Yi pondered. "By the way, here, take this." Sabo handed him an envelope, and upon opening it, Bai Yi discovered a stack of cash inside. "This is your reward. We will maintain regular communication, but it is imperative that we remain discreet and not expose our connection," Sabo instructed. Bai Yi coughed softly and discreetly tucked the envelope into his bosom. When he turned to look at Sabo again, the lad, carrying a flower basket, had already dashed far away. After spending 2 days in his hometown, Bai Yi embarked on his journey back. Chapter 10, Sinking Soon. Bai Yi managed to make contact with a merchant vessel. "Excuse me, sir, might you be able to take me to Rogue Town along your route?" Bai Yi inquired of the captain. Merchant ships in this oceanic world often transport not only goods, but also a few passengers as a matter of course. The captain, a jovial man in his 40s, welcomed Bai Yi aboard without hesitation upon learning of his naval affiliation. During his years of maritime travel, the majority of sustenance consisted of fish, and the thought of his uncle's grilled fish brought a tinge of nostalgia to Bai Yi. The journey from his hometown to Rogue Town would take approximately 3 days. The first day passed peacefully, but by the second day, the winds had picked up, and the waves grew tumultuous. Bai Yi, relying on his formidable strength, assisted Uncle Captain in steering the ship. "What a reliable lad. Why not resign from the Navy and join me in trade? The earnings are far superior to those of the Navy." Uncle Captain chuckled. "I have no desire to be a deserter," Bai Yi replied, half-jokingly. Suddenly, Bai Yi noticed a small dark spot on the distant sea, approaching at an alarming speed. "Is that a ship?" He was momentarily taken aback and was about to discern its nature when he realized that a pirate flag was fluttering from the vessel. Pirates? Encountering pirates again? Bai Yi felt no trepidation. Having survived the previous skirmish with pirates, he had gained considerable combat experience and promptly summoned Uncle Captain. "Bai Yi, what shall we do now? Though you are a Navy man, you are but one." Uncle Captain exclaimed, flustered. "Are there weapons aboard?" Bai Yi inquired. "Indeed, there are. Though this is a merchant ship, in these tumultuous times, armaments are indispensable." Several sailors dragged out a cannon, along with a dozen cannonballs. As the pirate ship drew ever closer, every sailor became tense, gripping their weapons tightly. Suddenly, a cannon fired, and a cannonball struck the sea beside the merchant ship, sending up a massive spray of water. The vessel rocked violently. Fire! Bai commanded, and the cannons roared in unison, though their aim was somewhat off, failing to hit the approaching pirate ship directly. In that moment, Bai recalled why instructor Tori had emphasized that the moonwalk, one of the 6 forms of the Navy, was an exceptionally practical skill. If only he could soar into the air now, he could land on the enemy ship and wreak havoc. The 2 ships circled one another, each unleashing cannon fire upon the other. After 6 or 7 rounds, the merchant ship was struck twice, its mast shattered, and a significant hole opened in its hull. Meanwhile, the pirate ship's deck sustained only minor damage from a single hit. Before long, the 2 sides were engaged in close combat. Uncle Captain's face turned pale. The recent cannonade had caused the merchant ship to take on water, and it would not be long before they would all meet their doom in the depths of the sea. Furthermore, the pirate vessel was not occupied solely by Bai Yi. A couple with a child were also aboard, though they had retreated to the cabin. Now, however, the water had risen to their calves, prompting the family of 3 to rush onto the deck, where they found sailors and crew members valiantly battling the pirates. In Bai Yi's grasp was a formidable axe, swinging left and right with such ferocity that no pirate could withstand its might. This time, no one could thwart his advance. Boom! Another cannon fired, striking the merchant vessel, causing its hull to tilt ominously. With a powerful leap, Bai Yi landed upon the opposing pirate ship. These scoundrels! In an instant, he swung his massive axe, severing the heads of 2 pirates, sending them soaring into the air. At that moment, he noticed a young girl seated within the ship's cabin, her expression devoid of any alarm, gazing at him with remarkable composure. Had she been captured by the pirates, or was she perhaps an accomplice of theirs? In a fleeting moment, Bai Yi found himself unable to discern her true identity. However, when the girl gently raised her hand, Bai Yi's regret surged forth. He distinctly felt 2 rows of arms sprouting from his back, tightly grasping his own arms and twisting them behind him, causing his axe to clatter to the deck. A monster! Bai Yi exclaimed in terror. If it were not a monster, how could such an abundance of arms emerge from his body? Nearby, a pirate, witnessing Bai Yi pinned to the ground, raised his blade to strike at his head. In a frantic maneuver, Bai Yi rolled over, delivering a swift kick that shattered the pirate's shin, before forcefully breaking free from the grip of the hands that restrained him. The girl's expression shifted dramatically, and she hastily withdrew her hands, gently massaging her fingers, as if they had sustained an injury. As Bai Yi grasped his axe, poised to shatter the cabin and sever the woman's head, a cacophony of screams erupted from the merchant vessel. Help! Please save my child. The ship, having endured a relentless barrage, began to tilt and slowly succumb to the depths of the ocean. However, the sailors, seasoned by years of toil upon the sea, possessed exceptional swimming skills. Even as the vessel submerged, they could endure for a while. Yet, the couple's child, still an infant, had been violently jostled from their embrace and was on the verge of plummeting into the abyss. Although Bai Yi wished to save the child, his efforts were in vain. At that moment, the girl in the cabin once again performed a peculiar gesture, and to his astonishment, a row of girls' hands sprouted upon the deck of the merchant ship, resembling a conveyor belt, gently delivering the infant into the embrace of its parents. Bai Yi was taken aback. This woman was actually saving someone? Wasn't she part of the pirate crew? Although such questions flitted through Bai Yi's mind, the urgency of the situation left little room for contemplation. Amidst the chaotic battle, a bullet hurtled towards the girl. Gripping a steel ball in his hand, Bai Yi flicked it with force, sending the steel ball crashing into the bullet, which erupted into a shower of sparks right before the girl's eyes. Startled, the girl looked at Bai Yi and bestowed upon him a remarkably beautiful smile. How could one still smile in such a dire predicament? Bai Yi murmured softly, aware that the pressing concern was how to repel these pirates and ensure the safe rescue of everyone aboard the merchant ship. Bai Yi produced steel balls and fired 3 consecutive shots, each striking the heads of 3 pirates with a precision and power that surpassed even that of a sniper rifle. At this juncture, the pirates began to waver in their resolve, for their primary motivation was wealth. However, many had already perished, and most critically, their leader had just been pierced through the brain by Bai Yi's steel projectile. Without a leader, the pirates became a disorganized mob. Fleeing was not so simple. A ferocious grin spread across Bai Yi's face as he raised his weapon high and brought it down forcefully upon the deck. Under the immense force, the pirate ship was shattered to pieces. You bastard! If you destroy the ship, we will all perish. One pirate shouted in anger. In response, he was met with the swing of Bai Yi's mighty axe. Once brimming with confidence as hunters, they now found themselves transformed into prey, gripped by fear. What a pitiful bunch! Bai Yi laughed heartily and swung his colossal axe once more, causing the ship's hull to disintegrate in an instant. The pirates screamed as they plunged into the sea, while a girl from the cabin also cried out as she fell into the water. Help! I am the fruit, gurgle, gurgle, she exclaimed as she sank beneath the waves. Chapter 11. My vocabulary is limited. The merchants on the trading ship had already prepared small boats in advance, and most had successfully transferred to them. The pirates desperately swam towards the small vessels, but the merchants showed no mercy, mercilessly striking down anyone who fell into the water. Soon, the pirates' furious shouts gave way to cries of despair and pleas for help, yet no one felt pity for them. Bai Yi plunged directly into the ocean. Spotting the girl, a drowning maiden resembling a mythical creature. Having grown up by the sea, he possessed remarkable swimming skills. Observing that the girl was nearing the brink of unconsciousness, he acted without hesitation, delivering a breath of life through mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. This act revived her consciousness, albeit slightly. However, fate seemed unwilling to grant them an easy escape. Just as they prepared to surface, a powerful current swept in, tossing them into a tumultuous whirl, rendering them disoriented. Bai Yi clung instinctively to the girl's waist, relying on his exceptional aquatic prowess to extricate them from the current's grip. Finally surfacing to gulp in a breath of air. At that moment, the girl had completely succumbed to unconsciousness, her body icy and unresponsive. The relentless current had carried them far from sight of any pirates or merchants, and a fine drizzle fell from the sky. As Bai Yi surveyed his surroundings, he spotted a rocky outcrop jutting above the water not far away. With determination, he swam towards it, gripping a dagger in one hand. He plunged the dagger into the rock to secure a hold. Then, summoning all his strength, he hoisted himself onto the outcrop like a fish washed ashore. Finally reaching a semblance of safety, Bai Yi checked the girl's breathing and his heart sank. She was breathless. With urgency, he pressed his hands against her chest. A rush of seawater erupted from her mouth. Following this, a fit of violent coughing ensued. Supporting her back, he pressed down forcefully a couple of times. And she expelled another mouthful of seawater, finally managing to weakly open her eyes. At that moment, her complexion was ashen, and her body trembled. Having narrowly escaped the clutches of death, Bai Yi gently touched the girl's hand, which felt as cold as ice. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out and unfastened her clothing, revealing her undergarments. The girl was taken aback and attempted to push him away. Do not be afraid. Your body temperature is perilously low. If you remain in damp clothing, it will sap your warmth, and then you will be in grave danger. Bai Yi had learned first aid during his training as a recruit, and he never imagined it would be put to use so soon. The girl lacked the strength to resist, yielding to Bai Yi's intentions. If only it were a bright sunny day, Bai Yi remarked, gazing at the ominous clouds above with a hint of exasperation. After resting for around half an hour, the girl regained some strength. Yet she continued to shiver from the cold. Her clothes were soaked. Putting them back on would only worsen her discomfort. If you are too cold, you may lean against my body for warmth, Bai Yi offered. The girl hesitated, asking, why are you saving me? You must have seen me with those pirates. If I were a pirate, why would I save that child? Bai Yi retorted. Had it not been for this girl's unintentional act of kindness in rescuing the infant, he would never have come to her aid. Then who do you belong to? The girl countered. I am a Navy lieutenant, Bai Yi declared, revealing his rank. The girl's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing he was from the Navy, as if she had just encountered something terrifying. She quickly stepped back. But the rock they stood upon was small and oval-shaped, causing her to tumble towards the sea. Bai Yi reacted swiftly, grabbing her arm and pulling her back to safety. Even if I am from the Navy, you need not fear me so much. I am not without compassion. At most, I would confine you to impel down. The girl regarded Bai Yi with wary eyes, then her expression softened slightly. I regret to disappoint you. I am not a pirate. I am an archaeologist. Temporarily residing on that pirate ship as I journeyed to the Grand Line. Living with pirates? Bai Yi was astonished, questioning the girl's sanity. She waved her hand gently. And to Bai Yi's shock, a row of arms sprouted from the ground, nearly causing him to lose his balance and fall into the sea. I possess the means to protect myself. Those ruffians are no match for me. By the way, this is the power of a devil fruit. You are familiar with the concept of devil fruits, are you not? The girl inquired, observing Bai Yi's reaction. Devil fruits? Bai Yi was introduced to yet another unfamiliar term. If he admitted ignorance, would it reflect poorly on him? What was the appropriate response? Alas, how did you become a Navy lieutenant? The girl could see from his expression that he was entirely uninformed. Humph, you're clever, yet here you are. Stuck in this wretched place with me, Bai Yi retorted with a hint of pride. Seeing Bai Yi's demeanor, the girl stifled a laugh before explaining. Devil fruits are a unique type of fruit that encapsulates the power of the sea. Consuming one grants extraordinary abilities. But it comes with a drawback. It renders one a landlubber, making them repulsive to the sea. Bai Yi's expression turned slightly disdainful. Her proficiency in water was exceptional. To relinquish her aquatic abilities in exchange for so-called superpowers would be akin to severing her own limb. At that moment, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, allowing the gentle sunlight to cascade down upon the ocean. The girl curled up, hugging her knees as she gazed at the sea, her eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. Uncertain of her next steps, perhaps due to her constitution, all her hiding places ultimately met their demise in various forms. Some were engulfed by rival factions, others annihilated by the Navy, and some succumbed to self-destruction through civil strife. Where was she to go from here? Hey, are you feeling a bit hungry? Bai Yi inquired. Now that you mention it, I am indeed a little hungry, the girl replied. Bai Yi placed the axe upon the rocky outcrop, biting down on the short blade in his mouth, and leaped directly into the sea. In a mere 2 or 3 minutes, he emerged, clutching a sizable fish, and returned to the rocks. With no fire or seasoning available, they could only consume the fish as raw sashimi. I have no objections, Bai Yi stated. I am perfectly fine, the young girl replied softly. Bai Yi had spent years fishing at sea alongside his uncle, acquiring knowledge about which fish were edible, which were not, and discerning the tastiness of various catches. After slicing the fish, the two indulged in a hearty meal. However, despite resolving their food predicament, the dire issue of freshwater loomed. Without a solution, they would be doomed to perish from thirst within 3 to 4 days. Since the naval officer had addressed their food concerns, I shall endeavor to tackle the issue of drinking water, the girl declared. I once read in a book about a method to transform seawater into freshwater. I never anticipated it would prove useful. Seawater? Turned into freshwater? Surely, you must have injured your mind. How could seawater ever be converted? Bai Yi reached out to touch the girl's parents, only to have his pinky finger gently twisted in the opposite direction by her grip. Ouch. 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 The naval officer remarked, sometimes strength lies not in muscle but in wisdom, which is a formidable power. The girl continued, do we have any containers here? They searched their surroundings, ultimately finding only the naval-issued water bottle that Bai Yi carried, though it was devoid of fresh water. This will suffice, she instructed. Let us dig a hole here and fill it with seawater, follow my lead. Although Bai Yi felt a sense of dissatisfaction within, he had nothing better to do. He dug a pit in the rocks and filled it with seawater. Sir Navy, do you possess any waterproof materials, preferably fabric? The young girl inquired. In the midst of their search, Bai Yi discovered that the scabbard was made of leather, prompting him to relinquish his own scabbard. The young girl spread the leather above the water-filled pit, and under the intense rays of the sun, the seawater transformed into vapor, condensing into tiny droplets on the surface of the leather, which gradually collected in the water container. After nearly an entire afternoon, they finally managed to procure a small amount of fresh water. By this time, both Bai Yi and the girl were parched beyond measure. Without hesitation, the girl carefully lifted the water container and took a couple of sips, aware that every drop was exceedingly precious. Subsequently, she offered the container to Bai Yi, who, harboring a sense of skepticism, took a sip and was astonished to find it was indeed fresh water. How did you accomplish this? Bai Yi exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed at the girl before him. With a smile, she replied, I simply read a little more than others. By the way, what kind of books does a Navy gentleman enjoy? Bai Yi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, I do not recognize many characters. The young girl did not exhibit any disdain. Instead, she responded, it doesn't matter here. How about I teach you to read? That sounds great. Chapter 12. Have I missed an opportunity for wealth? The two spent their days gazing at the sea, hoping for a ship to pass by. During their breaks, the girl began to teach Bai Yi to read, sharing with him the tales she had heard over the years while at sea, including the knowledge of devil fruits. The wielders of devil fruits are not invincible. Aside from being submerged in the ocean, they possess a critical weakness, sea prism stone. This stone, imbued with the essence of the sea, renders devil fruit users powerless upon contact, leaving them utterly devoid of strength. The girl meticulously sat down to impart this knowledge. Perhaps neither of them anticipated that they would be stranded on this reef for a full fortnight. Meanwhile, at the naval headquarters, other recruits had returned early. But Bai Yi had yet to arrive, even though 5 days had elapsed since the holiday began. The Major of White Knight was the first to sense that something was amiss. This lad, no matter how tardy, could not possibly be this careless. Something must have happened. Subsequently, the Major promptly contacted Rogue Town, only to be informed by the naval officers there that they had seen no one by the name of White Knight. However, a few days prior, several small boats had arrived from Rogue Town, claiming to have encountered pirates at sea, and fortuitously, one of their crew was a naval officer. Yet, due to the chaos of that day's fierce battle, it was discovered that the officer had vanished. The most distinctive feature of this Navy man was the large axe he bore on his back. Alas, this lad, the Major lamented, covering his head in exasperation. It seemed he was everywhere, regardless of location. After elucidating the entire sequence of events, Rogue Town immediately dispatched rescue personnel to search for White Knight at sea. At this juncture, it had already been 17 days since White Knight was stranded on the reef. Meanwhile, atop the rocky outcrop, two individuals were feasting on fish. After over 2 weeks of diligent study, White Knight had become proficient enough to compose a self-reflective essay, which filled the young girl with a sense of accomplishment. The following morning, upon awakening, White Knight spotted a ship on the horizon, and to his astonishment, it was a naval vessel. An overwhelming joy surged through his mind, prompting him to embrace the girl beside him and plant a fervent kiss on her cheek. We can finally leave this wretched place. How splendid. Haha. Over here. We are here. Unbeknownst to White Knight, the girl's expression had turned grim. Upon seeing the naval ship, she instinctively retreated behind him, fashioning a makeshift veil from her clothing to conceal her face. You need not be so frightened, White Knight reassured her. I have my own reasons, she replied, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Soon after, the warship, having heard White Knight's voice, began to approach slowly. Upon sighting the naval officers aboard the ship, White Knight was nearly overcome with tears of joy. Lieutenant White Knight, welcome home. Bai Yi hurried aboard the warship, and the young lady hesitated for a moment before following him. Who is this lady? The captain inquired with a note of caution. Before the girl could respond, Bai Yi swiftly intervened, stating she was a passenger on that merchant vessel, Her face is injured and she cannot endure the sea breeze. The captain, harboring no further suspicions, offered her some clean clothes and provisions. Thank you very much, but could you please let me disembark at the next port? The young lady requested. The captain nodded, feeling a surge of sympathy for her, convinced that she was indeed a victim. Upon reaching the next port, the young lady made the decision to leave the warship voluntarily. The White Knight felt a twinge of reluctance, yet ultimately accepted the impending departure of the young girl. Thank you for everything during these days, Mr. Navy. If it weren't for you, I would have perished in the sea long ago. You are unlike any sailor I have ever met, she remarked. However, I still do not know your name. Kukulundi, White Knight, he replied. You too are unlike any pirate I have encountered. And I am equally unaware of your name. I shall forever remember you. The girl offered a gentle smile and leaned closer to White Knight's ear, whispering, My name is Nico Robin. Should we meet again, we shall be adversaries. In the depths of his heart, Bai Yi felt a pang of anxiety as he reluctantly acknowledged that after half a month of companionship, he had developed a fondness for the young girl. However, his true identity as an undercover agent for the Revolutionary Army within the Navy must remain concealed at all costs. The girl, being a pirate, would undoubtedly lead them into a fierce confrontation upon their next encounter. By the time Bai Yi regained his composure, the girl had already slipped into an alley, leaving no trace behind. You've awakened your youthful sentiments, remarked the captain beside him, wearing the knowing demeanor of someone who had experienced it before. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that I've seen this girl somewhere before. Alas, her identity eludes me at this moment. Thus, it was not until 5 days later that Bai Yi returned to the naval headquarters. Welcome back, Lieutenant. Was your journey smooth? The major inquired, feigning ignorance. Quite smooth, Major, Bai Yi replied. The major coughed lightly and then draped an arm around Bai Yi's shoulders, whispering, I hear you were stranded on a rocky islet with a lovely girl for half a month. Ahem, during that time, did nothing transpire between you two? Bai Yi may appear simple-minded, yet he is far from foolish. A multitude of events has transpired, yet I do not deem it necessary to disclose them to you. Humph, you cheeky brat, still attempting to banter in my presence. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. Originally, you and your fellow recruits were meant to be dispatched to the 4 seas for a mission, but due to your tardy return, the higher-ups have decided to assign you to temporarily guard the Shambo Islands. The major regarded Bai Yi with a look of pity. The Shambo Islands are a veritable melting pot, a place where the Navy, pirates, celestial dragons, mermaids, and fishmen all coexist in a chaotic tapestry. In a hushed tone, Bai Yi inquired, Major, is this place truly perilous? Not at all. It is, in fact, quite exhilarating. You shall discover this for yourself once you arrive. I trust you as far as I can throw you, Bai Yi murmured softly, though he was uncertain of the true nature of the Sabeti archipelago. One glance at the major's expression revealed that it was undoubtedly a place fraught with peril. That was unmistakably a smile tinged with schadenfreude. After Bai Yi's departure, an elderly man donned in a dog-headed hat appeared before the major. Is it not premature for Vice Admiral Karp to assign Bai Yi to such a treacherous locale? The major inquired. Let alone Bai Yi, even I would struggle to emerge unscathed in the event of a riot. The Sabeti archipelago represents the first half of the Grand Line, where nearly all the ferocious pirates of this segment ultimately converge. If one cannot surmount such a challenge, what right do they have to call themselves a member of the Navy? Karp remarked nonchalantly, tapping his nose. Bai Yi did not take a rest. Instead, he proceeded to the place where the bounty notices were stored. He was quite familiar with these, having frequently encountered pirate bounties in newspapers. The Navy maintained a complete archive of all bounty notices. Ultimately, Nico Robin's reaction was exceedingly peculiar. Why did she cover her face? He was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding the battle between the pirate ship and the merchant vessel. He could have easily assisted her in fleeing. Yet, Nico Robin chose to conceal her face. Why? There was only one plausible explanation. These Navy officers, or indeed any member of the Navy, may have recognized her visage. Thus, the answer could only point to one possibility, the Navy's bounty notice. Bai Yi meticulously sifted through the bounty notices from recent years, yet he found no trace of Nico Robin. With no other recourse, he continued his search. At last, by chance, he stumbled upon a bounty notice from a decade ago, which astonishingly featured a mere 8-year-old child. Nico Robin, the child of the devil, possessed the power to overturn the world government, with a bounty set at 80 million berries. Although the photograph on the notice depicted only a child, he instantly recognized that this little girl was none other than the young Nico Robin. The heart of Bai Yi raced incessantly. What does a bounty of 80 million signify? Bai Yi scoured the entire East Sea for bounties, only to find that the highest was a fishman named Along, with a mere reward of 20 million berries. Yet, the woman he had been in close company with for over half a month was valued at a staggering 80 million. Had he inadvertently missed a lucrative opportunity? This whimsical thought suddenly crossed Bai Yi's mind. Chapter 13. Encountering danger, directly slay the celestial dragon. Wait, Nico Robin was only 8 years old when her bounty was issued. It couldn't possibly be due to her strength. At 8, how formidable could she truly be? So why? What was the point? It would be better to rest. For tomorrow they would set sail for the Sabeti archipelago. The voice of the major interrupted his thoughts, startling Bai Yi, who instinctively tucked Robin's bounty notice into his bosom, inadvertently allowing a corner to peek out. "HM, what are you doing with that bounty notice?" the Major inquired. "Planning to capture a few pirates to earn some merit?" the Major casually remarked, but then noticed the bounty notice in Baiye's grasp. "This document is a master copy. It cannot be taken outside." The Major swiftly yanked the notice from Baiye's hands, causing Baiye to freeze, his breath caught in his throat. "Let me see Nico, Robin." "So it is her. What are you doing with her bounty notice?" the Major questioned. "A child with an 80 million bounty? If I could capture her, wouldn't I strike it rich?" Baiye replied, his expression innocent and naive. The Major could not help but burst into laughter. "You fool. That bounty was issued 10 years ago. That girl is now an adult, and the Navy has mobilized all their forces for a decade without success. Do you really think you could capture her? Stop dreaming and get some sleep." "Major, do you know why this girl has such a high bounty, considering she was only 8? Baiye inquired, a look of earnest curiosity on his face. "How would I know? Those decisions are made by the higher-ups. However, I've heard that she seems to be connected to the O'Hara incident, but the specifics elude me." "The O'Hara incident?" Although Baiye was unaware of the significance of the O'Hara incident, he etched the words firmly in his mind, knowing that one day the truth would reveal itself to him. "Now go and rest. Tomorrow, we shall set sail for the Shambar Islands." The young Major paused momentarily before adding, "You must return alive." Baiye's heart tightened as he rendered a military salute to the Major. The following day, Baiye accompanied the other soldiers to the Shambu Islands. However, through conversation, it became evident that all were seasoned veterans, with one having served in the Navy for an impressive 5 years, leaving Baiye as the sole recruit among them. Upon discovering that Baiye was a novice, several veterans burst into carefree laughter, jesting, "Surely, you must have offended some high-ranking officer to be assigned to the Shambu Islands." Baiye felt a twinge of unease. Could it be that the Shambar Islands were indeed so perilous? Would her undercover career come to an abrupt end? Nevertheless, rest assured, while the Shambar Islands may be a tumultuous mix of characters, it is predominantly quite ordinary. After all, the celestial dragons frequently roam these lands. And should anyone inadvertently harm a celestial dragon, an admiral from the Navy would promptly spring into action, as the veteran remarked. Baiye was suddenly struck by a whimsical thought. What if, in the face of danger, he were to eliminate a celestial dragon? Could that potentially summon an admiral from the Navy? At that moment, the cabin fell into an eerie silence, with everyone fixated on Baiye, as this was a pathway they had never contemplated. It seemed, at least on the surface, devoid of any substantial flaw. An old soldier murmured softly, "But are you certain that the Admiral won't eliminate you first upon arrival?" Baiye furrowed his brow, pondering whether he could exercise caution or perhaps launch a surprise attack, ensuring that no one would realize he had inflicted harm upon the celestial dragon. Reflecting on the celestial dragons, Baiye harbored no affection towards them, had it not been for their tyrannical oppression. He and his uncle would not have been compelled to fish in the perilous waters frequented by pirates, ultimately finding themselves besieged by both pirates and the Navy. He secretly committed his strategy of eliminating a celestial dragon to memory, considering the possibility that he might one day be driven into a corner. With such thoughts in mind, Baiye and his companions arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. The old soldier advised him that the usual tactics would not yield results in this locale. Here, the Navy, pirates, and fishermen maintained a fragile truce. As long as the pirates did not engage in any overtly egregious acts, the Navy would largely turn a blind eye to their activities. After all, the Sabaody archipelago marked the terminus of the first half of the Grand Line, where the most notorious pirates congregated. Were every pirate arriving at Sabaody to clash with the Navy, they might as well relocate the Navy headquarters. Before long, they encountered their new commander, a Navy colonel named Sneck. Upon seeing the newly arrived soldiers, Sneck displayed an indifferent demeanor. "The rules are clearly outlined. Read them for yourselves, and do not create unnecessary trouble for me. Everything else is of little consequence." The primary duty of the Navy at the Sabaody archipelago was to patrol the area and maintain order, a task fraught with peril, as many pirates were undeterred by the dangers of this chaotic era. In their pursuit of fame, honor, and gold, these individuals often resorted to reckless actions, resulting in a mortality rate among Sabaody soldiers second only to that of the latter half of the Grand Line. Each squad, consisting of 5 soldiers, was assigned to patrol different streets, with their leader being the seasoned old soldier, whose rank as a lieutenant attested to his extensive experience. Baiye, with his imposing axe slung over his shoulder, attracted considerable attention as he wandered through the port, occasionally catching sight of pirate ships docking nearby, with groups of pirates brushing past him. Each time he brushed shoulders with the marauders, Baiye couldn't help but grip his axe tightly. A seasoned veteran, unfazed by the surrounding chaos, pulled a cigarette from his pocket and remarked, "Newcomer, don't be so tense, otherwise your mind may falter. These are mere trifles, not worthy of our intervention." He gestured towards the pirates who had just passed, saying, "That one has a bounty of nearly 36 million. He is practically a rookie. And the one over there? A meager bounty of 19 million, the most insignificant of them all." Baiye, his voice barely above a whisper, inquired, "If we were to confront them, would we stand a chance?" The veteran responded with a sharp slap to the back of Baiye's head, exclaiming, "Are you dreaming? How could we possibly prevail? A bounty in the tens of millions marks one as a formidable pirate across the seas. We are but a second lieutenant and a lieutenant. What do we possess to challenge them? Should an emergency arise, remember this. Prioritize your own safety, then devise a means to eliminate the threat. Bai Yi could not help but recall the words of Instructor Tori. If you encounter an enemy you cannot defeat, do not foolishly rush to your demise. Memorize every bounty notice. For mere underlings like us, encountering a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million is cause to steer clear, lest you find yourself dead without understanding how it happened. What I teach you are the truths of survival on these seas. Remember them well. The veteran spoke while savoring a cigarette. Captain, what is the bounty on that pirate? Bai Yi inquired, pointing at a flamboyantly strutting pirate approaching not far away. The individual was adorned in a striking pink feathered attire, wearing sunglasses and swaggering with an air of arrogance, flanked by a group of lackeys. The veteran seized Bai Yi and turned to him. This gentleman is Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, not someone an ordinary underling can compare to. Why? Bai Yi asked, his curiosity piqued. Isn't a pirate just a pirate? In a hushed tone, the veteran explained. The 7 warlords of the sea are legitimate pirates recognized by the world government. They are free to plunder at will but must also obey the commands of the world government. Upon hearing this revelation, Bai Yi felt incredulous. There are legal pirates in this world? Surely, this must be a jest. Da Flamingo seemed to sense he was being discussed. Upon casting a glance in their direction and discovering it was merely 2 junior Navy officers, he scoffed dismissively, not bothering to take it to heart. He was here for a significant business venture, one that could not afford to falter. In the future, when you encounter such formidable figures, it is best to feign ignorance. They are not adversaries we can contend with, the veteran advised earnestly. Bai Yi reluctantly nodded. Chapter 14. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Da Flamingo paid no heed to the 2 soldiers, firmly believing that they lacked the audacity to provoke him. From a distance, Bai Yi noticed that Da Flamingo was personally carrying a box, which struck him as exceedingly peculiar. As the leader of a vast organization, it was illogical for him to engage in such a menial task. Even if the contents were of utmost value, it remained unreasonable. The veteran gently tugged at Bai Yi, advising him to refrain from meddling and to be cautious of potential trouble. A figure of such stature, whom even the Navy dared not provoke, was not someone they could afford to confront. Come, let me treat you to a drink, the veteran urged, leading Bai Yi to a tavern. Upon reaching the tavern's entrance, a sudden crash resounded as a figure was unceremoniously ejected from within. How do you drink without paying? Consider yourself fortunate not to have received a beating, the tavern owner remarked with evident irritation, preparing to deliver a kick to the inebriated man. What is happening? Bai Yi inquired. The tavern owner, upon recognizing the presence of the Navy, immediately lost his bravado. Sir, this individual has consumed alcohol without settling his tab. Bai Yi cast a glance at the drunken man, who appeared to be in his 50s, with graying hair and spectacles, resembling a learned scholar. Despite his advanced age, he possessed a robust physique. At this moment, he lay on the ground, completely inebriated, merely chuckling foolishly. Pay him no mind. Such individuals are abundant. A good beating and leaving him by the wayside would suffice. The seasoned veteran strode into the tavern without a backward glance. Bai Yi produced a banknote and handed it to the hotel owner, saying, "Never mind, let us not trouble him." The hotel owner, feeling intimidated, accepted the money and returned to the tavern. Bai Yi hoisted the inebriated man to the wall's edge. Wake up, wake up. The drunkard slowly opened his bleary eyes. Isn't it better to find a proper job? Why waste your money on alcohol? Today it's me. Tomorrow it could be someone else who might drag you off as a slave. Bai Yi chided, irritation evident in his tone. Hick, I do have a job, but you see, the earnings from my coding work barely suffice to fund my drinking habits. The drunkard chuckled. All right, you stay here and sober up before heading home. I have work to attend to, Bai Yi said, adjusting the man's posture before making his way back to the tavern. Suddenly, the drunkard called out to Bai Yi's retreating figure. Young man, there aren't many kind souls like you left on the seas these days. I advise you, don't be so good-hearted. It'll only lead to your downfall. I don't need life lessons from a drunken fool like you. Bai Yi retorted without turning back. You cheeky lad. The drunkard laughed, cursing playfully, before collapsing back into slumber on the roadside. The veteran had already ordered 2 large mugs of beer, and the 2 began to drink together. Bai Yi seldom indulged in alcohol, yet he found the taste rather agreeable. Upon finishing his drink, it was nearly time for the shift change, and thereafter he would retire for a long slumber. The seasoned veteran, with a sense of entitlement, casually slacked off. Just as Bai Yi and the veteran were sharing drinks, the tavern's door was abruptly thrust open, and a man strode in. This individual was exceptionally tall, cloaked in a mantle that obscured his expression. Following closely behind him were a dozen lackeys. Bai Yi gently tugged at the veteran's sleeve, only to discover that the veteran had stealthily reached for his firearm. Though a seasoned rogue, he possessed substantial combat experience. The moment these newcomers entered, he sensed an air of unease and swiftly adopted a vigilant stance. The man cast a fleeting glance at 2 Navy personnel seated in a corner, yet made no notable move, merely requesting a drink. This man's name was Gil Dezzolo, currently an obscure figure, but soon he would forge an empire of his own. Boss. The bill, the veteran remarked, tossing a few coins with his left hand while his right remained firmly clasped around the grip of his gun. Bai Yi, on patrol, was unarmed save for a military knife and a handful of steel marbles. However, the newcomers paid no heed to the two men, perhaps deeming their ranks, second lieutenant and lieutenant, as too insignificant. In the Four Seas, they might have commanded some respect, but here, at the terminus of the Grand Line's first half, where billion-dollar pirates roam freely, the only force capable of imposing order would be an admiral of the Navy. As they departed the tavern, they encountered another group approaching, led by a one-eyed man wielding a knife, exuding an aura of ferocity. The pirate One-Eyed Rocky, with a bounty of 45 million, the veteran whispered. Bai Yi gazed curiously at the veteran and softly inquired, "Is it true that you can recite the bounties of all pirates by heart?" The veteran disdainfully replied, "This is a fundamental skill for surviving at sea. When battling upon the ocean, one must grasp the disparity in strength between oneself and the enemy. And the bounty is the most direct manifestation of that. Although bounties do not necessarily reflect strength, they do signify danger." Behind the one-eyed Luo Qi stood over 100 followers, all eager for action, making their intentions clear. "Let us go. Let's return to the dormitory," the veteran said, pulling Bai Yi along. Upon entering, the one-eyed Luo Qi immediately spotted Taizua. His intention was not to target this man, but he was irked by his presence in the center of the tavern. "Get out. Don't you know this is my territory?" Luo Qi bellowed at Taizua, with his lackeys joining in the ruckus. The expressions of Taizua's dozen or so subordinates darkened, ready to engage, but Taizua raised his hand to halt them. He had significant matters to attend to and could not afford to reveal his presence over such trivialities. "I'm finished with my drink. Let us leave," Taizua said, picking up his suitcase and turning to exit. "Stop. Hand over your cash, gold, and all valuables, or else, ha ha ha." The surrounding pirates brandished their weapons, glaring menacingly at Taizua. Taizua cast a sidelong glance at the audacious pirate and suddenly queried, "What is your bounty?" Luo Qi was momentarily taken aback, but then arrogantly proclaimed, "My bounty is 45 million berries." "Indeed, just a minor character," Taizua remarked as he turned away. "Handle this cleanly. Do not expose us." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Luo Qi shouted, but in the next instant, his arm was violently twisted and snapped by one of Taizua's subordinates, who then forcefully stuffed it into his mouth before he could emit a scream. Simultaneously, Taizua's other subordinate sprang into action, and within moments, nearly 100 men lay defeated. "It would be troublesome to kill you here, so be grateful that I have important matters to attend to today," Taizua said, patting Luo Qi's face before striding away towards the auction house of Sabaody Archipelago. Meanwhile, Doflamingo had also arrived at an auction house on Sabaody Archipelago. The manager was a member of the Doflamingo family. "Young master, you have arrived," the manager said respectfully. From a godlike perspective, the 7 warlords of the sea may not seem impressive, but in this tangible world, who are the 7 warlords? They traverse both the underworld and the legitimate realm, standing as nearly the highest combat power on this sea, aside from the 4 emperors and the admirals of the navy. Particularly, Doflamingo, the notorious Don Quixote, is a formidable figure. "Look at what I have brought this time." Doflamingo placed a box before the manager, who opened it to reveal its contents. "What is this? A devil fruit?" "No. If it were merely an ordinary devil fruit, it wouldn't warrant the young master's personal visit." The manager hurriedly consulted the catalog and soon discovered the true nature of the fruit. This is the gold fruit. Its power allows control over gold, if awakened. Even the surrounding materials could turn to gold. "Young master, are you truly selling this fruit?" The manager looked at Doflamingo in shock. Doflamingo laughed heartily. "How could that be? This is merely a stunt. I intend to use the gold fruit to showcase my wealth and power to the world, thereby attracting more followers. Rest assured, no matter the selling price, I will ultimately buy it back at a higher cost." Should this devil fruit be utilized wisely, it could ensure the prosperity of the Doflamingo family for decades to come, compelling Doflamingo to exercise utmost caution. At this moment, Taizua had already arrived at the auction house with his subordinates. As Bei and the veteran traversed halfway, they chanced upon a clandestine group of individuals who were pushing a cage shrouded in a black cloth. The sight revealed a band of slave traders, for mermaids, being the most exquisite race in the world, had inevitably become coveted treasures in the eyes of these merchants. The veteran, though wearing a scornful grin, did not intervene. Such occurrences had been entrenched in the customs of the Shambhala Islands for centuries, and most inhabitants had grown accustomed to it. Furthermore, the veteran understood that this was far beyond the resolution of a mere lieutenant. At that moment, a gust of wind fluttered the black cloth, revealing that this seemingly modest cage contained 4 individuals. One was a mermaid, the very embodiment of the enchanting creatures from fairy tales, now cowering in a corner, trembling in despair. The other 2 were fishmen, their grotesque appearance rendering them mere playthings for the celestial dragons. The last occupant, to Bei's astonishment, was the drunken man he had encountered outside the tavern, though he appeared sober now, leaning against the cage. As the wind stirred, he caught sight of Bei and, to Bei's dismay, flashed a smile. Was this imbecile truly so oblivious? Bei felt his blood pressure soar. Noticing Bei's inaction, the veteran inquired, "Boy, why do you hesitate? We must depart at once." Bai clenched his fists. Chapter 15. I was terrified. He was not a racist. But if only the fishmen and merfolk were sold into slavery, he could convince himself that they were not of his kin and thus remain indifferent. After all, during his time as a fisherman at sea, he had caught numerous fish. It was impossible for him to sympathize with every single one. However, that drunken old man was different. Despite being utterly worthless and often inebriated, he was still a human being, not livestock. I apologize, Captain. I have some matters to attend to, Bai Yi murmured. The veteran glanced at the slowly receding iron cage and sighed. Ah, the youth. He then handed over his pistol, saying, remember to return it once you're done. And let me take your clothes back. You can't very well go around in this attire. With an innocent smile, Bai Yi removed his naval uniform and grasped a handgun, sprinting forth with fervor. Ultimately, the carriage, bearing a prison cage, arrived at the largest auction house in the Shambar Islands, entering through the rear courtyard. The guards stationed at the back were exceptionally vigilant. Bai Yi understood his own limitations and knew a forceful breach would likely prove futile. He pondered a strategy. Perhaps he could exploit the chaos? After a brief contemplation, he stealthily trailed behind one of the auction house guards, waiting for an opportune moment to incapacitate him and don his attire. Although somewhat snug, he managed to fit into the uniform. As he approached the auction house's back entrance once more, Bai Yi took a deep breath, resolutely reminding himself to maintain composure and avoid hesitation, for any sign of weakness could expose him. He strode forward with confidence, though internally he was a bundle of nerves. Hey, where did you come from? I've never seen you before, a guard inquired, scrutinizing Bai Yi with suspicion. Panic surged within him. Had he been discovered? His mind raced before he adopted an exceedingly fierce countenance. You don't recognize me? What are you doing here? With that, he delivered a swift slap, sending the questioning guard flying. I am your new commander. If you doubt my word, consult Don Quixote da Flamingo. He invoked a name he had only just heard that day. You know the young master? You dare speak his name so freely? Could it be that you are an officer of the Don Quixote family? Several guards stood at attention, their demeanor shifting to one of respect, for within the Don Quixote family, only core members could address Doflamingo by his name. You have keen eyesight, Bai Yi remarked, not looking back as he advanced inside. All the guards maintained a rigid posture, as if facing an inspection from higher-ups in the Navy. Once out of their sight, Bai Yi leaned against the wall, clutching his racing heart. That nearly scared me to death. I thought I was exposed. Finally, he had infiltrated the premises. But where had that uncle been taken? The courtyard of the auction house was vast, and after just a few steps, Bai Yi realized he was lost. Why is this courtyard so expansive? Which way is north? Is there no map? He lamented in despair, lamenting how his poverty had limited his imagination. Hey, what are you doing over here? Shouldn't the security department be outside preventing intrusions? A staff member from the auction house approached him with a questioning gaze. Bai Yi hurriedly responded, that cough. The young master mentioned that there is a particularly unique slave, and he asked me to come and take a look. Where's the recently delivered slave? The individuals at the entrance referred to Doflamingo as the young master, so there should be no mistake. I see. It's inside. You may go and take a look, said the staff member without lifting their head. In haste, Bai Yi hurried into the courtyard, where he indeed discovered the iron cage that had just been brought in from outside, along with 4 enslaved individuals contained within. Ah, the mermaid girl is quite valuable. Worth at least 50 million berries, remarked an appraiser. These 2 fishmen can only serve as pets, each worth 5 million. Who is this wretched old man? And what purpose does he serve? Never mind. Let him be sent for human experimentation. 50,000 berries. The appraiser shook his head in disapproval. The drunken uncle pointed to his own nose and bellowed. Take another look. Ascertain my true worth. As he spoke, the inebriated man burped, causing the appraiser to stagger back, fanning his nose in disgust. Lo and behold, yet another drunkard. 40,000, not a penny more. The drunken uncle, his face clouded with disappointment, sighed, alas, I have grown old and lost my worth. If only I were 20 years younger, my value would surely exceed this paltry sum. Bai Yi felt an overwhelming urge to voice his disdain. Old man, you're on the verge of being sold as a specimen for human experimentation, and yet you're preoccupied with your own worth? Are you sure your mind is sound? The appraiser shared this sentiment, though he would not squander time on such a worthless individual. Today marked a significant occasion for the Don Quixote family, and there could be no room for error. The drunken man reclined leisurely in his iron cage, nonchalantly expressing, what a pity it is, if only I had a fine bottle of wine. After determining the value of the captives, the appraiser disregarded them entirely. After all, with their hands and feet shackled, escape was implausible. The pressing matter at hand was the goma goma fruit. In these lawless seas, countless individuals might be tempted to seize it. Thus, the 4 individuals languished in their confinement, with only the young mermaid sobbing incessantly. The drunken man, however, maintained his indifferent demeanor. At that moment, Bai Yi approached the quartet. The 2 fishmen and the mermaid girl displayed palpable fear upon seeing a human, while the drunken man remained utterly unconcerned. Quiet down. I'm here to get you out, Bai Yi whispered. The drunken man, finally opening one eye, recognized Bai Yi instantly. Ah, it's you, lad. What are you doing in the auction house's backyard? Surely you haven't come to rescue me after witnessing the old man being captured? Haha. The drunken man erupted in laughter as if he had just heard the funniest joke. Besides, you don't have the key to free us. You insufferable old fool. Bai Ye's eyelid twitched in irritation. I'm here to save you, and you're laughing? No key is necessary. Bai Ye grasped the iron bars of the cage and exerted force. A jarring metallic twist echoed as the thick iron bars were wrenched apart, creating an opening large enough for all 4 captives to escape. Subsequently, Bai Ye shattered the shackles binding their hands and feet. The young mermaid and even the 2 strong fishmen were astonished. It was astonishing that a human possessed such extraordinary strength. Without mercy, Bai Ye delivered a punch to the drunken man's head. You fool, I'll give you a reason to laugh. The drunken man cradled his head, muttering, you insolent brat. Don't you know the value of respecting your elders? Enough chatter, let us move. Don't get caught again. Next time, luck may not be on your side. Bai Ye urged quietly. The drunken man suddenly interjected, you're with the Navy, aren't you? Don't you recognize me? Why should I know you just because you're with the Navy? Who are you? Have you landed on a bounty list? Bai Ye replied dismissively, leading the group toward the exit. Suddenly, the drunken man grabbed Bai Ye's pants pocket. You are heading the wrong way. That direction leads to the enemy's stronghold. The exit is this way. Bai Ye vaguely sensed that something was amiss and suddenly grasped the arm of the inebriated man beside him. You seem quite familiar with the situation here, he remarked. I have an excellent memory. Every path I tread is etched in my mind. The drunken man replied without turning his head. Considering that he had lost his way upon arrival, Bai Ye felt compelled to trust this seemingly knowledgeable stranger. Indeed, it was not long before the 5 of them reached the rear entrance of the auction house. Now, it's up to you, the drunken man said, giving Bai Ye's shoulder a reassuring pat. The attire he wore was perfectly suited to facilitate a seamless deception. Bai Ye took a deep breath and swaggered outside with 5 companions. The security personnel at the entrance had already recognized Bai Ye as a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family. Upon seeing him approach with several slaves, they stood at attention and saluted, refraining from asking any questions. Move along. Do not look back, Bai Ye whispered to the 4 others. While the fishman and the mermaid girl dared not lift their heads, only the drunken uncle, with a cheeky grin, greeted those around him. Thank you for your hard work. Everyone, I shall treat you all to drinks in the future. In the dead of night, Bai Ye felt his blood pressure soaring. Could it be that this person truly lacked a heart? Could you possibly leave? Bai Ye managed to squeeze out a few words between clenched teeth. The inebriated elder squinted his eyes and remarked with significant undertones, My young friend, have I not advised you? In this chaotic world, one should not be excessively kind. Just as a few individuals were about to exit through the door, a man rushed in, exclaiming, The young master has issued a decree. Everyone is to assemble at the auction to prevent anyone from seizing the golden fruits. A dozen guards hurriedly made their way forward, while Bai Ye lowered his hat, pretending he had not heard. Indu, hurry along. If the young master becomes enraged, you shall bear the consequences. Bai Ye felt an ominous premonition. If he chose to confront the adversaries here, it was likely to attract even more pursuers, making it impossible for these individuals to escape later. However, if he followed them. What kind of situation was this? A realization dawned upon him. In an instant, Bai Ye resolved to allow these 4 individuals to flee, while he would concoct some plausible excuse to extricate himself from the situation. In silence, Bai Ye followed the man directly from the backyard to the auction hall, while the drunken uncle and his companions seized the opportunity to hastily make their exit. Chapter 16, The Heist. As Bai Ye traversed the path, he encountered numerous armed forces, far surpassing the naval presence stationed at the Chambord archipelago. At the center of it all sat a flamboyantly adorned man, reminiscent of a flamingo, Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Standing behind him were the members of the Don Quixote family, each exuding an aura of formidable oppression, none of whom Bai Ye could hope to contend with in his current state. The guards Bai Ye had disguised himself as were deemed insignificant compared to the Don Quixote family's third-rate combatants, merely there to bolster the numbers. Doflamingo remained oblivious to the fact that a Navy officer had infiltrated his ranks, preoccupied instead with calculating the potential profits the Mera Mera Nomi could yield him. Young master, the auction is about to commence, murmured the auctioneer. Doflamingo nodded slightly, setting the stage for a grand banquet, the outcome of which remained shrouded in uncertainty. Who am I? Where am I? What is my purpose? Bai Ye stood innocently amidst Doflamingo's faction, perplexed at how he had inadvertently become associated with the Don Quixote family when his sole intention was to rescue someone. Doflamingo occupied the VIP section, flanked by only 2 members of his family, while the rest of his subordinates guarded various corners to thwart any disruptions to the auction. Noble figures filtered in from outside, their faces alight with false smiles and laughter. Within approximately half an hour, all attendees had gathered. Treble mingled among the crowd, although his dozen or so subordinates were conspicuously absent. As he surveyed the faces adorned with insincere grins, a wave of nausea surged from the depths of his being. Had it not been for these individuals, perhaps his life would not be so tragically marred. With a heart heavy with sorrow, Treble covered his face with his hands, haunted by the memory of a beautiful figure. Celestial dragons, I shall ensure you pay the price. In a secluded corner, Bai Ye pondered how to escape this dreadful place. At that moment, the steward approached the auction platform, courteously introducing himself. Thus commenced an auction rife with intrigue. Ladies and gentlemen, our first item for bid is a merman from the depths of the ocean, an exquisite creature indeed, perfect as a companion. Let the bidding begin. The esteemed guests, with an air of nonchalance, acquired one merman after another, treating them as mere pets and slaves, utterly disregarding their sentient nature. The expression on Baye's face gradually darkened. He began to comprehend why the Revolutionary Army sought to overthrow the world government, as long as these individuals remained in power. True peace upon the seas would forever elude them. The slave trade constituted the primary source of profit for the auction house, with over 70% of the goods being slaves. Among them were humans, fishmen, merfolk, and various creatures unfamiliar to Baye, illuminated by the harsh lights of the auction. The dignitaries cloaked in darkness emitted cruel, jarring laughter, as if they resided in paradise, while the slaves beneath the spotlight bore expressions of despair, many having lost all hope of survival, akin to being trapped in hell. Furthermore, Baye's misfortunes ultimately stemmed from the celestial dragon's insatiable greed. Had it not been for the need to fulfill a debt to them, his uncle would never have led Baye into these perilous waters. What followed was an extraordinary treasure. The auctioneer concentrated all the lights on the forthcoming item, revealing a fruit. A devil fruit, its abilities and attributes shrouded in mystery. With a price tag of 100 million berries, the auctioneer announced loudly. For pirates, such items were of immense significance, yet for ordinary folk, they held little value. 150 million, suddenly called out Chen from a corner. He was on the verge of establishing his own faction, and the more devil fruits he could acquire, the better. 250 million, Doflamingo cackled menacingly. This devil fruit was certainly his bid was merely to elevate its price. 350 million berries. Chen stated coolly. As for the ultimate treasure of the auction, the gold fruit, it was beyond mere monetary valuation. Chen had resolved to employ unconventional means to secure it. Are these individuals truly so affluent? Baye murmured. Doflamingo chose to forego further bidding. 350 million was already considerable. Should he continue to bid, he risked driving the competition away, and he did not wish for the devil fruit to slip from his grasp. Just as Chen prepared to claim the devil fruit, an utterly nonsensical voice interrupted. I bid 500 million berries. Upon hearing this, all heads turned towards the source of the voice, and they were taken aback. There lay an exceedingly rotund man reclining upon an opulent bed, 16 slaves lifting the bed, while black-clad guards ensured his safety. Most absurdly, a colossal bubble rested atop this man's head, rendering him both laughable and peculiar. In a hushed tone, Baye inquired, "Who is this?" A trembling voice from a subordinate of Doflamingo replied, "You fool, how can you not recognize him? This is a celestial dragon, a member of the world's aristocracy." The mention of the celestial dragons ignited a flame of indignation within Baye. Such worthless beings could only be celestial dragons? The animosity in his gaze was not singular, as Tzolo's eyes reflected an even deeper hatred. No, he must restrain himself, hold back. To act here would mean the culmination of their efforts would be in vain. Tzolo forced himself to regain composure, taking deep breaths, yet no one paid heed to his unusual demeanor, for the majority chose to kneel upon encountering a celestial dragon. Doflamingo's expression was equally grim. How could these fools disrupt the situation at such a critical moment? What if the celestial dragon demanded the Gomu Gomu no Mi? This plump, oblivious celestial dragon had no inkling that within mere seconds of his appearance, he had drawn the ire of all present. Only Baye, Tzolo, Doflamingo, and Doflamingo's closest aides remained standing in defiance. The celestial dragon gazed at the devil fruit with a foolish grin, exclaiming, "I fancy that. Bring it to me." Without hesitation, a black-clad guard retrieved the devil fruit and presented it to his master. Baye clutched a steel ball in his hand, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. As an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army, eliminating a celestial dragon would surely earn him significant merit. Ignorance breeds audacity. Baye was entirely unaware of the dire consequences that would arise from slaying a celestial dragon, nor was he equipped to contend with the formidable guards surrounding them, far beyond the capabilities of a mere naval lieutenant. At that moment, a celestial dragon raised his plump finger, pointing towards a chest containing the golden fruit. "What lies within that chest? Hand it over to me." Instantly, the expressions of the auction house overseer, Doflamingo, and Treble darkened considerably. The overseer glanced at his young master, only to find Doflamingo's face as grim as the bottom of a pot. Doflamingo's audacity was largely rooted in his former identity as a celestial dragon. In the realm of the underworld, one must give due respect. Should a conflict arise here with the celestial dragons, the consequences would be dire. "Hand it over," commanded Doflamingo. The attendant, left with no choice, reluctantly passed the box. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The auction hall's doors were suddenly kicked open, and a brazen pirate stormed in, brandishing a bomb. "This is a robbery. Hand over everything of value. I am the notorious one-eyed Roki, worth 45 million berries," he bellowed. "No one move, or I will detonate this bomb." He brandished an oversized explosive, demanding that everyone surrender their money, threatening dire consequences for any defiance. Surprisingly, it was not Doflamingo nor the disgraced celestial dragons who were most taken aback, but rather Tzolo, who had been lurking in the shadows. He distinctly remembered that his men had severed this man's arm. How was he still able to move with such ease? Tesla scrutinized the man's arm and noticed a series of stitches at the site of the amputation. Could it be a unique devil fruit ability? He adjusted his hat, striving to remain inconspicuous. Bai Yi, hiding at a distance, clutched a steel ball, contemplating whether to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to eliminate the celestial dragon. Doflamingo, however, found amusement in the disruption. This might allow him to safeguard the gold fruit. Each individual present harbored their own ulterior motives, yet the celestial dragon, appearing rather foolish, was the most transparent. You scoundrels, do you know who I am? I am a celestial dragon, he declared, pulling out his pistol. His bodyguards, alarmed, rushed to restrain their master, fearing that an accidental spark could ignite the bomb, leading to their collective demise. Calm down, sir. The adversary merely seeks some money. There is no need for weapons. The guards, being human themselves, feared for their lives and were unwilling to accompany their incompetent master to death. Money? Is that all? A beggar, then, scoffed the celestial dragon, pinching his nostrils. The one-eyed pirate, his expression twisted with rage, retorted, I am a great pirate. How dare you insult me? I do not care if you are a celestial dragon. Perish. He drew his pistol, aiming it at the celestial dragon, but his bodyguards were equally resolute. If their master were to fall, they too would not survive. In an instant, a black-clad bodyguard appeared before the one-eyed pirate, delivering a swift kick to his wrist, sending the pistol flying. Another bodyguard rushed in, intent on seizing the bomb. Don't underestimate me, the one-eyed pirate shouted, drawing a knife and brandishing it in the air. The blade itself seemed innocuous, yet from its tip, black threads erupted, effortlessly stitching the two bodyguards together, ignoring flesh and blood. The duo, now conjoined at the shoulders, emitted horrified screams, akin to conjoined twins. Now you see my prowess. I am a stitch fruit user, capable of sewing together anything in this world, he boasted. Tesla finally understood why his earlier actions had not incapacitated this man. If such an ability were applied in surgery, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Nonetheless, Tesla refrained from attempting to seize the gold fruit, instead shifting his gaze towards Doflamingo, recognizing that he was not yet a match for him. The final player was Bai Yi, who remained unnoticed in the shadows. While he may not possess the prowess of those present, who could fathom that this seemingly ordinary foot soldier harbored such a complex identity? What to do? To kill the celestial dragon or not? Bai Yi was acutely aware of his limitations. If he were to slay the celestial dragon, the chances of escape would be slim, yet his reluctance lingered. Just as Bai Yi wrestled with his thoughts, an unexpected event unfolded. The rear of the auction hall erupted into flames, thick smoke billowing forth. It appeared the fire had been raging for some time, yet amidst the tension, no one had noticed the rising temperature and the encroaching smoke. By the time they did, the inferno was already beyond control. Doflamingo's expression shifted. He realized that, aside from the one-eyed pirate and the celestial dragon, a third force was targeting him. This is bad. The gold fruit. Doflamingo suddenly grasped the situation. As the one-eyed pirate dispatched the two bodyguards, his confidence swelled, believing he had the upper hand. Hee. It seems our fruits are quite similar. Doflamingo thought that while he could easily deal with the one-eyed pirate, his true concern lay in how to protect the gold fruit from the celestial dragon afterward. The spreading flames provided the perfect cover. Once Doflamingo eliminated all threats, he could claim the fruit was lost in the fire, leaving the celestial dragons without recourse. In that moment, Bai Yi resolved to aim his steel ball at the celestial dragon's forehead. The one-eyed pirate's theatrics had captured everyone's attention. Just as Doflamingo made his move, Bai Yi flicked his finger, launching the steel ball toward the celestial dragon. In his heart, his hatred for the celestial dragon overpowered his reason. However, at the instant the steel ball was fired, the celestial dragon's bodyguard noticed its trajectory. An assassin. Watch out. Roundhouse kick. A black-clad bodyguard executed a swift kick, unexpectedly deflecting Bai Yi's steel ball, which had the force of a sniper's shot. The bodyguard merely kicked the steel ball away, ensuring it would not harm his master. Yet he paid no heed to where it would land. With a sharp sound, the steel ball struck the wall of the auction hall, ricocheting erratically and fortuitously hitting the one-eyed pirate's wrist. Ouch, that hurts. The one-eyed pirate instinctively flung the bomb away, and it soared directly toward the encroaching flames. Everything transpired at lightning speed. Even Tesla and Doflamingo could not intervene in time. All present watched in horror as the bomb fell into the fire. The one-eyed pirate, in a state of panic, exclaimed, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. In the next moment, a blinding flash engulfed their vision, followed by a massive explosion. The opulent auction hall was instantly reduced to rubble, a tremendous shockwave burying everyone beneath the debris. Nearby structures also suffered. Half the buildings in the Shambol Islands had their windows shattered, and those at the epicenter of the blast lost consciousness, flung away by the force. With the perimeter heavily guarded, Bai Yi understood his own limitations. A direct assault would be futile. What strategy could he employ? Perhaps he could take advantage of the chaos? Bai Yi contemplated for a moment, stealthily shadowing a guard from the auction house. When the guard was momentarily distracted, he rendered him unconscious and donned the guard's attire. Although it felt a tad snug, he managed to squeeze into it. Upon reaching the back entrance of the auction house once more, Bai Yi took a deep breath. He knew he must not bow his head or hesitate, for any sign of weakness would surely betray him. With his chin held high and his stride confident, he ventured inside, though his heart raced with anxiety. "Hey, where did you come from? I haven't seen you before," one of the guards inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Panic surged through Baiye's mind. Had he been exposed? In an instant, he transformed his expression into one of fierce hostility. "Do you not recognize me? How do you linger here?" With that, he delivered a sharp slap, sending the questioning guard flying. "I am your new commander. If you doubt my word, feel free to inquire with Doflamingo," Baiye proclaimed, invoking a name he had only just heard that day. You know the young master? How dare you speak his name so casually? Could it be that you are an officer of the Doflamingo family?" Several guards straightened in respect, for only the core members of the Doflamingo family were permitted to address him by name. "Consider yourself fortunate to possess such discernment," Baiye replied, not even glancing back as he strode forward. The guards stood at attention as if facing a naval inspection from above. Once out of their line of sight, Baiye leaned against the wall, clutching his racing heart. "That nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought I had been discovered. Finally, he had infiltrated the premises. But where had that older man been taken?" The courtyard of the auction house was vast, and after only a few steps, Baiye realized he was lost. Why is this courtyard so expansive? Which way is north? Is there no map? He lamented in despair, as his poverty had indeed limited his imagination. "Hey, what are you doing over here? Shouldn't your security department be stationed outside to prevent anyone from entering?" A staff member from the auction house approached him with a questioning gaze. Baiye hastily replied, "Well, cough cough. The young master mentioned that there is a particularly unique slave and instructed me to come and take a look. Where is the slave that has just been delivered?" The individual at the entrance referred to Doflamingo as the young master, so it must be accurate. "I see. Inside, you may go and have a look," the staff member said without lifting their head. In haste, Baiye hurried into the courtyard, where he indeed discovered the iron cage that had recently been brought in from outside, housing 4 enslaved individuals. "Ah, a mermaid girl, quite valuable. Worth no less than 50 million berries," remarked one appraiser. "These 2 fishmen can only serve as pets, each fetching 5 million. Who is this decrepit old man that captured them? What purpose do they serve? Never mind, let us consign them to human experimentation, 50,000 berries," he said, shaking his head in contemplation. The tremendous explosion took a full 5 minutes to subside completely. Both Doflamingo and Tesoro, positioned at the epicenter of the blast, were swept away by the shockwave, though it was unlikely that they would meet their demise in such a cataclysm. "Damn it!" Baiye exclaimed as he rose from the ground, realizing he had ended up in a forest several hundred meters from the explosion's epicenter. He never imagined that a mere steel ball in his possession could unleash such peril. Fortunately, his distance from the blast mitigated his injuries. However, his skin burned with a searing pain, and shockingly, his eyebrows and hair had been completely singed away. Baiye sat on the ground, taking a moment to catch his breath. What an insufferable pirate! How much gunpowder had he packed into that bomb to unleash such terrifying destructive power? Just as Baiye prepared to investigate further, a brilliant flash of fire erupted from the auction house, signaling a secondary explosion. However, this detonation was not due to the one-eyed pirate's bomb, but rather the explosion of the munitions depot within the auction house. It was hardly surprising that Don Quixote Doflamingo's primary business revolved around arms dealing, making it understandable that he stored a vast quantity of weaponry in his own auction house. Yet now, all of it had been reduced to nothingness. A fearsome shockwave swept through once more, sending Baiye tumbling head over heels. As he regained his footing, he caught sight of a dark object hurtling toward him. In a reflexive motion, Baiye instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, only to find that the object had become exceedingly hot under the intense heat of the explosion. He promptly discarded it onto the ground. What in the world is this? Upon glancing down, Baiye was astonished to discover a box that appeared somewhat familiar. "Isn't this the final auction item presented by Don Quixote Doflamingo?" Baiye exclaimed in disbelief. Though he was uncertain about the nature of the object, it was evident that it held extraordinary significance, given that it was so highly valued by Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Baiye swallowed hard, casting a glance around the pitch-black surroundings, unable to discern whether anyone was present. "On the count of 3, if no one speaks, this treasure shall be mine," Baiye murmured softly. 1, 2, 3. With that, he eagerly opened the box. As the flickering glow of fire emerged, Baiye finally discerned the contents within. It was a golden fruit, resting quietly in the depths of the box. Baiye is no longer the naive novice he once was. Through Robin's tutelage, he has evolved into a more seasoned beginner, able to instantly recognize the items before him as the legendary devil fruits. However, his interest swiftly wanes, for consuming a devil fruit renders one unable to swim. Had he and Nico Robin both been fruit users during their last encounter, they would have surely perished in the depths of the ocean. Baiye was reluctant to relinquish his exceptional aquatic abilities for the sake of an unknown power. Is that all?" He tossed the golden fruit into the air, playing with it like a ball. Just then, a faint voice echoed through the air. "Who is it? Who's there?" Baiye was taken aback. It seemed there was someone here in distress, likely swept over by the shockwave from the recent explosion. Baiye followed the direction of the sound, and upon arrival, he furrowed his brow in surprise, for he beheld the foolish celestial dragon lying there, drenched in blood. Save me. I am a celestial dragon. If you rescue me, I shall reward you handsomely, the celestial dragon wailed. Even a celestial dragon, when confronted with the specter of death, cannot evade the pangs of fear. After all, they are still human. A surge of aversion rose from the depths of Baiye's heart. What should he do? Should he kill him? When it comes to the celestial dragons, Baiye harbored not the slightest affection. In fact, his disdain for them surpassed even that for pirates. What do you intend to do? Although the celestial dragon was dim-witted, he quickly sensed that Baiye's gaze was amiss, not one of rescue, but rather brimming with murderous intent. What do you? Baiye slowly raised his fist, knowing that once it descended, the scoundrel before him would undoubtedly meet his demise. Do you have any idea who I am? I am a member of the world's aristocracy, a celestial dragon. If you dare to kill me, an admiral from the navy will come here to eliminate you. The celestial dragon ultimately resorted to invoking the name of the admiral, hoping to intimidate his adversary. However, Baiye was solely focused on pulverizing this scoundrel into a pulp, disregarding everything else. Just as Baiye prepared to strike, a faint sound of a twig snapping echoed through the air. Who is it? Baiye swiftly turned around. He could not allow anyone to learn of his intention to kill a celestial dragon, for it would not only expose his undercover mission but also jeopardize his very life. From the shadows, a round of applause resonated. Baiye clutched a steel ball tightly in his hand, regardless of who dared to show their face. He would not hesitate to obliterate their brain. There was no need for anxiety. I too am a wretched soul, a victim of the celestial dragons, with my family shattered. Emerging from the shadows was a man who appeared to be in his late 20s. Upon gazing at the fallen celestial dragon, his eyes instantly hardened with a chilling intensity. My name is Gil Titsolo. Though I may currently be an insignificant pawn, I shall soon rise to prominence. Titsolo stepped forth from the darkness. The White Knight would not be swayed by his deceitful words. Who knows what kind of person he truly is? My singular objective is the Gomu Gomu fruit that rests in your possession. I am fully aware that my demand may seem outrageous. Yet before Titsolo could finish his statement, Baiye raised his hand and tossed the Gomu Gomu fruit over without hesitation. Chapter 18. A significant event. Titsolo had prepared numerous justifications, even gearing up to confront this unknown adversary in a battle to the death. However, he never anticipated that the opponent would simply throw the Gomu Gomu fruit back at him. This unexpected gesture completely disrupted all of Titsolo's subsequent plans. Do you understand the significance of this fruit? Titsolo exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Baiye. And what of it? Baiye replied coldly. Even if this fruit is worth 100 billion berries, it cannot bring back my lost loved ones. Titsolo was momentarily taken aback, then obscured his face with his hat, unable to contain his tears. Indeed, what good would it do to possess more wealth? The most precious individuals he had lost would never return. However, Baiye continued, I grant you this fruit under one condition. He pointed towards the slumped figure of the celestial dragon on the ground and said icily, eliminate him. The celestial dragon lay trembling on the ground. In the present moment, Baiye has assumed the role of an undercover agent within the Revolutionary Army. Should his act of eliminating a celestial dragon be exposed, it could potentially wreak havoc upon the Revolutionary Army. Thus, it would be wiser to eliminate this menace through the hands of outsiders. A sinister grin spread across Titsolo's face as he declared, agreed, my friend. Beneath the shroud of explosive light enveloping the night, the celestial dragon trembled in fear, as if the fate of these noble beings was being deliberated not with gravitas, but rather as one would discuss the life of a mere rodent. Consider this carefully. Should you take my life, the entire world will be after you. The celestial dragon pleaded, hoping to sway his adversaries. However, regrettably, neither Titsolo nor Baiye exhibited any signs of relenting. Titsolo brandished his dagger, coldly mocking the celestial dragon. Surely, you don't expect some melodramatic rescue to arrive. The celestial dragon sought to further negotiate for his survival, yet Titsolo denied him the opportunity for further discourse. Just as Titsolo prepared to strike, the sound of gunfire reverberated throughout the forest, prompting Titsolo to roll to the ground, narrowly evading the bullet. What do you filthy scoundrels intend to do to a world noble? A wounded black-clad bodyguard, having mysteriously appeared, brandished a smoking handgun. Baiye and Titsolo were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated the swift arrival of this insidious bodyguard. You continue. I will handle the others. Baiye growled softly. Resolute that the celestial dragon's demise was inevitable, no divine intervention could save him. With remarkable speed, the black-clad bodyguard lunged toward Baiye. In the midst of chaos, Baiye unleashed a swift strike, leaving the black-clad bodyguard astounded. The 6 forms of the Navy. Are you a Navy personnel or a CP agent? Why do you seek to harm the celestial dragons? Titsolo was momentarily taken aback, as a sense of familiarity washed over him. He felt as though he had encountered this individual before. If he narrowed his focus to the Navy, are you that young Navy officer from the tavern? The memory struck him as he recalled Baiye during his recent arrival at the Sabaody archipelago, an unassuming figure in that modest tavern. Titsolo's expression grew grave. The true identity of his adversary was indeed a Navy officer. But why would he wish to kill a celestial dragon? With a swift kick, the black-clad bodyguard aimed for Baiye's neck. Baiye refrained from resisting, acutely aware that the bodyguard's overall strength surpassed his own. Should the battle prolong? It would spell disaster for him. You know too much. The bodyguard bellowed, as Bai Yi pointed his finger at the man's throat, readying his attack. Did this young man intend to perish alongside him? The bodyguard had no desire to meet his end here. He fought to save the celestial dragon. Motivated by the instinct to survive, knowing that if the celestial dragon fell, none of the bodyguards would escape unscathed. With a resounding thud, the black-clad bodyguard landed a solid kick on Bai Yi's shoulder, a wave of pain radiating through him. Yet, Bai Yi smiled. For his true offensive weapon was not the half-hearted jab, but rather the concealed firearm hidden within his sleeve, a parting gift from a veteran. I wager Tori's entire wardrobe on this. Tori, grant me your blessing. A gunshot rang out. Simultaneously, at Navy headquarters, Tori was preparing to stow away her freshly laundered undergarments. Humming a cheerful tune, blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. Just as she grasped the first piece, a sudden gust of wind swept through, sending all her garments soaring into the sky. That evening, a spectacle unfolded at Navy headquarters. Everyone beheld the enchanting sight of women's undergarments dancing in the air, forming graceful shapes like S's and B's. Tori stood frozen, clutching the last piece in her hand, overwhelmed with a desire to weep. Why has this happened? In the office of Sangoku, Garp sat, marveling at the unexpected display before him. I never imagined Tori had a penchant for bear-themed lingerie. Quite fierce, indeed. Somehow. These words reached Tori's ears, leaving Garp with an unsettling chill down his spine, often glancing back to find Tori glaring at him coldly. Bullseye? Tori's devoted apprentice, Bai Yi, felt a surge of joy upon realizing he had indeed struck his target. The black-clad bodyguard was gravely injured, but still clung to life. Die. You lackey of the celestial dragons. Bai Yi seized the wounded man, lifting him effortlessly into the air, then forcefully slamming him down onto the ground. The bodyguard exploded upon impact, transforming into a vivid bloom of crimson. Faced with the loss of his last support, the celestial dragon could do nothing but sink to the ground in despair, utterly at a loss. In the next heartbeat, Taizolo's blade pierced through the celestial dragon's body. So, your blood is red as well. Taizolo sneered, yet this was merely the beginning. The celestial dragon's debts to him could not be settled with such a mere exchange. Without hesitation, Taizolo took a large bite of the gold fruit, the taste akin to a crisp delight, managing to suppress the urge to spit it out. One bite of a devil fruit was all that was necessary. What is your name? I shall remember this favor, and one day, I will repay you. Taizolo fixed his gaze upon Bai Yi. The White Knight could never reveal his true identity. When the time comes that I require your assistance, I shall seek you out. Taizolo gazed at the figure, aware that this individual must harbor countless tales. He removed a pocket watch from around his neck and placed it in White Knight's hand. Hold this watch, and in the face of any adversity, simply bring it to me, and I shall do my utmost to aid you. In the twilight of the night, Bai Yi concealed the pocket watch within his bosom, while Taizolo departed without a backward glance. The gift of the gold fruit, coupled with the opportunity to avenge the celestial dragon by his own hand, rendered this youth an invaluable benefactor. Unbeknownst to Bai Yi, he had overlooked something of profound significance. Once Taizolo's figure faded from view, Bai Yi rubbed his face, adopting an expression of sheer, innocent terror, akin to that of a victim. Help! Help! The celestial dragon has been slain. Someone, come quickly! He cried out, his voice imbued with palpable panic and dread, as if he had witnessed an extraordinary calamity. Soon, his frantic calls reached the ears of others. And upon discovering the lifeless body of the celestial dragon, their faces turned a ghastly shade of green. Meanwhile, Bai Yi had stealthily vacated the scene. At that moment, Doflamingo and the One-Eyed were facing off, having just crossed paths. Doflamingo seethed with hatred towards the inexperienced adversary before him. Do you have any idea how much you have disrupted my plans, you fool? He growled, his knuckles cracking ominously, instilling fear in all who heard. You are merely a Shichibukai, and I, the One-Eyed, shall undoubtedly ascend to the title of Pirate King, surpassing all of you. The One-Eyed, oblivious to the gravity of his predicament, resembled an ant challenging a dragon. Doflamingo's expression twisted into a grimace, while the One-Eyed, despite lacking the power to rival him, stood resolute. In an instant, their battle erupted. Yet, the clash concluded almost as swiftly as it began, with Doflamingo effortlessly incapacitating the One-Eyed, the outcome devoid of any suspense. Who sent you to disrupt my affairs? Doflamingo questioned incredulously, unable to fathom that such a novice would dare to challenge him, especially with such unexpected success. What madness are you spouting? There is no one in this world who can command me, the One-Eyed, he retorted fiercely. Doflamingo's laughter echoed like that of a demon from the depths of hell. If this is to be your final utterance, then prepare to meet your demise. Just as he prepared to strike, a ragged subordinate of the Doflamingo family rushed in, exclaiming, It's bad, big brother. A grave situation has arisen. The celestial dragon. The celestial dragon is dead. Veins bulged on Doflamingo's forehead. The celestial dragon is dead? If it were merely the loss of the gold fruit, although significant, it could be managed. But now, the nature of the situation has entirely shifted. A celestial dragon has perished on my territory. The fate of this pirate became inconsequential in comparison. With a swift kick, Doflamingo sent the One-Eyed flying, binding him with his threads, and in a hushed tone inquired, How did the celestial dragon meet his end? He was slain by a blade. The celestial dragons had made countless enemies across the seas, once isolated. The likelihood of being eliminated approached near certainty. Disguise the corpse to appear as if it were destroyed by an explosion. This fool shall serve as our scapegoat, Doflamingo commanded, only to be met with the shocking realization that the one-eyed had vanished, leaving only his threads behind. Why has this happened? You scoundrel, find him at once. Doflamingo seethed, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Unbeknownst to him, the one-eyed stitching fruit ability had inadvertently influenced Doflamingo's string fruit to some extent. The essence of the one-eyed's power lay in binding two objects together with threads, and in a moment of unexpected fortune, as Doflamingo appeared preoccupied, the one-eyed seized the opportunity to flee. Upon reaching a street corner, the one-eyed turned abruptly and collided with a figure clad in tattered rags, lacking both hair and eyebrows, resembling a large egg. Hey, how dare you bump into me? You must be tired of living, he bellowed, having just clashed with Doflamingo. He expected his bounty to soar following this encounter. The individual he collided with slowly lifted his head, revealing a youthful visage. I remember you. You are a pirate, aren't you? The young man inquired. And what of it? I am on the cusp of achieving fame across the seas. Do you require an autograph? The one-eyed was in the midst of boasting when the towering figure suddenly vanished, only for a voice to emerge from his left. Marine 6 styles, finger pistol. In an instant, the one-eyed was enveloped in an abyss of darkness, followed by excruciating pain. My eye! He screamed in agony. Bai Yi understood that if he allowed the adversary to regain composure, given the latter's enigmatic devil fruit powers, he might not stand a chance. Thus, he struck first, blinding the one-eyed soul eye. You scoundrel! You scoundrel! The one-eyed yelled, wielding his blade as black threads erupted, stitching various objects together. Yet Bai Yi had already distanced himself significantly. You think you have triumphed? In your dreams. Let me tell you, I have planted bombs throughout Sabaody archipelago. With a mere press of this remote, you shall all be obliterated. The one-eyed produced a remote control from his pocket and pressed it gently. Boom. A deafening explosion resonated from the opposite side of Sabaody archipelago. Chapter 19. The arrival of the Admiral. Bai Yi gritted his teeth. The scoundrel had indeed spoken the truth. He had planted explosives in every corner of the Shampoo Islands. Ha! This was merely the first. Then came the second. Ha! The one-eyed man pressed the button for the second device, and a tremendous explosion erupted at a nearby street corner. The heat wave tearing through Bai Yi's already tattered clothing. The sound of the blast roused many from their slumber, and a little girl, around 7 or 8 years old, emerged onto the street, crying and utterly bewildered. The one-eyed man let out an even more piercing laugh. The next bomb is right on this street. He wildly brandished the knife in his hand, laughing maniacally. As the adversary's finger descended, Bai Yi had no time to ponder. He immediately activated his technique, appearing beside the little girl. At that moment, no matter the method, escape from the blast radius was impossible. In the next instant, flames engulfed Bai Yi's vision. The searing pain of burning skin surged through him. Yet he clutched the child tightly. Just as he believed his demise was inevitable, an indescribable force enveloped his body, instantly isolating him from the heat. This was not Bai Yi's own power. It was an external force. Shortly thereafter, he felt someone clasping his waist, moving with remarkable speed, swiftly drawing them both away from the explosion's reach. That was close. I almost didn't team-make it. Hick. The person remarked, punctuating their statement with a burp. Bai Yi opened one eye, confirming his survival, and beheld the man who had rescued him from the inferno. To his astonishment, it was the drunken uncle. How could it be you? Bai Yi weakly uttered. The drunken uncle glanced at the little girl nestled in Bai Yi's arms, ensuring she had merely fainted temporarily. Then without turning back, addressed Bai Yi. I have warned you countless times, in this vast ocean, do not be overly benevolent. Yet, you refuse to heed my words. White Knight, lacking the energy to engage in a discussion with the inebriated man before him, posed a question that had been weighing on his mind. Sir, may I inquire as to your identity? I am Rayleigh. The drunken elder replied, relishing the moment of being esteemed. Rayleigh, is that name renowned? White Knight asked with palpable confusion. Ahem, the Dark King Rayleigh. Surely, you must be familiar with that? Rayleigh reiterated. I have not heard of him. White Knight responded with utmost sincerity. What about the Pirate King Roger? You must know of him, right? Rayleigh's eyes twitched in disbelief. Do the young Navy these days not even pay attention to bounty posters? Roger? I believe I have heard that name. I was the first mate of Roger's crew. The Dark King Rayleigh. With that being said, you should now comprehend my formidable prowess. Bai Yi shook his head in confusion, pondering why he had never heard of any of these names. Who are you, really? Rayleigh observed Bai Yi's bewildered expression and sighed. This ignorant brat hasn't even heard of my name. Uncle, was that your power just now? When the explosion occurred, it felt as though I was enveloped in a layer of armor. Is it the power of a devil fruit? Bai Yi inquired. Certainly not. I am a bona fide powerless individual. What you witnessed earlier is known as hockey, but you are yet unable to grasp it. You will learn it once you become a vice admiral. Rayleigh explained, then turned his attention to care for a little girl. He continued, aren't you in the Navy? Why haven't you come to apprehend me? I am a pirate, and a notorious one at that. But I feel you don't seem like a bad person, uncle. Besides, I wouldn't stand a chance against you, Bai Yi candidly responded. Listen here, young lad. When discerning the nature of a person, do not rely solely on your eyes. Use your heart instead. The company one keeps does not always reflect their character, Rayleigh imparted earnestly. Sometimes, pirates are not necessarily villains, and the Navy is not always composed of good individuals. This distinction must be gauged with one's heart, understood? Previously, Bai Yi had always believed that pirates were inherently evil and that the Navy had few virtuous members. However, after experiencing Robin's situation, he realized that not all pirates were remorseless scoundrels. Uncle, may I ask you something? Are you familiar with O'Hara? Bai Yi cautiously queried, aware that his current capabilities would not allow him to uncover information about it from the Navy, which had intentionally concealed the truth of that incident. Even if he could find records, they might not be accurate. This uncle, claiming to possess considerable prowess, might hold the truth about the matter. O'Hara? Why do you inquire about that? Rayleigh looked at Bai Yi with curiosity, yet still provided a vague response. I recall it involved a group of historians seeking to study the lost century of history, which ultimately led to their demise. In the end, both civilians and historians were exterminated, with only an 8-year-old girl managing to escape. Is that so? All because a group of historians sought to study history? They were met with total annihilation? Bai Yi questioned, incredulous, as he wondered if he had misheard. Rayleigh took a sip from the bottle he retrieved from his waist. The world government conceals a darkness far more terrifying than that of pirates. Which is why I advise you, do not be excessively kind-hearted. It may cost you dearly. Bai Yi finally comprehended why Robin harbored such profound resentment towards the Navy. Her hometown was a fishing village. How would one feel if their home were annihilated by the world government due to fishing? Do not dwell too much on it. The intricacies hidden within are beyond your current understanding, Rayleigh remarked. At that moment, the unconscious young girl beside them stirred awake and began to cry heartily. However, upon hearing her cries, Bai Yi felt a sense of relief, for it seemed she was not gravely harmed. The little pirate's eyes have been blinded by your actions. Take him back for the bounty. Furthermore, with the death of the Celestial Dragon, the Navy headquarters will undoubtedly dispatch personnel to investigate. Take care of yourself. Rayleigh advised with a meaningful tone. The White Knight was suffocating. Could it be that this old fool had witnessed the demise of the Celestial Dragon? By the time he realized what had occurred, Rayleigh had vanished without a trace. Damn it, damn it, damn it. How could this happen? A Celestial Dragon has died within my jurisdiction. Sneck bellowed in a fit of rage. He was a naval colonel stationed at Sabaody Archipelago, and these past few years had been relatively uneventful. Yet now, news had just arrived that a Celestial Dragon had perished under his watch. Gather all troops. Seal off every port. No one must escape. Hurry. Sneck commanded. Bang. The door to Sneck's office was forcefully kicked open, and a flamboyantly dressed man resembling a flamingo strode in. Don Quixote da Flamingo, Sneck exclaimed, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. A prominent figure among the 7 warlords of the sea, Da Flamingo was a formidable presence. I presume you have received the news of the Celestial Dragon's death. If we do not present a united front, we shall both face calamity. Da Flamingo whispered. I had my men examine the wounds of the Celestial Dragon. They were inflicted by a dagger, while the injuries on his bodyguard were from a gun, specifically, a pistol issued by the Navy. Sneck's heart nearly stopped. Could it be that the Navy was responsible for the death of the Celestial Dragon? Yet, these details paled in comparison to the pressing matter at hand. How to conceal this incident? Remember, the Celestial Dragon died in an explosion. As long as we maintain this narrative, we shall withstand any inquiries from above. The explosion was witnessed, and the incompetence of the Celestial Dragon was apparent. Let that scoundrel pirate who ignited the bomb bear the blame, Da Flamingo declared. If you wish to retain your position as a naval colonel, do not let this slip. At this moment, Sneck composed himself. Understood. You need not worry, I will not let anything leak. All that mattered was redirecting the Celestial Dragon's wrath toward that unknown pirate. Hello? This is the naval base at Sabaody Archipelago. We have a grave situation. A Celestial Dragon has died on our territory. Requesting immediate assistance, requesting immediate assistance. In an instant, the world trembled. It had been many years since a Celestial Dragon had died in the outside world, and no one could fathom that a member of the world's aristocracy had perished in the Sabaody Archipelago. The Navy headquarters promptly issued orders for Admiral Akiji to proceed to Sabaody Archipelago and ascertain the truth. Thus, Akiji leisurely rode his bicycle to the Sabaody Archipelago. Bai Yi searched the bustling streets, yet he could not locate the one-eyed man, nor could he fathom who had rescued that scoundrel. Where on earth have you gone? You rascal? Something grave has transpired. The Celestial Dragon has been killed. Do you understand? The veteran spoke with palpable anxiety. Killed? Killed? Bai Yi was taken aback. He distinctly recalled the Celestial Dragon being stabbed to death by Tezelo. How had it transformed into a death by explosion? Hurry. The commander has ordered everyone to assemble at the port. It is rumored that a Marine Admiral is arriving imminently. Stay alert. The veteran whispered urgently. Another Marine Admiral? Bai Yi recalled having seen Sakazuki previously, he had already encountered 2 of the 3 Marine Admirals. Before long, all the soldiers had gathered at the port. Bai Yi anticipated the arrival of a magnificent warship to herald the Admiral's presence, yet to his astonishment, What appeared before them was not a grand vessel, but an unremarkable bicycle, upon which a laid-back man leisurely pedaled to the port. Every marine stood at attention. Bai Yi stole a glance. The man was an imposing figure, standing 3 meters tall, with an unruly hairstyle, appearing somewhat gaunt. It was none other than the Marine Admiral Akiji. The name Akiji alone carried an immense aura of intimidation. As the highest combat power of the Marine headquarters, Akiji did not embody the imposing presence Bai Yi had envisioned. Rather, he resembled a languid uncle. In an instant, all the soldiers saluted, and Akiji, devoid of arrogance, casually greeted them as he walked past. When he reached Bai Yi, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to his guilty conscience, Bai Yi felt a chill race down his spine upon meeting Akiji's gaze. "You seem rather anxious," Akiji remarked, fixing his eyes on Bai Yi with a sudden observation. Bai Yi hurriedly responded, "No, I was merely taken aback by the general's excitement." Akiji did not waste time on Bai Yi. Instead, he proceeded directly to the office with the officers. Sitting casually with his legs propped on the table, Akiji inquired, "Have there been any findings regarding the investigation? What was the cause of the Celestial Dragon's demise?" Sneak quickly stepped forward, aware that as the commander of the Sabaody archipelago, he would inevitably bear the brunt of the blame for such a major incident. Gritting his teeth, he reported, "Sir, there was a pirate disturbance at the auction house, which resulted in an explosion. The Celestial Dragon was accidentally killed by the blast. Many can attest to this. This was not a mere fabrication by Sneak, on the surface. It indeed appeared to be the case. However, he was acutely aware of the true cause of the Celestial Dragon's death and was determined to suppress this reality, minimizing the blame at all costs." Chapter 20. Peace at last. Sneak dared not meet Akiji's gaze. Those who rise to the rank of Admiral are not to be underestimated. And he was uncertain whether the words instilled in him by Doflamingo would deceive Akiji. Akiji casually flipped through a book, seemingly indifferent to Sneak's account. "Very well. Let the report be written as such. After all, the deceased was not a significant individual," Akiji stated coolly, as though the Celestial Dragon held little value in the eyes of an admiral. Huh? Sneak had prepared numerous justifications. Yet he was utterly unprepared for Akiji's seemingly effortless acceptance of his narrative. "Do not linger here. I instructed you to write the report. I detest such tasks. Is it all right for you to handle it?" Akiji queried. "Of course, no problem at all," Sneak exclaimed, overjoyed. He could hardly believe Akiji had so readily accepted his words. Or perhaps he simply could not be bothered to investigate further. What fortuitous luck! If Admiral Akina had been in charge, he would have undoubtedly uncovered the truth behind the matter. A cold sweat trickled down Sneak's forehead. For if the background of the Celestial Dragon's guard being killed by a Navy-issued firearm were to be revealed, he, a mere Navy lieutenant commander, would surely lose his position. Firstly, the presence of standard Navy weaponry at a murder scene was an explanation he could not provide. Understood, Admiral Akiji. Sneak felt the cold sweat saturating his back as he took a step forward, the chilly breeze sending shivers down his spine. Akiji observed Sneak's retreating figure in silence. Yet he was far from naive enough to believe that the Celestial Dragon had perished merely due to an explosion. With so many guards surrounding the Celestial Dragon, if such a simple method could lead to their demise, they would have been eradicated long ago. Nonetheless, it was prudent to avoid escalating the situation too much, otherwise it would become challenging to resolve. Akiji seemed to be musing to himself. Upon returning to the naval base, Bai Yi adopted an exceedingly low profile, refraining from mentioning the events of that night to anyone. He understood well that every incident possesses a temporal relevance, and with the passage of time, people would gradually forget about it. Akiji temporarily resided in the Sabaody archipelago. Although he was reluctant to intervene, he recognized the necessity of maintaining a facade. Before long, Snake had meticulously compiled the report, which Akiji glanced at casually before submitting it. At naval headquarters, Sengoku personally reviewed the document and quickly discerned its flaws. Could it be that a Celestial Dragon was killed by an explosion? Even if the Celestial Dragon himself was a worthless individual, his bodyguards were formidable. How could a single bomb possibly eliminate them all? Sengoku's expression fluctuated as he examined the report. After considerable contemplation, he sighed lightly. "So be it. By the way, which pirate planted the bomb?" "The One-Eyed. A bounty of 45 million? Sengoku fell into a brief silence. "Issue a bounty for the pirate known as One-Eyed, who suppressed Don Quixote Doflamingo in the Sabaody archipelago, disrupted his auction, and subsequently assassinated a Celestial Dragon. His crimes are heinous, and I place a bounty of 150 million berries, dead or alive." Sengoku had firmly resolved this matter. No further opinions would alter his decision. However, he had not yet finished speaking. Naval Lieutenant Commander Snake, for negligence resulting in the death of a Celestial Dragon, shall have his rank reduced to Naval Major and be reassigned to Naval Headquarters. After all, given the involvement of the Celestial Dragons, maintaining a semblance of decorum was imperative. At that moment, a raucous voice erupted from outside Sengoku's office. "Get out of my way. How dare you obstruct me? I am a Celestial Dragon," a middle-aged man bellowed. The soldiers hesitated. They were aware that this foolish man adorned with a bubble was indeed a Celestial Dragon, yet allowing him entry would constitute dereliction of duty. "Let him in," Sengoku's voice commanded, and the celestial dragon kicked open the door to Sengoku's office. Sengoku, where is the murderer of my son? Hand over the one responsible for his death at once. The celestial dragon cried out, anguish pouring from his words. Sengoku remained impassive. I have already issued a bounty notice, and I believe there will be a response soon. Should we capture the perpetrator, we will notify you immediately. The celestial dragon gritted his teeth. Impossible. My son could not have died so easily. He was merely a petty pirate. How could he have killed my son? There must be a hidden mastermind. His cries grew desperate. I will not rest until the true culprit is unveiled. Sengoku coughed softly and replied, your son perished in the explosion, witnessed by many. It can be deemed an unfortunate accident. There is no hidden mastermind involved. Capture him alive. I want that pirate torn to shreds. My poor child. The celestial dragon lamented. Weeping inconsolably, Sengoku observed the celestial dragon, now kneeling and sobbing, as he collected the report. There was undoubtedly more to this incident than met the eye. Yet neither Sengoku nor Akiji, who was far away in the Sabaody archipelago, wished to uncover the truth. Let the reality of this matter fade into the winds. In that sense, it was rather agreeable. Life had finally settled into a semblance of peace. Upon Akiji's arrival at the Sabaody archipelago, nearly all pirates chose to steer clear, for none dared confront a marine admiral directly. The days of the White Knights unfolded with remarkable subtlety, as if the events of that evening had never transpired. Green Pheasant did not depart. Having arrived, he naturally chose to indulge in a few more days of leisure, knowing that a mountain of work awaited him upon his return. Although Snake had been demoted from lieutenant colonel to major, he breathed a sigh of relief, for he understood that this matter had essentially reached its conclusion. As usual, Bai ventured to the tavern for a drink after his patrol, yet he had not seen the gentleman known as Rayleigh in recent days. Another round, please. The veteran bellowed, slamming his mug down on the counter, prompting the tavern owner to hastily refill it. By this time, the veteran was already somewhat tipsy. Creak. Just as Bai and the veteran were reveling in their merriment, the tavern door swung open, unleashing a chill that permeated the entire establishment. Bai glanced toward the entrance, nearly dropping his glass. Admiral Akiji. He murmured under his breath, then feigned ignorance of Akiji's presence. However, the navy uniform worn by Akiji was too conspicuous for him to ignore. Without hesitation, Akiji approached. Bai hastily rose to his feet, exclaiming, Admiral Akiji. In his urgency, he nudged the old soldier with his foot to rouse him from his stupor. Upon seeing Akiji, the soldier's inebriation dissipated significantly. Both men were perplexed as to why Admiral Akiji of the Navy would grace such a humble tavern with his presence. Akiji took a seat beside them, and Bai sensed an unsettling tension in the air. Why would the esteemed Admiral be here? Had his secrets been unearthed? The mere thought sent a chill of cold sweat trickling down his palms. It was not that he lacked skill in deception, but rather that he harbored an overwhelming number of secrets. The Revolutionary Army's infiltration, Nico Robin, and the demise of the Celestial Dragons, all intricately linked to him. You may leave for now. I have matters to discuss with this young man. Akiji gestured with his chin towards Bai. Understood. The old soldier saluted with a perfect military formality before hastily retreating to his quarters. The heartbeat of Bai began to quicken. What should I do? What should I do? If my identity were to be revealed, would I have to confront Akiji right here? How infuriating. I can barely hold my own against Major Tori. How could I possibly contend with an Admiral of the Navy? Do not be alarmed. I merely have a question for you, Akiji stated, placing several coins on the counter. The patrons, fearing collateral damage, seized the opportunity to flee. The tavern was left with only Bai, Akiji, and the proprietor. I have conducted an investigation. On the night the Celestial Dragons were attacked, you were the only one absent from the dormitory. Can you provide an explanation? Akiji inquired. The heart of Bai felt as if it had been struck fiercely by a heavy hammer. Nevertheless, he forced himself to maintain an air of composure and stated, Admiral Akiji, I was indeed not in the dormitory that night. I was at Don Quixote da Flamingo's auction house. Akiji's drinking momentarily faltered, intrigued by this unexpected revelation. He had merely entered out of thirst while taking a stroll, and upon encountering two members of the Navy, he casually inquired. Although it was a fact that Bai was not present in the Navy dormitory on the day of the incident, Akiji did not delve further into the matter. However, was not Doflamingo's auction house the very site of the Celestial Dragon's assassination? Could it be that new witnesses had emerged? Why were you at the auction house? Akiji continued to question. Because of the slaves, Bai replied. I witnessed several slaves being captured at Doflamingo's auction house. I initially intended to rescue them, but instead, I bore witness to the horrific scene of the Celestial Dragons being blown to bits. Bai understood that if his words were entirely fabricated, they would soon be exposed. The pinnacle of deceit lies in a foundation of 9 parts truth, with the crucial 1 part of vital information cloaked in falsehood. Bai candidly recounted all that he had witnessed until the one-eyed man charged into the auction house with a bomb. This narrative was entirely truthful, leaving no room for doubt in Green Pheasant's mind. And then, Green Pheasant inquired. Then the bomb exploded, and I was swept away by the shockwave. The events that followed remain a mystery to me, Bai replied, given that Bai's previous statements were all credible intelligence. Green Pheasant instinctively assumed that his subsequent claims were equally reliable. There were two explosions. The first was the bomb, but I am unaware of the second. On my way back, I encountered the one-eyed man, and we fought. I even managed to blind one of his eyes, Bai Yi stated. All the information he provided was indeed accurate, save for the details regarding the celestial dragons, which were false. Could it be that the celestial dragon was truly killed by the bomb? Green Pheasant murmured. Although the intelligence from Doflamingo and Snake was dubious. How could an ordinary Navy lieutenant like Bai Yi be connected to an assassination of such magnitude involving the celestial dragons? Excellent. You fought bravely against the pirates. I commend your courage, Green Pheasant said, gently patting Bai Yi's shoulder. From this moment onward, you are promoted to Navy lieutenant. Return and write a report for me. Yes. Bai Yi responded, his back drenched in cold sweat. In truth, the Navy preferred not to delve too deeply into this matter. Otherwise, the terrifying interrogation methods would spell disaster for Bai Yi. Green Pheasant drained his beer in one gulp and then departed the tavern. Once Green Pheasant had left, Bai Yi slumped into a chair, feeling utterly drained. Just as he began to regain his composure, a hand rested on his shoulder. Instinctively, Bai Yi swung a punch, only for it to be effortlessly caught by the individual. It's me. Chapter 21. A pot from the heavens. The person behind him wore a black cloak and bore tattoos on his face. Bai Yi nearly cried out in surprise upon recognizing him. Big brother, what are you doing here? The figure was none other than Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Why would he risk appearing here? Do not worry, the owner here is one of us. Monkey D. Dragon whispered. And Bai Yi noticed the owner winking at him. He had never imagined that the seemingly unremarkable tavern owner was, in fact, a member of the Revolutionary Army. Please arrange for us a quiet place. Monkey D. Dragon instructed. Soon, Bai Yi and Monkey D. Dragon found themselves in a location where they could not be overheard. The death of the celestial dragon is a significant event. I had to come and see for myself what transpired. Monkey D. Dragon remarked quietly. The demise of a celestial dragon indeed sent shockwaves across the seas, yet many eyes were fixed on the Sabaody archipelago, with Monkey D. Dragon being one of them. If the Revolutionary Army could adeptly leverage the public sentiment surrounding this incident, it might very well expand their influence. You are the key witness. Tell me, what exactly happened? Monkey D. Dragon inquired. After ensuring that no one was eavesdropping, Bai Yi recounted in meticulous detail the events of that day to Monkey D. Dragon. Upon his arrival, Dragon had already harbored suspicions. Behind the demise of the celestial dragons, there was undoubtedly someone orchestrating events. However, he could hardly fathom that the true puppeteer would be the seemingly simple-minded youth standing before him. To his astonishment, upon closer inspection, the boy's insides were indeed shrouded in darkness. He had meticulously eliminated all suspicion, leaving the celestial dragon's deaths shrouded in mystery. He had not even been the one to strike the fatal blow, instead delegating the task to another. It was not that the Navy had any desire to investigate. Even if they were to dig deep, they would hardly uncover the truth. Ultimately, they could only trace the matter back to a pirate named Tesoro. Astonishingly, the mastermind behind it all was merely a Navy lieutenant, one whose demeanor appeared so honest and unthreatening. Monkey D. Dragon took a sip of his drink to compose himself. Have you disclosed this to anyone else? He inquired. No, you are the first to learn of this, Bai Yi replied. Well done. The Navy has no interest in clarifying this matter. After all, the fate of the celestial dragons concerns only the foolish elite. Indeed, here is your bonus for this month. Take it. Monkey D. Dragon produced an envelope from his coat and placed it in Bai Yi's hands. Bai Yi discreetly tucked the envelope into his bosom, then continued to drink as if oblivious to his surroundings. Although the recent endeavor was executed with finesse, the act of slaying the celestial dragons must remain concealed. The Revolutionary Army currently lacks the strength to confront the Navy head-on. Any exposure could lead to dire consequences, Monkey D. Dragon admonished earnestly. I understand. I shall refrain from such recklessness in the future, Bai Yi replied. Very well, you should return promptly to avoid arousing the Navy's suspicions. In this manner, Bai Yi returned to his naval quarters, and news of his promotion swiftly reached the ears of many. It seemed as though everything was gradually fading with time, leaving only one individual to reap tangible benefits. Ha ha ha. My bounty has astonishingly reached 150 million. Youngsters, it is without doubt a wise choice to follow me. The one-eyed man laughed heartily as he regarded his bounty. Despite losing both eyes and the ability of his devil fruit, he had sewn a living eyeball into his eye socket, astonishingly regaining his sight. Don Quixote Doflamingo, you scoundrel, will inevitably find yourself beneath my heel. What of the 4 emperors or the pirate king? None of them are my match. Sooner or later, I shall trample you beneath my feet and command your reverence. The one-eyed man was already becoming rather conceited, blissfully unaware that a grave crisis was stealthily approaching. His subordinates continued to flatter their captain until they noticed a dark spot appearing in the sky. What is that, boss? The dark spot grew larger and eventually landed steadily on their ship. To their astonishment, it was a man clad in black, possessing a formidable physique, adorned with a barriered hat and cradling a book. Strangely, the palms of this individual bore fleshy pads akin to a cat's. Upon seeing this figure, the subordinates recalled the formidable warlords of the sea. This man was none other than Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Why would such a monster appear here? The subordinates began to question their existence, having just escaped the clutches of Doflamingo, only to stumble into the jaws of Kuma. Where would you like to travel? Kuma spoke in an exceedingly calm tone. The one-eyed man, now inflated with arrogance, believed himself invincible. What of the 7 warlords of the sea or the Marine headquarters top combat forces? They were certainly no match for him. Now a notorious pirate with a bounty of 150 million. Do you not know who I am? If you wish to live, it would be wise to step aside. Otherwise, I shall slice you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. The one-eyed man issued a fierce threat. With a mere wave of Kuma's large hand, the one-eyed man vanished from the ship without a trace. The other crew members were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how their captain had inexplicably disappeared. 150 million berries for his head. I shall accept, Kuma stated in a remarkably indifferent tone, as if the bounty were not worth more than a few coins. The one-eyed man continued to soar through the air until he ultimately found himself in an unknown location. When he regained consciousness, he discovered himself bound, and his captor wore a ludicrous bubble on his head, resembling those worn by the celestial dragons. Is it him? Is he the one responsible for the death of my beloved son? The celestial dragon roared, brandishing a pistol and aiming it at the one-eyed man's leg. Aya! With the sound of a gunshot, the one-eyed man's right leg was left bloodied and mangled. Help! Who are you? What do you want? The one-eyed man cried out in despair. I am the father of the celestial dragon you killed. Who instructed you to murder him? The celestial dragon trembled with rage. I do not know what you are talking about. I truly do not know. Release me at once, or my subordinates will turn this place to rubble. The one-eyed man continued to shout defiantly, yet the celestial dragon's gun shattered his right hand. Aya, I was wrong. I will tell you whatever you wish to know. Stop the bleeding, please. Stop the bleeding. Who ordered you to kill my son? Was it the 4 emperors? The Marines? The Revolutionary Army? Kaido? Big Mom? Whitebeard? Shanks? Or Monkey D. Dragon? The celestial dragon, doubtful that this coward had the audacity to kill a celestial dragon, believed there must be a mastermind behind him. I truly do not know what you are talking about. The one-eyed man lamented. It seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. The celestial dragon aimed his pistol at the one-eyed man's left hand. No. I will tell you everything you want to know. The one-eyed man cried out in despair. Who supported you in killing my son? The celestial dragon's eyes gleamed with terrifying red light. It was the Revolutionary Army. It was the Revolutionary Army. The one-eyed man randomly blurted out a name, completely unaware of what the Revolutionary Army actually did. He merely remembered that this was the last name spoken by the celestial dragon. The celestial dragon trembled with rage. Indeed, those bastards who seek to overthrow the world. How dare they harm my child? I will never forgive you. With that, he shot the one-eyed man in the head. Informed the Marines to search for the Revolutionary Army with all their might. Upon encountering them, they are to be killed without exception. Kuma tilted his head slightly but said nothing. One day later, a new major event spread throughout the seas. The true culprit behind the murder of the celestial dragon was not this obscure little pirate, nor an unfortunate explosion. The source of this calamity was, astonishingly, the Revolutionary Army. Upon hearing this, the entire sea erupted in chaos. Newspapers reporting this news sold out on the same day, having just finished patrolling and enjoying drinks with veteran sailors. Bai Yi, upon seeing the news in the paper, instantly spewed his drink all over the owner's face. Young man, you ought to remain composed. The owner sighed as he wiped his face with a handkerchief, then reached for the newspaper. Upon reading the news, his hand trembled, causing the bottle to crash to the ground. Cold sweat trickled down Bai Yi's forehead and back. How on earth did this matter come to light? The only individuals privy to this information should be himself and Monkey D. Dragon. Could it be that the boss intends to betray him for a bounty? Surely, it cannot be that treacherous. The old soldier, however, spoke with an air of calmness, saying, I had long suspected the presence of a hidden hand. But I never imagined it would be the Revolutionary Army. Do you, my young friend, know about the Revolutionary Army? The voice of Bai Yi trembled slightly. No. I do not know. It is understandable for a rookie like you to be unaware. The so-called Revolutionary Army is unlike pirates. Pirates seek freedom and wealth, while the Revolutionary Army aims to overthrow the dominion of this world. Therefore, every member of the Revolutionary Army is deemed exceedingly wicked. If any trace of the Revolutionary Army is discovered, it must be reported immediately, the veteran stated. I understand. Bai Yi gently wiped the sweat from his forehead and exchanged a glance with the tavern owner. Revolutionary Army? These two are members of the Revolutionary Army. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon gazed at the newspaper with a perplexed expression. How did the world government come to know of this matter? Could it be that Bai Yi let something slip? No, if that were the case, he would have been captured and tortured by now. What is going on? However, soon after, his other undercover agent, Bartholomew Kuma, embedded within the Navy, relayed information back. Upon learning the truth, Monkey D. Dragon was both amused and bewildered. These celestial dragons, whose brain seemed to be kicked by a donkey, stumbled upon the truth. And that peculiar pirate, why must he target us, the Revolutionary Army? Leader, what should we do now? Sabo inquired, a look of confusion on his face. After a moment's contemplation, Monkey D. Dragon issued a command. Since they already know it was us who killed the celestial dragons, we shall leverage this incident for extensive publicity, allowing the world to witness our message. Ideally, it will entice more oppressed individuals to join our revolution. Initially, Monkey D. Dragon had not wished to expose themselves so soon. After all, attracting the world government's scrutiny would bring immense pressure. However, circumstances had changed. Since they were already exposed, they would use this to their advantage to draw attention and bolster the strength of the Revolutionary Army. Thus, the next day's newspaper featured a sensational headline. The Revolutionary Army openly admitted to their plan to slay the celestial dragons. The entire sea erupted once more. To audaciously kill a celestial dragon, an act even the four emperors would dare not commit. Had the Revolutionary Army truly lost their minds? Yet, the one most disconcerted was not Monkey D. Dragon, but Fleet Admiral Sengoku. He had gleaned details about the incident involving the celestial dragon torturing the pirate with the eye patch, which was clearly a coerced confession. Alas, now, if no explanation were provided, the celestial dragons would undoubtedly seek accountability. The officer investigating this matter at the time was Colonel Snek from Sabati Archipelago, correct? Have him detained and brought before me immediately, Sengoku commanded. Upon receiving this order, Admiral Akiji promptly escorted Snek toward the Navy headquarters. Snek had initially thought the matter concluded, never imagining such a significant turn of events. Admiral Akiji, I am innocent. Truly I am. You've seen my previous report, Haven to you? You must believe me. Snek pleaded. I've served as a Navy colonel for years and have saved some funds. If you are willing to release me, I would gladly offer all my savings. It was bewildering how someone could be so foolish as to attempt to bribe a Navy admiral in public. Akiji's expression darkened instantly. Take him away. And thus, the naval base at Sabati Archipelago was thrown into turmoil. Bai Yi initially believed that all matters had come to a close. However, he never anticipated that Admiral Akiji would summon him before departing. What could this mean? Could it be that my actions have been exposed? Do I stand a chance against an admiral now? Perhaps I should flee? Prior to encountering Akiji, Bai Yi entertained numerous fleeting thoughts. Yet the moment the admiral appeared before him, all such notions dissipated into thin air. Confronted with the overwhelming disparity in power, any petty schemes seemed utterly ludicrous. When Bai Yi beheld Akiji, he yearned to bolt away. Fear not. This meeting is primarily for you to provide a statement for the Navy. Simply recount what you witnessed that day in thorough detail, Akiji said, displaying a courteous demeanor towards the soldier. Yes, Admiral Akiji. Bai Yi felt as though he were traversing a tightrope, with an abyss lurking beneath. A single misstep could lead to his instantaneous demise. Calm. The truth of this matter is known only to my brother and Taisoro. I must not reveal any weakness. Steady. Bai Yi continuously whispered reassurances to himself. Thus, within a day, they arrived at the Navy headquarters. Chapter 22. East Blue. Bai Yi and Snake were immediately escorted to the office of Admiral Sengoku. Upon witnessing the formidable presence surrounding him, Snake's legs turned to jelly. The Marine Admirals Akainu and Kizuru, the Chief of Staff Tsuru, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku were all present. In that moment, Snake grasped the profound impact the death of the celestial dragons had caused. Before Sengoku could utter a word of inquiry, Snake divulged everything he knew. It was Don Quixote Doflamingo. He compelled me to act in this manner. Doflamingo claimed that the celestial dragon's corpse bore knife wounds, fearing repercussions for their demise on our territory. I concocted this deceit alongside Doflamingo. However, I assure you, I had no involvement in the death of the celestial dragons. Snake rambled on, revealing every detail he possessed. If Doflamingo had been aware of this, he might have suffered a cerebral hemorrhage on the spot. This was the epitome of a troublesome ally. Doflamingo? Sengoku's brow furrowed. Sensing the dissonance in the situation, it was important to note that Doflamingo himself was a celestial dragon, bearing their blood. Thus, it was improbable for him to assault his own kind. This suggested that deeper, more intricate motives lay beneath the surface. Renowned for his intellect, Sengoku was adept in strategy. However, the complexity of the current circumstances was overwhelming. The 7 warlords of the sea, the Marines, the Revolutionary Army, pirates, and the celestial dragons all were entangled in this web. Even Sengoku felt a throbbing headache from the convoluted scenario. What transpired that day? Why did Doflamingo conceal the cause of death of the celestial dragons? Was there any connection to the Revolutionary Army? Sengoku rubbed his temples, directing his gaze toward Bai Yi. Akiji, what purpose does it serve to bring this young man here? Sengoku inquired. Akiji explained, this young man was present at Doflamingo's auction when the celestial dragons were attacked. He was there to rescue abducted slaves and inadvertently witnessed the entire event. Sengoku's interest piqued, and he began to question Bai Yi about the occurrences of that fateful day. Bai Yi's fingers trembled slightly with tension, however. Such a display went unnoticed by the esteemed figures present. After all, he was merely a lieutenant in the Navy, a mere youth in his teenage years. Confronted by 3 admirals and a fleet admiral, if he were to maintain an air of composure and poise in such a situation, it would indeed raise suspicions. Bai Yi recounted the events of that day, and Sengoku nodded slightly, finding no flaws in the account. The accounts provided by Bai Yi pertain solely to the veritable events of that day. Thus, one cannot unearth discrepancies within the truth. He refrained from elaborating on the occurrences following the explosion, merely stating that he lost consciousness amidst the chaos. It is remarkable that a naval lieutenant of such ordinary capability could survive such a cataclysm, which led Sengoku to harbor no doubts regarding his testimony. Consequently, the demise of the celestial dragon transpired after the explosion, and it is plausible that Don Quixote Doflamingo fabricated evidence to evade culpability. Nevertheless, this course of action has severed the trail of clues. Who, then, possessed the audacity to slay the celestial dragon? After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku instructed Bai Yi to retire and take his rest. After leaving Sengoku's office, Bai Yi felt as though his legs were treading upon clouds. A sensation akin to having traversed the precipice of life and death, no less strenuous than facing the four emperors of the sea. The role of an undercover agent is not one that just anyone can undertake. When shall I return to the Revolutionary Army? Bai Yi mused internally. Within Sengoku's office, several individuals were engaged in discussion. Is what this young man said the truth? Sengoku inquired. Akaina nodded in agreement, stating he appeared quite anxious just now, under such circumstances. Fabricating lies would inevitably reveal inconsistencies. Yet, he exhibited no such flaws, implying that his statements were indeed truthful. This suggests that the death of the celestial dragons is indeed connected to the explosion, though it was not this explosion that claimed their lives. I believe we should summon Don Quixote Doflamingo for questioning. That is unfeasible, Sengoku replied. Doflamingo is himself a celestial dragon, and now a warlord of the sea. Summoning him without solid evidence would be exceedingly difficult to manage. Since the celestial dragons have declared that the true culprits are the Revolutionary Army, we shall pursue them as they wish. Let this matter rest as it stands. Akainu appeared dissatisfied with Sengoku's decision, given the gravity of the situation. It was inconceivable to him that they would not seek to uncover the truth. However, as a mere admiral and not the fleet admiral, he had no choice but to comply with orders. In the ensuing fortnight, the seas were engulfed in a tempest of chaos as the Navy launched a fervent campaign against the Revolutionary Army. Yet, despite the grandiose display of force, the reality was that the clamor yielded little result. After weeks of effort, not a single revolutionary was apprehended, as if they were forewarned. The Revolutionary Army should take cover. We are coming for you. The conflict between the Navy and the Revolutionary Army was not one that could be resolved swiftly. Although the celestial dragons were enraged, they found themselves at an impasse. The White Knight seems to have been forgotten at the naval headquarters, where each day is spent exercising and practicing the 6 forms of the Navy. One day, he encountered Instructor Tori. Ah, you're still alive, huh? My, you've become quite muscular. Come here, let me feel your pectoral muscles and see how you've developed. Tori maintained her usual rogue demeanor, but everyone had grown accustomed to it. If she were to suddenly act serious, Bai Yi would suspect something amiss. Tori stubbornly insisted that Bai Yi buy her a drink. Citing a rather simple reason, she had spent her entire month's salary on lingerie, and for some inexplicable reason, a strong wind had swept all her undergarments into the sea that day. Hearing Tori's lament, Bai Yi nearly choked. If I were to inform the instructor that I wagered her lingerie, would she not promptly dismiss me? Thus, Bai Yi resolved to keep this matter buried in the depths of his heart for eternity, never to speak of it. By the way, you just mentioned being forgotten at the naval headquarters, right? Conveniently, I have a task for you. I need you to make a trip to the East Sea. Here is a document that you must deliver to Rear Admiral Karp. By the way, do you know Rear Admiral Karp? Tori inquired. I do not, Bai Yi responded candidly. Not knowing is of no consequence. A little inquiry will suffice. This document is rather urgent, so it would be best if you set off this afternoon. Aiming to deliver it to Rear Admiral Karp within half a month, Tori advised. With a perplexed expression, Bai Yi inquired, but don't we have a fax machine? Why not send these documents directly? Tori coughed lightly and replied, who knows what that old man is thinking? Perhaps this is the mindset of the elderly, distrustful of new innovations. In any case, consider it a leisurely trip, just a casual jaunt. Indeed, Bai Yi responded, reflecting that idleness at the Navy headquarters was hardly productive. He wondered if he might encounter Robin during his journey to the East Sea. The mere thought of the girl's plight pricked at his heart like a thorn. That afternoon, after a fortnight of recuperation, Bai Yi embarked on a ship to the open sea. However, upon sighting the small boat designated for him, he could not suppress his disdain. Why must it be rowed by hand? Doesn't he the Navy headquarters possess any warships? Aren't he these documents of utmost importance? What if I encounter pirates along the way? Couldn't you have been a bit more thorough in your planning? Bai Yi lamented fervently. Beside him, Tori scratched her ear and retorted, enough with the incessant chatter. Shouldn't we set sail promptly? If you fail to arrive within the designated time frame, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. By the way, your former superior seems to be in the East Sea as well, the Major. If you happen to cross paths with him, do extend my regards. Bai Yi nodded, navigating his small boat gradually toward the East Sea. Fortunately, the journey proved to be relatively tranquil, and thus, Bai Yi continued his course towards the East Sea. He even made a special trip to the island where Robin had disembarked, hoping to encounter the girl once more. However, to his dismay, he did not catch a glimpse of her vibrant silhouette. Perhaps their next meeting would only occur upon the vast ocean. In a grove of orange trees, two girls were hiding. The girl with orange hair was named Nami, the younger sister, while the purple-haired girl was Nojiko, the elder sister. "Wow, so much money," exclaimed Nami, her eyes transforming into dollar signs upon discovering the large sum of cash on the Navy officer. "This is our chance to strike it rich." Nojiko hesitated, saying, "Nami, we should return the wallet to its owner. Mother would be furious if she found out." "Mother will never know," Nami replied confidently, pulling out several bills and placing them in her sister's hand. "Since you witnessed me taking it, I must at least have a little blood on my hands, right?" Nojiko nervously glanced at the money in her hand, unsure of what to do. "But you just said that if Mother knew, she would be angry. Yet, as long as we keep it secret from her, we will be fine." Nami considered herself quite clever, believing that as long as she silenced her sister, no one would discover their mischief. However, the two girls were oblivious to the fact that Bai Yi was already standing at their doorstep. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocking, their mother, Belmir, opened the door slightly, only to find a young Navy officer standing outside. Belmir's expression turned to one of confusion. Why would a Navy officer seek her out? "Hello, may I ask what the matter is?" she inquired. In her youth, she too had been a Navy officer. But after losing all her comrades in battle and finding her two daughters in the midst of a storm, she had resigned to raise them at home, never remarrying. "Is this Nami's residence? I apologize for disturbing you at this hour, but your daughter may have taken my wallet." Bai Yi politely explained his purpose. Belmir's face darkened immediately. "Nami, get out here this instant." Nami and Nojiko, who were still contemplating what gift to buy their mother with the money, froze at their mother's furious call. They exchanged worried glances and obediently approached her. Upon seeing Bai Yi in his Navy uniform, Nami realized the gravity of the situation. Without a word, Belmir seized her daughter by the collar, shaking her head downward until a wallet that did not belong to Nami fell to the ground. "Nami, you owe me an explanation. Where did you acquire this wallet?" Belmir demanded, her gaze piercing into her daughter. Feeling guilty, Nami mumbled, "I found it on the street." However, upon witnessing her mother's furious expression, she knew her scheme had been uncovered and promptly confessed. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't do it again." Seeing Nami's demeanor, Belmir felt a mix of anger and amusement. "Well, Navy officer, how do you intend to handle this situation?" Belmir inquired. The White Knight, after all, could not truly be angry with a 7 or 8-year-old girl. He gently flicked Nami's forehead and said, "Let us consider this a pardon this time. No next time." Chapter 23. The arrival of the evil dragon. Nami glared at Bai Yi, though she dared not show her displeasure too overtly in front of her mother. Her little expression was quite endearing. Belmir sighed in relief. "Mr. Navy, as a token of gratitude, allow me to treat you to a meal. By the way, I have a spare room at home. If you are in need of accommodation, I would be happy to offer it free of charge." "That might not be appropriate," Bai Yi murmured. A woman accompanied by 2 young girls staying at someone else's home seemed rather presumptuous. "Ha ha ha. No need to worry. I was once a Navy officer myself. It is only natural to look after the younger generation. Nami, go tidy up the room," Belmir cheerfully instructed. Reluctantly, Nami let out a small huff and then led Bai Yi to the guest room. "What a miser. It's just a wallet you took from him. Yet you pursued him all the way to my home. Don't you Navy officers earn a decent living?" Nami grumbled. "There are various types of Navy officers," Bai Yi replied. Though his monthly salary was not insignificant, it certainly could not be deemed ample. "Yet I've heard that the Navy in the East Sea seems to collaborate with pirates, allowing them free rein. While the pirates share a portion of their spoils with the Navy," Nami remarked. In an instant, it felt as though Bai Yi had been struck by lightning. The wound on his right leg, which had already healed, began to throb anew. Had it not been for the alliance between the Navy and pirates that day, he might still be a carefree little fisherman on the open sea. "Could you elaborate a bit more?" Bai Yi sought to extract more information from the girl. However, Nami confessed that the knowledge she possessed was merely hearsay and its veracity remained uncertain. Indeed, what could such a small child possibly know? Bai Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead and inquired, "By the way, why did you feel the need to steal my wallet?" "Your family seems to be in reasonably good circumstances." Nami spoke softly, "But it's my mother's birthday soon, and my sister and I wanted to prepare a gift for her. However, she works so hard that she would never allow herself to spend money, even with good intentions. One cannot place such burdens on others. If the person you stole from today were not me, but another, and that individual's money was meant for treating their ailing mother, what would you do then?" Bai Yi stated. Nami lowered her head. In this chaotic world, there are few who can consider the needs of others. Bai Yi extracted 2 banknotes from his wallet and placed them in Nami's palm. "Use this to buy your mother a nice birthday gift. Forget about stealing from others," he remarked. Nami's face brightened with joy as she playfully slapped Bai Yi's back, exclaiming, "I never expected you to be quite decent. My opinion of the Navy is changing." Bai Yi silently scoffed, wondering if her earlier display of sadness was feigned. "Can I have the money back now? Get some rest. Tomorrow morning, I shall awaken you for breakfast," Bai Yi instructed as Nami, clutching the notes, departed in high spirits. On a desolate island, a group of pirates indulged in revelry, but these were no ordinary pirates. They were fishmen, each exhibiting peculiar forms. Leading them was Arlong, the captain of the Arlong pirates, resembling a tuna in appearance. Beside him was the octopus, Jinbi, who had lost one of his tentacles in a previous skirmish, leaving him with 7. Thankfully, octopus tentacles regenerate swiftly, and it would not be long before it grew back. Across from Arlong sat a Navy officer, adorned with mouse ears, Captain Mouse. Recently, Arlong had been in a foul mood. Not long ago, the Fishman-led Sun Pirates had disbanded, with Jinbi following his brother, the Fishman hero. However, driven by his animosity towards humans, Arlong had exiled himself to the East Blue, a desolate region. Yet, this did not deter him. Unlike the native small-time pirates of the East Blue, Arlong had witnessed grander spectacles. After all, his former captain was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, placing him closer to the pinnacle of this world. Thus, despite the East Blue being labeled the weakest sea, no one could thwart his ambitions of upheaval. With a bounty of 20 million, a sum insignificant in the New World yet substantial in the East Blue, Arlong envisioned establishing his own kingdom there. As he gazed at Captain Mouse, disdain welled within him. After all, humans, in his supremacist worldview as a fishman, were deemed inferior beings. Likewise, Captain Mouse regarded Arlong with contempt. Acutely aware of the prevailing dynamics, fishmen were undeniably weaker than humans, with Jinbi as the apex of their race, while countless humans surpassed him in strength. In the Navy, there were the 3 admirals, Sengoku, and Garp. Among the pirates stood formidable figures like Shanks, Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido. Even among the 7 warlords, figures such as Mihawk and Bartholomew Kuma eclipsed Jinbi's prowess. Within the perspective of the world's aristocracy, fishmen and enchanting mermaids were mere playthings, easily ensnared by hunters at a mere command for the amusement of the celestial dragons. In this grand scheme, Captain Mouse was perplexed by the arrogance exuded by the pirate before him. "Since you roam these waters, you understand the rules, do you not?" he said haughtily, addressing Arlong and his crew. "Regardless of the plunder you acquire, I demand half. In return, you may act with impunity in this territory, and I can assure you no other navy will pursue you." The subordinates of the Arlong pirates swiftly drew their weapons, glaring menacingly at Captain Mouse. Yet Arlong raised a hand, calming them. "A commendable proposition. I accept," he declared. Unlike his crew, Arlong understood the multitude of powerful adversaries within the Navy. Even a mere rear admiral could easily subdue him. The prospect of operating freely in this area, unnoticed by the Navy, was an extraordinary opportunity. "Cheers to our collaboration." Arlong raised his goblet, and Captain Mouse produced his own, clinking them together to signify the commencement of their alliance. "Captain, ahead lies a village. Shall we commence our endeavors there tomorrow?" One fishman eagerly pointed towards Kokoyashi village. "Absolutely. Everyone, ensure you feast and drink well today, for tomorrow marks the dawn of our fortune." Arlong bellowed with delight. The fishman pirates erupted in cheers. For Kokoyashi village, it remained a remarkably tranquil morning. Though if one were to note any anomaly, it was the unusually strong sea breeze. Bayu rose early and discovered that Belmir was already tending to the orange growth. What an industrious soldier. Belmir smiled as she tossed an orange his way. "Breakfast will be ready in an hour. You can take a moment to rest. Allow me to assist you. I owe you my gratitude for your hospitality last night," Bayi expressed with sincere appreciation, having stayed at her home for the night. Belmir did not decline, noting that Nami and Nojiko were still asleep, as children require more rest. "You're quite the strong young man. What a pity. Had you been born a few years earlier, you might have been under my command," Belmir remarked playfully. An hour later, Nami and Nojiko rose for breakfast. The weather appeared somewhat overcast, and as Bayi gazed at the sea, he shook his head slightly, foreseeing an impending storm. Such conditions were ill-suited for fishing expeditions. "It's best not to venture out to sea these days. I encountered a merchant ship that had been raided. Everyone aboard was killed, presumably by pirates." Bayi recounted to Belmir. Being of naval background, Belmir was well informed and nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the turmoil that had ensued since the dawn of the great age of exploration, affecting the East Sea and beyond. "It seems a storm is imminent. Perhaps you should stay here for the day until the weather improves?" Belmir suggested. "I have a mission to attend to and cannot afford to delay. I apologize," Bayi replied. "Such a pity," sighed Belmir. After breakfast, Bayi gathered his belongings, bid farewell to Belmir, and boarded his small vessel, silently praying that the winds would spare him from capsizing as he set sail. Nearly 10 minutes after leaving the harbor, a large ship approached, identified by its flag as a pirate vessel. Bayi felt a surge of trepidation, vividly recalling the grim scene from the previous day. The lookout on the pirate ship likely spotted his small craft, but as Bayi was not clad in naval attire nor bore any naval insignia, he was overlooked as the pirate ship continued its course towards Kokoyashi village. "Oh no, that direction leads to Kokoyashi village," Bayi exclaimed in alarm, hastily attempting to close the distance. However, the large ship moved swiftly, and given the initial distance, Bayi could only pursue in vain, ultimately breaking his wooden oar in his efforts. In the perpetual twilight, Bayi could only wield his formidable axe as an oar to navigate the waters. Remarkably, he rowed with considerable speed. However, upon his return to the harbor, he discovered that the pirate ship had already made landfall. As Bayi gazed upon the pirate ship, he was taken aback to discover that those remaining were not humans, but rather fishmen. Bayi was momentarily stunned. In his memory, fishmen were victims, traded as slaves by human merchants. Yet, these fishmen had taken to piracy, committing such heinous acts. The words of Rayleigh echoed in Baiye's mind. Indeed. Regardless of race or faction, there exist both virtuous and nefarious individuals. One's affiliations and positions do not define the essence of their character. Given this understanding, as a member of the Navy, I could not possibly show mercy. A glint of cold light flickered in Baiye's eyes as he brandished his axe and advanced towards the pirate ship. At that moment, only 2 fishmen remained on board the evil dragon pirate's vessel, engaged in a casual conversation, utterly indifferent to the gravity of their situation. The ideology instilled by their captain led them to believe that the fishmen race was superior to humanity, thus they assumed their captain would return imminently. I wonder what we'll have for dinner tonight, mused one fisherman, resembling a tuna. It should be meat, right? Responded the other fisherman, rather foolishly. Their tone suggested a lack of intelligence. Chapter 24, Fierce Battle. Baiye cautiously ascended to the deck, confirming that only these 2 individuals were aboard the ship. Although his footsteps were remarkably light, they still resonated with the creaking sound upon the wooden deck. Who? The 2 fishmen, having heard the noise, remained unsuspecting, believing it to be their captain's return. Yet, what awaited them was a colossal axe. In a flash of darkness, the immense weapon obliterated one fisherman into a gruesome pulp. The other fisherman stood utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. However, at this moment, Baiye was oblivious to the notion of mercy. With a fierce swing of the enormous axe, he cleaved the remaining fisherman in 2. Blood gushed forth, pooling on the ground, a deep crimson akin to that of humans. Baiye spat, and the distant cries of the villagers from Kikixia village echoed in the air. He raised his axe, initially intending to sink the ship outright, but then reconsidered. If the pirates lost their vessel and resorted to desperate measures, it could inflict even greater harm upon the villagers. First, he resolved to eliminate the pirates. With his axe in hand, Baiye hastened towards Kikixia village. Meanwhile, Arlong led a horde of his underlings rampaging through the village, which was populated entirely by ordinary citizens lacking any semblance of combat prowess. The only semblance of authority came from a mere constable, utterly incapable of standing against the ruthless fishmen. However, Arlong refrained from indiscriminate slaughter. Instead, he gathered all the villagers together to announce something of grave importance. He intended to establish his own maritime empire, not merely to exist as a common pirate. Under duress, the villagers, young and old alike, were compelled to assemble, leaving only Belle Emery and her 2 daughters hiding within their home. A former naval officer, she remained remarkably composed in the face of danger, gripping her musket tightly, prepared to fight to the death against the band of pirates. Nami and Nojiko, the 2 girls, clung to their mother, uncertain of what to do. Belle Emery reassured her daughters, urging them not to panic. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed outside, and Belle Emery tightened her grip on the firearm, her expression grave. Suddenly, there came a series of loud knocks on the door, followed by a menacing voice. If you do not come out, I will slaughter everyone inside, orange-selling lady. With a powerful kick, Belle Emery flung the door open, sending the entire panel crashing into Arlong. Simultaneously, she aimed her gun at his head. I sincerely apologize, pirate, but I was once a member of the Navy. Your misfortune is entirely your own doing, she declared. To her astonishment, the surrounding fishmen exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, they appeared to relish the spectacle. Just as Belle Emery prepared to fire, Arlong suddenly opened his mouth and bit through the barrel of her gun. Though Belle Emery had experience as a naval officer, she had never encountered an adversary as formidable as Arlong. In an instant, he seized her by the neck and slammed her to the ground. The overwhelming strength of the fishman left her gasping for breath as she struck desperately at his arm, which felt as unyielding as steel. What a pity, naval lady. It seems you have never faced an enemy like me. Otherwise, you would not have lived to see this day, Arlong taunted arrogantly. The 2 girls burst from the house, weapons in hand, while Belle Emery struggled to turn her head and urged them to flee. Yet, the village was entirely overrun by pirates. Where could they escape to? Listen closely, everyone. From this day forth, this village is my territory. Each adult shall pay 100,000 berries monthly, and each child 50,000. Anyone who fails to comply will meet the same fate as this woman, Arlong proclaimed, slowly raising his iron fist, his smile growing increasingly sinister as he aimed a punch at Belle Emery's face. As a formidable member of the fisherman race, his strength far surpassed that of an ordinary human. Should his fist connect with Belle Emery's head, she would surely perish. Just as his fist was about to descend, another voice rang out, "Stay down." A dark flash swept toward Arlong like a waterfall. Instinctively sensing the danger, he leapt skyward, narrowly avoiding the black projectile that soared past him and Belle Emery. It was a massive axe that was perilously close to Belle Emery's nose, shattering a cluster of trees behind them. As Arlong stood in bewilderment, a figure materialized before him like a specter. Shave. Arlong's pupils contracted as a fist loomed large in his vision. Boom. The fist of the White Knight was imbued with the strength of his entire being as it struck Arlong's face. Even as an elite of the fishmen, he was momentarily stunned by the blow. Broken teeth, blood, tears, and mucus were expelled with that single punch, and ominous sounds emanated from his neck and cervical spine. Arlong was propelled through the air like a cannonball, soaring dozens of meters before crashing into a series of structures. Not only the villagers of Kokoyasi village, but even the pirates of the Arlong pirates were taken aback. What kind of jest is this? Arlong was actually sent flying by a mere human? The astonished little eight, with his 8 arms, exclaimed in disbelief. In the midst of the fray, Bai Yi retrieved 10 steel balls from his bosom, proclaiming, finger gun, a barrage of 10. The steel balls soared forth, surpassing even the initial velocity of sniper rounds, piercing through the bodies of the 10 nearest pirates, who collapsed lifelessly. Observing the efficacy of his assault, Bai Yi launched another 10 steel balls, sending yet another group of 10 fishmen to the ground. The numbers of the Arlong pirates were not particularly vast, and in the blink of an eye, half of their ranks had been decimated. The remaining members began to panic. After all, pirates are inherently treacherous, and upon realizing the dire turn of events, their instinctual response was to flee. Among the dwindling 20 or 30, a significant portion hastily retreated toward their ship, while a few remained, anxious for Arlong. You've returned just in the nick of time, Belmir exclaimed, her voice hoarse. Lead the villagers to safety. I shall handle the rest, Bai Yi declared. The villagers proved ineffectual in battle, and their presence only served to hinder. Belmir commenced organizing their retreat. Just then, the battered Arlong slowly regained his footing, stretching his neck with a series of ominous cracks. Who on earth are you? Arlong's eyes glinted with apprehension. The sudden decimation of his crew instilled both fury and fear within him. I am but an unremarkable Navy officer, Bai Yi replied, donning his uniform with a swift motion. Arlong's countenance darkened, and he bellowed through clenched teeth, that bastard. It was promised that no other Navy would interfere. Yet on the very first day, you scoundrel, you accepted payment and failed to act. Bai Yi did not hear those words. Yet he could discern from Arlong's expression that a fierce battle was imminent. This scoundrel had withstood a punch from him and still remained standing. Could the physical prowess of a fishman be so formidable? The lad mused that humans were ultimately mere humans, incapable of triumphing over fishmen. Arlong slightly bent his body, and in the next instant, propelled himself off the ground like a cannonball, charging toward Bai Yi. He firmly believed that he had merely been ambushed. In a true contest of strength, Bai Yi was certainly no match for him. To Arlong's astonishment, his opponent showed no inclination to evade, instead opening his arms wide, bracing to confront Arlong's onslaught head-on. The momentary surprise faded as the two collided. Arlong's expression shifted from fury to sheer terror, for he felt not the impact of a mere human, but that of an immovable mountain. This youth remained steadfast against his full-force charge. Was this truly a human? The thought flickered through Arlong's mind before his body was hoisted high and then slammed to the ground. Coughing violently, Arlong felt as though his dinner from the previous night might resurface. How could this man possess such extraordinary strength? It defied all logic. In the realm of the White Knight, mercy was a foreign concept. With his iron fist poised, he struck a powerful blow directly to Arlong's head. Arlong, possessing a long and sturdy nose, often utilized it as a weapon or even as a can opener in mundane moments. In a desperate attempt, he lunged at White Knight with his nose, only to have it seized by White Knight's deft grip. Utilizing Arlong's nose as a handle, White Knight spun him around with remarkable ease. Arlong found himself in a dizzying whirl, as if he were the very axis of the universe, with everything revolving around him. Suddenly, the rotation halted, and White Knight, with both hands gripping Arlong's nose, forcefully slammed him against the ground. A resounding crack echoed, signaling the break of Arlong's nose. Sprawled on the ground, Arlong lay in a disheveled heap. Though the earlier assault was not fatal, it left him dazed, especially with his once proud nose now shattered. What a scoundrel! Where on earth did this brute emerge from? Arlong contemplated. He was aware of the multitude of formidable foes within the Navy. Yet the prowess of this one seemed inconceivable. One undeniable truth emerged in his mind. He was no match for this adversary on land, for their strength surpassed his own. However, he pondered the possibility of a different outcome in water. His gaze drifted towards Belmir, or more accurately, the 2 children behind her, Nami and Nojiko. If you're truly a Navy officer, you wouldn't just stand by and let this happen, would you? A cunning plan to defeat the Navy officer formed in his mind. In an instant, he dashed toward Belmir, who instinctively assumed a defensive stance, yet her capabilities were insufficient to withstand Arlong's onslaught. With remarkable speed, White Knight surged towards Arlong but was a moment too late. Arlong, using one hand, shoved Belmir aside and seized Nami. Mom! Nami cried out in alarm. Get away from my daughter! Belmir shouted fiercely. Arlong, a towering figure, clutched young Nami as if she were a mere doll. Navy, if you wish to save this girl, follow me. With that, Arlong turned and sprinted towards the sea. Without uttering a word, Bai Yi swiftly followed, with Belmel closely behind. Within a few minutes, the trio arrived at the seashore, where a cunning smile spread across Alone's face. Navy brat, aren't you quite the fighter? What good is your strength now? If you wish to save this young girl, then prove your worth by following me into the sea. With that, Alone turned and leaped into the ocean. Chapter 25. Ooh la la ooh la la ooh la la. Just as Bai Yi was about to plunge in, he was stopped by Belmel. No, she insisted. The strength of a fishman in the water is tenfold that of land. No matter how formidable you may be, it is impossible to defeat a fisherman in their element. Belmel spoke these words with a determination that was unfathomable. Bai Yi cast the axe aside on the shore, clenching a short knife between his teeth. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the water. You, Bayermeyer, gasped in alarm. The girl had a limited lung capacity. If she could not rescue him within a minute, peril would ensue. Bai Yi grew up by the seaside, where he developed exceptional swimming skills, capable of holding his breath underwater for over 10 minutes. However, Bai Yi underestimated his opponent. As soon as Along entered the water, he truly resembled a dragon diving into the ocean, swimming with remarkable speed. Yet, submerged. Neither his strikes nor his slashes could unleash their full potential. The White Knight had descended into the depths of the water, where a dark shadow swiftly approached him, none other than Along. Upon entering the water, Along's strength transformed entirely, akin to a salt-dried fish morphing into a formidable dragon, stirring the surrounding sea like an underwater torpedo. You have been exceedingly reckless. How dare you follow me into these depths, where this ocean shall become your grave? Along surged forward with unimaginable speed, and Bai Yi felt a tremendous force collide with his abdomen. It was Along's head striking against him. The body of Bai Yi was violently thrust beneath the depths of the ocean, surrounded by an absence of footholds, rendering his abilities utterly ineffective. While we mermen can breathe underwater, you, alas, cannot. In just a few minutes, you would suffocate and perish. Rescue? What a farce. Haha. Indeed. The mermen are the most exquisite race in this world, proclaimed Along with a hearty laugh. Bai Yi pressed his thumb firmly against his index finger, observing that Nami was still held captive by the adversary. However, the girl was now on the brink of unconsciousness. With a swift movement, he unleashed his finger gun technique, channeling the flow of water as the attack struck Arlong's wrist. A surge of excruciating pain coursed through Arlong, compelling him to relinquish his grip. At this moment, Bai Yi's feet had already touched the seabed, instantly rekindling his confidence. He exerted force through his legs, wrapped his arms around Along's neck, and commanded him to propel them forward, rising to the surface with Nami in tow. The instant they broke through the water's surface, Bai Yi took a deep breath. Although he was an exceptional swimmer, he was, after all, human and not a fish, unable to breathe underwater. Furthermore, the relentless battles had imposed a significant strain on his body. In the pale night, Bai Yi cradled the unconscious Nami in his arms, treating her as a projectile and hurling her towards Belmir. With outstretched hands, Belmir caught her daughter, but at that moment, Nami's face was ashen, having already succumbed to drowning. Belmir hurriedly initiated life-saving measures on her daughter. Just as Bai Yi prepared to ascend to the surface, a sudden, overpowering force gripped his ankle, yanking him back into the depths. Through the murky waters, Bai Yi could distinctly see the sinister grin on Arlong's face. Since you refuse to let me go, then I shall not leave today. Bai Yi held his breath, vigilantly anticipating Arlong's attack. Underwater, it was Arlong's domain. Not only was his strength magnified tenfold, but his speed in the water far surpassed Bai Yi's. Fortunately, at this moment, Arlong's nose had been broken, robbing him of his most formidable weapon. Nonetheless, the disparity between them underwater remained substantial. Arlong circled behind Bai Yi and launched a sudden assault. Bai Yi spun around to block Arlong's charge. Yet his body was dragged several meters away by the overwhelming force. Humans are truly foolish, Arlong sneered, to risk their lives for a mere stranger. On land, Bai Yi's power could easily crush Arlong, but underwater, the tables turned instantly. Both speed and strength favored Arlong. However, the most critical issue for Bai Yi was the lack of air. He could hold his breath for no more than 5 minutes. Arlong was well aware of this vulnerability and had no intention of allowing Bai Yi the opportunity to surface for air. This sea shall be your grave. Arlong grasped Bai Yi's thigh and hurled him into the depths. Fortunately, the waters were not too deep. After descending over 20 meters, Bai Yi's legs touched the seabed. At that moment, Arlong charged at him again, this time baring his massive jaws. If Bai Yi were to be bitten, Arlong could simply wait for him to bleed out. Faced with the gaping maw reminiscent of a man-eating shark, Bai Yi pushed against Arlong's formidable jaws with all his might. Yet, the bite force of the fisherman was astonishing, and Bai Yi's hands alone were insufficient to withstand the sharp teeth. His fingers were lacerated by Arlong's fangs, blood mingling with the seawater. Shave. Bai Yi exerted force through his legs, twisting his waist to submerge Arlong's head beneath the sea's surface. At that moment, Bai Yi was nearing his limit for holding his breath, desperately yearning for a gulp of fresh air. He forcefully kicked off the seabed, seeking to propel himself towards the surface. However, Arlong had already regained his composure, a sinister grin adorning his face as he lunged towards Bai Yi. You little brat. Do not presume that only you humans possess skill. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of the fisherman karate. Arlong assumed a martial arts stance underwater. Bai Yi was on the verge of losing his breath, while Arlong's speed far surpassed his own. What could he possibly do? Was he truly destined to perish here? Before Bai Yi's mind could fully grasp the situation, Arlong had already arrived before him, his colossal fist enveloped in a torrent of water, crashing upwards towards Bai Yi. At this moment, Bai Yi exhibited an extraordinary calmness. With circumstances at this critical juncture, only one method remained. Instructor Tori, I am grateful for the lessons you imparted regarding the 6 forms of the Navy. You taught me to refrain from employing the iron block unless absolutely necessary. Yet now I find myself devoid of options. With the fate of Instructor Tori's undergarments at stake, this singular use of the iron block must succeed. Bai Ye's inner voice resounded with fervor. As he gazed at the oncoming errand, he invoked the name of that divine skill, iron block. Whether his body could truly rival the hardness of steel, Bai Ye was uncertain. However, his confidence had solidified to an unyielding strength akin to iron. Boom. Aaron's fist collided forcefully with Bai Ye's abdominal muscles, propelling his body above the water's surface. Did he manage to block it? Not entirely. Bai Ye still felt excruciating pain in his abdomen, yet his bones and organs remained unscathed. Most importantly, he had been thrust above the water by Aaron's powerful blow. Bai Ye greedily inhaled a deep breath, savoring the sweetest air he had ever experienced. It was utterly exhilarating. Suddenly, a sound of splashing water reached his ears as a Long emerged, relentlessly pursuing Bai Ye. He believed that Bai Ye had just been struck head-on by his fishman karate and was now in a severely injured state. Little did you know, Long, this is actually my escape route. You have now relinquished your home ground. A scenario I had meticulously calculated. A triumphant and sinister smile spread across Bai Ye's face. Long stared at Bai Ye in shock, realizing that despite being struck directly by his fishman karate in the water, his adversary appeared to be largely unscathed. Is this truly a human? Bai Ye exerted all his strength and delivered a powerful kick to Long's face, sending him sprawling onto the beach. While Bai Ye fell into the water, a disturbing crack echoed from Long's neck as he gradually rose from the sand. Though he appeared to be severely battered, his injuries were, in fact, not grave. This illustrates the remarkable resilience of the fish people's ability to withstand blows. At last, Bai Ye returned to solid ground. The moment his feet touched the earth, his confidence surged anew. Long turned to flee towards the sea. Yet Bai Ye was not inclined to grant him such an opportunity. With a swift motion, a steel ball was propelled from Bai Ye's hand, piercing through Long's ankle like a sniper's bullet. Such an injury was insufferable even for a merman, who collapsed onto the ground in an instant. The ensuing battle became a one-sided onslaught, as Bai Ye charged forward and delivered two fierce kicks to Long's head, followed by a relentless barrage of punches. Ora, 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 ora. For a full 3 minutes, this merman, who fancied himself invincible in the east, lay utterly motionless at last. Bai Ye reached out to check Long's pulse, only to discover that the heartbeat of this merman had ceased entirely. Bai Ye also felt his entire body ache and weaken, lying powerless on the beach, gasping for air. Bai Ye cast a sidelong glance at Nami and discovered that she had awakened, finally free from the clutches of peril. What a relief. How are you? Burma hurried over to assess Bai Ye's injuries. She found that apart from a bruise on his abdomen inflicted by a fishman's karate strike and a bite mark from Arlong on his finger, he was otherwise unharmed, needing only ample rest to recuperate. But that's not all. There are still other pirates aboard the ship. I shall deal with them, Bai Ye insisted, struggling to rise. However, Burma pressed him back down, saying, take a moment to rest. It's all right, just for a little while. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, under a clear and sunny sky, Tori was hanging freshly washed panties one by one on her balcony while humming a cheerful tune, her spirits evidently high. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, lifting all the panties into the air. Tori stood in shock at the spectacle before her. What on earth was happening? That day, the Navy headquarters witnessed a peculiar sight as adorable cartoon-patterned panties soared through the sky. Chapter 26. Astonishment. As White Knight gazed upon Arlong's lifeless body, one might say that Arlong was not the most formidable adversary he had ever encountered, yet he was undoubtedly the most thrilling foe. For a pirate crew, the captain embodies the very essence of the group. Without the captain, the remaining members are merely a disorganized rabble, lacking in any real threat. Indeed, the other fishmen pirates who had fled to their ship wore expressions of anxiety, for in their eyes, Arlong was the mightiest fishman in existence. The prolonged absence of their captain undoubtedly signified that he had encountered some peril. Meanwhile, White Knight dragged Arlong's corpse into the village. And as the villagers beheld the sight of Arlong having been mercilessly slain, they rejoiced as if it were a festive occasion. Everyone began to prepare an abundance of food. For once White Knight had regained his strength, the remaining fishmen pirates would inevitably return in search of their captain. If these pirates chose to fight with desperation, it would spell danger for them all, Belmere proclaimed loudly. Each household contributed their provisions, and at this moment, White Knight set aside any pretense, devouring the food voraciously to replenish his energy. Following this, he closed his eyes to recuperate. Through this battle, White Knight felt a heightened mastery over his own power. After approximately 20 more minutes, the members of the Arlong pirates could no longer remain idle and prepared to venture to Kokoyasi village to ascertain the fate of their captain. At this moment, Bai Ye had regained most of his strength. He was merely exhausted, and his injuries were not severe. With a substantial intake of food, he swiftly restored his combat prowess. When the cadre of the evil dragon pirates, led by Xiao Ba, arrived at the entrance of Kokoja village, they were met with the horrifying sight of Arlong's lifeless body hanging from a tree. Impossible. Arlong was the mightiest of the fishmen, and he could not have perished so easily. Xiao Ba instantly panicked, unsure of what to do next. Clang. Bai Ye, wielding a colossal axe, approached the members of the evil dragon pirate crew and tossed a heap of iron chains before them. Arlong has been slain by my hand. If you wish to avoid death, surrender yourselves and bind your own hands. Little 8 immediately unleashed his 8-sword style, declaring, "Fishmen shall never be enslaved. We will not concede." Yet, he observed that his comrades had already obediently restrained their own hands. Arlong has fallen. We cannot hope to triumph against such foes. We might as well surrender to avoid being slaughtered. A fishman murmured softly. Little 8 gazed at his teammates, pondering what course of action to take. What should I do? Suddenly, Baye's imposing figure loomed over Little 8's form. So, you have objections? With a gentle and amiable smile, Baye inquired. Of course I have opinions. Xiaoba confidently declared. I possess 8 arms, so I ought to be granted several pairs of handcuffs. Such reasoning was sound. Thus, the remaining members of the Fishman pirates surrendered without resistance. Arlong could hardly have imagined that the crew he had painstakingly assembled would vanish in a single day. Now we merely await the arrival of the Navy, Baye addressed the villagers. Only then did the villagers emerge from their homes, gazing at Baye before surging forward to lift him high in celebration. After a considerable time, Nami approached as well, though she had coughed up a bit of water. She was largely unscathed. However, the young girl appeared somewhat bashful in Baye's presence, and only after a while did she timidly approach him and murmur, "Thank you." Baye smiled gently and tenderly stroked her head. "Furthermore, I apologize. I should not have taken your belongings. I shall never engage in such behavior again." Nami murmured her confession. "That is good to hear," Baye replied with relief, feeling that he had successfully guided the wayward girl back onto the right path, which he considered a noble deed. "What is your dream for the future?" Baye inquired, gazing at Nami. After a moment of contemplation, Nami earnestly declared, "When I grow up, I aspire to become a female pirate, for I have realized that seizing treasure yields riches far more swiftly than thievery." Baye was nearly driven to the brink of despair. It turned out that instead of guiding you back onto the righteous path, I had inadvertently cast you into the abyss. What a jest. Nami made a playful grimace. However, should the opportunity arise in the future, I still aspire to set sail. My dream is to become a magnificent navigator, charting the seas of the entire world. What do you think? Is this aspiration not grand? I hope that by then, you will not fall victim to a pirate ship. Baye muttered under his breath. Suddenly, he recalled something of utmost importance. He hurriedly opened his briefcase, only to discover that the documents intended for Admiral Carp had been reduced to mere scraps of paper, the ink obliterated by seawater. This is disastrous. I am truly doomed. Baye exclaimed, clutching his head in despair. This was a task assigned to him by Instructor Tori, and he had never anticipated such a blunder. Belmel couldn't help but chuckle at Baye's predicament. If you fear the consequences of punishment, why not stay and help me cultivate oranges instead? The White Knight seemed to don a mask of agony. What should be done now? Although one could fabricate a document if one had seen the original order, the content remained a mystery, rendering it largely futile. At that moment, when Aaron had seized Nami and plunged her into the sea, her life was perilously at stake. White Knight, consumed by urgency, could think of nothing else. Without even shedding his clothes, he leaped into the ocean, entirely forgetting about the document. Just then, a villager rushed from the dock, exclaiming loudly, "A warship! A naval vessel approaches from the distance." As the spirit of the White Knight surged, he found himself uncertain about how to handle these pirates. But now, with the arrival of the warship, the situation had taken a lively turn. A naval officer, donned in a military uniform, approached White Knight with an air of indifference. Upon seeing the officer, White Knight's mind momentarily faltered. Despite having encountered this naval officer only once, he could recognize him even in ashes, particularly due to the distinctive rat cap atop his head. It was Lieutenant Rat. Several months prior, while fishing at sea with his uncle, White Knight had a chance encounter with pirates. Following their meeting with Lieutenant Rat, the naval officer, instead of engaging the pirates, had launched an attack on White Knight and his uncle's fishing vessel. This recollection tightened White Knight's fists, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Fate had indeed conspired to bring them together again. Lieutenant Rat had intended to seek benefits from the pirate Arlong, having heard of his assault on Kokoyashi village. Hence he had come alone. After all, it was unwise to bring all his soldiers, as the risk of someone reporting back to naval headquarters would spell great trouble for him. However, upon his arrival, he was taken aback to find Arlong's corpse hanging from a tree, and the fishman pirates bound and incapacitated. What was happening? Were the villagers of this village truly so formidable? Lieutenant Rat's expression was momentarily strange, but he quickly regained his composure. I heard you were attacked by pirates and came to offer assistance, but it seems you no longer require my aid. Internally, he felt quite displeased. Cursed Arlong, who had boasted of being the strongest in the East Blue, only to be defeated by a bunch of farmers. It was infuriating, costing him a significant amount of money. Nevertheless, with the warship now present, Kokoyashi village would certainly owe some military expenses. After all, Lieutenant Rat could not come empty-handed, determined not to leave without compensation. And with Arlong out of the picture, he brazenly sought payment, believing that the pirates would take the credit for this victory, thus ensuring his own gain. Instantly, the villagers displayed their fury. Wait for you? Had it not been for White Knight's fortuitous passage, the entire village might have been devastated by the pirates. How dare you ask for money? Baye approached Lieutenant Mouse, his gaze chillingly cold. Lieutenant Mouse instinctively sensed that something was amiss. Yet upon noticing the naval uniform adorning his adversary, he understood that the young man belonged to the Navy. This realization illuminated the presence of pirates scattered about. The thought that this youth had obstructed his means of profit left Lieutenant Mouse exceedingly displeased. Did you single-handedly vanquish all these pirates? Are you not aware that recklessly engaging in combat within another's jurisdiction is a most discourteous act? Bai Yi remained silent, fixating his gaze on the other person, causing Major Mouse to feel somewhat uneasy. The rank of major was equivalent to that of a lieutenant colonel, and he had no reason to feel anxious in front of a mere lieutenant. Just as Major Mouse was about to speak, Bai Yi broke into a smile. You don't remember me? Major Mouse was taken aback. Was he supposed to recognize this individual? It seemed that he had indeed forgotten Bai Yi, but that was of little consequence, as Bai Yi was determined to jog his memory soon enough. Raising his fist, Bai Yi's intentions became clear to Major Mouse. Hey, what are you doing? I'm your superior, Major Mouse shouted, fully aware that insubordination was a grave offense in any military force. However, Bai Yi's mind was consumed with rage. It was this man who had altered the course of his life. Had it not been for Major Mouse, he would still be living a carefree life as a humble fisherman. I will make you remember, Bai Yi exclaimed, a smile on his face that could terrify even the most fearsome of demons, and with that, his fist descended. Producing a resounding crack, his teeth shattered and flesh was pulverized, distorting Major Mouse's face. 3 months ago, in the East Sea, you conspired with a pirate ship to attack an ordinary fishing vessel. Do you recall that? Bai Yi's second punch followed. Blood, mucus, and tears erupted from Major Mouse's face. Why, you're that boy. It was only then that Major Mouse recollected who Bai Yi was, the boy with extraordinary strength who had wielded a mast as a weapon. But wasn't he supposed to be dead? He had been shot into the sea by Major Mouse himself. Why was he now in the Navy? The villagers quickly caught wind of the revelation. The Navy had allied with pirates to assault a fishing boat. Belmir's expression darkened. Such a person was a disgrace to the Navy. What about that old man? Where has my uncle been taken? Bai Yi raised his fist for a third time. Stop. Please. It's all my fault. If you spare me this time, I swear I will change and be a better person. Major Mouse pleaded, bloodied and grasping Bai Yi's leg, hoping for mercy. Yet deep down, he had resolved that if Bai Yi let him go, he would return home and order a bombardment of Kokasia village. After all, too many villagers knew his secret. He could not allow them to live. He would simply claim that Kokasia village had been completely overrun by pirates and that everyone had been killed to cover his tracks. Your uncle was captured by the first small pirate crew in the East Sea, the White Gear Pirates, led by a captain with a bounty of 550,000. After he took your uncle, I don't know what happened next. I know it's all my fault. I'm a monster, a scoundrel. Please let me go. Major Mouse groveled at Bai Yi's feet. How about I lick your shoes? Knowing that his uncle was likely still alive. A heavy burden lifted from Bai Yi's heart. No matter where his uncle had been taken by the pirates, he would find a way to rescue him. By the way, Commander, I may appear rather simple-minded, but I am quite adept at writing reports. Bai Yi suddenly blurted out nonsensically. Navy Major encounters the dragon pirates. Fights valiantly, but is ultimately slain by the pirates. I've already thought of the headline for tomorrow's newspaper. Shocking. A Navy Major makes such a sacrifice to protect the villagers. How does that sound? Bai Yi inquired in a gentle tone. Mucus and blood mixed as they streamed from Major Mouse's nose, and with a shriek, he turned to flee. But it was too late. Bai Yi seized his head and slammed it against a rock. With a sickening crunch, Major Mouse met his demise. Everyone. The murder of Navy Major was committed by me, Bai Yi. If anyone inquires about this matter, place the blame squarely on my shoulders, Bai Yi declared. Belmir calmly replied. What nonsense are you spouting? We all witnessed this Navy Major perish alongside the dragon pirate Sarlong. We will testify on your behalf. Instantly, all the villagers rallied to support Bai Yi, declaring that such a scoundrel as Major Mouse deserved his fate. Had they allied with the dragon pirates? Who could fathom the chaos that would have ensued? Everyone, you should leave. We will handle the explanation. It's for the best that you aren't here, Belmir advised. Just remember to come back and visit us. I will definitely return. Bai Yi donned his Navy uniform and stealthily made his way to the dock, setting sail on his small boat. Soon after, the Navy realized their officer had not returned and dispatched a search party, only to discover the grieving villagers and the corpses of Arlong and Major Mouse. Some of Major Mouse's subordinates were utterly oblivious to his misdeeds, while a select few were complicit, having benefited from his illicit actions. When the villagers claimed that Major Mouse had perished alongside Arlong, they were met with skepticism. How could that be? The Major and Arlong had an agreement. Regardless of how much treasure Arlong acquired, he would share half with the Major. How could they both have perished? Surely, something was amiss. However, upon reflection, they realized that Major Mouse's actions would inevitably come to light. With his death, there would be no witnesses. If they pursued the matter further, their own complicity would be exposed, leading to dire consequences from Navy headquarters. Thus, after much deliberation, they resolved to report the incident as it stood, for Major Mouse was dead, and they remained in the Navy, continuing to receive their salaries. They were not family or close friends. There was no reason to jeopardize themselves for a rat, especially one that was already dead. Get someone to calm the villagers. We will report this matter to Navy headquarters and leave the rest to them. And so, by a twist of fate, Bai Yi remained unscathed, while the Navy headquarters capitalized on the incident, even portraying Major Mouse as a hero who valiantly fought to protect the villagers from the pirates, ultimately defeating the entire pirate crew. Of course, that was a tale for another time. Bai Yi sat aboard his vessel, departing from the picturesque village of Kakexia, en route to his next destination. However, the thought that the confidential orders in his possession had been rendered illegible by seawater dampened his spirits considerably. Alas, he resolved to take things as they came, reassured that at worst, he could admit his mistake. Surely, it wouldn't lead to his execution. With a heart weighed down by trepidation, he recalled the haste with which he had left Kakexia, resulting in his small boat being devoid of supplies and with only a meager amount of fresh water remaining. He pondered the necessity of resupplying at the next village. Why does every journey to the East Sea feel so exhilarating? He mused in bewilderment. As fate would have it, halfway through his voyage, rain began to fall from the heavens, gradually intensifying into a tempest. Bai Yi exerted every ounce of strength to prevent his small craft from being swept away by the storm, and by the time he reached the dock, he was utterly exhausted. The village before him was modest in size, yet it experienced little harassment from pirates, allowing its residents to lead a relatively tranquil existence. Bai Yi found a quaint inn, seeking solace in its embrace. The moment he reclined upon the bed, he was astonished by the unparalleled comfort it offered. Within mere moments, he succumbed to the depths of slumber, enjoying a night of profound rest, undisturbed by any interruptions. However, as he neared the brink of awakening, dreams began to weave through his consciousness. In the haze of his dream, he discerned a figure of an elderly man smiling at him, though the details of the man's visage eluded him. Upon awakening, he was greeted by the brilliance of a sunlit day. Chapter 27. Bai Yi stretched lazily, feeling refreshed. After having breakfast and replenishing fresh water at the market, he prepared to continue his journey toward his goal, Windmill Village. Just as he was about to depart, a commotion erupted from the market. Bai Yi sighed, pondering, what could possibly have happened now? Could it be pirates again? They say the East Sea is the most peaceful ocean, yet I seem to encounter pirates every time I come here. Something feels amiss. However, the expressions of the other villagers did not suggest a pirate attack. As he approached the source of the disturbance, a peculiar expression crossed Bai Yi's face. The altercation involved a Navy officer and a small girl, no more than 5 or 6 years old, who looked timidly at the naval officer. The officer, appearing to be in his 50s, had graying hair and wore a large dog-eared hat, draped in a cloak that signified a rank of at least a commander. A privilege that Bai Yi, as a lieutenant, did not possess. It seemed that the little girl had accidentally spilled ice cream on the old officer's trousers, a situation that could have been easily resolved with an apology. However, the elderly man was unyielding. These trousers are quite expensive. If you can pay me 500,000 berries, I will let this slide, he declared in a brazen tone, pointing at his trousers. This had escalated beyond a mere apology. It was outright extortion. What a despicable old man, Bai Yi muttered under his breath. He hoped against hope that the officer was merely jesting, but the next moment, the little girl burst into tears. Though she could not comprehend the value of 500,000 berries, to her, it was an astronomical sum. I have another solution, the old soldier sneered. If you let me punch you, we can consider this matter settled. The little girl remained bewildered. The officer brandished a metal knuckle, glinting with 4 sharp spikes, which terrified the girl into further tears. The crowd around them erupted in outrage, voicing their disapproval of the old Navy officer, but none dared to intervene. Ordinary people, lacking any special abilities, were deemed weak against both the Navy and pirates. How about it? A punch from me will end this. If you dare to flee, I might just capture and interrogate your parents. I am the Navy. Do you understand what that means? The old officer boasted arrogantly. The little girl, overwhelmed, cried even louder. It seemed an inevitable conclusion loomed. The old officer slowly raised his fist, preparing to strike the girl. Most onlookers shut their eyes, unable to witness the impending violence. Just as the officer's fist was mere centimeters from the girl, a powerful hand grasped his wrist. That's enough, old man, Bai Yi declared, gripping the officer's wrist with resolve. Though he was uncertain of the elderly man's identity, this was not his first time challenging a superior. You there, in Navy attire? You should understand the significance of my cloak. Release your grip at once. This is an order, Lieutenant. The old officer's tone turned icy, and beads of sweat began to form on Bai Yi's forehead. What should he do? If he were merely an ordinary Navy officer, he would have already struck. However, burdened with other responsibilities, he feared that a blow could reveal his true allegiance to the Revolutionary Army. Under the mocking gaze of the old officer, Bai Yi reluctantly loosened his grip. That's better, rookie. The old officer raised his fist again, causing the little girl to shut her eyes in terror. A blow from him would likely mar her innocent face. As the wind from the punch surged, the officer showed no signs of mercy. Was this truly the moment to worry about revealing his identity? Bai Yi felt adrenaline surging through him, gritting his teeth as he unleashed his fist with unprecedented speed. To the astonishment of all, Bai Yi's fist landed squarely on the officer's nose, propelling the old man several meters back, where he flipped twice in the air before crashing to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the scene, as no one expected such an outcome. Even the little girl was left in stunned disbelief. After delivering the punch, Bai Yi felt as deflated as a punctured balloon. Realizing that his undercover mission might come to an abrupt end, what should he do? Should he take it a step further and ensure that the old man would never rise again? A fleeting thought of violence crossed his mind, but when he looked up, he found that the old Navy officer had vanished. Had he fled? Bai Yi found himself utterly perplexed as he glanced around at the crowd, who appeared as if they had encountered a specter, surging forward in a chaotic frenzy. Alas, allow me to escort you home, dear little sister, Bai Yi remarked. To his astonishment, the mischievous child responded with a cheeky grimace before darting away with remarkable speed, as if her earlier wails had been nothing but a ruse. The White Knight weeps, neither laughter nor sorrow. Now, the die is cast, and even if regret lingers, it is too late to amend. The path ahead is fraught with challenges, so one must take it step by step. With a bitter smile, the White Knight presses on. Thus, armed with his provisions, he navigates his modest vessel and ultimately arrives at the legendary Windmill Village. This event transpired 4 days later. Windmill Village is an unremarkable hamlet, seemingly devoid of any extraordinary features. Initially, he had anticipated a bustling locale, where villagers lived contentedly, untroubled by pirate incursions. Upon encountering the naval forces, the villagers greeted them warmly. Moreover, when inquiring about Admiral Garp, the villagers displayed remarkable familiarity, gesturing towards a nearby cottage and stating that it was indeed the residence of Admiral Garp, who typically resides there. With a heart full of trepidation, Bai Yi approached the nearby house, yet it appeared that the situation was far from simple. At the entrance, naval personnel were patrolling, and within the small courtyard, 2 officers were engaged in a serious discussion, their demeanor suggesting an air of gravity. Lieutenant Bai Yi, reporting for duty. All eyes turned towards Bai Yi's countenance, and he sensed an odd expression among them, an inclination to laugh, yet they restrained themselves. Among them stood a familiar officer. Major, what brings you here? Bai Yi inquired with surprise, recognizing his former superior who had guided him since his very first day as a sailor. We are here to deliberate on a crucial operational plan. You're looking for Rear Admiral Garp, aren't you? That small house over there. Proceed. The major instructed. Bai Yi meticulously arranged his naval uniform before approaching a nearby house, where he softly knocked on the door. Come in, came the voice of an elderly man. A voice that seemed oddly familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. When Bai Yi opened the door, the expression on his face instantly transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Before him stood an elderly man, likely in his 50s, with an imposing physique. He wore a cap adorned with dog ears that obscured much of his cheek, and as he slightly tilted his head, one could discern a band-aid affixed to his nose. Bai Yi's mind buzzed. Was this not the Navy man he had previously bested in combat? Garp removed his hat, revealing a broad smile. Young man, it seems we meet again. Bai Yi remained rooted to the spot, at a loss for words. What on earth was happening? A lieutenant had assaulted a naval admiral. What punishment could such an act warrant within the Navy? Garp, with a sinister glint in his eye, retrieved a brass knuckle from his drawer and slipped it onto his fist. Good grief. Bai Yi inwardly cursed, bewildered by the situation at hand. Just then, the major approached, carrying a stack of documents. Upon witnessing the awkwardness between the 2 parties, he scratched his head in confusion. Admiral Garp, what on earth happened? Garp merely gestured toward the injury on his nose, stating, Do you see this wound? This little brat did this. The major nearly burst into laughter, exclaiming, What in the world have you done? Why did you go and hit Admiral Garp? The White Knight's mind was in disarray. However, Garp gradually approached, remarking, As a Navy officer, that punch was executed splendidly. Had you refrained from striking, I would have been greatly disappointed in you. The words left the major utterly perplexed. Could it be that Vice Admiral Garp had a penchant for masochism? Did he perhaps possess knowledge of secrets that ought to remain undisclosed? Just as White Knight was engulfed in confusion, a young girl rushed in from outside. Indeed, she was the one who had been threatened 4 days prior. Are you in cahoots with her? White Knight quickly deduced. Not merely the 2 of us. There are numerous Navy officers surrounding us, Garp replied, placing a hand on White Knight's shoulder, urging him to take a seat. The Navy has a crucial plan in motion, and we require a trustworthy individual to execute it. Thus, consider this a test for you. Should you fail to pass it and neglect to assist this young girl, you shall remain a lieutenant at best. In a hushed tone, Bai Yi suddenly murmured, General Garp, there is one more matter I neglected to inform you about. During my encounter with the pirates, I fell into the water, and the documents were rendered useless. It matters not, Garp replied. They were merely a stack of blank paper to begin with. The significance of this plan lies with you. So those documents were nothing but blank sheets? No wonder they bore no traces of ink after being soaked in seawater. Instructor Tori, you have truly put me in a predicament. I wasted so much time worrying for nothing. Come here, I must brief you on this mission. It is of utmost importance. A mere misstep could cost you your life during the operation, Garp stated. Chapter 28, Mission Impossible. Bai Yi felt a chill run through his entire being, sensing that this was an exceedingly unfortunate choice. Do not be afraid, young man. Do you know what it means to be an undercover agent? Cap said. As Bai Yi's legs weakened, he nearly collapsed, fearing that his identity as an undercover member of the Revolutionary Army might be exposed. I need you to infiltrate the Don Quixote family and become a spy for the Navy. Karp instructed. Don Quixote? Bai Yi recalled his previous encounter with Don Quixote da Flamingo at the Sabaody archipelago, where he was dressed in flamboyant attire resembling a flamingo, giving off a jester-like appearance. Indeed, Da Flamingo is one of the 7 warlords of the sea and also possesses the status of a celestial dragon, which complicates our ability to confront him directly. He controls an immense arsenal of weaponry. But that pales in comparison to the fact that we have discovered his recent close ties with Kaido. Are you aware of who Kaido is? Karp inquired. I am not. Bai Yi replied candidly. Kaido, despite being one of the emperors of these seas, has ruled his territory for decades, surrounded by formidable subordinates. Even the Navy refrains from engaging him in open conflict. He is, without a doubt, an exceptionally perilous individual, Karp elaborated. They swallowed nervously, pondering why he had to engage with such perilous individuals. Now, these 2 seemingly dangerous figures were preparing to collaborate, yet the Navy remained oblivious to their true intentions, which rendered the situation all the more precarious. Your role as an undercover agent is straightforward, to uncover the conspiracy between Da Flamingo and Kaido and report back to Navy headquarters. We will devise a plan to extricate you, and you need not concern yourself with the remaining matters, Karp assured him. This task seems exceedingly treacherous, Bai muttered quietly. You are going undercover. Of course, it is fraught with danger, but once you return, promotions and raises will be within your grasp. Karp clapped Bai on the shoulder, saying, How can a young person fear danger in their endeavors? Those words sounded oddly familiar. Furthermore, we will dispatch a Navy admiral to provide covert support. You can rest assured. Additionally, there is a personal matter to discuss, Karp added. Bai Yi regarded Karp before him with a gaze filled with perplexity. Young man, would you consider becoming my disciple? At this juncture, Karp's eyes gleamed with a peculiar brilliance. The notion of disciple he spoke of was far from that of an ordinary naval recruit. Rather, it signified a true and legitimate prodigy. To Karp, this young man's approach bore a striking resemblance to his own, coupled with a commendable integrity that resonated well with his character. But he found himself in a tumultuous quandary. After all, he was merely an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army, destined to part ways with the Navy within a mere 3 years. Becoming the disciple of this elderly man felt like a monumental decision. You should agree without delay. This is an extraordinary opportunity. The major urged hastily. Bai Yi. This old superior has always been quite benevolent towards him, never leading him astray. Bai Yi could only nod in agreement. All right. Indeed, not bad. In the forthcoming month, we shall devise an exceptionally meticulous battle plan. Naturally, I will provide you with training, for your current combat prowess is exceedingly inadequate. You are practically a novice. Regardless of how remarkable your performance may be, without sufficient strength, it is impossible to ascend to a pivotal position within the Don Quixote da Flamingo family. Training again? Kapu remarked. However, Bai Yi, at this juncture, harbors little hope for these so-called training sessions. If they possess the capability, they might as well push him to his limits. Bai Yi never imagined that his wish would actually come true. In reality, the naval strategy was remarkably straightforward. Find an opportune moment for Bai Yi to join the Don Quixote family, and through dazzling performances, earn Don Quixote da Flamingo's admiration. Even if he couldn't ascend to the ranks of an officer, becoming a trusted confidant would be ideal, as it would grant him access to Da Flamingo's secrets. As for training, Bai Yi had already mastered 2 techniques from the Marine 6 styles, but his proficiency in the Shirgan could only be deemed amateur. Over the next month, I would impart all my knowledge to him, though the extent of his learning would ultimately depend on his own efforts. Karp was surprisingly candid when it came to teaching. Yet Bai Yi could never have anticipated the intensity of this old man's training regimen. The first day involved running long distances while carrying a boulder the size of a small mountain. What infuriated him most was that the old man sat atop it, mocking him relentlessly. Running so slowly? Are you a woman? Women run faster than you. No breaks. Do you think this is a vacation? And you're panting so heavily. How did you train before? After completing a lap, Bai Yi felt as though he had only half a life left. Yet, Karp continued his relentless taunts. So, how does it feel to see my face? Want to hit me? Go ahead. If you can land a punch, I'll let you rest for a while, Karp said while nonchalantly playing with his nostrils. Suddenly, Bai Yi unleashed a shave, his speed nearly doubling compared to before. However, to Karp, it was as if he remained stationary. With a single punch, Bai Yi was sent soaring like a meteor into the distance. Youth truly is a remarkable thing, Karp mused as he withdrew his fist, now imbued with haki. Not satisfied? Come again. Bai Yi sprinted back, his gaze locked onto the old man. Sure gone. 10-finger pistol. 10 steel projectiles shot towards Karp, only for the old man to vanish in an instant. Bai Yi felt an overwhelming force seize his arm. Your reactions are far too slow. If you encountered pirates at sea with such reflexes, you'd be lucky to survive 10 times over. With a swift motion, Karp executed a powerful shoulder throw, slamming Bai Yi into the ground, leaving an imprint in the shape of a large letter. Coughing violently, Bai Yi struggled to rise once more. Karp nodded slightly, acknowledging the boy's resilience. He is quite tough. This is rather enjoyable. Chafe. In the twilight of the white night, the attack was initiated, yet the adversary's speed surpassed expectations, swiftly closing the distance to confront Bai Yi. Taste my iron fist. In the morning, White Knight was unilaterally bested by Carp, returning in a rather disheveled state, dragged along by the ladder. "Starving," he exclaimed. "Let us eat." Carp chuckled heartily, remarking that a bit of activity is indeed beneficial for the elderly. At that moment, two children unexpectedly leapt into view. "White Knight, allow me to introduce you to my grandchildren. This one is Luffy, and that one is Ace." Carp beamed with pride. The child named Luffy, around 7 or 8 years old, appeared somewhat dim-witted, while Ace, a polite young lad, greeted White Knight with a courteous nod. The cook, a woman named Dayton, was quite boisterous in appearance but possessed a kind demeanor and exceptional culinary skills. "Dayton, where did you find this rascal?" she inquired of Carp. "This is my disciple, destined to succeed me in vanquishing all pirates in this world," Carp declared with great satisfaction. "I will become the pirate king. Once I grow up, I shall set sail." Luffy shouted excitedly. "Did you hear that, White Knight? He dreams of becoming the pirate king at such a tender age. If he truly ventures out to sea when he matures, feel free to apprehend him without regard for our friendship," Carp added nonchalantly as he picked his nose. Observing the two young boys, White Knight dismissed their words, recognizing that as the grandchildren of a Marine Vice Admiral, they were more likely to pursue a career in the Navy rather than become pirates. Nevertheless, this was merely a fleeting interlude. After a brief respite, White Knight resumed his training. It must be noted that Carp's training regimen was far superior to that of Tori, as White Knight could distinctly perceive a rapid enhancement in his abilities over the course of just 1 month. Throughout this month, White Knight not only mastered the complete version of the finger gun technique, but also learned the gale step and paper drawing techniques. The only skill eluding him was the moonwalk, which was both the most practical and the most challenging to master. As for the Major, who had previously been a formidable opponent, he now found himself utterly outmatched by White Knight. In terms of strength, speed, and technique, White Knight had thoroughly eclipsed his former superior. The month swiftly passed, and White Knight emerged transformed, while the Navy commenced its strategic plans. The Marines had never placed their trust in the 7 warlords of the sea. They merely relied on their formidable power and reputation to suppress local pirates. Indeed, within their respective territories, the warlords effectively minimized pirate activity, yet they themselves constituted the gravest threat. For instance, Crocodile plotted to usurp a nation to achieve his goals concerning the Underworld King. Moreover, Gecko Moria amassed a legion of zombies, preparing for yet another confrontation with Kaido. Any vessels approaching the ominous thriller bark, be they Navy, pirate, or ordinary fishing ships, became targets of Moria's relentless assaults. The Empress, despite her unparalleled beauty, exhibited a notoriously malevolent disposition prior to her encounter with Luffy, mercilessly attacking any ships that ventured near Amazon Lily, including those of the Navy. Mihawk's attacks on nearby vessels were entirely contingent upon his whims. For example, should anyone witness him using his black blade on a ship, he would likely be pursued to the ends of the earth. Don Quixote Doflamingo, a notorious figure, exerted terrifying control over an entire nation. During this month, White Knight remained within the East Blue, where the assembled Marine officers were among Carp's most trusted allies, ensuring the utmost confidentiality regarding their endeavors. This way, Carp led White Knight to a secure chamber, where White Knight realized that his life as a Marine undercover agent was about to commence. Why is it that I am perpetually entangled with undercover missions? Only a select few were privy to this plan: Carp, White Knight, the Major, and 2 high-ranking officers. The Major then unveiled an image-transmitting snail, projecting a picture onto the board. The image displayed Doflamingo and his cadre of associates. "This is Don Quixote Doflamingo. I trust you are all acquainted with his identity. Our plan is to implant an undercover agent within Doflamingo's inner circle. Although he is nominally an ally of the Marines as one of the 7 warlords, Doflamingo has recently exhibited signs of instability, engaging closely with Kaido. We must ascertain their ulterior motives and whether they pose a threat to global stability. We have received intelligence indicating that Doflamingo is scheduled to partake in an arms deal in 2 weeks. The Navy will feign an operation against him, White Knight. This is your opportunity to infiltrate Doflamingo's ranks." The Major stated gravely. "Doflamingo's organization comprises numerous peripheral members, and our objective is to have you temporarily join his family as an external member. Naturally, you will accompany Doflamingo to the arms deal, after which the real mission will commence." Chapter 29. What to do if you strike your boss's father. Waiting online, Bayou suddenly became tense. "Are you suggesting that in front of Don Quixote Doflamingo, you intend to assassinate a Navy Vice Admiral?" the Major inquired. "What?" Bayou was taken aback. The notion of killing a Vice Admiral seemed absurd. The Major drew a handgun and fired a shot at the wall. The sound echoed, and a splash of crimson appeared upon the surface. The bullet was a paintball, resembling a gunshot wound. Given the chaotic circumstances at the time, once that Vice Admiral fell, even though Doflamingo was suspicious by nature, he would likely not delve further into the matter. In the midst of a conversation, White Knight inquired, "Since the Navy has resolved to take action against Don Quixote Doflamingo, why not eliminate him directly?" This question entails a multitude of intricate reasons. Even as a pirate, the 7 warlords are ostensibly allies of the Navy, possessing the authority to adjudicate, yet they cannot be executed outright. Doing so would incite turmoil among the other warlords. Furthermore, Doflamingo's lineage traces back to the celestial dragons. Although he has lost his status as one of them, the blood of the celestial dragons still courses through his veins. Should he be killed without caution, the Navy would find it impossible to justify their actions to the world government. What a predicament! In a hushed tone, Bai Yi murmured. However, I once encountered Don Quixote Doflamingo on the Shambird Islands. Might he discover my presence? You need not worry about that. A rear admiral replied. My devil fruit ability is the face fruit, which allows me to alter one's visage into another form. Everything is in place, we merely await the favorable winds. Bai Yi found himself in a predicament, unable to retreat, and reluctantly agreed. I shall grant you a day to prepare. Tomorrow, I will transform your face into a form so unrecognizable even to yourself. Fear not, I shall restore it afterward, remarked the rear admiral. Truly, the powers of a devil fruit are remarkably convenient. The first holiday in a month had finally arrived for Bai Yi, who ventured alone to a nearby tavern, only to discover that it seemed rather deserted. Just as he prepared to speak, a strong hand covered his mouth. Do not utter a word, come with me. It was a voice he recognized all too well. Turning slightly, Bai Yi saw that it was none other than Monkey D. Dragon. How does this man always appear and disappear so mysteriously? Big brother, what brings you here? Bai Yi whispered, aware that the island was swarming with Navy personnel. If Monkey D. Dragon were to be exposed, the consequences would be dire. Fear not, this place is my home. I merely returned to assess the recent significant activities of the Navy, Monkey D. Dragon replied, ensuring that no one else was around. Bai Yi recounted his intention to go undercover. It is rumored that a vice admiral will accompany me. However, I am unaware of who it will be. Bai Yi continued. By the way, Vice Admiral Garp has taken me as his apprentice, but before that, I landed a good punch on the old man. Ha! Monkey D. Dragon regarded Bai Yi with a peculiar expression and said, the old man you refer to is my father. Ha! Cough, cough, cough. Bai Yi's laughter was abruptly stifled, and he found himself unable to continue. What if he had struck the boss's father? I'm in a bit of a predicament here. Big brother, cough, cough, chief. That was merely a delightful misunderstanding. Bai Yi said cautiously, studying Monkey D. Dragon's countenance. You need not worry. I have often thought of giving that old man a beating myself, just never had the opportunity. Monkey D. Dragon remarked. By the way, be careful when going undercover in Doflamingo's territory. Here is your bonus for the month. He extended a sword-shaped letter towards Bai Yi. Just as Bai Yi reached out to accept it, Monkey D. Dragon paused, then withdrew half the cash from the envelope. Consider this as my treat for a drink. How does that sound? Of course, Bai Yi dared not speak. Having assaulted the biological father of his own boss yet still receiving half of the bonus was indeed a commendable employer. By the way, there is something else I wish to share with you. I have another son named Monkey D. Luffy. Please extend your support to him in the future. Monkey D. Dragon said. Bai Yi recalled that somewhat foolish-looking child, pondering why the father and son bore no resemblance to each other at all. However, considering the former was a prince, it would suffice to be more attentive in the future. After speaking, Monkey D. Dragon vanished into the air like a fleeting breeze. Their conversation lasted merely a minute or two, as both were wary of revealing their identities. Thus, they parted ways swiftly after their brief encounter. The following day, as Bai Yi lay in bed, the young general gently pinched his facial features. To his astonishment, Bai Yi noticed that his features transformed in accordance with the general's fingers, swiftly morphing into a visage he scarcely recognized. Come on, strike a handsome pose, Garp instructed. Bai Yi was perplexed by the situation and struck a pose he deemed quite impressive. However, mere minutes later, his bounty notice was issued. The notorious criminal, Ahu, a pirate from the East Sea, had recently fled to the Grand Line, with a bounty of 45 million berries. Wait, why have I become a pirate? Bai Yi exclaimed in astonishment. From this moment forth, your name shall be Ahu of the East Sea, a pirate with a bounty of 45 million. Garp said with a serious expression. Do not forget, should you inadvertently reveal your true identity, your life will be forfeit. Being an undercover agent is exceedingly perilous, especially under the command of Doflamingo, where the chances of survival are less than 50%. Prepare yourself for departure. Shortly, the East Sea Navy will be in pursuit. To maintain authenticity, we shall play our parts to the fullest. If you are indeed captured by the East Sea Navy, you may very well find yourself imprisoned and impelled down. Garp continued. Why is this so troublesome? Could you not have given me prior notice? Bai Yi lamented. We suspect that there are also undercover agents of Doflamingo within the Navy, but we cannot ascertain their identities. Therefore, the fewer individuals aware of this situation, the safer you will be. You certainly do not wish to expose yourself completely on your very first day in Doflamingo's domain, do you? Garp replied. Bai Yi, in a tone of helpless lament, remarked. Isn't this entirely the fault of your Navy's lax recruitment system? Thus, even before he could become an undercover agent, Bai Yi found himself assuming the role of a pirate. Garp had already prepared a ship and provisions for him, and soon Bai Yi set sail, embarking on his adventure. Although it was termed an adventure, the Navy had already meticulously charted a course for Bai Yi. Following this route would lead him to a fleet under the dominion of the Don Quixote family, which, in a fortnight, would participate in an arms deal of paramount importance. Initially, Bai Yi believed he could quietly join the fleet and pledge his allegiance without incident. However, that scoundrel Carp, in pursuit of realism, had dispatched the East Sea Navy to give chase to Bai Yi. When Bai Yi beheld a line of warships trailing behind him, his face turned pale with disbelief. What on earth is happening? Even if I were truly a pirate with a bounty of 45 million, this level of pursuit seems excessive. As Bai Yi cursed Carp in circles, a deluge of cannonballs began to rain down upon him. Damn it, are you serious? Though Bai Yi's strength had grown to the point where he no longer feared cannon fire, a direct hit would still be excruciating. In a frantic bid for survival, Bai Yi rode with all his might. After 3 days of relentless evasion, he finally reached the Grand Line, fortuitously encountering a fleet under Don Quixote's command. Here, Bai Yi's harrowing experience of being hunted came to an end. Carp, just you wait. I swear I shall not rest until I avenge this grievance, Bai Yi declared through gritted teeth. Who are you? A hefty figure wielding a knife approached Bai Yi. This rotund individual was the captain of the ship, known as Fat Dragon, with a bounty of 55 million. Within the Don Quixote family, he was considered a minor officer, having received orders from the young master. He was to await his arrival in a designated sea area in half a month, ready to transport a significant cache of arms. Don't talk to me. I have no desire for conversation. Do you have any water or food? I have been pursued by the Navy for 3 days and nights. Bai Yi lay exhausted on the deck of the grand ship. Pursued by the Navy? Fat Dragon scratched his head, acknowledging the vast number of warships he had glimpsed earlier, indeed indicating ill intentions. I have nowhere else to go. How about you take me in? After all, I am a pirate with a bounty of 45 million. Bai Yi stated plainly, knowing he could not afford to waste time. Humph. Joining the Don Quixote family is not that simple. The other scoffed, displaying a disdainful expression. You'd have to defeat 10 of us. Can you take on 10? The organizational structure of the Don Quixote family was remarkably rigorous, with few vulnerabilities. Yet the lower ranks comprised desperate pirates. What discipline could one expect from such a rabble? Ah, a bounty of 45 million, and you dare call yourself a great pirate? My young master had a bounty in the hundreds of millions even before he became a warlord. Fat Dragon spoke with pride, as if Don Quixote were kin. Bai Yi leisurely rose from the deck, having just witnessed his small boat reduced to splinters by cannon fire. Now, he had no choice but to cling to the opposing ship. This was the sole opportunity to approach Don Quixote da Flamingo, should he miss this chance. He could only wonder how long he would have to wait for the next. 10 men, indeed. Bai Yi flexed his limbs and, in an instant, activated his shave technique, leaving behind merely a fleeting afterimage. On the deck, over 30 individuals remained, with only the portly Long still standing. All the pirates had been swiftly subdued and pressed to the ground by Bai Yi's astonishing speed, and by the time Long regained his senses, chaos reigned. Who on earth is this fellow? Cold sweat dripped from Long's forehead. How about it, Captain? Can I stay aboard the ship now? Bai Yi inquired, pulling Long closer. Startled, Long staggered back 2 steps and plopped onto the deck. Of course, I never imagined you were this formidable. You are now the vice-captain of this ship. Unlike the Navy, pirates had far fewer regulations, especially among this gang of small-time rogues, where the strongest claimed supremacy. Just moments ago, the previous vice-captain had been knocked to the ground by Bai Yi's flurry of blows, making Bai Yi the unequivocal vice-captain. From now on, we are all brothers. Let us hold a feast tonight, Long exclaimed with hearty laughter. Bai Yi was not particularly fond of such an atmosphere, knowing that the gold and jewels in the pirate's possession were stained with the blood of innocent civilians. As he lifted his cup, a wave of nausea washed over him. Yet, in order to conceal his true self, he downed the entirety of his beer. I must tell you, in a few days, it will be a momentous occasion for our esteemed Don Quixote da Flamingo, as the leader of the underground market in the New World. Do you know what the primary source of income is? Long, slightly intoxicated, began to ramble. What is it? Bai Yi asked. Undoubtedly, it is the arms trade. Though such dealings are ostensibly illegal, the young master is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a significant figure in these waters. Even the Navy dares not interfere with him. Long took another generous swig of his drink. Ahu, with your talents, you are sure to earn the young master's favor. Should you rise to greatness in the future, do not forget about me. Bai Yi, with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes, rest assured, I shall certainly not forget you. After a night of silence, the following day, Fei Long began to gather the vessels. This arms deal was of extraordinary significance. There were whispers that the counterpart was a figure of considerable stature, though Fei Long was unaware of their true identity. Today, we shall take the ships to meet the young master, and from there, we shall follow his lead. Do not, under any circumstances, provoke the young master's displeasure, Fei Long reiterated with great emphasis. Bai Yi nodded, astonished at the unexpected smoothness of the plan, realizing that he would soon meet Da Flamingo. At this moment, Bai Yi felt a twinge of apprehension, uncertain whether Don Quixote da Flamingo would see through his disguise. The two had met before, but at that time Bai Yi was merely a lowly soldier, and it was unlikely that Da Flamingo would remember him. Although the combat prowess of the Fat Dragon was not particularly formidable, his organizational skills were noteworthy. In just half a day, he had mobilized over 10 large ships for Da Flamingo's family. This efficiency left Bai Yi quite impressed. Thus, with the banner of the Don Quixote family unfurled, the Fat Dragon made his way to the Sabaody archipelago. The previous assault on Doflamingo's auction house by the One-Eyed was marked by an explosion, which had originated from the arms stockpiled there for this very transaction. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, Doflamingo had to prepare anew. Returning to this familiar locale, Bai Yi was filled with nostalgia, pondering the impact of the recent deaths of celestial dragons on this place. Their intended destination was the auction house that had been destroyed, now fully rebuilt. In the present moment, Doflamingo lounged in flip-flops and sunglasses, basking in the sunlight. The fat dragon, anxious, brought Bai Yi before Doflamingo. "Master, everything is ready. We await your command." Doflamingo handed a glass of wine to the fat dragon, who hastily accepted it and downed it in one gulp. "Well done. This business venture is crucial for the resurgence of the Don Quixote family. We cannot afford any mistakes," Doflamingo remarked, his gaze shifting to Bai Yi. "Who is the person behind you?" The fat dragon quickly replied. "He is our vice captain, recently appointed. Though he appears young, he is exceptionally skilled." Doflamingo's eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, scrutinized Bai Yi, causing a flutter of anxiety in Bai Yi's heart. Could this scoundrel have seen through his facade? In truth, Doflamingo felt a sense of familiarity with this individual, as if he had encountered him somewhere before, yet he could not recall the specifics. Ultimately, he dismissed the thought. Many similar faces existed upon the vast ocean, and it was merely a fleeting resemblance. Bai Yi cast a discreet glance at the two individuals beside Doflamingo. One was a rather disheveled man, visibly unkempt and wiping his nose, an unpleasant sight indeed. However, Bai Yi recognized him from the Navy's records. He was one of the core members of the Doflamingo family, Toripol, a user of the sticky fruit, who, despite his slovenly appearance, possessed formidable combat prowess, far beyond Bai Yi's current capabilities. The other figure appeared to be a young child, around 7 or 8 years of age, adorned with a barriered hat, exuding an aura of innocence. This girl was named Sugar, a wielder of the hobby fruit, and also a crucial member of the Doflamingo clan. Though she seemed youthful, her true age reflected that of a qualified young lady, a consequence of her fruit's effects. Toripol, seemingly aware of Bai Yi's scrutiny, broke into a peculiar smile that sent chills down Bai Yi's spine. "Doflamingo, shall I accompany you on this transaction?" Toripol inquired. "No, your duty is to protect Sugar. Should any harm befall her, the operation in Dressrosa would collapse." Doflamingo replied coolly. "Fat Dragon, prepare yourself. We depart tonight." "Understood." Fat Dragon hastily responded. Once Bai Yi and Fat Dragon had exited, Toripol whispered, "Can we trust that brat who appeared behind Fat Dragon? His timing is rather suspicious, isn't it?" Doflamingo dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand. "He is nothing more than a little punk, yet to awaken his conqueror's hockey, I could squash him with a mere slap. What does it matter if the Navy discovers my arms dealings? With my dual identities as a warlord of the sea and a celestial dragon, they dare not challenge me. No, what I mean is, could he be a person sent by our partners?" Toripol queried, lowering his voice. Doflamingo paused for a moment in contemplation. "No, if they wish to engage in underhanded dealings, they would not complicate matters. Let us not forget their identity. If they intended to eliminate me, there would be no need for such elaborate schemes. Indeed, the party involved in this transaction was not one to be trifled with, which was precisely why Doflamingo took such meticulous care in his preparations. Chapter 30. The tiger drives the wolf away. Upon returning to the ship's cabin, the crew anchored at the port of the Sabaody archipelago. They worked through the night to fill the hold to capacity, yet they did not set sail, awaiting the young master's command. As Bai Yi entered the restroom, he discreetly retrieved his device, the phone bug, and coughed 3 times softly. This was their prearranged signal indicating readiness to commence their operation. However, they had to wait for 3 long days until a pirate ship from the New World appeared not far from the Sabaody archipelago. Upon sighting the flag of this vessel, all the pirates scattered in terror, for the emblem they beheld was that of Big Mom. Prior to this, Karp had diligently imparted crucial maritime knowledge to Bai Yi, including the significance of the current emperors of the sea's flags. Although Bai Yi had never truly confronted these so-called emperors of the sea, he gleaned from Karp's cryptic remarks that each of these formidable beings was extraordinary. The man hailed as the strongest in the world, Whitebeard; the mightiest creature alive, Kaido; the natural-born destroyer, Big Mom, also known as Charlotte Linlin. What is the situation? Why has Big Mom's ship appeared in the first half of the Grand Line? This time, even the usually composed Bai Yi found it impossible to remain indifferent. He swiftly retrieved his transponder snail to inform the Navy, who were preparing for action. Something was amiss. Big Mom's ship had been sighted in the Sabaody archipelago. Bai Yi relayed the intelligence he had acquired to Navy headquarters without delay. The moment the news reached them, the expressions of those coordinating the operation at the headquarters shifted dramatically. Why is Big Mom implicated in this matter? Once entangled with these emperors of the sea, the gravity of the situation escalates significantly. Sengoku's countenance darkened as he turned to Karp. "Old friend, what shall we do? Should the operation be halted? After all, which one is your disciple? If anything goes awry, do not harbor regrets," Sengoku remarked. Without a moment's hesitation, Karp responded, "The operation continues. From the very first day in this Navy uniform, one must be prepared for the possibility of dying in battle. Bai Yi, ascertain who is on the opposing side, and exercise utmost caution. If it becomes evident that Big Mom has personally arrived, do not engage. She is not an adversary you can contend with. If she is absent, act according to the circumstances. Bai nodded, and from Karp's grave tone, he could surmise the sheer terror embodied by the legendary figure of Big Mom. The pirate ship, flying the banner of Big Mom, rampaged through the seas, compelling all other vessels to yield, for these petty rogues lacked the audacity to provoke her. Upon learning of this situation, Don Quixote Doflamingo was filled with delight. At last, his patron had arrived. During this period, Big Mom was in dire need of expanding her forces, and the arsenal she had initially prepared was insufficient, thus necessitating her procurement of a substantial quantity of weaponry from Doflamingo. Reporting to headquarters, Bai Yi remarked, "We did not encounter Big Mom. Instead, we were confronted by a peculiar race adorned with fur. This implied that Big Mom had merely dispatched one of her subordinates." Karp exhaled a sigh of relief, and then Sengoku issued the command for action. "Everyone, prepare for deployment." In the pale night, Bai Yi placed the Din Din Mushi into his pocket, now hesitant to take it out carelessly. The beastly lion who disembarked from Big Mom's ship was named Bournemouth, a notorious figure with a bounty of 300 million and 20 million, a force to be reckoned with. Don Quixote Doflamingo, are the goods ready? Bournemouth inquired upon his first glance at Doflamingo, bypassing any pleasantries, showing no regard for the former celestial dragon. To a powerhouse like Big Mom, he himself was the law. The status of a celestial dragon meant nothing to him. Doflamingo remained unperturbed. In the underworld, strength dictated respect, and while background and status mattered, they paled in comparison to true power. Big Mom, not only formidable in strength but also commanding a vast empire, was beyond Doflamingo's current capacity to challenge. So his acquiescence was entirely reasonable. "Patience, my friend. Our transaction is not as trivial as a mere candy. It cannot be so easily concluded," Doflamingo articulated, leading Bournemouth and his companions to his lavish villa, where they indulged in excess. One does not strike a smiling face, especially when Doflamingo was extending such hospitality. Bai Yi, akin to a loyal subordinate, dutifully followed the rotund dragon. After an extravagant revelry, Doflamingo transitioned to the matter at hand. "We have the goods prepared, but we cannot conduct the transaction on Zhao. A celestial dragon perished here previously, and I cannot bear the repercussions should anything untoward occur once more." His apprehension was not without merit. The Navy and the world government had set their sights on Doflamingo, and Bai Yi's current mission served as tangible evidence of that scrutiny. "Such a coward," Bournemouth scoffed. Yet, he felt no urgency, as this was not a particularly critical assignment. "I must caution you, if Mama becomes enraged, the consequences will be dire," Bournemouth warned. "Impossible. I have prepared a delectable cake, crafted by a renowned chef from across the seas. I am certain Mama will adore it." Doflamingo replied, exhibiting a keen understanding of how to cater to her tastes. The two raised their glasses in camaraderie once more. Throughout this exchange, Bai Yi remained motionless, akin to a wooden figure. "Tomorrow at dawn, I shall escort you to an uninhabited island for our transaction, discreet and undetected. Of course, since this is a trade." "Have you prepared the cash?" Doflamingo asked. "Truly a miser," Bournemouth remarked, snapping his fingers. Soon, several boxes filled with cash were presented. Upon seeing the money, Doflamingo's smile radiated brightly. He relished the scent of wealth. Previously, an unknown rogue had pilfered his Gomu Gomu fruit, leading to a substantial loss. And this transaction afforded him an opportunity to recoup some of that deficit. "Cash for goods, no problem?" Bournemouth inquired as he secured his funds. "Certainly, my friend," Doflamingo responded, his joy evident. After sharing another drink, the rotund dragon and Bai Yi prepared to set sail. However, as they departed, Bai Yi discreetly placed a Din Din Mushi, designed for tracking, aboard his ship. Yet, the coordinates it would transmit were not intended for the Navy, but rather for the Revolutionary Army. After the encounter between White Knight and Monkey D. Dragon, the latter conceived an idea succinctly referred to as Black Eats Black. The Navy's objective was straightforward, to uncover the connection between Don Quixote Doflamingo and Kaido. Unlike the Navy, which possessed vast resources, the Revolutionary Army emerged from humble beginnings. And Monkey D. Dragon immediately recognized the potential of the weaponry in question. However, time was of the essence, and he could not articulate his thoughts extensively at that moment. Subsequently, White Knight evaded the Navy's surveillance, allowing the two to communicate via transponder snail. The goal was to seize Doflamingo's arsenal, while simultaneously appropriating the funds held by the seller, ideally causing both parties to suffer a silent loss without drawing unwanted attention. Monkey D. Dragon articulated this plan, to which White Knight candidly replied, "Brother, you truly have a dark heart. Rest assured, you shall be the same in due time. Is there any feasible approach?" White Knight mused, "If that is the case, we must utilize the Navy as our weapon." As White Knight contemplated Dragon's scheme, the voice of the corpulent dragon interjected, "Don't just stand there foolishly. Hurry over and lend a hand. If you delay, the young master will be displeased." White Knight feigned assistance from the past, gently opening a box, revealing it to be filled with brand new firearms and ammunition. "Fei Long, what might these weapons be worth?" White Knight inquired casually. Although Fei Long was responsible for transportation, he was unaware of their precise value. Yet, since his subordinate had asked, he felt compelled to respond without embarrassment. probably around several hundred million. Such an immense sum startled White Knight slightly. No wonder Monkey D. Dragon had set his sights on these weapons. Subsequently, while pretending to work, White Knight sent the location of the ship to the Revolutionary Army. As for the Navy, he had his own plans. Whether he could infiltrate the core of the Don Quixote family would depend on how convincingly he played his role. Chapter 31. A promising undercover candidate, Fei Long himself was oblivious to the ship's destination, awaiting instructions from Don Quixote Doflamingo. Soon, the directive arrived, and Fei Long's expression became grave. He assured Doflamingo through the transponder snail that he would safely deliver the goods. Fei Long, where are we headed? White Knight asked nonchalantly. To rocky shore, where treacherous reefs abound. One misstep could lead to shipwreck, but for me, it's a trivial matter. I could navigate it blindfolded, Fei Long boasted, thumping his chest. Although he was nominally a pirate, his work resembled that of a navigator, as he was intimately familiar with all the waters around the Sabaody archipelago. I see, rocky shore. White Knight's voice involuntarily rose slightly. In truth, he possessed a listening transponder snail, which, when activated, would allow the Navy headquarters to overhear all conversations here. Of course, White Knight dared not use it in front of Doflamingo, whose formidable strength and observation hockey were daunting, yet he believed these individuals were rather naive. At Navy headquarters, Sengoku and Garp nodded slightly, acknowledging this young man's commendable actions. He was indeed a promising undercover candidate. All naval vessels near the Sabaody archipelago formed a perimeter around Rocky Shore. Upon discovering the convergence of Doflamingo's ship and Big Mom's, they were to launch an immediate assault. However, it was crucial to remember that their objective was not to eliminate Doflamingo, as that would create insurmountable complications both internally and externally. Thus, vigilance was paramount. Additionally, a Marine Admiral had been dispatched for support, sufficient to confront a warlord of the sea. Meanwhile, concealed behind a cluster of submerged rocks in the nearby waters lay a fleet that did not belong to either pirates or the Navy, but rather the Revolutionary Army. Leading this operation was none other than Monkey D. Dragon, the current leader of the Revolutionary Army. Given the Revolutionary Army's limited strength and the varied capabilities of its officers, such a significant endeavor necessitated Dragon's personal involvement. Chief, what should we do now? Asked the 10-year-old Sabo, looking to his leader. We wait. White Knight will signal us when the time is right. Trust in him. Dragon responded with remarkable composure. As the saying goes, while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole lurks behind. But who, then, is the slingshot behind the oriole? Fei Long steered the fleet to Rocky Shore, where a small rocky island served as the trading location. However, Doflamingo and Pormouth did not arrive immediately. Doflamingo, ever cautious, waited until he was certain no suspicious individuals lingered nearby before personally arriving at the rocky island 3 days later, with Pormouth in tow, carrying a substantial amount of cash. In the twilight hours, Bai remained an unnoticed presence, perceived by others as merely a large, dim-witted oaf, devoid of any significance. Little did they know. His gaze was fixated intently on Doflamingo. As a light rain began to fall, a weather that Doflamingo favored, he had brought only a limited number of subordinates. For the transaction was with Big Mom. If the other party intended to engage in treachery, it wouldn't require such elaborate arrangements. Bormus arrived with a fleet of a dozen ships, and both parties reached the designated trading location. Satisfied with Doflamingo's performance over the past few days, he believed this exchange would proceed without incident. Money for goods, is that acceptable? Doflamingo inquired. Bormus nodded, instructing his men to deliver boxes of cash. Doflamingo personally verified the currency, ensuring its legitimacy, before pouring a glass of red wine to toast their prosperous partnership. Thus, the weapons were loaded onto Bormus's vessels while the money was transferred to Doflamingo's ship, and everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. Just as they were about to depart, a cannonball hurtled through the air, crashing onto Rock Island with a deafening explosion that drowned out the sound of the rain. Several unfortunate pirates were instantly thrown into the air. Doflamingo, being one of the 7 warlords of the sea, reacted swiftly to the unfolding chaos. Is this treachery? He glared at Bormus, who appeared equally startled. Bormus then glanced toward the distant sea, panic setting in. This is bad. The Navy's warship is here. Are you attempting to betray me? He shouted in alarm. Doflamingo, known for his allegiance to the world government, was aware that the presence of the Navy during their transaction could only implicate him. You lie, Doflamingo retorted, even as a warlord. He would not be foolish enough to summon the Navy during an arms deal, while he had operated with impunity over the years without Navy interference. Selling weapons directly to Big Mom was an entirely different matter. However, there was little time left for mutual accusations as more cannonballs began to rain down. Although conventional artillery posed no real threat to the two of them, it was lethal for the smaller pirates below. From the island, a voice boomed, "We are the Navy. You are surrounded. Surrender immediately, or we will unleash devastating force." Doflamingo let out a sinister laugh, seemingly oblivious to why he had become one of the warlords of the sea, not by virtue of his celestial dragon status or wealth, but due to his formidable strength. This transaction was of immense importance to him. Not only would it alleviate his family's financial woes temporarily, but it would also forge a connection with Big Mom. Yet now, all of it was being unraveled by the unexpected arrival of the Navy. Chapter 45. The arrival of Kizaru, since you have sought your own demise, do not blame me. Doflamingo. He sneered coldly. Unless a Marine Admiral personally intervened, he believed no one in the Navy could match him. Meanwhile, the Marines began to land, engaging in close-quarters combat with the pirates. This time, the Navy's ranks were filled with officers and commanders, effortlessly overwhelming the hapless pirates. Doflamingo quickly realized he was the target of a well-orchestrated scheme. The Navy had been monitoring him from the onset. Doflamingo, surrender! A Marine Vice Admiral soared toward him, initiating a fierce battle, but even a typical Vice Admiral struggled to hold his ground against Doflamingo's might. It was well known that naval Vice Admirals fell into two categories. One was Garp, and the other was simply a Vice Admiral. Clearly, this one belonged to the latter. With mastery over his hockey and the line fruit, Doflamingo gained the upper hand after a few exchanges. Bormus was also embroiled in a fierce struggle with two other Vice Admirals. On Rock Island, the sounds of clashing soldiers and exploding artillery drowned out the waves crashing against the rocks. A muffled thud echoed as a Marine Vice Admiral found himself beneath Doflamingo's foot, who wore a mocking grin. To capture me, Doflamingo? You are far from it. Unexpectedly, the Vice Admiral chuckled defiantly. If you wish to boast, perhaps you should check behind you. He showed no fear of Doflamingo's menacing smile. In that instant, Doflamingo sensed a grave threat approaching from behind. He turned swiftly to find a languid figure had materialized not far from him. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as his fingers trembled, his smile vanishing. The figure looming behind him was none other than the Marine Headquarters Admiral, Kizaru. The 7 warlords of the sea are truly formidable, Kizaru remarked in a slow, deliberate tone. Doflamingo felt a chill run down his spine. Why has an admiral been dispatched? Yet, as a warlord. He fought to regain his composure. I hadn't anticipated such a formidable opponent. Would you kindly move your foot? You're standing on one of my beloved subordinates. Kizaru drawled. Was the Navy truly ready to escalate matters? Doflamingo, however, was not one to surrender easily. Haha. If that's the case, I shall take the life of your subordinate. Doflamingo bellowed, lunging toward the Vice Admiral. But in the next moment, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness struck him. The scenery around him blurred as he was propelled backward. No, it wasn't the world retreating. He had been sent flying. Kizaru nonchalantly retracted his foot, tauntingly asking, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Doflamingo felt a sharp pain on his cheek, hastily flipping over to find himself crashing heavily onto the ground. Just as he stood up, a wave of dread washed over him once more. Kizaru had appeared before him at an incomprehensible speed, delivering a swift kick to Doflamingo's chin. Even someone as powerful as Doflamingo found himself utterly helpless against Kizaru's terrifying assault, his consciousness momentarily fading, though the ordeal lasted mere seconds. By the time Doflamingo regained his senses, he saw the Vice Admiral approaching him with sea-stone handcuffs. Damn it! Will I, Doflamingo, perish here today? He thought resentfully. Just as despair enveloped him, a gunshot rang out nearby. Bang! Doflamingo looked up to see one of his subordinates brandishing a gun, shooting at the Vice Admiral, who staggered back, bloodied and shocked, before collapsing. You are the first mate of the Fat Dragon? Doflamingo recognized the young man instantly. Indeed, this was the opportune moment for Baiyi to act, leaving a significant impression on Doflamingo. Someone is still resisting. The yellow ape slowly lifted his foot. Young master, hurry. Baiyi seemed to be the most loyal subordinate of Don Quixote. Doflamingo, brandishing a bomb as he lunged towards the yellow ape. Boom. The bomb exploded, sending a tremendous shockwave that propelled Doflamingo's body through the air, simultaneously stirring up a cloud of dust that obscured the yellow ape's vision. Chapter 32. The Mantis stalks the cicada. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Doflamingo disregarded the fate of his subordinate and turned to flee. At last, he glimpsed the ships by the shore. If he could board one, there would still be a glimmer of hope. However, at that moment, the yellow ape's figure appeared behind Doflamingo like a specter. You cannot escape. The yellow ape taunted. Doflamingo hastily turned around. But the yellow ape's massive foot had already struck his face, rendering him unable to even emit a cry as he was kicked into the sea. It's over. It's all over. Doflamingo felt utterly powerless, on the brink of drowning. Meanwhile, on the shore, Baiyi, the yellow ape, and the recently shot Vice Admiral gazed out at the ocean. Now it's your turn, the yellow ape remarked. This incident will surely earn Doflamingo's trust. If he drowns, it will be quite the spectacle. Baiyi nodded and leapt directly into the ocean, just in time to witness Don Quixote Doflamingo's body sinking beneath the waves. In a swift motion, White Knight lifted Doflamingo and carried him to a nearby rocky outcrop. Baiyi pressed firmly against Doflamingo's chest several times, causing the latter to expel a couple of mouthfuls of seawater, followed by a violent fit of coughing as he gradually regained consciousness. Observing Doflamingo awakening, Baiyi understood that his undercover mission had officially commenced, promptly adopting a concerned demeanor. Young master, how are you? Are you all right? Doflamingo glanced at Baiyi, nodded weakly, and then gazed into the distance at the rocky island being bombarded, a malevolent expression crossing his face. The Navy, I, Don Quixote Doflamingo, shall never let you escape. He growled softly. With this deal ruined, he could only return to Dressrosa and devise a long-term strategy. By the way, what is your name? Doflamingo inquired. I am Ahu. Hailing from the East Blue, a pirate with a bounty of 45 million. Bai Yi introduced himself, feigning nervousness. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall accompany me, Don Quixote Doflamingo. I shall not treat you poorly. Unbeknownst to Doflamingo, he had already fallen into a trap, as he lay upon the rocks. Gradually regaining his composure, Doflamingo soon realized that something was amiss. Although this transaction was not classified, it was improbable for the Navy to have arrived so swiftly. One possibility loomed large. The Navy had long been watching me, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Haha. My reputation truly precedes me, even prompting the mobilization of a Marine Admiral. Doflamingo let out a grotesque, sickly laugh. Despite the rocky island now engulfed in flames, as long as he remained, the Don Quixote family would endure. Moreover, none of the family's officers had perished. He had merely lost a shipment of arms, which was of little consequence to him. Ahoo. From now on you shall follow me, and I will show you the pinnacle of this world. Doflamingo gently patted Bai Yi's shoulder, acknowledging that this youth had saved him at his most perilous moment, and thus was deserving of his trust. Their next course of action was to await rescue. Confident that the Don Quixote family's officers had received word and would soon dispatch reinforcements. Meanwhile, Doflamingo had been cast into the sea, leaving behind the underling of the Big Mom pirates, Bournemouth. This is dire. The situation is exceedingly grim. He knew all too well what the title of Marine Admiral implied, an almost invincible force upon these waters. Unless Big Mom herself could arrive at this moment. Bournemouth clenched his teeth. His mission was complete, and he had secured the necessary arms. It was time to flee. He had no desire to confront Admiral Kizaru head-on. However, as he attempted to escape, Kizaru had no intention of letting him go. So a pirate under Big Mom, how terrifying, Kizaru remarked, delivering a swift kick to Bournemouth. Despite being a moderately ranked officer within the Big Mom pirates, Bournemouth had little opportunity to resist against Kizaru's onslaught, and was sent flying into the sea. As other pirates drew their weapons, preparing to confront the Marine Admiral, Kizaru merely stretched and sighed. Never mind, you were merely an unforeseen complication. My task is to deal with Doflamingo. I have no interest in matters outside of my duties, and Sengoku won't pay me a single extra for overtime. Amidst the terrified gazes of the pirates, the Admiral nonchalantly departed, leaving behind a small black transponder snail that fell unnoticed to the deck's corner. All eyes were fixated on Kizaru, with none paying heed to the diminutive snail. Once Kizaru had left, the pirates collectively felt as though they had narrowly escaped disaster. Quickly, rescue Lord Bournemouth and leave the sea at once. Bournemouth, having narrowly evaded death, wasted no time in fleeing the area. As the rocky island dwindled to a mere speck in the distance, he finally exhaled in relief, initially believing it a simple task, only to discover its inherent dangers. Nevertheless, he had procured the weaponry the crew required. Surely, Big Mom would commend him. A triumphant smile graced Bournemouth's face. Indeed, his elder brother would earn accolades for this significant achievement upon their return, as the other subordinates eagerly flattered him. Unbeknownst to them, a fleet of black ships was rapidly approaching. Just as Bournemouth had let down his guard, a cannonball struck and severed the mast of his vessel. What is happening? What is happening? Bournemouth cried, akin to a startled bird, standing abruptly to discover that his ship had been encircled by an unknown fleet. Who are you? Do you not see this flag? We are part of Big Mom's fleet. Do you realize the consequences of attacking us? Bournemouth hastily invoked Big Mom as a shield. The figure standing at the ship's bow was shrouded, obscuring his visage, yet the oppressive aura emanating from him was no less formidable than that of Admiral Kizaru. Just as Bournemouth was left in shock, a fierce wind surged. The cloaked man ascended into the air. Bournemouth, sensing that this man was no benevolent soul, resolved to fight to the death for the honor of the Big Mom pirates. Retreat was not an option. In an instant, Bournemouth soared into the air, his armament hockey enveloping his fist as he launched a strike at the robed figure. The man tilted his head slightly, revealing a tattoo on the left side of his face, accompanied by a terrifying smile. Yet, Bournemouth had no chance to observe this further. For in the moment of their clash, he was struck down into the sea, devoid of any opportunity to retaliate. Regardless, my hockey was taught by the old man. There's no reason I should lose to you, the man sneered. This man was none other than Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Upon learning of the Navy's plans, he had orchestrated this ambush, seizing the arms that rightfully belonged to Big Mom. The remaining pirates crumbled under Dragon's assault, and soon, all the ships were entirely commandeered by the Revolutionary Army. Return all the arms, however, our mission is only half complete. There is still another half awaiting our attention. Monkey D. Dragon declared. Indeed, his ambitions extended beyond mere weaponry. He sought the funds Big Mom intended to use for procuring arms. Currently, those funds were aboard the ship of a hefty dragon, who, relying on his knowledge of the surrounding waters, had managed to evade the Navy's encirclement. This time, I shall undoubtedly achieve great merit. Safeguarding such a substantial sum, the young master will surely reward me, the hefty dragon exclaimed with excitement, completely unaware that Admiral Kizaru, aboard a naval warship, was observing him like a jester. Admiral, what should we do about this individual? Queried a rear admiral. Let him be, Kizaru replied calmly. We cannot rush Doflamingo too much, otherwise he may become desperate. Understood. Everyone, prepare to withdraw. The vice admiral spoke loudly. Kizaru cast a meaningful glance at Fat Dragon's ship, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Splendid. Haha. The Navy has departed, and once I return to the Chambord Islands, victory shall be ours. Haha. Fat Dragon remained lost in his daydreams when, in the next moment, a man cloaked in black was coldly staring at him from midair. Still caught up in his excitement, Fat Dragon suddenly felt an unnatural wind stir, compelling him to look up and see the man in the black robe fixated on him. Despite his relatively weak strength, having navigated these seas for decades endowed Fat Dragon with keen perception. Upon first sight, he realized this was an adversary beyond his capacity to confront. Even if I am no match for my enemy, I shall never relinquish the wealth that belongs to the young master. Fat Dragon shouted to his subordinates behind him. Prepare for battle. However, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura erupted from the cloaked man, causing Fat Dragon's followers to collapse one by one, and soon, he himself succumbed, losing consciousness in mere seconds. The Conqueror's Haki. It is said that a natural-born king emerges among millions. How commendable. Monkey D. Dragon spared the lives of these individuals. The Navy was nearby. He located a special black Den Mushi on the ship's deck, a device capable of pinpointing locations. Was it with such a Den Mushi that Monkey D. Dragon found Fat Dragon? Subsequently, he seized all the cash on board. This sum would facilitate the rapid development of the Revolutionary Army. It appears that this kid, White Knight, is exceptionally suited for undercover work. Monkey D. Dragon mused to himself, wondering what thrilling experiences awaited him in the future. At that moment, White Knight and Quixote Doflamingo were trapped on a reef. Doflamingo, having sustained severe injuries during his battle with Kizaru, was unable to move freely and could only lie there awaiting rescue. Approximately 2 hours later, Torpol, a core member of the Doflamingo family, personally piloted a boat to find him. Mingo, are you all right? Torpol exclaimed upon seeing Doflamingo unharmed, bursting into tears, his nose and eyes streaming uncontrollably. White Knight discreetly stepped back, fearful of being splattered by the other's tears. Stop crying. I'm fine. I didn't expect the Navy to outmaneuver us this time, Doflamingo grimaced. What of the cargo? Torpol replied in a hushed tone when we arrived. We found a ship carrying cash, but everyone aboard was unconscious, seemingly due to Conqueror's Haki. Doflamingo's expression grew grave. There were few who possessed such power across the vast ocean. Who could it be? The others dared not disturb Doflamingo's contemplation, yet even at the end, he had no conclusions. We have been thoroughly schemed against, utterly deceived. Doflamingo's visage was that of a malevolent spirit. Do not mention this matter again. There is a spy from the Navy within our ranks. Until we unearth this traitor, everyone must exercise caution, understood? The others could only nod in agreement. Then, Doflamingo gently placed a hand on White Knight's shoulder. This individual was originally Fat Dragon's first mate and saved my life. Henceforth, you shall be a member of our family. Torpol eagerly extended his slimy hand, patting White Knight on the shoulder. From now on, we are all family, and I shall take good care of you. Brother, just remove your hand. Do you not realize how repulsive you are? The pale knight revealed a smile more sorrowful than tears. How is the sugar? Inquired Doflamingo. I have placed the sugar in a most secure location, replied Treble. In the depths of his curiosity, Bai pondered the identity of the sugar they referred to, suspecting it might be the little girl he had seen that day. Could she be a relative of Doflamingo? Otherwise, why would Doflamingo display such anxiety over the child? However, having just infiltrated the Doflamingo family, Bai understood the necessity of inquiring about such matters. Otherwise, he risked arousing suspicion. Upon his return to the Chambord Islands, the first action Doflamingo took, after ensuring his safety, was to contact Sengoku via telephone. Sengoku, it's Doflamingo. Surprised to hear I'm still alive, aren't you? Haha. Sengoku, listening to Doflamingo's menacing tone, remained unfazed. After all, he was a man of considerable experience, having weathered numerous storms. With figures like Rox and Roger deceased, and the Golden Lion having severed his own legs, Sengoku remained resolutely in his position as Admiral of the Navy. Doflamingo, it's been a while, Sengoku replied, seemingly envisioning Doflamingo's disheveled state. His plan had come to fruition, successfully placing Bai Yi as an undercover agent beside Doflamingo. The outcome now hinged on Bai Yi's performance. It appeared that Admiral Sengoku held little regard for Doflamingo's status as a celestial dragon, directly dispatching a marine admiral to confront him. Doflamingo's expression contorted into a vicious glare. Had it not been for Bai Yi, he might have already succumbed to the depths of the ocean. You were once a celestial dragon. Yet now no one in Mariewa acknowledges your existence, Sengoku coldly stated, tearing open Doflamingo's old wounds and nearly provoking him into a rage. Indeed, he had once belonged to that esteemed lineage, but his father had renounced his title to traverse the world. Unfortunately, they had made too many enemies, leading to their eventual execution by an angry mob. Were it not for the awakening of Doflamingo's Conqueror's Haki during his youth, the formidable figure known as the Night Demon might never have emerged. I merely dispatched Admiral Kizaru to attack Big Mom's ship. As for whether he may inadvertently harm you, how could I possibly know? Sengoku's tone dripped with indifference. Very well, Sengoku, I shall remember this. We have ample time ahead of us, Doflamingo retorted, delivering a menacing remark before hanging up. Indeed, Before Sengoku, Doflamingo had no recourse but to issue threats. What else could he do? Marching his subordinates to the Navy headquarters to claim Sengoku's head? Even Whitebeard could not accomplish such an act. When brute force proved ineffective, alternative measures would need to be employed. Doflamingo retrieved another Din Din Mushi, capable of connecting him with none other than the highest authority of the world government, the Gorosei. Chapter 33. The objective. Though Doflamingo was no longer a celestial dragon, his status and power rendered him a valuable asset to the Gorosei, who relied on him for tasks too unsavory for their direct involvement. Doflamingo reported his situation to the Gorosei, who listened in silence before abruptly ending the call. In their eyes, Doflamingo was merely a dog. In this chaotic sea, there were countless such dogs. Should one perish, another could easily take its place, abusing our favor. He has entangled himself with Big Mom. Doflamingo has gone too far and deserves a lesson, one elder declared. And what of Sengoku's actions? Knowing full well Doflamingo is one of our own, he still sent troops against him. Both sides were equally culpable and warranted a reprimand. So it shall be. Doflamingo remained unaware of the Gorosei's decision, yet he recognized the pressing need to recuperate. After suffering 2 significant losses, his reputation in the underground market had undoubtedly taken a hit. There was a chance that some foolish individuals might rise to challenge him. Consequently, Doflamingo convened a family meeting, summoning all his subordinates before him. Fei Long, although you suffered substantial financial losses this time, I understand it was not your fault. Our family faces a critical juncture, and I hereby promote you to the position of overseer of the Chambord Islands auction house, hoping you will bring greater benefit to our family, Doflamingo announced. Young master, Fei Long exclaimed, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. He had feared punishment for his losses, yet Doflamingo not only refrained from chastising him but also rewarded him. Doflamingo was acutely aware that this incident was likely engineered by someone in the shadows, most probably the Navy. Though Fei Long's abilities were rather ordinary, he was undeniably trustworthy, which justified Doflamingo's decision to elevate him. Now, I would like to introduce another individual. Ahu, come forth. Doflamingo beckoned by Yi. This man was originally Fei Long's first mate, but during our recent conflict, he saved my life. And I have decided to promote him to a cadre within the Doflamingo family. Baiye's face displayed a shy and endearing smile, resembling a simpleton, utterly devoid of any menace. No one would be wary of someone who appears to harbor no ulterior motives, who wears a smile, conducts themselves with reliability, and possesses a kind heart. Baiye is determined to transform himself into such a person. Fei Long's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that his first mate had swiftly ascended to become a cadre of the Don Quixote family. I must return to Dressrosa. There are more pressing matters to attend to, and the Navy has already set its sights on us. We must exercise caution in these times. After Don Quixote had relayed all pertinent information, he boarded the vessel bound for Dressrosa. What could this significant matter be? Baiye pondered incessantly. Could it possibly be related to that Kaido? However, at this juncture, he could not afford to display too much curiosity towards Don Quixote, who had begun to suspect that there might be a spy from the Navy in his midst. To exhibit excessive inquisitiveness would likely result in exposure. Moreover, Baiye's current standing within the Navy was merely that of a major. He stood no chance against any member of the Don Quixote family. Any revelation would equate to death. Don Quixote had indeed harbored doubts about Baiye. His timing was too impeccable, as though he had appeared solely for this operation. Yet, Baiye had also saved his life. If the Navy truly intended to eliminate future threats, why not simply assassinate him directly? Instead, they arranged for someone to rescue him. There seemed to be no rationale behind it. Why not just eliminate Don Quixote? Sengoku, while savoring a bowl of ramen, cast a glance at the Rear Admiral and suddenly chuckled. Don Quixote is indeed perilous, yet he remains within the Navy's sphere of control. Can you guess who stands behind him? A hint of confusion crossed the face of a naval Rear Admiral, but he quickly grasped the implication. You mean, Kaido? Precisely. The beast Kaido, the emperor who reigns over the seas. While Don Quixote is significant, my true objective is to use him as a springboard to engage with Kaido. Sengoku spoke with unwavering confidence. In recent times, the two have maintained clandestine contact. If I am not mistaken, they must have some unspeakable conspiracy, which is why I opted for an undercover approach. Otherwise, Don Quixote, merely a jester. Indeed, Marshal, your strategic foresight is commendable, the Rear Admiral promptly lauded. Yet, is it truly prudent to entrust such a perilous task to a novice? The Rear Admiral glanced at Karp beside him, aware that Karp had just taken this youth as his disciple. My disciple won't easily fall victim to a jester, Karp remarked, crunching on a rice cracker. Baiye is currently enjoying a rather pleasant life, although his strength has yet to reach the level of a cadre. His act of saving Don Quixote Doflamingo's life has significantly elevated his status within the Doflamingo family. White Knight was acutely aware that at this hour, Don Quixote Doflamingo was undoubtedly observing him from the shadows. He could not afford to falter now. At long last, he had arrived at Dressrosa. Baiye had prepared himself to witness the inferno of humanity, for what goodness could possibly thrive in a nation ruled by pirates? However, upon his arrival in Dressrosa, he found himself momentarily speechless. The radiant sunlight bathed the streets, which were pristine and alive with bustling crowds, laughter, and the occasional sighting of whimsical toys wandering about. Could this truly be a nation under pirate rule? How astonishing. Bai marveled from the depths of his heart. Tori Bull remarked, the truly remarkable aspects lie ahead. Don Quixote Doflamingo escorted Bai to his palace. He was not merely a member of the Shichibukai but also the sovereign of Dressrosa. The citizens, upon seeing their king, raised their arms in jubilation and cheered loudly, clearly demonstrating their affection for this pirate-born ruler. Doflamingo reciprocated their greetings with a wave. Could it be that Doflamingo was a benevolent soul? Bai began to entertain doubts, recalling the precedents set by Robin and Rayleigh. Not all pirates were villains. From now on, this will be your home. The members of the Don Quixote family are all akin to kin. I shall introduce each of them to you in due course. Doflamingo declared. Bai nodded with a certain dullness. At that moment, Sha Tang approached, delicately placing a grape into Bai's hand with her finger. Thank you, Bai exclaimed as he tossed the grape into his mouth. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Never approach Sha Tang so casually in the future. It can be perilous, you understand? Tori Bull remarked with utmost seriousness. As Bai gazed at the sugar, which had only just managed to reach his knees, a sudden sense of vigilance surged within him. He understood that the sugar's appearance belied its true nature, yet even the Navy remained oblivious to its capabilities. Why, he pondered. Did Doflamingo go to such lengths to protect it? Esteemed colleagues, our Doflamingo family has faced setbacks in succession. We must demonstrate our strength to this sea, Doflamingo proclaimed. I have a task for you, Ahu. Come forth. Under the watchful eyes of numerous high-ranking members of the Doflamingo family, Bai took a few steps forward. Approaching Doflamingo's side, each individual who became a cadre of the Doflamingo family underwent a trial, a rite of passage that they all had to endure. White Knight understood that at this moment, he must earn as much trust from Doflamingo as possible. Otherwise, Doflamingo would never allow him to truly enter the core of power. You are aware of the devil fruit, are you not? Doflamingo inquired. Bai nodded, acknowledging, it is indeed something that transforms one into a landlubber. Instantly, a multitude of executives from the Doflamingo family erupted into laughter, for many had harbored similar thoughts prior to consuming a devil fruit. However, once they had attained that formidable power, the inability to swim seemed a trivial price to pay. The devil fruit not only bestows extraordinary abilities upon an individual. In the underground market, a single devil fruit can fetch a staggering value of over 100 million berries. Previously, one of my subordinates reported that he had discovered 2 devil fruits in the first half of the Grand Line and was preparing to bring them back. You are to assist him and ensure these 2 fruits are delivered to me. I trust in your capability to accomplish this task. Doflamingo gently patted Bai's shoulder. Yes, young master. Bai responded without a hint of hesitation. This is a transponder snail. Contact me immediately should any issues arise, as the seas are particularly treacherous at present. Doflamingo produced the transponder snail and placed it in the palm of Bai's hand. In the pale night, Bai held the phone bug in his hand and turned to leave, while Doflamingo had already prepared the ship for departure. Once Bai had departed, Doflamingo's gaze became exceedingly peculiar. Mingo, Tori Bull murmured, are you questioning this fellow's identity? After all, his sudden appearance raises suspicions. Could he be an undercover agent sent by the Navy, or perhaps someone else? It's hard to say. Doflamingo, a formidable figure, refrained from placing immediate trust in Bai. He remained vigilant. Should this individual prove to be genuinely loyal, elevation would be inevitable. However, if he were indeed an infiltrator, even a debt of gratitude for saving his life would not spare him from Doflamingo's wrath. He resolved to observe for a while longer. And should any signs of treachery emerge, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. A shadow flickered in Doflamingo's eyes. He had suffered grievously in recent encounters, as if an unseen force conspired against him. When had Doflamingo ever endured such significant losses? Rest assured, Mingo, Tori Bull reassured him. If there were anyone within the entire family whom Doflamingo trusted the most, it would undoubtedly be Tori Bull, for this man had pledged his loyalty to him since childhood. Decades had passed, yet that initial devotion remained unwavering. I hope my instincts are mistaken. When Bai departed from beside Don Quixote Doflamingo, his back was drenched in cold sweat. The experience had been intensely exhilarating. Had he revealed even the slightest hint of weakness, he would have been swiftly dismembered by the enforcers of the Doflamingo family. At the docks, Doflamingo had already prepared the vessels, and Bai set his course for the first half of the Grand Line. With his current capabilities, he could barely navigate the initial segment of the Grand Line, but in the latter half, where monsters abound, his present strength was far from sufficient to traverse those tumultuous seas with ease. Bai directly dialed the telephone buck. At that moment, in a stretch of sea within the first half of the Grand Line, a man answered the call. This man was also an associate of the Don Quixote family, though his role was not one of combat. Rather, he was tasked with gathering various types of devil fruits. Should a powerful fruit be discovered, the Don Quixote family would arrange for someone to consume it, thereby augmenting their combat capabilities. If the fruit were ordinary, they would seek to sell it for profit. Hello? I am a newly appointed member of the Don Quixote family, sent by the young master to provide support. Please report your location, Bai stated. This matter had been previously relayed to him by Don Quixote, who informed him that a family associate would come to assist. The man, unconcerned, promptly disclosed his whereabouts. Understood. We shall set sail, Bai commanded, and the ship unfurled its sails. As they gradually distanced themselves from Dressrosa, Baiyi felt a flicker of solace. The further he was from Don Quixote, the more liberated he felt. Remaining in the presence of that man was perilously dangerous, as he was, without a doubt, one of the most formidable figures in these waters. As for the crew members surrounding him, Chapter 34, Black on Black, he trusted none of them. Don Quixote likely still harbored doubts about his loyalty. It was entirely possible that one among them had been dispatched by Don Quixote to surveil him. Baiyi remained silent, feigning a deep contemplation, and throughout the journey, he abstained from any libation, fearing that inebriation might betray his true identity. However, Don Quixote da Flamingo could never fathom that Baiyi was not an undercover agent sent directly by the Navy, but rather a covert operative from the Revolutionary Army who had infiltrated the Navy and was positioned within Da Flamingo's ranks. On this splendid summer day, Baiyi stood at the bow of the ship, gazing out over the boundless ocean, while the messenger birds soared above, dropping a newspaper from the sky. Baiyi tossed a few coins into the air in response. Initially, he believed it to be an unremarkable day, but upon glimpsing the headline of the newspaper, he was utterly taken aback. The title boldly proclaimed, "The Rise of the Revolutionary Army? 3 nations liberated overnight. Is Monkey D. Dragon truly the strongest adversary of the world government? Indeed, one possesses an uncanny ability to harness resources." In a hushed tone, Baiyi murmured that after acquiring those formidable weapons, Monkey D. Dragon unleashed a powerful offensive, swiftly dismantling the governments of 3 nations and liberating them from the dominion of the world government. Accompanying the report were numerous photographs, the authenticity of which remained uncertain. The second piece of news was equally shocking. The Navy had actually taken action against the 7 warlords of the sea. Was this a sign of moral decay or a distortion of humanity? The title alone suggested that someone was orchestrating events behind the scenes. It is well known that the warlords are legitimate pirates, free to plunder the seas, and yet the Navy dared to strike at its allies, which was utterly unreasonable. Clearly, the 5 elders were manipulating matters from the shadows, applying pressure on the Navy, Baiyi speculated. The third item in the newspaper seemed more credible than the previous 2, as it featured a bounty notice depicting a man in his 20s with an arrogant expression. Taisolo? How did this lad become a pirate? Baiyi mumbled to himself. Furthermore, the bounty was substantial. Taisolo had once proclaimed his ambition to become a world-renowned figure, and now it appeared that he was on the verge of fulfilling that promise. Setting the newspaper aside, they had now reached the first half of the Grand Line, where, although the pirates were fierce, most possessed a modicum of intelligence, often steering clear of the Don Quixote family's flag. Of course, there were always reckless youths eager to make a name for themselves, targeting formidable opponents. As Baiyi set down the newspaper and sipped his tea, he suddenly caught a whiff of something burning, as if something had been scorched. "Has breakfast burned?" he inquired, frowning, to which the chef shook his head, indicating that breakfast had not yet been prepared. As a Navy officer, Baiyi immediately reacted, hastily ascending to the lookout tower and retrieving his binoculars to survey the surroundings. Indeed, not far off, he spotted a ship billowing black smoke, and most crucially, it bore the flag of the Don Quixote family. "Is that our rendezvous?" he thought, alarmed. "This is bad. Something has gone awry. Steer the ship over there." Baiyi commanded urgently. His mission was straightforward, to accept 2 devil fruits in the first half of the Grand Line and deliver them to Don Quixote da Flamingo, thereby concluding his task. However, now the ship meant to meet them was engulfed in smoke. What could have transpired? The others on board also sensed that something was amiss and quickly paddled towards the vessel. Yet by the time they arrived, it was evident that they were too late. The ship was strewn with bodies, the flag of the Don Quixote family trampled into the ground, a testament to a recent fierce battle. "Help! Over here!" A voice rang out in distress, belonging to the individual responsible for the rendezvous with Baiyi. "What happened?" Baiyi inquired hastily. "Where are the devil fruits?" The man, having sustained a gunshot wound that fortunately did not strike a vital area, replied with difficulty, "The devil fruits were stolen. Someone knew we were with Da Flamingo and dared to attack us. Everyone else has been killed. We must capture him, or neither of us will be able to account to the young master." "In which direction did they flee?" Baiyi pressed. The man pointed. "There's a small island over there. If my guess is correct, they are heading towards that island. Please, if I die, I cannot face the young master." Baiyi understood that in order to earn Da Flamingo's trust, he must unconditionally fulfill all of Da Flamingo's tasks. "I understand. You rest here comfortably. I will take care of the remaining matters," Baiyi declared. He then addressed his subordinates, saying, "You are responsible for looking after him. Provide me with a small boat. I will pursue it myself." However, one of them replied, "But, Lord Ahu, what if you get injured? We will have no way to explain to the young master." At this juncture, Baiyi felt he could no longer afford to worry about such matters. In front of Da Flamingo, he had to demonstrate his unwavering loyalty, ensuring that the other party would trust him without reservation, thus gaining access to the core of power. Under the pallid glow of the night, Baiyi steered a small boat, relentlessly pursuing his target. The nimble vessel outpaced the larger ship significantly, and after about half an hour of navigation in this direction, Baiyi spotted a pirate ship not far off. It was likely the very ship that had raided the Don Quixote family's vessel. Laughter and cheer erupted from the ship. a stark contrast to the grim reality of their actions. To his astonishment, the Don Quixote family's fleet had proven to be utterly feeble, effortlessly dispatched by them. And they had even seized 2 devil fruits. Haha, splendid, the captain boasted, clutching the fruits in his hands, though he himself was already a user of a devil fruit. The worth of each fruit was in the millions of berries. It was an undeniable profit. Boys, once we sell these fruits, I'll treat you all to a grand feast. Let us celebrate tonight. The captain raised the fruits high, flaunting his spoils, while his crew cheered enthusiastically. Yet, in a corner, a girl sat quietly, sipping tea and engrossed in a book, her silence contrasting sharply with the revelry around her. How ignorant one must be to provoke the Don Quixote family and still hope to thrive in the new world. The girl shook her head slightly. She had resolved to find a new refuge, for this place was no longer tenable. Just then, she noticed a small boat approaching at an alarming speed. Startled, she raised her arm. Captain, is that person coming towards us? The captain, caught in his revelry, quickly turned his gaze toward the sea. Indeed, a small boat was racing toward them, and notably, it bore the flag of the Don Quixote family. A chill ran down the captain's spine. His decision to raid the Don Quixote family's fleet had been driven by greed, for not everyone could resist the allure of the devil fruits. Yet, he never anticipated that the adversary would come so swiftly. It truly is a member of the Don Quixote family. Men, prepare for battle. We've already crushed their fleet. This is merely one individual. Fear not. The captain rallied his crew, just as the small boat drew near, and its occupant leaped gracefully onto the deck. It was Bai Yi, who immediately spotted the 2 devil fruits on the deck and breathed a sigh of relief. This was his inaugural mission from Don Quixote, and failure would undoubtedly reflect poorly on him. How dare you attack the Don Quixote family? You must be tired of living. Bai Yi feigned the demeanor of a ruthless pirate, a sinister grin spreading across his face. You scoundrel! Attack him! Turn him into pulp! The pirate surged forward, yet amidst the chaos, the girl with the book retreated. Bai Yi caught a glimpse of her from the corner of his eye. Upon seeing her, his heart raced. What was she doing here? This girl was none other than Nico Robin. After parting ways in the East Blue, she had been seeking refuge and had recently joined this pirate crew as the vice-captain. However, she could not have anticipated that history would repeat itself. In a swift motion, Bai Yi launched himself into the fray, moving like a specter among the crowd, delivering devastating blows that turned several pirates into mere remnants. I am a Hu, an officer of the Don Quixote family. Taste the wrath of our clan. Bai Yi forced himself to divert his gaze from Robin's face, snarling menacingly. Members of the Don Quixote family? Ah, I have slain them before. Brothers, seize him. At the captain's command, a horde of disorganized pirates charged, but these lowly bandits, with no bounty to their name, fell swiftly to Bai Yi's prowess, leaving only the captain standing. Hand over the devil fruits, and I can offer you a dignified demise. Bai Yi's voice was cold and unyielding. Go to hell. The pirate captain, evidently a desperate man, would not have dared to attack the Don Quixote family otherwise. His fingers morphed into ropes, lunging toward Bai Yi. Watch out, Nico Robin shouted, though whether she was warning Bai Yi or the captain remained unclear. Nevertheless, knowing the captain was a devil fruit user made things simpler. Bai Yi unleashed a swift kick, severing the deck beneath the captain's feet, causing him to lose his balance and teeter toward the abyss of the sea. These devil fruit users were but landlubbers. Once they fell into the ocean, their fight would be over. I'm a rope human, capable of transforming any part of my body into rope. Such trifling skills cannot defeat me. The captain's other arm morphed into a rope, latching onto the mast, swinging him to the opposite side of the deck with the agility of a pendulum. Just as he steadied himself, a steel bullet pierced through his chest. Bai Yi retracted his fingers slowly, muttering, such theatrics. Blood erupted from the pirate captain's chest, spilling into the sea, leaving Bai Yi uncertain of the captain's fate. At that moment, only Bai Yi and Robin remained on the ship, yet Bai Yi's face had morphed, resembling his original visage. He collected the fallen devil fruits from the deck, ensuring he could report back to Don Quixote without a hitch. Bai Yi endeavored to avert his gaze from Robin, fearing that once his eyes fell upon him, he would be unable to look away. Yet, Robin fixated on the silhouette of the man before him. Speaking in a tone laced with uncertainty, Navy officer? Bai Yi shuddered involuntarily, realizing he had been unmasked. You have mistaken the wrong person, he hastily protested. Yet Robin revealed a gentle smile. It seems my conjecture was correct. You are indeed a naval officer. A confident expression adorned Robin's face, though your appearance has transformed. Your voice and physique remain unchanged, especially that remarkable skill of playing marbles. It is a rarity among those navigating the vast seas. Bai Yi's face revealed a helpless smile. Why is this woman so astute? Indeed, you instill a sense of trepidation within me. What brings you aboard this pirate vessel? Bai Yi turned and inquired. Since my true identity has been unveiled, there is no longer any purpose in maintaining the facade. I am, of course, in search of refuge. Yet I did not anticipate that this group would be so foolish as to provoke the Don Quixote family. Now, look at the result. They have been annihilated. However, dear Navy officer, how is it that you have transformed into an officer of the Don Quixote family? Are you perhaps an undercover agent? Before Robin could finish her thought, Bai Yi swiftly covered her mouth. Thus, it seems that a woman's brilliance may render her unbetrothed. Given your demeanor, I suspect I have deduced correctly. A triumphant smile graced Robin's youthful features. However, you have obliterated my new refuge, and now I must seek another sanctuary. This. I sincerely apologize. Bai Yi humbly expressed. No, there is no need for apologies. Your current predicament must be perilous, I presume. Robin spoke with gentle concern. I shall seek a more secure haven, and until you reclaim your identity, it would be wise for us to refrain from contact. Gazing at this cultured and considerate girl before him, Bai Yi felt a surge of emotion that nearly brought him to tears. I am aware of your story. To some extent, I am sorry. Bai Yi murmured softly. Robin tilted her head in confusion. If you refer to the destruction of my hometown, O'Hara, there is no need for an apology, for it was not you who issued the order for its annihilation. I shall not harbor resentment towards all the Navy simply because it was they who obliterated my home. I possess enough rationality to discern that. At that moment, a ship slowly approached from the distance. Nico Robin picked up a hat from the deck and placed it upon her head. Reunions always seem so fleeting. Your identity must remain concealed, so I must take my leave. I hope that we may have the opportunity to meet again in the future. But you believed he had much to convey to Robin, yet when faced with the girl, words failed him, leaving him to watch her gradually drift away. As Bai Yi glanced back at the distant ship, he soon realized that it was not a vessel belonging to the Don Quixote family, but merely an ordinary pirate ship. The captain of this ship, upon peering through his telescope, noticed the Don Quixote family emblem flying from the small boat, and his expression shifted dramatically. Change course. I have no desire to become entangled with the Don Quixote family. At this moment, the two ships were approximately 100 meters apart. Yet neither side showed any intent to attack. Bai Yi, clutching the devil fruit, returned to his small boat, keeping a vigilant watch on the pirate ship. Once he confirmed that they were merely passing by, he turned to leave. Just then, a middle-aged man of slight stature, a sailor aboard the pirate ship who had been diligently scrubbing the deck, stood upright for a moment's respite. He caught sight of the small boat adorned with the Don Quixote flag and the young boy aboard it. Suddenly, the middle-aged man began to tremble with excitement, rushing to the edge of the deck and shouting towards the small boat, Bai Yi, it's me, your uncle, Bai Yi. However, a wave crashed in, scattering his voice, and the distant Bai Yi did not hear the calls. Bai Yi. The middle-aged man called out again. But the distance was too great, and amidst the tumult of the waves, Bai Yi remained oblivious to his cries. What's the matter, Jobo? The captain inquired. That is my nephew, my only family. I never imagined he was still alive. Jobo exclaimed, filled with emotion. That day, the two had been attacked simultaneously by pirates in the Navy at sea. Bai Yi had been gravely wounded and fell into the ocean, lost to the depths, while Jobo was captured by the pirates aboard that very ship. Remarkably, within half an hour, that pirate ship was overrun by another crew, and Jobo, utilizing his exceptional culinary skills, became the ship's cook and part-time sailor. Though he had not seen Bai Yi's face clearly, he recognized him instantly. They had relied on each other for many years, and just a glimpse of his silhouette was enough to confirm his identity. What joy! He is alive! He is alive! Tears streamed down Jobo's face in overwhelming relief. Seeing his nephew safe and sound, Jobo joyfully declared, Tonight, I shall treat everyone to a grand feast. Meanwhile, Bai Yi had already boarded his small boat and was drifting away. Jobo gazed longingly at his nephew's retreating figure. Though he had once had a wife, they had no children, and she had passed away early, leaving only him and Bai Yi to rely on one another. He had presumed they were forever parted. Yet fate had granted him this unexpected reunion. However, as the saying goes, joy often precedes sorrow. Just as Jobo reveled in his happiness, they found themselves within the attack range of a naval warship. Being a warlord of the sea, Don Quixote could not be attacked without just cause. However, this pirate ship was another matter entirely and could be assaulted at will. In an instant, cannon fire erupted. You are surrounded. We will count to 3. Surrender immediately. A naval lieutenant shouted through a megaphone. The pirate captain's face paled, and he turned to flee, the Navy in hot pursuit, cannon fire ringing out incessantly. Before long, their mast was shattered by cannon fire. It's over. We're doomed. The pirate captain, once a formidable figure in the East Blue, found himself merely a target in the Grand Line. Jobo possessed no combat prowess, feeling utterly helpless. We're finished. I just saw my nephew. I refuse to die like this. Boom. A cannon blast tore a gaping hole in the deck, flooding the cabin with seawater, plunging the situation into chaos. Before any melee could ensue, the pirates had lost all will to fight. We surrender. We surrender. Please, stop the attack. The pirate captain raised a white flag, but it was too late. The ship began to sink, and many pirates leaped into the sea to save themselves. Jobo, too, with superior swimming skills compared to Bai Yi, plunged into the water like a fish, using the whirlpool's force to escape its grasp and surface. At that moment, Jobo found himself between the Navy and the pirates, one side hell, the other a gallows. Despair washed over him. Why must fate toy with me? I finally reunited with my nephew, and now I face death? He was unwilling to accept such a fate. Just as Jobo's emotions reached a fever pitch, a unique aura erupted from him, sweeping across the surface of the sea. Both the struggling pirates and the advancing Navy fell into unconsciousness under this overwhelming pressure. save for one naval lieutenant, who remained conscious but was visibly shaken. Conqueror's Haki. It is indeed Conqueror's Haki. The lieutenant marveled as he scanned the waters, attempting to discern the source of this extraordinary power, but alas, the sea was now deserted. After unleashing his Conqueror's Haki, Jobo reached his physical limit and succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awakened again, he found himself washed ashore on a deserted island. Unlike Bai Yi, he discovered that although the island was uninhabited, it offered fresh water, vegetation, and wildlife, ensuring his survival would not pose a significant challenge. With no other option, he decided to temporarily reside there. He ventured into the forest to gather fruits to quell his hunger, oblivious to the fact that one particular fruit bore an odd shape, adorned with spots and varied patterns. Overcome by dizziness from hunger, he took a bite, only to sputter and cough. What on earth is this fruit? It tastes dreadful. Unbeknownst to him, his body was beginning to change, and from that moment on, his once proud swimming abilities would vanish, replaced by something entirely different. On the third day of his exile on the deserted island, a passing pirate ship happened upon him. Though this may seem sudden, could you take me in? I can do all sorts of work, cleaning, cooking, laundry. Jobo pleaded humbly. The captain of the pirate ship was a young man with red hair, appearing quite amiable, yet somewhat naive, adorned with a straw hat. After tasting the grilled fish Jobo had prepared, he exclaimed, "I never imagined an old man could cook so well. From now on, you shall be the head chef aboard my ship. By the way, my name is Shanks." Bai Yi returned to the ship, bearing 2 devil fruits. Upon seeing Bai Yi's successful retrieval, the man who had rendezvoused with him let out a profound sigh of relief, knowing that the young master would not cast blame upon him. "Lord Ahu, I am immensely grateful for your assistance this time," the contact exclaimed, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. Given Doflamingo's temperament, losing the devil fruits while in his possession would undoubtedly incur severe retribution. White Knight returned to Dressrosa with the devil fruit in hand, presenting it before Doflamingo. Doflamingo erupted into laughter, proclaiming, "Excellent. I am aware of all your endeavors this time. From this moment forth, you shall be a true member of the Don Quixote family." In the presence of Don Quixote Doflamingo, Bai Yi appeared remarkably sincere and straightforward, resembling an innocent fool, leaving no room for suspicion. After bestowing a few compliments upon Bai Yi, Doflamingo led him to a concealed chamber. Bai Yi suddenly felt a surge of tension. What could Doflamingo be planning? Surely, he wouldn't resort to murder to silence someone. The last naval assault on the Doflamingo family had left me infuriated, thus I was determined to ensure that the Navy would suffer a significant setback at Sabaody Archipelago. Bai Yi, I require your assistance in this matter, and it must remain strictly between the two of us. Absolutely no one else can know. You should retire for now. If I need your help, I will summon you, Doflamingo stated. Bai Yi's heart jolted. How audacious of Doflamingo to dare strike against the Navy. While Bai Yi outwardly acquiesced to Doflamingo, he was secretly preparing to relay this alarming information to the Navy, urging them to remain vigilant. Upon returning to his quarters, Bai Yi meticulously searched the room to ensure no surveillance snail was monitoring him before cautiously retrieving his own communication snail. Just as he was about to alert Garp, a sudden realization struck him. No, that couldn't be right. Doflamingo, despite his brazen nature, would not openly oppose the Navy, as even an admiral like Kazara could obliterate him. Not to mention the multitude of other formidable forces within the Navy. If the Shichibukai were to engage the Navy directly, they would undoubtedly lose their positions, placing Doflamingo in grave peril. Why then would he disclose this information to Bai Yi? Could it be that Doflamingo was already aware of his undercover identity? The thought sent a chill down Bai Yi's spine. No, if Doflamingo knew of his true identity, he would already be a corpse, incapable of standing here contemplating. Or was this merely a test? Yes, indeed, a test, one orchestrated by Doflamingo. The prior dealings between Doflamingo and Big Mom were shrouded in secrecy. Yet they had somehow come to the Navy's attention, suggesting that a Navy informant had long been embedded among Doflamingo's ranks. Bai Yi's timely emergence was akin to a savior sent from the heavens to rescue Doflamingo. Thus, even though Bai Yi had spared Doflamingo's life, trust would not be easily granted. This incident served as a trial. However, Doflamingo had miscalculated one aspect, while Bai Yi's outward persona was that of a Navy officer. His true allegiance lay with the Revolutionary Army, making the Navy his adversary as well. Would Doflamingo anticipate this? What relevance did his retaliation against the Navy hold for Bai Yi, a revolutionary? With this resolve, Bai Yi peacefully drifted into slumber. Chapter 36. A banner to guard the peace. Though Doflamingo's scheme was indeed a test of Bai Yi, he genuinely intended to launch an assault on the Navy at the Sabaody Archipelago. The tenuous faade between him and the Navy was wearing thin. While it had yet to be entirely torn asunder, it was close. Do not allow our subordinates to attack the Sabaody Archipelago. Hire a band of ruthless mercenaries, and ensure the Navy cannot seize upon our vulnerabilities. Furthermore, we must keep the commotion to a minimum, otherwise, it will be detrimental to us. Doflamingo admonished his subordinates. Should the Navy at Sabaody prepare in advance, it would signify Bai Yi's status as an informant, indicating that his act of saving Doflamingo had been premeditated. Conversely, if there were no reactions from the Navy prior to an assault, it would imply Bai Yi was not an informant, effectively exonerating him from suspicion. Unbeknownst to the Navy at Sabaody, they continued their leisurely existence, blissfully unaware of the brewing storm. Their daily routine revolved around waiting for the end of their shifts, indulging in drinks at the bar, returning to their quarters inebriated, and then resuming the cycle the following day. Meanwhile, a band of mercenaries stealthily arrived at the archipelago. Their intention straightforward: to kill. Pirates of the high seas often exhibited little fear of the righteous Navy, readily engaging in fierce skirmishes even when caught in the act of wrongdoing. However, these mercenaries harbored a fear of even more ruthless and savage pirates. For instance, Fishman Island, now a recognized nation within the World Alliance, frequently drew pirates willing to risk their lives to capture mermaids for profit, due to the exorbitant prices commanded for them. Jinbi, the Knight of the Sea, had taken on the mantle of a Shichibukai to protect his kin. Yet, all these tribulations could be resolved by a mere banner, the banner of Whitebeard. From this day forth, this is my territory. With a single utterance, a flag secured the peace of the realm. In terms of influence, the Navy undoubtedly outweighed Whitebeard. However, within the New World, the words of these sea emperors bore greater weight than the Navy's commands. Although the pirates arriving at Sabaody were unruly, faced with the more barbarous Doflamingo, they had no choice but to comply. These individuals were of the type that spoke little but acted decisively, launching into battle upon sighting the Navy. The Navy at Sabaody was taken aback. It was the first time they had encountered such audacity and outright attack against them. Were they out of their minds? Nonetheless, the stationed Navy personnel were far from helpless. They swiftly armed themselves and entered combat mode, their instincts kicking in. At that moment, the Sabaody archipelago was devoid of commanding officers. Snake had been punished and imprisoned, while the new commander had yet to arrive. Seizing this opportunity, Doflamingo initiated his retaliation. Doflamingo had anticipated some resistance, yet the execution of his plan proceeded unexpectedly smoothly. After an hour of chaotic fighting, over 20 Navy personnel lay dead, while the pirates suffered only a handful of casualties, the rest fleeing the scene. Soon enough, this occurrence reached Sengoku's ears, and a cold expression settled upon his face. Doflamingo, do not think I am oblivious to your little schemes. I will not let you off so easily. Ensure the burial of all fallen soldiers. Also, why has Baiyi not communicated this to us? Sengoku utilized a communication snail to contact Baiyi. The call was answered only to be abruptly terminated, causing Sengoku's heart to race. Could it be that Baiyi had encountered an unfortunate incident? Did Doflamingo unearth Baiyi's true identity? That was implausible. Holding his breath, Sengoku redialed Baiyi. Baiyi, it is I. Before Sengoku could finish, Baiyi lowered his voice. Doflamingo has begun to suspect me. Please refrain from contacting me during this period. With that, he ended the call, leaving Sengoku gasping in disbelief, his expression stiffening as he slowly hung up the communication snail. His suspicions had materialized. Doflamingo genuinely questioned Baiyi's identity. Was this incident at the Sabaody archipelago merely a test devised by Doflamingo? Although the chaos had escalated considerably, it had not resulted in dire consequences. The higher-ups would not forsake Doflamingo for the loss of a mere dozen or so ordinary soldiers. Doflamingo, what a clever maneuver. I concede this round to you. However, you remain oblivious to my true objective. Not you, but Kaido lurking in your shadow. Baiyi, indeed, was astute, Sengoku mused. The soldiers who remained steadfastly loyal to justice until their dying breaths could never have foreseen that their sacrifice would become a pawn in the upper echelons games. Neither the world government nor Admiral Sengoku harbored intentions of avenging them. Bang! The office door of the Admiral was kicked open, and in strode an irate veteran, Garp. Why such fury? What troubles you? Sengoku feigned ignorance. You are aware of the situation at Sabaody, are you not? How do you plan to address it? Garp inquired. Sengoku sighed softly. In this vast ocean, deaths occur daily, do they not? He is a naval admiral, and one must not merely consider individual interests. It is imperative to adopt a broader perspective. If the Navy were to confront Don Quixote Doflamingo head-on, it would yield more harm than benefit. Garp scoffed. What on earth is that brat Baiyi doing? Such a significant event has transpired, yet not a whisper has returned. If he had indeed conveyed any information, we might have already seen his head adorning a flagpole. This is Doflamingo's trap. I believe this child is suffering the most. Witnessing his comrades fall before him while feeling utterly powerless, Sengoku spoke solemnly. Garp fell silent. When this kid returns, I shall certainly give him a good thrashing. However, at that moment, Baiyi was indulging in a lavish feast within Doflamingo's territory, relishing exquisite delicacies and seafood without restraint. Doflamingo had been discreetly monitoring Baiyi's activities, only to discover that the boy's greatest joy lay in feasting and revelry. This realization alleviated Doflamingo's concerns. The lad appeared far from being a naval spy placed beside him. But who else could it be? Could it be someone among his own ranks? Doflamingo cast his gaze upon his aides, pondering if one of them could be the traitor. His organization was named the Don Quixote family because he treated these aides as his own kin. They were the individuals he trusted most, and he was reluctant to cast suspicion upon them. In the meantime, Baiyi had to feign ignorance and indifference. If Doflamingo were to suspect him, his fate would be sealed. At this moment, Baiyi was akin to a tightrope walker, teetering above an abyss. A single misstep would lead to his utter demise. It was at this juncture that Bai Yi finally comprehended the perilous nature of being an undercover agent. In comparison to Doflamingo's family, the Navy was akin to paradise. Chapter 37. Delivering the message. 3 days had passed since the events at the Sabati archipelago, and Bai Yi continued his routine strolls in Dressrosa. Whenever a member of the Don Quixote family encountered him, they would call out, "Big brother." In the eyes of these ordinary pirates, who was Bai Yi? He was the savior of Don Quixote Doflamingo, a cadre of the family, steadfastly loyal to Doflamingo, and undoubtedly destined to become a favored confidant in the future. On the surface, Bai Yi navigates his surroundings with ease, yet beneath this facade lies a cautious and diligent individual, perpetually honing his skills. "Boss, the usual seafood feast, please." Bai Yi entered a restaurant he frequented over the past few days, having become somewhat acquainted with the owner. The proprietor hurriedly presented an array of delectable dishes, not only refraining from charging him, but even providing him with a stipend for protection. Though Dressrosa appears radiant, shadows lurk in its corners, in the obscured areas. Numerous gangs and lowlifes exist, yet they pose no threat to Doflamingo's reign. Consequently, Doflamingo chooses to turn a blind eye to these individuals. These petty criminals continue to extort protection fees, with an abundance of gangs competing against one another. Sometimes, a single restaurant finds itself obliged to pay protection fees to multiple gangs, leading to considerable distress. However, the situation has changed. As a favored subordinate of Doflamingo, Bai Yi's presence ensures that other thugs dare not act recklessly in the territories he protects. While these small gangs may seem formidable within their limited circles, they lack the audacity to antagonize the Doflamingo family, especially given Bai Yi's esteemed position and his status as Doflamingo's benefactor. Thus, many establishments vie for Bai Yi's patronage, even offering their services free of charge. "Thank you for the hospitality." Bai Yi expressed his gratitude, indulging heartily in the feast before him. Now bearing the title of pirate, he felt compelled to embody the spirit of one, unlike the few courteous pirates like Ace. Just as Bai Yi was relishing his meal, a doll wobbled in, appearing somewhat damaged, and inadvertently collided with his leg. "Boss, I've been in Dressrosa for quite a while, and I often encounter these toys on the streets. Where do they originate from?" Bai Yi inquired curiously, lifting the toy. "Well, I'm not certain either. I don't know when it began, but such toys have proliferated throughout Dressrosa, despite the absence of any toy factories here." The owner replied, equally intrigued. "Never mind, such trivial matters are not worth dwelling upon." As Bai Yi prepared to depart, he was taken aback to discover that the toy had taken the initiative to follow him, as if it possessed a consciousness of its own. If it were a pet dog or a stray cat, Bai Yi could comprehend the situation, but a toy following him? Could it be that this toy was possessed by a ghost? Moreover, the streets were teeming with such toys, and people had grown accustomed to their presence. Left with no alternative, Bai Yi placed the toy on a bench in a park, imploring it, "Please, do not follow me any longer. It is quite embarrassing for a grown man to be seen with a doll." After Bai Yi finished speaking, he took a few steps forward, then turned back to ensure that the doll had not followed him, feeling relieved as he departed. Observing Bai Yi's silhouette, the doll's eyes suddenly shimmered with an exceedingly peculiar light, reminiscent of human emotion. Upon returning to the Doflamingo family, Bai Yi was pleased to see Torpole and Sugar approaching together. "Ahu, it appears you are faring quite well," Torpole exclaimed with a smile. "Torpole and Sugar," Bai Yi said, reaching out to gently tousle Sugar's hair. Sugar, engrossed in her candy, paid no mind to Bai Yi. "Torpole, I have a question. Why are there so many toys on the streets of Dressrosa? I have yet to spot a toy factory. Could they possibly be imported from elsewhere?" Bai Yi inquired. Initially, he expected Torpole to provide an answer, but instead, a rather strange smile appeared on Torpole's face. "Ah, so this is what has been troubling you. Perhaps it is best for the young master to inform you personally. If we were to discuss it casually, it might provoke a reaction from Mingo." "What? Angry?" "The young master has a commendable temperament. Would he truly be upset over a few toys?" Bai Yi feigned surprise. Torpole hastily redirected the conversation. "By the way, the young master mentioned earlier that he would like to see you. There might be something of great importance." "Doflamingo is looking for me?" Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback. But then a sincere and utterly guileless smile spread across his face. "I understand. I shall go there at once." If such days were to persist for a few more months, Bai Yi could effortlessly transition into an actor, adeptly showcasing a myriad of expressions and seamlessly switching between them, progressing ever further along the path to becoming a cinematic master. Bai Yi arrived beside the swimming pool, where he beheld Doflamingo reclining on a chair, basking in the sunlight, accompanied by several beautiful women. "Young master, I have arrived." Bai Yi always presented himself with an air of simplicity in front of Doflamingo. "Bai Yi, I need you to deliver a letter. Its contents are of utmost importance and must not be opened," Doflamingo stated, producing a pre-written letter. "Deliver a letter? Surely, you could find anyone to do such a task. Why must it be me?" Bai Yi began to inquire, but before he could finish, the wall behind him suddenly exploded, and a young girl clad in full combat gear entered. "Doflamingo, today I shall take your life." "What is happening? Has an assassin broken in? Are the guards merely idling about?" Bai Yi stared in shock at the intruding assassin, momentarily taken aback. The girl, approximately 15 years of age, donned a black and white maid outfit, wielding a heavy machine gun aimed directly at the resting Doflamingo. It is time to prove my loyalty. Bai Yi hurriedly positioned himself in front of Doflamingo, who, with his sunglasses perched upon his nose, exhibited an expression of profound exasperation. "Ahu, do not harm her," Doflamingo exclaimed. In an instant, Bai Yi charged forward. But to his astonishment, the girl's hand transformed into a blade, striking down towards him. Yet, Bai Yi effortlessly seized her arm and executed a shoulder throw, slamming her onto the ground. He initially believed the confrontation had reached its conclusion, only to discover that the girl's arm had morphed into a firearm, aimed directly at him. Bai Yi swiftly tilted his head, narrowly evading the bullet that grazed his cheek. "A devil fruit user?" he exclaimed in disbelief. Seizing the opportunity, the girl leaped away, positioning herself beside Doflamingo, who remained oblivious, basking in the sun's warmth. With her hand now transformed into a heavy sword, she lunged at Doflamingo. In a flash, Bai Yi appeared behind her, thrusting her into the pool. "Help! I can't swim. Glub, glub, glub. I'm sinking." Doflamingo displayed an exasperated expression, muttering, "What else can be done? Just fish her out." Bai Yi refrained from further inquiries and promptly rescued the girl from the depths of the pool. The girl coughed violently a few times, lying feebly by the edge of the water. "Why did you attempt to kill the young master?" Bai Yi inquired with curiosity, pondering what deep-seated enmity a mere 15-year-old girl could possibly harbor against Doflamingo, enough to induce such an expression of helplessness from him. "He killed my boyfriend," the girl retorted defiantly. "Moreover, he has taken the lives of no fewer than 27 of my boyfriends." 27? "My dear girl, you certainly know how to indulge," Bai Yi remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Doflamingo, confronted with the eccentricities of his subordinate, could only shake his head in resignation. "Bai Yi, allow me to introduce her. Her name is Baby 5, a maid and assassin in the Doflamingo family. Having endured a childhood of immense poverty and abandonment by her birth mother, she developed an unusual psychological need to be wanted. In other words, she will acquiesce to any bizarre request made by others. Consequently, she has accrued a debt of 50 million, subscribed to 50 newspapers, and has over 30 men vying for her affection." Bai Yi lamented, pondering the peculiarities of certain young women in this world. "As for those scoundrels, I merely dealt with them," remarked Doflamingo. Yet Baby 5 remained undeterred, intent on seeking vengeance against Doflamingo. "On this mission, take her along," Doflamingo suggested. "It will grant me a few days of peace." "So this was your true intention? Dispatching messages was merely an additional condition. Young master, you truly possess a cunning mind." Bai Yi nodded. "I shall not allow such a boorish man to be my partner," Baby 5 declared with resolute determination. Bai Yi gently cleared his throat and, in a tender tone, addressed the lovely young lady. "Would you be so kind as to be my partner?" "Oh, to be needed. What should I do?" Baby 5's face flushed with shyness at the unexpected proposition. "But since you've asked so earnestly, I suppose I shall reluctantly agree." "You certainly learn quickly," Doflamingo remarked, having always perceived Ahu as a man of integrity. "Although Baby may fifth appear a bit foolish, do refrain from taking advantage of her. Rest assured, young master, I would never mistreat her." Bai Yi assured, then secretly added, "How could I? Such a delightful attribute must be thoroughly enjoyed." Thus, Bai Yi set forth with Baby 5 towards the new world. Little did they know, perhaps Baby 5 possessed an uncanny knack for attracting unscrupulous men. In less than half a day after departing from the Doflamingo family, she found herself being proposed to by 4 unfamiliar suitors. The most absurd part was that this naive girl actually accepted one of the proposals. After delivering a sound thrashing to Baby 5's 4th fiancé, Bai Yi began to empathize with Doflamingo's sentiments. Perhaps to Doflamingo, this young woman was akin to family, and he wished to shield her from the clutches of these scoundrels, which explained his decisive actions against them. As he gazed into Baby 5's tear-filled eyes, reflecting an expression of betrayal, Bai Yi felt himself transform into a most nefarious villain. Indeed, being a young master like Doflamingo was no easy task. Each day, he bore the responsibility of managing the myriad eccentricities of his subordinates while guarding against potential infiltrators. Bai Yi murmured softly to himself, only to turn and discover Baby 5 had vanished once more. A seemingly destitute man grasped the young lady's hand and implored, "Please, lend me some money. I haven't eaten in days, but I promise to repay you once I become the Pirate King." To be needed, how pitiful. Baby 5, bewildered, unwittingly retrieved her wallet. Bai Yi approached and struck the destitute man with a powerful punch, then took a deep breath. This was merely a straightforward task of delivering a message. It should have been uncomplicated, especially with an additional companion. Yet, why did it feel as though I was at odds with the entire world? "Dear sister, I implore you, please refrain from acquiescing to others' inexplicable requests," Bai Yi earnestly pleaded. "You are only 15 years old, if marriage is to be considered. We must at least wait another 5 or 6 years, correct? We should first contemplate our careers. If the time comes and we have yet to deliver the letter entrusted to us, the young master will undoubtedly be displeased. But these people are begging me. They are so pitiable. I cannot bear to refuse them." Baby 5 lamented, her voice dripping with compassion. "You are afflicted. This is a malady that must be addressed." Bai Yi remarked gravely, "I have sought treatment, yet it proved ineffective." Baby 5 whispered, How about I carry you? Do you have any idea how much time I have spent searching for you? Bai Yi retorted with a hint of sarcasm. But I am a girl. How can I allow someone to carry me so casually? Baby 5 said, shyly. Very well. You have left me no choice. Bai Yi suddenly spoke gently. I have never carried a girl in my life. I beg you, allow me this honor. Feeling needed, Baby 5 blushed deeply and then leapt onto Bai Yi's back. Finally, this little lady was settled. Bai Yi casually treated Baby 5 as a mere accessory, securing her to his back, which significantly increased his pace. How did you develop such a personality? Are you not aware of how troublesome it is? Bai Yi inquired. Of course, I understand the inconvenience. But I truly relish the feeling of being needed, Baby 5 replied softly. This seemed to be a rather typical psychological affliction. Bai Yi, with no other option, continued to dash towards their destination, realizing that being the subordinate of Don Quixote Doflamingo was no easy feat. One had to contend with such eccentric subordinates daily. After 4 days, Bai Yi arrived at his final destination one afternoon in the Grand Line, where one could encounter the most bizarre terrains. Yet, he had never before seen a landscape as outrageous as this one. The island was dominated by a towering peak, upon which sat a solitary bar. Inside, an elderly gentleman dressed impeccably in a suit awaited, seemingly the sole inhabitant, and it was uncertain how long it would take before he entertained a guest. What is the meaning of this? Bai Yi pondered as he reached the summit. The bar's proprietor greeted him with warmth, acknowledging him as the first patron in 15 years. I have always preferred tranquil places, hence my choice to establish my business here, the elderly man explained. I never anticipated that it would take 15 years for my bar to officially open. Are we truly your first guests? Bai Yi mused, bewildered by the oddity of a bar built atop a mountain that remained untouched for so long. What kind of extraordinary reasoning leads one to establish a tavern in such an isolated location? We offer a wide variety of exquisite wines. What do you prefer? Spirits or fruit wines? We have both, the elder continued. Ahem, sir, we are curious to know if anyone else has visited this bar recently, apart from us. Bai Yi questioned, intrigued about how Doflamingo had discovered such a concealed spot. No, as I mentioned, you are the first patrons in 15 years. How could there be anyone else? The elderly gentleman replied. You can drink to your heart's content here. If you become inebriated, I also offer lodging. Bai Yi gazed at the letter in his hand, a missive from Doflamingo instructing him to deliver it to a certain individual, yet he found himself perplexed. Who was this person? Chapter 38. No grudge goes unavenged. Moreover, what secrets did this letter hold? Should he dare to unveil its contents? However, Baby 5 was nearby. Although she often clashed with Doflamingo, should a conflict arise between them, it was certain she would side with him. Thus, it was imperative to seize a moment when Baby 5 was absent or in slumber to peruse the letter. Baby 5, I've yet to witness a girl inebriated. Today, allow me to treat you. Drink freely. Bai Yi feigned generosity. Oblivious to the underlying trap, Baby 5 began to drink with abandon, and within mere minutes, she succumbed to intoxication. No wonder Doflamingo was apprehensive about her venturing out alone. Left to her own devices, she would likely be sold within an hour, only to require the very person who sold her to count the profits. Sir, may I kindly request a room? Bai Yi flashed a cheerful smile, and the proprietor graciously provided them with a chamber. Observing Baby 5 deeply asleep, Bai Yi stealthily reached into his pocket, retrieving the letter from Doflamingo. He first held it close to his nose, inhaling its scent, and then cautiously pinched it to ascertain that it was indeed merely a letter, devoid of any hidden contents. Surveying the room, he confirmed that apart from himself and Baby 5, no other souls were present. Gently, he tore open the envelope to reveal a pristine sheet of paper, upon which was inscribed a solitary phrase. The plan has changed, temporarily postponed. That was all. The plan has changed, temporarily postponed? What could this plan entail? What alterations had occurred? Why the delay? Bai Yi felt as though he had stumbled upon a momentous secret, yet with only those 8 words. He found himself unable to discern the nature of the plan. Just as Bai Yi contemplated whether the letter might conceal a hidden compartment, the inebriated Baby 5 suddenly sat upright, startling him to the core. Toilet, toilet. She mumbled groggily, making her way to the lavatory. Bai Yi swiftly returned the letter to its envelope. Subsequently, Baby 5 returned to her bed and succumbed to slumber. Though the letter contained a mere 8 words, Bai Yi sensed that it concealed a monumental secret, the nature of which eluded his understanding. Observing the carefree Baby 5, Bai Yi felt a twinge of envy for the simplicity of her existence. How delightful it would be to live so unburdened. Alas, since he had chosen this path, there was no turning back. After gently tucking Baby 5 in, Bai Yi gazed out at the breathtaking scenery. Perched at an elevation of 500 meters, the tavern offered a stunning vista. Should one regard this place as a tourist destination, Bai Yi mused that this mission could indeed be rather enjoyable. Reflecting on the proprietor, Bai Yi pondered the motivation that compelled this individual to establish such an unusual establishment in such a peculiar locale. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a fiery glow upon the sea, the vast expanse transformed into a tapestry of crimson hues. Regrettably, Baby 5 remained oblivious to such a splendid sight in her slumber. While Bai Yi reveled in the beauty before him, he noticed a vessel racing towards him with remarkable speed, prompting him to instinctively nudge baby 5 awake. However, given her low tolerance for alcohol, compounded by her excessive drinking, she would not awaken until the following day. Resigned to the notion that bringing her along would be more of a burden, Bai Yi descended to the tavern alone. Moments later, the tavern door swung open, revealing a towering figure that exuded an overwhelming presence. Standing over 6 feet tall, his muscular frame was imposing, flanked by several henchmen, each bearing an air of haughty disdain. "Are you the one sent by Don Quixote da Flamingo?" the burly man inquired. The immense pressure was palpable. Bai Yi, nearly 3 meters tall himself, felt diminutive in comparison. "I am Jack of the Beast Pirates. Surely you have heard of me," the giant declared, casting a scornful glance at Bai Yi. "Who is Jack?" Bai Yi replied, bewildered. "Are you truly renowned in these waters?" Cough, cough. "I am a newly appointed officer of the Don Quixote family, known as Ahu. This letter is a message from our young master," Bai Yi said, producing the letter. Jack ripped open the envelope without noticing its tampering. After reading the 8 words, Jack scoffed disdainfully. "Doflamingo is nothing but a coward, merely a vice admiral, yet he is terrified to this extent. Moreover, it seems the Don Quixote family has grown increasingly inept if someone like you can rise to become an officer." Bai Yi furrowed his brows, questioning the meaning behind your words. However, burdened with a significant mission, Bai Yi would not resort to violence over trivial matters of pride like an ordinary pirate. Jack fixed his gaze on Bai Yi, his expression of disdain becoming increasingly evident. "Did you not recognize that I was insulting you? You don't even show a hint of anger. What a coward." Bai Yi remained silent. As a young man, it was inevitable for him to feel anger at being so belittled. However, as a professional undercover agent, he had to suppress his emotions and refrain from revealing any flaws. "My message has been delivered. If there is nothing further to discuss with our young master, you may take your leave," Bai Yi stated, fixing his gaze upon Jack. Jack let out a cold laugh. Although Bai Yi was an underling of Don Quixote da Flamingo, Jack would not afford respect even if Doflamingo himself were present. After all, Bai Yi was merely a dog of Doflamingo. "I just heard from the boss that a woman accompanied you. Leave her behind, and you may go," Jack declared. The footsteps of Bai Yi abruptly halted. The group behind Jack regarded him with a mix of curiosity and amusement, rendering any rational discussion futile. After all, they were pirates, reckless and unrestrained. However, as Bai Yi embarked on his journey, Doflamingo had explicitly instructed him not to bully Baby 5, indicating the significance he placed on the girl. Abandoning Baby 5 in this perilous situation would surely invite Doflamingo's ire, and Bai Yi would become the subject of ridicule among other members of Doflamingo's crew. "Must you truly insist on antagonizing a mere messenger like myself? Is defeating a simple courier of such paramount importance to you?" Bai Yi inquired, casting a piercing gaze at Jack. Typically, those who perceive themselves as significant figures seldom stoop to engage with lesser beings, with certain petty individuals being the notable exceptions. Bai Yi intended to belittle his own status in hopes of prompting Jack, the scoundrel, to retreat. "That being said, I shall not impose upon you unduly. If you can withstand a single blow from me, I shall refrain from making things difficult for you, out of respect for Doflamingo. What say you?" Jack raised his fist. "One blow?" Bai Yi felt a twinge of uncertainty. As a seasoned undercover agent, he was acutely aware of his own capabilities. After all, he had only undergone 3 months of combat training. He was no match for any member of Doflamingo's crew, let alone the evidently more ferocious Jack before him. "Very well. One blow it shall be." Bai Yi inhaled deeply, realizing that in this chaotic world, mere reasoning held little value. One must possess greater strength to command respect and attention. At last, he appeared to embody a true man. Jack clenched his fist, his muscular arms bulging like steel cables, yet it was Bai Yi who initiated the attack. "You merely stated that I must withstand your punch. You never mentioned that I couldn't retaliate." Bai Yi activated his shave technique, propelling himself forward at unprecedented speed, delivering a punch akin to a meteor crashing into Jack's face. However, as Bai Yi's fist made contact, he realized the grim reality. It was not the visage of a human he struck, but rather an impenetrable wall. Is this the strength of your punch? Pathetic. Even inferior to that of a woman. A man's fist should possess such might." Jack bellowed with laughter, his massive fist descending upon Bai Yi. In an instant, the fierce wind generated by the punch rendered Bai Yi breathless. He could not withstand it, absolutely not. If struck, death would be inevitable. He had to evade, he must escape. For the first time, Bai Yi felt the looming threat of death. Before his eyes, a carousel of memories unfolded, with significant people and events passing by one after another. "Damn it, I refuse to succumb to death so easily." In an unprecedented enhancement of his sensory perception, Bai Yi bellowed the most confident declaration, "Iron block." With a resounding boom, it seemed as though the dual arms he had positioned before his body were struck by a cannonball. The immense force propelled him backward at a dizzying speed, shattering the floor of the tavern beneath him, while the entire structure trembled violently. The back of Bai Yi collided with the wall, breath coming in ragged gasps. Jack gradually retracted his fist. Bai Yi painstakingly shifted his arms, which ached as if they might shatter, yet he maintained a defensive posture. "Humph, how tedious. In light of Doflamingo's reputation, be gone," Jack remarked coldly. Then called out to the proprietor, "Bring forth all the liquor you have here." The owner dared not utter another word. Bai Yi took a deep breath, concealing his gaze. This grudge I shall remember today, Jack, is it? There will come a day when I shall have you kneeling before me, calling me father. The White Knights have never evoked such an immense yearning for power as they do now. It appears that the strong can indeed act according to their whims. Bai Yi returned to the bedroom, cradling Baby 5, and leaped directly from the windowsill. By the time Baby 5 regained consciousness, it was already the following dawn. The two found themselves aboard a small boat, with Bai Yi's arms tightly swathed in bandages, seated in a corner of the vessel, his expression clouded with gloom. My head aches terribly. I loathe the aftermath of a hangover. Baby 5 clutched her head and remarked, What's wrong? You look rather unwell. Are you injured? Noticing Bai Yi's bandaged arms, he forced a smile that barely concealed his discomfort. It's nothing. By the way, I would like to inquire about someone. Do you know Jack? Who exactly is he? Bai Yi is generally not one to hold grudges, but once he does, it becomes a lifelong affair. Chapter 39. Caesar Jack? You must be referring to Drought Jack, right? He is one of the 3 major bosses of the Beast Pirates, quite formidable, with a bounty reaching 1 billion, Baby 5 remarked. 1 billion? Bai Yi's lips twitched slightly. No wonder he is so brazen. Even the current warlords of the sea did not possess such exaggerated bounties prior to their status. Why do you ask about him? Baby 5 inquired with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing, just a little scuffle we had. Bai Yi replied nonchalantly, feigning calmness. What? You fought with him? Baby 5 looked at Bai Yi in astonishment, then glanced at the wounds on his arm, seemingly piecing together the situation. Although you are now an officer of the Don Quixote family, you seem rather overconfident, don't you? That is Drought Jack, one of Kaido's most trusted subordinates. What prompted you to engage him in a fight? Baby 5 questioned. Why? Isn't it obvious? It was because of you. Bai Yi gazed gloomily at Baby 5. A thought unspoken. It hardly amounted to a fight. They had merely engaged in a brief exchange of skills before arriving at this juncture. Baby 5, noticing the wounds on Bai Yi's arms, seemed to contemplate something. Pirates were known for their lack of reason, and after spending several days with Bai Yi, she understood that this man never instigated trouble. If he had clashed with Jack, it was likely that the latter had initiated the conflict. However, it seemed that Jack had no intention of killing her. Otherwise, that punch would have been beyond her ability to withstand. Reflecting on Jack's terrifying strength, Bai Yi realized that had the intention been to kill, he would undoubtedly have been unable to resist that blow, resulting in injuries far worse than merely wounded arms. Regardless, our mission is accomplished. We must return to the family and report to the young master immediately, Bai Yi stated. All right, understood. Baby 5 lacked strong opinions and followed Bai Yi's lead throughout their journey. Now that their task was complete, they needed to inform Don Quixote Doflamingo. In contrast, the return journey was remarkably easy, devoid of any obstacles, and they soon arrived at the Doflamingo family estate. Upon seeing Bai Yi's bandaged arms, Doflamingo's expression subtly shifted. But he refrained from uttering any words of comfort, simply instructing him to rest well. Although Doflamingo was fiercely protective of his own, he could only remain silent in the face of a fearsome existence like Kaido. Not only was Kaido immensely powerful, but even his 3 formidable subordinates could potentially pose a threat to Doflamingo himself. The young master Bai Yi appeared to hesitate, torn between words. Speak freely here. We are family, Doflamingo encouraged. Is there a way to grow stronger? Bai Yi pondered. If he were in the Navy, he would have approached Garp for counsel. But circumstances had changed. He now found himself among pirates and had to seek guidance elsewhere. Doflamingo observed Bai Yi's demeanor, wearing a half-smile. It seems you are aware of your own frailty. In this new world, teeming with monsters, enhancing your strength is certainly feasible. However, your foundation is currently insufficient. Come find me once you awaken your haki, then I shall teach you how to wield it. This was the second time Bai Yi had heard the term haki, the first having been from Rayleigh. However, his mentor Garp had not mentioned such a power, leaving Bai Yi unaware of its true implications. Doflamingo showed no signs of expounding further, and Bai Yi, resigned, withdrew to recuperate. His physical constitution was robust, despite his injuries. He fully recovered within a few days and commenced his training. Before Doflamingo assigned him new tasks, he resolved to become as formidable as possible. Having faced Jack, he was acutely aware of his own insignificance in this vast ocean. Survival necessitated the pursuit of greater strength. An idea flickered in Bai Yi's mind. Perhaps he should consume a devil fruit. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Becoming a landlubber was not an option. He had honed his swimming skills to an extraordinary level, rivaling even that of a fishman, and he could not bear to relinquish that. The following month unfolded with serene monotony. The Doflamingo family focused on recuperation, refraining from significant actions. Doflamingo indulged in daily pleasures, living like a local sovereign. Yet during this time, Bai Yi earned Doflamingo's trust, gradually gaining access to the core of power. His only current weakness remained his insufficient strength. As his training intensity increased, so too did his power, reaching a level where he could contend with giants. However, Baby 5 frequently visited him, her trust in him seemingly heightened after their recent mission. It was uncertain whether Doflamingo had orchestrated this. This tranquil existence persisted until one fateful day a month later, when Bai Yi received an urgent summons from Doflamingo. who had a significant task for him. Bai, not daring to be negligent, hastened to Doflamingo's side. Young master, Bai consistently presented himself as earnest before Doflamingo. Bai, I have a task for you. Not far from Dressrosa, there lies a small island. I need you to retrieve a shipment of goods from there, Doflamingo instructed. By the way, the island is covered in toxic gas due to a leak a few years ago, so be cautious when you arrive. The shipment consists of several devil fruits, and a man named Caesar will hand them over to you. Understood, young master. Bai was not one to waste words. Upon receiving Doflamingo's orders, he set off without delay. Before long, he arrived at the island. To Bai's astonishment, the conditions were even more dire than Doflamingo had described. It was no longer a question of survival. No living creature could endure here. The ground was shrouded in purple-black poisonous vapors, and the landscape was dominated by dark stones. With even the aquatic life thoroughly poisoned, who would choose to conduct trade in such a place? A peculiar expression crossed Bai's face. But since Doflamingo had given the order, retreat was not an option. Preparing his gas mask, Bai ventured onto this island of death. As he traversed the desolate terrain, he encountered no signs of life, and just as he began to wonder, a mocking laughter echoed from above. Hee, you are the one sent by Doflamingo? Just a little brat. As Bai lifted his gaze, he beheld a man suspended in midair, his face contorted into an eerie expression as he fixated on Bai. What on earth? A ghost! Bai exclaimed instinctively, retreating several steps in fright. How could an ordinary person possibly float in the sky? Hey, I am human. I merely consumed a devil fruit. It's rare, so don't be alarmed. Follow me. Bai scrutinized the man before him, who, on the whole, appeared exceedingly disheveled, drifting about like a specter with no visible feet, donned in a white lab coat that seemed somewhat out of place. My name is Caesar. I am a scientist collaborating with Don Quixote Doflamingo on a research project. In a moment, I shall present my findings to you, he proclaimed with an air of pride, as though he considered himself the most formidable scientist in the world. Caesar led Bai to an underground facility, a stark contrast to the outside world, where the air was pristine and others were engaged in various activities, all seemingly normal staff members. Bai's curiosity piqued. Why would Doflamingo collaborate with the scientist? What was he researching? It had been some time since he last contacted the Navy, and after this matter, he intended to relay all gathered intelligence to Sengoku. The young master instructed me to procure some fruits for him, but not scientific creations. Surely, you are not deceiving me? A skeptical expression crossed Bai's face. Haha, why would Doflamingo send someone who knows nothing to seek me out? Caesar's pride swelled further, as if confronting someone ignorant only served to highlight his own intellect. Did your young master not inform you? Our collaboration pertains to the creation of artificial devil fruits. Artificial? What kind of fruits? Is such a thing even feasible? Are not devil fruits the very essence of the ocean's power? Is it genuinely possible to create them through human effort? You must be a charlatan. Surely, you do not intend to swindle research funds from my young master? Bai's wariness intensified. Cough, cough. Do not speak indiscriminately. I am the greatest scientist in the world. How could I engage in such deceit? Caesar retorted, his face turning crimson as if he were a child caught in a lie. He had indeed pulled such tricks before, like swindling a substantial sum from Big Mom to conduct experiments that would enable ordinary humans to transform into giants. For Big Mom, her greatest obsession in life was the giant clan, and she had readily provided Caesar with a significant amount of money. Yet, how could such a feat be accomplished merely by utterance? Years passed without any progress. Eventually, Caesar approached Big Mom again, claiming he was on the brink of success and requested another substantial sum. One could only wonder whether Big Mom was genuinely naive or simply too eager for the dream. Without a second thought, she granted him the funds, only for Caesar to abscond with the money that very night, leaving him to be relentlessly pursued by her ever since. Chapter 40. Artificial Devil Fruits. Cough. Cough. In any case, I have produced results from this research. Why should I explain anything to you, a mere child? Come. Have a seat. Caesar ushered Bai into his office, where a striking young woman, his secretary, awaited them. However, this girl, ostensibly Caesar's secretary, was in fact a member of the Don Quixote family, dispatched by Doflamingo to keep a watchful eye on Caesar. Xuanai, we have a guest. Caesar called to his secretary. The beautiful girl, though human in visage and form, had undergone modifications. Her arms had been transformed into wings and her legs into those of a bird. Yet she appeared content in her state. Named Xuanai, she served tea and offered a subtle smile to Bai Yi. Recognizing him as an esteemed member of the Don Quixote family, one who had even saved Doflamingo's life, hence she regarded him with respect. He. Caesar suddenly erupted into a cacophony of laughter, then remarked, I believe I understand why Doflamingo sent you here. I have heard whispers of a Navy spy infiltrating the Don Quixote family, which was revealed during the last transaction, resulting in a dire outcome. Your arrival indicates that Doflamingo has exhausted all trust in those around him. Upon hearing these words, Bai's body trembled slightly, and a forced smile appeared on his face. Is that so? How was I unaware of it? He surmised that there must be other naval spies within the Don Quixote family. Otherwise, how could the Navy have obtained the details of Don Quixote's transactions? Well, without further ado, let us proceed to collect the items. However, You must inform Don Quixote in advance that these items are merely semi-finished products and not yet suitable for consumption. If he insists on serving them, he should proceed with caution, Caesar remarked. Xuanai playfully winked at Bai Yi, her expression lively. Thank you for saving the young master's life. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to help you, provided it is within my capabilities. Upon hearing the girl speak, Bai Yi immediately discerned that she was undoubtedly a fervent admirer of Doflamingo, and such individuals were best kept at a distance. Soon, he arrived at Caesar's laboratory. Initially unaware of the dire repercussions associated with the creation of artificial devil fruits, until he chanced upon an amusement park. Within this park, numerous children frolicked. Yet they were far from ordinary. Their physiques were abnormally colossal, reminiscent of the descendants of giants. Caesar, from where did you procure such a multitude of giant children? Are you not fearful of the giants seeking retribution? Bai Yi inquired. Although his knowledge of the giants was limited, he was aware of their formidable history. Over a century prior, a giant pirate crew had roamed the seas, invincible, until their captain mysteriously vanished, leading to the dissolution of their ranks. If the giants were indeed weak, Big Mom would not go to such lengths to court their favor. However, before Bai Yi could finish his thought, Caesar erupted into a self-satisfied laugh. Giants? How could they possibly be giants? These are merely ordinary children, abducted from various places. Some are orphans bereft of parents. They don't require transformation through human experimentation to attain such forms. As he spoke, Bai Yi felt a surge of blood rush to his head. Human experimentation? Despite his limited education and vocabulary, he was no fool. He could easily fathom the immense suffering a child would endure to become a being of giant stature. Initially perceiving Caesar as a mere clown, he now recognized him as a despicable scoundrel. Caesar remained oblivious to the murderous intent radiating from Bai Yi, continuing with unabashed pride. I've swindled a hefty sum from Big Mom by exploiting these children. Once my technology reaches maturity, I shall confidently request another substantial research grant from her. Listening to Caesar's repugnant laughter, Bai Yi clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury, contemplating whether to eliminate this scoundrel right then and there. However, he took a deep breath. If he were to kill Caesar now, he could not possibly explain himself, and Doflamingo would surely grow suspicious. Moreover, judging by Caesar's demeanor, it appeared he had consumed a Logia-type devil fruit, a power Bai Yi was currently ill-equipped to confront. Do you not think my invention is profoundly brilliant? Caesar rambled on, posing a nonsensical question after a barrage of technical jargon that Bai Yi could hardly comprehend. Indeed, you are truly remarkable, Bai Yi replied, gritting his teeth, forcing a stiff smile. Yet, Caesar remained oblivious to Bai Yi's discomfort, still wearing a look of pride. Although Bai Yi had long recognized the malevolence of Doflamingo and his minions, he was horrified to discover the extent of their depravity. Utilizing children for human experimentation was an unforgivable crime. Doflamingo, Caesar, await your reckoning. One day, I shall personally sever your heads from your bodies. At that moment, Bai Yi's desire for power intensified. If he possessed invincible strength, would he not be free to act as he pleased? He envisioned tearing Doflamingo's intestines from his body and forcing them down his throat. While Bai Yi was lost in such dark thoughts, Caesar's voice pierced through. Kid, this is the cargo for our transaction. Take these back to Doflamingo, and your mission will be complete. Before him lay a briefcase, neatly containing 4 artificial devil fruits. Inform Doflamingo that although these fruits are functional, they come with significant side effects, and he should deliberate carefully on their usage. Caesar proclaimed with an air of responsibility. Having been cast out by the Navy and having offended Big Mom, Caesar found few havens left upon the vast sea. If he could firmly attach himself to Doflamingo as coattails and subsequently align with Kaido, he could live without the fear of being pursued. Thus, he approached the matter of the artificial devil fruits with utmost diligence, anxious to avoid any misstep. In silence, Bai Yi grasped his suitcase and departed quietly. Upon seeing the 4 artificial devil fruits, a wave of nausea washed over him, accompanied by a desire to retch. The thought of the countless children who had perished for the creation of these fruits ignited a furious sense of helplessness within him. If only he possessed immense power. If only he were an admiral of the Navy, he would unhesitatingly execute Don Quixote, Doflamingo, and Caesar, then hang their corpses from the sails, displaying them for a month before subjecting them to further indignities. Yet, reality held no if-onlys. He was merely an ordinary naval lieutenant, surrounded by monstrous foes far more powerful than himself, not to mention the members of Doflamingo's family, any one of whom, aside from the inept Sugar, would best him in combat. He recalled the formidable Jack the Drought and the now nature-type, fruit-empowered Caesar. Thus, all Bai Yi could do was endure until he truly grew stronger, focusing on tasks within his limited capacity. Alone on the ship, ensuring no one followed him, Bai Yi stealthily made his way to a rocky outcrop, uncertain if Doflamingo had installed surveillance devices on board. Once assured of his solitude, he dialed Sengoku. After a single ring, Sengoku answered with remarkable alacrity. Bai Yi, you rascal, you finally contacted me. How are you faring? Not well. But I reached out primarily because I have uncovered some secrets regarding Doflamingo. Previously, as a representative of the Don Quixote family, I met with Jack the Drought of the Beast's pirates and nearly lost my life at his hands. According to their correspondence, both parties are engaged in a clandestine transaction. Bai Yi explained. Sengoku pondered this. As a warlord of the sea, Doflamingo typically operated under a veil of impunity, as long as his actions remained within acceptable bounds. Yet, what sort of transaction with Kaido warranted such caution? Bai Yi continued. I then arrived at an abandoned island, home to a factory owned by a man named Caesar. At the mention of this name, Sengoku's demeanor shifted to one of concern. He was acutely aware of Caesar, a treacherous scientist formerly in the employ of Vegapunk, who had inexplicably severed ties to establish his own path. Who could have anticipated his alliance with Doflamingo? The items we are trading are not mere weapons. They are devil fruits, specifically artificial devil fruits, Bai Yi declared, dropping yet another bombshell. Sengoku's expression darkened further. Artificial devil fruits? Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Sengoku's voice lowered as he exclaimed. Devil fruits embody the most extraordinary powers of nature. I have never heard of such forces being artificially created. It's utterly absurd. Admiral, I wish this were false. However, I currently possess 4 artificial devil fruits. Can we not use these as evidence to apprehend Doflamingo? Bai Yi inquired softly. Impossible. While Doflamingo has allied with Caesar to produce these artificial devil fruits, this alone is insufficient to condemn him. You must endure a little longer. Sengoku reassured Bai Yi. I understand your situation is perilous and that you bear immense pressure, but for the sake of justice, you absolutely must not retreat. Bai Yi clutched the telephone tightly, yearning to convey everything she had witnessed to Zhanghua. Yet, she understood that as the Grand Admiral of the Navy, Zhanghua must consider the broader perspective. He could not forsake all his plans for the sake of a few children. Ultimately, her words would be in vain. Bai Yi remained silent for a prolonged period, merely uttering the words as you command. After disconnecting the call, he took 2 deep breaths to calm his racing heart. Chapter 41. The undercover agent returning to the Don Quixote family with a heavy heart. Bai Yi was filled with reluctance. Yet, upon catching sight of Don Quixote, he could not help but don a foolish grin, as he felt the smile spread across his face. He even entertained the thought of striking himself to shatter that long visage. Have you brought back the items? Don Quixote inquired. Bai Yi placed the suitcase before Doflamingo and gently opened it, revealing 4 artificial devil fruits. Doflamingo gazed at the fruits, bursting into laughter as if he were beholding 4 golden nuggets. Even the sight of genuine devil fruits had never brought him such joy. Excellent work, Ahu. Your efforts are truly commendable. This time, our family can unite with Kaido, significantly enhancing our power. As a celestial dragon and a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo thrived in the world of light. Now, with the underworld aligning with Kaido, it could be said that there would be no corner of this ocean to which Doflamingo could not venture. Ahu, you have done exceedingly well. Now take a rest. Doflamingo added, by the way, this matter must remain confidential. We have a Navy spy within our ranks. If anyone inquires about it, you must remain tight-lipped. Understood? I understand. Young master. Bai Yi maintained a smile in Doflamingo's presence, but as he turned away, the smile vanished instantly, replaced by disgust and disdain. The swiftness of his transformation rivaled that of a seasoned actor. The pressing question of how to attain greater power now plagued Bai Yi's mind. While he pondered, a man approached, likely a subordinate of Doflamingo's family. He was tall. Although they had crossed paths before, they had never spoken. Ahu, congratulations on becoming the young master's confidant. Ahem, you see, I have been with Doflamingo for several years now, yet I have not been given any significant responsibilities. If possible, I would like to ask Bai Yi to speak a few good words on my behalf. The man eagerly exclaimed, his excitement palpable, as if he were in the presence of an idol. At that moment, Bai Yi had no desire to entertain such sentiments and disdainfully waved his hand. To his astonishment, the man suddenly clutched his leg, pleading in a heart-wrenching voice. Ahu, I truly wish to serve the family. Please agree to my request. By the way, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Let me treat you to a meal. What do you say? When Bai Yi initially emerged from the Don Quixote family, he was engulfed in turmoil. However, he has since managed to regain a semblance of composure. Who exactly is this individual? Why has he sought him out? Wait a moment. Don Quixote had mentioned that there are naval spies within the family, and these spies, like himself, would undoubtedly endeavor to ascertain Don Quixote's recent movements. Yet, how can one discern whether this person is indeed a naval infiltrator? What if this man merely wishes to ascend by leveraging his strength? Or could it be that this man's true identity is a further test orchestrated by Don Quixote? In a moment of indecision, Bai Yi found himself at a loss. How could he ascertain the identity of this individual? Suddenly, an ingenious idea struck him. He would call Sengoku. Surely, Sengoku possessed all the intelligence regarding the undercover agents embedded within Don Quixote Doflamingo's ranks. I'm just going to the restroom. You prepare the meal, Bai Yi declared. Frary's face lit up with exuberance. Thank you so much, Brother Ahu. I will repay you for this. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yi discreetly retrieved Sengoku's Den Mushi and dialed the number. Sengoku answered promptly. Kid, you're contacting me again so soon? Do you have some crucial information? Is there a deal brewing between Kaido and Doflamingo? No, I seek information on all the undercover agents you've placed beside Doflamingo, Bai Yi replied, lowering his voice. Impossible. Those individuals have been embedded alongside Doflamingo for many years. What if you are discovered? Are you certain you wouldn't divulge their identities under torture? Such a revelation would render the Navy's efforts futile. Sengoku decisively refused Bai Yi's request. In truth, the Navy had placed undercover agents near Doflamingo on multiple occasions. But it was the first time an agent had been positioned so close to him. The rationale behind Sengoku's refusal resonated with Bai Yi, leaving him pondering his next move. Should he proceed cautiously? A miscalculation could lead to irrevocable consequences. Bai Yi, if you cannot ascertain the individual's identity, refrain from taking any reckless actions. As long as you avoid revealing any vulnerabilities, you will have succeeded, Sengoku advised. Such comforting words belied a grim truth. Bai Yi's fate now rested solely in his hands. And even in death, he must not endanger others. That wretched old man. Bai Yi gritted his teeth and ended the call, making his way to the dining hall. Frere had prepared an abundance of food and fine wine, eagerly awaiting Bai Yi's arrival. Brother Ahu, Frere exclaimed, rising with a beaming smile to greet Bai Yi. Taking a seat with an air of authority, Bai Yi noted Frere's excessive flattery. Had he not been prepared, he might have succumbed to the flattery's allure. Bai Yi suddenly comprehended the reason behind the man's interest in him. Ever since he had joined the Don Quixote family, he had donned the guise of a simple, honest fellow. Not only had he deceived Don Quixote himself, but he had also managed to mislead the majority of the family's subordinates, who mistakenly believed him to be merely a docile oaf, lacking in intellect. If he were indeed an undercover agent of the Navy, he would undoubtedly target someone like himself for infiltration. In light of this, one could say that his performance had been remarkably successful. He had heard that Brother Ahu, as a close confidant of the young master, had secretly undertaken numerous missions. I wonder if Brother Ahu could share a few tales to broaden my horizons? Fry hastily poured Bai Yi a generous glass of wine. Bai Yi drained his cup of wine in one swift motion, and said, you wish to hear a tale? I have certainly assisted the young master in numerous endeavors. Sharing a few stories to broaden your horizons wouldn't be out of the question. Freya hastily refilled Bai Yi's cup, adopting a sycophantic demeanor, eager to quietly listen to the stories. However, just as Bai Yi was about to commence his embellishments, a look of suspicion suddenly crossed his face. Why are you so interested in these matters? The young master mentioned there might be a naval spy within the family. You aren't a spy, are you? Freya was instantly drenched in cold sweat. What the hell? Who said this guy was dim-witted? Have I revealed myself? Indeed, the man named Freya was the naval spy. Yet, unlike Bai Yi, who had fortune on his side, he had spent years undercover within the Doflamingo family as nothing more than a mere subordinate, with no prospects for advancement. How could that be? Aha, how could I possibly be a spy? I've been working for the Doflamingo family for several years now, and many can vouch for me. Bai Yi, hailing from a fishing background, had never delved into the realms of psychology, nor could he decipher the subtle nuances of human expressions. Yet, in that fleeting moment when he suggested that the other party was an undercover naval officer, he sensed an unmistakable tension emanating from him, akin to that of a wrongdoer caught in the act. Could it be that this seemingly foolish individual was merely feigning ignorance? Was he, in fact, quite astute? Frey's heart raced within his chest. What had once seemed a sure bet became shrouded in uncertainty, much like a chess match where a novice unexpectedly executed a masterful move, leaving one bewildered by his true capabilities. So that was the crux of the matter. Bai Yi feigned inebriation, gripping a piece of meat, which he stuffed into his mouth before chewing thoughtfully and remarking, if you are not an undercover agent, do take care in your usual dealings. After all, true operatives do not expose themselves willingly. Should you acquire any intelligence, relay it to me immediately. Of course. Fry hastily poured Bai Yi another copious glass of wine, intent on furthering his intoxication. By the way, Brother Ahu, what significant missions have you undertaken of late? Fry inquired cautiously, his heart pounding in his chest. The question was laden with peril. Should any members of the Don Quixote family discover his true identity, his fate would be sealed. Recently, I assisted the young master in transporting a synthetic devil fruit back. Bai Yi deliberately dropped this weighty revelation. Frey's previously racing heart slowed to a crawl. Synthetic devil fruit? Did such an illogical creation truly exist? He was familiar with devil fruits, but had never heard of their being artificially produced. If such items could be mass-produced. Envision the chaos unleashed by the admirals of the Navy, Akiji's ice fruit, Akainu's magma fruit, and Kazara's light fruit, should these powers proliferate. It would herald the apocalypse for this world. Unbeknownst to them, the so-called synthetic devil fruits could only yield Zoan-type fruits. The creation of other types remained beyond reach. Well, that is indeed an extraordinary task. Brother Ahu, I never imagined the young master would place such immense trust in you for such an important undertaking. I am envious. Come, let us drink more. Fry filled Bai Yi's cup to the brim. By the way, do you have any idea where the young master has stored these devil fruits? If he could procure just one, he would earn merit, freeing himself from the perils of undercover work forever. How could Bai Yi possibly know where Doflamingo had hidden the artificial devil fruit? He casually remarked, such an important item must surely be placed in the young master's room. After all, it is the safest place in the world. Indeed, Doflamingo's chamber. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Frey's eyes. The artificial devil fruit was within his grasp. After a hearty meal, Fry escorted Bai Yi back to his room for rest and then commenced his own plan. He had been with the Doflamingo family for several years, and this was the first time he had achieved something so significant. He could not let this opportunity slip away. Throughout his years with the Doflamingo clan, he had witnessed too much darkness, and his psyche had begun to fray. All he desired now was to escape this cursed place. This was to be his final night within the Doflamingo family. With a deep breath, Fry donned his black stealth attire and stealthily made his way to Doflamingo's quarters. Chapter 42. Silencing witnesses. Doflamingo was inexplicably absent from his room, but that mattered little. Fry dared not even breathe too loudly as he cautiously ventured deeper into Doflamingo's chamber. However, despite scouring every corner, he could not locate the box Bai Yi had mentioned. Curse be it. Had Doflamingo already relocated the box containing the artificial devil fruit? Surely not. Did that mean he would have to remain within the Doflamingo family? Fry clenched his teeth in frustration. Wait, could there be a hidden chamber in Doflamingo's bedroom? Such a crucial item should not be carelessly stored. Taking a deep breath, he began a meticulous second search, acutely aware that every second posed a threat to his life. Finally, 3 minutes later, Fry discovered a mechanism concealed within the wall. Gently activating it revealed a hidden chamber within Doflamingo's bedroom, where a leather trunk lay quietly on the ground. Fry was nearly beside himself with joy. Finally, he had located the artificial devil fruit, and at last, he could escape the Doflamingo family. However, as he opened the box, his elation evaporated instantly. It was empty. His mind went blank. Why? How could this be? There was no reason for it. At that moment, a man's laughter echoed from outside. Ha ha ha. So it was you, the one who has been undercover beside me. Fry turned rigidly at the sound, and indeed, he found Doflamingo standing at the door, coldly staring at him. Doflamingo. Fry was drenched in cold sweat. Suddenly realizing the truth, it was a trap. Bai Yi, though loyal, had proven rather dim-witted, and Doflamingo had exploited that to set this snare. Doflamingo's expression twisted into a sinister grin as he regarded Fry. You are the one who disrupted my deal with Big Mom, aren't you? You scoundrel. Though Fry had been exposed, an unusual calm washed over him. Since the veil has been lifted, Doflamingo, prepare to meet your end. In an instant, Fry dashed towards Doflamingo with the speed of the Navy's 6 styles, employing the technique known as SAR. Yet, a faster figure intercepted him, delivering a punch that sent Fry crashing to the ground. Young master, I am so sorry. This is all my fault. Bai Yi wore a foolish expression, though his face was now etched with remorse. Yet this display of regret was also for Doflamingo's benefit. It matters not, Bai Yi. Were it not for you, I would not have uncovered the traitor in my midst. I bear you no ill will. Doflamingo laughed heartily, reveling in the exposure of the spy who had troubled him so. Young master, I have one small request. May I personally eliminate this scoundrel to cleanse my shame? Bai Yi's face was filled with fierce determination. Of course, Doflamingo replied with a hearty laugh. At that moment, Fry produced a smoke bomb and hurled it to the ground. Immediately, the area was engulfed in a thick fog, his last chance for survival. Under the cloak of night, Dressrosa was shrouded in utter darkness when suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps shattered the silence. Fry, panting heavily, fled for his life, pursued by Doflamingo's men. He had fallen for the ruse. He had never anticipated Doflamingo would exploit Bai Yi's lack of wit to craft such a trap. Within mere seconds, a throng of pursuers surged forth, led by none other than Bai Yi. You scoundrel, halt. You have betrayed the young master's trust, and I shall ensure your demise. Bai Yi shouted, his voice filled with rage. He was not alone. Baby 5 followed closely behind. You fool. How could you reveal such critical information? Thank goodness the young master foresaw your unreliability. Otherwise, we would be in dire straits. Baby 5 quipped, a cigarette dangling from her lips. It seemed she had taken a liking to smoking. Exhausted, Fry gasped for breath, yet the relentless pursuers continued to close in. Ultimately, he reached the docks. Gazing out at the boundless ocean before him, feeling an unprecedented sense of despair, Bai Yi was already there. Nowhere left to run, is there? Bai Yi sneered, drawing a pistol from his coat. Fry's face drained of color. He knew he was doomed. Bang! The gunshot rang out, the bullet striking Fry in the chest. Almost simultaneously, he heard a faint voice urging, lie down, play dead. Before he could react, 2 more bullets pierced his chest. Blood flowed profusely, yet Fry felt no pain. Though he was unaware of what was transpiring, he feigned being shot and collapsed to the ground, pretending to be lifeless. Everyone present witnessed Bai Yi personally execute Fry, a sight that could be justified before Doflamingo. Bai Yi approached Frey's lifeless body, picking up the handgun and firing several more shots into the corpse until the weapon was emptied. How ruthless, Baby 5 murmured softly. Subsequently, Bai Yi kicked the body into the sea and coldly addressed Baby 5, stating, the person is already dead. We can return to report to the young master now. Amidst the sound of crashing waves in the night, no one noticed that the body, now submerged in the ocean, had miraculously revived and stealthily descended to the seabed, utilizing its extraordinary physical prowess to swim away. Young master, we have dealt with the matter. Baby 5 was the first to report to Don Quixote Doflamingo, who nodded in satisfaction. Young master, I apologize. This was my fault. Bai Yi spoke softly, bowing his head. No, without you, I would not have uncovered the true mole. You have done exceptionally well, Bai Yi. Doflamingo chuckled heartily, having awaited this moment. The world government's attitude towards the emperors of the New World was notably peculiar, and Doflamingo was uncertain about how to approach Kaido, not knowing the elder's stance. Thus, at this juncture, he could not allow anyone to discover any secret dealings between himself and Kaido. Now that the mole was exposed, it was time for him to display his prowess. He laughed sinisterly, saying, Goku, you never anticipated this, did you? The mole you planted beside me has been effortlessly eliminated. What will you do next? Haha. Doflamingo had seldom experienced such joy in recent times. Everyone, return and rest. Tomorrow, there will be significant changes. All nodded in agreement, awaiting the upheaval Doflamingo had alluded to. In the depths of the night, on a rocky outcrop, Fry gasped for breath, relieved to have survived the ordeal. Touching the red paint on his face, he realized it had been part of his scheme all along. He had not expected that Marshal Sengoku would place such a character beside Doflamingo. Ha ha ha, Doflamingo. I can hardly wait to see your sorrowful face. Fry laughed into the night sky. Indeed, Bai Yi had loaded paint bullets into his gun, employing a method he had previously used when infiltrating Doflamingo's family, never imagining it would save his colleague's life. The following day, Doflamingo rose early, feeling that the scenery was particularly enchanting. In his hand was a din-din mushi connected to none other than Kaido. Kaido, the traitor within my family has been dealt with. We can proceed with our transaction. The artificial devil fruits have been created. They are all Zoan types, and I am certain you will be pleased. However, Caesar mentioned that these fruits are merely prototypes and may have unforeseen side effects. Doflamingo did not dare to withhold any information he possessed. Does that matter? I can hardly wait, Kaido beamed, eager to utilize the artificial devil fruits to form a legion comprised entirely of Zoan-type users and conquer the world. Since you say so, let us wish for a successful collaboration, Doflamingo replied. Call Ahu here. I have something important to discuss with him. Although he appeared not particularly bright, Ahu was diligent, and Doflamingo found his recent performance commendable, growing increasingly fond of his capabilities. You called for me, young master? Bai Yi approached Doflamingo, feeling an urge to deliver a punch to the face of this scoundrel every time he saw him. Moreover, why did Doflamingo never remove his sunglasses? Was it possible that they had adhered to his face? Bai Yi, with a rather mischievous thought, beckoned. Come here. I have something to discuss with you. By the way, these words must not be spoken to anyone else. You are not to drink a single drop of alcohol until the transaction is complete. Understood? Doflamingo instructed. Understood, young master. Bai Yi replied. Doflamingo continued. The devil fruit you brought back earlier was requested by one of our esteemed clients. Maintaining a good relationship with this client is paramount for the future prosperity of our family. Currently, Caesar is the only individual in the world capable of producing these devil fruits. I need you to keep a close watch on him. That scoundrel has a history of deceit, having swindled Big Mom out of a substantial amount of research funds. I do not trust him, Bai Yi, in a state of distress, remarked. But, young master, he is a user of the natural element, and I have yet to awaken my haki. I cannot contend with him. Doflamingo, having anticipated this, gestured grandly. Behold, the gift I have prepared for you. Two exquisite maids approached, bearing a large chest. Upon its opening, it revealed a pair of sea prism stone gauntlets. Prior to awakening one's armed haki, sea prism stone serves as the most effective means to counter natural element users. This is my offering to you. I trust you will not let me down, Doflamingo declared. Sea prism stone, the nemesis of all devil fruit users, exerts an increasingly potent suppressive effect the higher its purity. However, this material is exceedingly precious. Few pirates can wield weapons crafted from sea prism stone. The mining sites for this resource now lie firmly under the control of the world government, while the remaining reserves are in the possession of Kaido. Currently, Kaido has completely dominion over Wano, a land abundant in sea prism stone resources. Bai Yi picked up the Hailu stone gauntlet, and his confidence surged. With this artifact, defeating a scientist should pose no significant challenge. Thank you, young master, Bai Yi exclaimed. Doflamingo patted Bai Yi on the shoulder and subsequently summoned the other executives. Bai Yi then ventured alone to the deserted island. Chapter 43, Sugar. According to Doflamingo's instructions, as long as Caesar produced 10 devil fruits, Bai Yi was tasked with bringing them back, while other matters were to remain outside his purview. It appeared that Doflamingo still did not fully trust me. Bai Yi mused quietly. Before long, he arrived at the deserted island. This time, he was well acquainted with the terrain and quickly located Caesar. However, to declare that he was there to surveil him would likely result in Caesar devising a means to eliminate him by the next day. Thus, Bai Yi could only claim he was there to ensure Caesar's safety, allowing him to focus on his work. Caesar, as a scientist, was undeniably a scoundrel. Yet one had to concede that his intellect was remarkably high. He swiftly deduced Bai Yi's true purpose for being there. Doflamingo, do you not trust me either? Humph. One day, you will come to regret this, Caesar retorted coldly. Currently, both parties were leveraging one another. Neither could extricate themselves from this awkward symbiosis. Should Caesar lose Doflamingo's protection, he would soon find himself in peril, especially from Big Mom's pirate crew. Conversely, if Doflamingo were to lose Caesar, he would be unable to maintain contact with Kaido, potentially falling victim to Kaido's wrath. Do as you wish. Caesar, proud as a scientist, held Bai Yi in contempt as a lowly pirate. In contrast, his secretary, Xuan Ai, exhibited considerable care towards Bai Yi. We have met before. I too am a member of the Doflamingo family. My name is Xuan Ai, a user of the snow fruit, she said gently. Are there many Logia users in the New World? Bai Yi inquired softly. Not many, for Logia fruits are the rarest of all devil fruits. Each possesses formidable powers. Consider the 3 admirals of the Navy, who could easily conquer the seas, Xuan Ai explained. Why don't you consume a devil fruit? It would greatly enhance your strength. I would rather not become a sitting duck, Bai Yi retorted quietly. With a radiant smile, Xuan Ai offered him a cup of hot tea. However, Bai Yi was not so easily ensnared by her kindness. The reason she treated him well was that he was a savior to Doflamingo, and presently, he too held a position within Doflamingo's family. Should he lose that status, it was conceivable that she might turn hostile in an instant. It was prudent to maintain a respectful distance from beautiful women. This arrangement continued for nearly half a month, during which, with the still immature technology for creating devil fruits, Caesar successfully completed 10 artificial devil fruits for Bai Yi to deliver to Doflamingo, while also seeking a substantial amount of research funding. Bai Yi scrutinized the artificial devil fruit in his hand, feeling that it bore no significant difference from the ordinary varieties. Why was Kaido so eager to acquire these synthetic devil fruits? Even now, Bai Yi remained perplexed. Perhaps he could secretly hide one away? No, that would be too perilous. After all, I am a member of the Revolutionary Army. Losing my life over a Navy mission would be utterly unwarranted, Bai Yi murmured to himself. Upon returning to Dressrosa, Bai Yi discovered an unfamiliar ship docked at the port. It was only when he approached Don Quixote Doflamingo that he realized an exceptionally important guest was present, the calamity known as Jack. At that moment, Jack was seated confidently upon a sofa, engaged in a business discussion with Doflamingo. Upon seeing Bai Yi, a look of disdain crossed Jack's face. Sprout, we meet again. Good grief. Are you ever going to be done with this? Bai Yi suppressed the fury simmering within him, donning a rigid expression as he addressed the young master. I have returned. The last time he completed a mission, he returned with severe injuries to both arms. And it was then that Doflamingo had instigated a conflict between Bai Yi and Jack. However, Doflamingo chose to feign ignorance, for Jack was one of Kaido's men, and he could not afford to grasp Kaido by the throat to demand loyalty. Moreover, Bai Yi was a trusted confidant. Should he fail to defend him against such bullying, he risked losing the trust of his subordinates. Thus, the wisest course was to act as if the incident had not occurred. Jack clutched a barrel of wine, gulping it down heartily, while Bai Yi placed the artificial devil fruit on the table. Just as he was about to depart, Doflamingo commanded him to stand behind him. In the pale night, Bai Yi found himself unable to do anything but stand behind Doflamingo. If he were to capture this scene using the Din Din Mushi, could it serve as evidence of Doflamingo's collusion with Kaido? Would it ensure his return to the Navy? A flicker of thought crossed Bai Yi's mind. Yet he was acutely aware that both individuals before him were among the rare titans of this vast ocean. Any hint of movement on his part could lead to his swift demise at their hands. Is this truly the artificial devil fruit? Jack mused as he picked one up, scrutinizing it closely. He then summoned a subordinate to conduct an immediate experiment. The pirate gulped nervously, steeling himself before taking a fierce bite. Though it was an artificial devil fruit, the taste was utterly revolting, nearly causing him to retch. After a struggle, he managed to swallow it, feeling the tumultuous transformation within his body. Suddenly, he clutched his stomach, contorting in apparent agony, and with a gasp, a burst of flames erupted from his mouth. Simultaneously, scales emerged upon his skin, yet these were not the scales of a dragon, but rather those of a lizard. Could it be that this succeeded? Jack exclaimed in astonishment, having presumed that the so-called artificial devil fruit was merely a farce, never anticipating its existence to be a reality. However, shortly thereafter, the pirate's eyes glazed over, as if he had completely lost his sanity, and he unleashed a torrent of fire towards Jack. Unfazed, Jack remained calm, seizing the man's face and slamming him to the ground with a single, decisive strike, eliminating him in an instant. Indeed, it was merely a half-finished product, yet not without potential for exploitation. Jack declared, "We are the Beast Pirates. We possess methods to train ordinary beasts." A chilling smile crept across Doflamingo's face. Realizing the ruthless nature the Beast Pirates exhibited even towards their own, Bai Yi was drenched in cold sweat, grappling with the stark reality that these scoundrels did not regard him as a human being. They shamelessly subjected their own comrades to grotesque experiments, fully aware of the inherent flaws in the artificial devil fruits, yet still compelled their subordinates to consume them. "I shall report this to Kaido," Jack inquired. "When shall we next engage in trade?" Doflamingo gently swirled the wine in his glass, responding, "That shall depend on how many artificial devil fruits you require, and whether you can truly master this formidable power. I believe Caesar will continue to enhance them, perhaps by the time you procure the fruits next. The adverse effects will have been entirely eradicated." "Very well, let us await the outcome," Jack said, clinking his barrel against Doflamingo's wine glass before departing from the Doflamingo family. Once Jack had completely vacated the premises, Doflamingo slowly remarked, "Ahu, What is your assessment of these artificial devil fruits? To me, Bai confessed, Jack and Caesar seem more like the true demons of this world than these fruits. Doflamingo erupted into hearty laughter at this declaration. That is only because you have yet to witness the genuine demons. There exist far more terrifying figures than they, some of whom stand high above, adorned in splendor, yet engage in the most vile and horrific deeds. Should you ever encounter them, keep your distance. Doflamingo appeared to reminisce about the past. Bai was acutely aware that Doflamingo was referring to the celestial dragons. Indeed, the threat posed by the celestial dragons surpasses that of any two pirates. Their policies are akin to a malignant tumor, incessantly endangering the vast seas, and Bai had once been among the victims of their tyranny. For the time being, you need not exert yourself with such arduous back and forth. Return only when Caesar has completely eradicated the side effects of the artificial devil fruits, Doflamingo stated. Kaido was no fool. He is certainly dissatisfied with such artificial devil fruits, and we hope Caesar can swiftly produce an improved version. Bai, lacking any knowledge in scientific research, could only nod in agreement. The next transaction will occur when you enter the prison, Doflamingo. Bai had firmly resolved, at any cost, to ensure that Doflamingo was incarcerated. I have heard that the food at the prison factory is quite decent. Suddenly, Bai recalled something and hesitated to inquire of Doflamingo. What? Is there something else? Doflamingo questioned. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. We are family, and there is nothing that cannot be spoken. Bai displayed an innocent expression and remarked. It's really nothing of great significance. While I was shopping today, a few toys bumped into me, and I couldn't recall seeing a toy factory in Dreyzeros. Why are there so many toys on the streets? Upon hearing Bai's inquiry, Doflamingo let out a triumphant laugh and said, Ahoo! Would you like to know why Dreyzeros is teeming with dolls? I can certainly enlighten you. You've met Sugar, Haven Tiu? Can you guess how old she is this year? Bai reminisced about Sugar's appearance and, with a hint of hesitation, remarked, 10 years. In truth, it was far more than that. She was already 18 this year. The fruit she consumed was known as the childlike fruit, although her age continued to advance. Her physical form remained in childhood, accompanied by a remarkably unique ability. This very power facilitated the Don Quixote family's dominion over the entirety of Dressrosa. At this juncture, Doflamingo had come to place considerable trust in Bai. Otherwise, he would not have divulged the matter of the artificial devil fruits to him. As for Sugar's ability, it was no secret among the cadre of the Don Quixote family. Anyone touched by her hand would be transformed into a puppet, simultaneously erased from the memories of all. This, indeed, was the essence of Sugar's true power. Relying on this ability, I firmly maintained my reign over Dressrosa, converting all who opposed me into puppets and relegating them to the underground market for labor. Should a puppet malfunction, it would be disposed of without a second thought, as there were always numerous fresh replacements. Doflamingo stated this without a hint of concern. The sensation on Bai's back felt akin to 1,000 needles piercing through. Suddenly, he recalled the day when the toy had persistently followed him during their meal. It was not merely the actions of a toy, it was distinctly human behavior. As if someone was pleading for help, yet he remained oblivious. Bai's palms were drenched in cold sweat, and he found it impossible to articulate his emotions. Was it anger? Or perhaps restraint? Or even despair at the endless abyss of this dark world that filled him with disappointment? None of these. Bai is consumed with a desire for vengeance, wishing to tear apart the face of the wretch before him and force it into his very being. Calm down, calm down. Acting impulsively now would expose everything. In a fleeting second, Bai managed to transform his furious expression into one of surprise, while Doflamingo remained oblivious to the change in his subordinate's demeanor. How impressive. So, Sugar possesses such abilities? Bai muttered through clenched teeth. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, when conflict arises between the family and other factions, the first priority must be to safeguard Sugar. Otherwise, the foundation of the Doflamingo family will be undermined. Do you understand? Doflamingo stated. I have taken note of it, young master. Should the opportunity arise, I shall eliminate that little harlot at the earliest chance. Now, return to Caesar. Keep a close watch on him, for I have never trusted that scoundrel. Doflamingo commanded. And so, Bai made his solitary way back to the deserted island. During this time, he contacted Admiral Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku, what is the matter? I have witnessed someone consuming a synthetic devil fruit. Although they successfully transformed into an animal, the side effects are severe, causing them to lose nearly all rationality, Bai reported. Furthermore, Dreyzeros given the significant dangers posed by synthetic devil fruits. Will there still be a high demand? Sengoku inquired. There certainly will be. Moreover, Admiral, the next time they conduct a transaction will present the optimal opportunity to apprehend them. It is a chance to catch them red-handed while also saving Dreyzeros, which is a dire situation indeed. Bai, could you devise a means to steal a synthetic devil fruit? The Navy requires it for further research, Sengoku suggested. In the midst of their conversation, White Knight was interrupted twice by Sengoku, which left him feeling somewhat discontented. Nevertheless, he could only nod in acknowledgement. Understood. I shall devise a method to clandestinely acquire a synthetic devil fruit and present it to the Navy for research purposes. However, it is imperative that we limit our communication, as prolonged discussions may pose a risk to your safety. You must ensure your own protection. Upon your return, I shall promote you and grant you a raise. For now, I shall terminate this call, Sengoku stated. Chapter 44, Misconceptions until the very end. But you could not divulge the matters concerning Dreyasros. Why did Sengoku, that old scoundrel, always interrupt him at the most critical moments? Or perhaps Sengoku was already aware of everything that transpired with Dreyasros, yet chose to remain indifferent. Don Quixote da Flamingo, possessing the dual identities of a warlord of the sea and a celestial dragon, faced an unfortunate predicament where, without concrete evidence of his crimes, both public sentiment and pressure from above rendered the Navy in a precarious position. Thus, was it merely for these trivial matters that you completely abandoned those suffering under Dreyasros? Baiyi, with his hands hanging limply, contemplated casting the transponder snail into the sea. Those two characters emblazoned upon your cloak, do they truly signify justice? It seems the Navy is utterly unreliable. Indeed, Baiyi has begun to discern that Sengoku's true objective is not Doflamingo, but rather Kaido, the formidable figure lurking behind him. However, what purpose does it serve to apprehend every pirate in the world if the most downtrodden citizens remain unrescued? The White Knight now resembles a sausage ensnared between two slices of bread, and regardless of which side it may be, he cannot afford to offend either. Each possesses the capacity to extinguish his existence with but a mere flick of their finger. This has ignited a profound desire for strength within him. If he were to wield the power akin to that of an admiral in the Navy, would Sengoku dismiss his words with such indifference? Would Doflamingo treat him with such disregard? If he possessed the might of a naval admiral, there would be no need for subterfuge. He could simply deliver a fatal blow to Doflamingo and then discipline Sugar accordingly. Yet, there are no ifs in his reality, he is merely a lieutenant in the Navy, incapable of withstanding even a single punch from Jack. Without strength, there exists no means for resistance. He is left with no choice but to play the role of an undercover agent. Baiyi gently tapped his cheek, striving to adjust his mood. He must not allow such feelings to permeate his work, for his role as an undercover agent demanded utmost discretion. Any slip could prove fatal. He had always perceived his intellect as insufficient, yet the current predicament compelled him to think independently, as there was no one around he could trust. He retrieved a small notebook, meticulously documenting everything transpiring around him. The foremost concern was Sugar. Without a viable solution to the sugar crisis, he could not claim to have truly saved Dreyasros. However, the formidable protectors surrounding Sugar rendered him woefully outmatched alone. Against Toripole, a seasoned powerhouse of the Don Quixote family, he knew he stood no chance. Next on his mind were the artificial devil fruits. That scoundrel Caesar was conducting human experiments on children and deserved to perish. Yet he found himself lacking the means to eliminate him. Then there was the Navy. He pondered the true intentions of Sengoku. Even if his target was Kaido, what could a mere pawn like him possibly accomplish? These dilemmas weighed heavily on him, yet he found himself incapable of resolving any of them. After much contemplation, he resolved to return to Caesar's side. Although Caesar was a scientist, he wielded the powers of a natural devil fruit user, making him a formidable opponent in combat. Additionally, Sheena, the girl who typically treated him well, did so only because he was an officer within the Don Quixote family. Should he act against the family's interests, she would undoubtedly turn against him in an instant. It was a painful and helpless situation, knowing the problems, yet feeling powerless to address them. Upon returning to Caesar's base, Sheena greeted him with her usual warmth, pouring him a glass of iced coffee. How did this transaction go? Is the young master satisfied? She inquired with palpable excitement. Baiyi responded, it's nothing much, merely that the beast's pirates are somewhat displeased with the artificial devil fruits, as their members have lost all semblance of humanity after consumption, turning into mindless beasts. Caesar, how can you claim to be the world's leading scientist when you produce such abysmal failures? Seizing the opportunity, Baiyi directly mocked Caesar. Furious, Caesar retorted, what do you know? I have already stated that the artificial devil fruits possess flaws. You insisted on using them. What can I do? I am actively seeking a solution to these deficiencies. Why don't you try? Witnessing Caesar's furious embarrassment brought Baiyi a modicum of satisfaction. Kaido has already warned that if the next batch of artificial devil fruits fails to meet his standards, he will send someone to eliminate you. Caesar fell silent, his expression darkening. He had already incurred the wrath of Big Mom. To further anger Kaido would mean alienating half the sea, leaving him with nowhere to hide. As for Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks, they would likely not tolerate his experiments on children. Humph. It's merely a matter of eliminating the side effects of the artificial devil fruits. I'm a genius. I shall accomplish this with ease, Caesar declared, hurrying toward the laboratory. Once Caesar departed, Sheena wore a hint of a smirk. This man, though accomplished in science, seems to lack common sense. Coincidentally, that is precisely my sentiment, Baiyi replied. They exchanged knowing smiles. While Sheena's smile was innocuous, in Baiyi's mind, it represented a strategic calculation. If war with the Don Quixote family were to arise, he must first eliminate Sheena. Once she was gone, the Don Quixote family would sever ties, and any turmoil here would go unnoticed by Dreyasros. As for Caesar, he was never truly aligned with the Don Quixote family. He was merely seeking refuge while plotting to swindle a fortune. He would never genuinely pledge loyalty to anyone. Big Mom had been like this once. And now Don Quixote was no different. In the depths of his aspirations, Bai Yi yearned for Caesar to completely eliminate the side effects of the artificial devil fruits. He envisioned a time when Kaido and Don Quixote Doflamingo would resume their transactions, at which point, with evidence in hand, how could Doflamingo possibly defend himself? Without Doflamingo, Dressrosa would regain its peace, and as for that little vixen from Shadang, just wait and see how I will deal with you. What are you thinking? Shui and I waved her hand in front of him. No, it's nothing. Next time, I crave a hot cup of coffee. All right. Perhaps due to Shui and I consuming the snow fruit, she had a peculiar fondness for cold food, preferring even her ramen chilled. By the time a cup of hot coffee reached Bai Yi, it had inevitably cooled down. Indeed, it seemed that there were few normal individuals within the Don Quixote family. As the days passed, 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Bai Yi diligently trained, witnessing gradual improvements in his strength. Damn it, how can we completely eradicate the negative effects of the artificial devil fruits? Caesar stormed out of his laboratory, grumbling. Although there had been significant progress in the effects of the artificial devil fruits compared to 2 months prior, Caesar still could not entirely suppress their side effects, which caused the minds of those who consumed them to resemble that of animals. Therefore, you should seriously consider finding a job. The role of a scientist is not suited for you. Bai Yi's relentless mockery of Caesar had not ceased during these 2 months. You insolent brat. Do you have any idea how magnificent scientists are? Caesar shouted, seizing Bai Yi by the collar. I acknowledge the greatness of scientists, but you, my friend, are quite pathetic. Bai Yi retorted. I recently heard that the artificial devil fruits are merely a discarded technology of Vegapunk. I never imagined you would be so engrossed in your research. No wonder you'll never surpass Vegapunk. What did you say, you little brat? Caesar exploded, as though struck at a vulnerable spot. His greatest rival was not Big Mom nor Kaido, but rather Vegapunk, hailed as the greatest scientist in the world. As the saying goes, a fellow practitioner is a foe. However, for Caesar, viewing Vegapunk as an adversary was merely a one-sided sentiment. It remained uncertain whether Vegapunk even recognized Caesar's existence. The relationship between the two resembled that of Urahara Kisuke and Mayuri Kuratsuchi from Bleach. Both were scientists, both were geniuses, yet each possessed distinct strengths, leading to a relatively minor gap in overall capability. In stark contrast, the disparity between Caesar and Vegapunk was akin to that between the sun and a flickering firefly, entirely incomparable. You insolent brat. Within 10 days, I will completely eradicate the side effects of the artificial devil fruits. But before that, I require a substantial number of test subjects. I have exhausted my supply, Caesar declared. Go fetch me some living subjects. I need them for my experiments. As a member of the Don Quixote family, this task should be a mere trifle for you. Bai Yi let out a cold snort, in order to facilitate the transaction between Kaido and Don Quixote Doflamingo. He had no choice but to capture a few living specimens for experimentation. Once Kaido and Doflamingo publicly engage in their trade, it would signal the Navy's opportunity to strike. Bai Yi flicked his sleeve and strode towards the exterior of the research base. However, upon stepping outside, he found himself in a quandary. Although he had promised Caesar to capture a few living specimens, the question loomed, where could he possibly procure such individuals? It was utterly inconceivable for him to seize ordinary civilians as experimental subjects. Just then, Bai Yi observed a ship gradually approaching the deserted island not far away, and it became evident that it was a pirate vessel. Bai Yi's admiration for pirates had dwindled to an infinitesimal level. Upon spotting a pirate ship approaching, a cold smirk crept across his face. Just when I was lamenting the absence of adversaries, you have fortuitously arrived. Given the circumstances, do not blame me for my lack of hospitality. The captain of this pirate vessel was known as Chahozi, a name strikingly similar to the infamous Whitebeard, differing by a mere character. Chahozi bore a resemblance to a hefty meatball, adorned with a bushy mane of brown facial hair, as he boisterously rallied his crew. Listen up. Lads, this island ahead shall be our dominion. Let us revel to our heart's content. The crew erupted in cheers, having recently plundered a merchant ship, amassing a trove of gold, silver, and jewels, and were eager to find a place to indulge. When will the seas truly know peace? Absent your Rockasilk. Bai Yi's voice suddenly pierced the air from behind Chahozi, startling all present. Chahozi swiftly turned to confront a formidable figure standing mere paces away. A tremor of fear coursed through him, yet he resolved not to lose face before his subordinates. Who are you? Why have you appeared on our ship? Chahozi bellowed, brandishing his large sword. Bai Yi's mood was currently rather bleak. He had no desire to engage with the group around him. With a swift execution of the Navy 6 styles, the corpulent figure of T-Beard was sent flying into the sea in an instant. Bai Yi spoke in a remarkably calm tone. Everyone, behave and do not move. Whoever dares to stir will meet their demise. Once upon a time, Bai Yi was but an ordinary fisherman, easily unsettled by the sight of two individuals brawling. Yet now, he found himself capable of taking lives with ease. It is undeniable that the vast ocean had transformed him immensely. What do you think you are, punk? Attack him. The ragtag group surged forward. But in less than a minute, they lay sprawled across the deck, defeated by Bai Yi's decisive strikes. Bai Yi had always perceived himself as weak. However, he was mistaken. His adversaries were simply too formidable. The formidable Navy admirals, Sengoku and Garp, alongside the likes of Don Quixote Doflamingo and Jack, were were no ordinary foes. Each was a notable figure in their own right. Doflamingo's subordinates were equally exceptional. In the original timeline, Doflamingo had orchestrated a tournament with the Mera Mera no Mi as a bait to lure Luffy, showcasing the prowess of his crew as they decimated challengers from all corners. Baiyi had only undergone formal combat training for 3 months. Pitting a novice against such monsters was indeed an unfair match. Nonetheless, these ordinary pirates faced certain defeat before Baiyi. The might of the Navy 6 styles was unquestionable, with CP9 asserting that those who mastered it could be deemed superhumans. Thankfully, T-Beard was not a devil fruit user and quickly submerged to escape. As for his crew, Baiyi thought, "Apologies, brothers, I shall avenge you in due course. Caesar, I have brought you the living specimen you requested," Baiyi announced. Kuho, truly deserving of Doflamingo's cadre. Their efficiency is remarkable. However, little brat, underestimate me at your peril. Within 10 days, I shall eradicate the side effects of the artificial devil fruits. Just wait, Caesar sneered. Before retreating to his laboratory to commence his experiments, the success of which remained uncertain to Baiyi. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku was enjoying a bowl of noodles while Garp munched on rice crackers, treating the marshal's office as a dining hall. Has that kid relayed any significant intelligence recently? Garp inquired. Although their time together was brief, Garp had taken a liking to Baiyi. He has become Doflamingo's confidant and has acquired crucial intel. I'm contemplating whether to tighten the net. Once Kaido and Doflamingo's transaction is underway, we will have the evidence to apprehend Doflamingo for colluding with Kaido, an enemy of the world government. This alone could ensure Doflamingo's utter ruin. Sengoku replied, his determination evident. Yet, I remain unsatisfied. If our elaborate efforts yield merely Doflamingo, it would be a trivial conquest. My true target is Kaido. Garp took a substantial bite of his rice cracker. You're being rather greedy. If Kaido were so easily defeated, he wouldn't have stood against the world government for all these years. Unless a formidable force emerges to vanquish Kaido, the beast pirates shall persist. Sengoku fell silent, aware that Kaido had dominated the New World for decades, making him no easy adversary. Moreover, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Whitebeard had once sailed under the same banner, that of the former sea overlord, Rox. Ultimately, Rox was defeated by the pirate king Roger and Garp, while his 3 subordinates ascended as the emperors of the New World. Should the Navy engage Kaido, would the other pirate crews seize the opportunity to attack? At this moment, Whitebeard was not the frail figure of his later years. He was in his prime, wielding unparalleled mastery of haki and the devastating powers of the Gura Gura no Mi. No one, be they Navy admirals or Kaido, could contend with the current Whitebeard in direct combat. Coupled with his 13 commanding officers, including the formidable Marco, Diamond Jozu, and the Flower Sword Bista, they were an elite force. If the Navy were to clash simultaneously with these 3, the consequences would be dire. Sengoku slurped his noodles, his expression grave. Greed is not your usual demeanor. If on the day of the transaction, one of the calamities from the beast pirates appears, we shall move to capture both the Calamity and Doflamingo. This would resolve the Doflamingo issue while eliminating a formidable asset of Kaido, a significant victory indeed. Let us not squander this opportunity. Hearing his comrade's words, Sengoku slapped his thigh. We shall proceed as you suggest. If we can lure out one of Kaido's calamities, the Navy will act to apprehend them. I will inform Baiyi of this immediately. This lad has truly been put through the ringer. After 3 months of undercover work, Baiyi was nearly in tears upon learning of Sengoku's decision. My esteemed Marshal, you are finally ready to tighten the net. Splendid, Baiyi exclaimed, spinning around in excitement before slapping his cheeks to regain composure. I must not become overly elated. What if the calamity that arrives is not one of the 3? I cannot afford to wait indefinitely. Calmness is essential. Meanwhile, Caesar received promising news. On the 11th morning of his seclusion in the laboratory, he successfully overcame the side effects of the artificial devil fruits. Following the experiments, it was confirmed that individuals consuming these fruits would no longer lose their human reasoning. I, Caesar, am indeed a genius. Ha 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 ha. Caesar crowed, his ego soaring. Humph. Do you believe you can continue your revelry? Once Doflamingo falls, you two shall face reckoning. Baiyi mused, observing Caesar's smug expression with an inward smirk. I shall inform the young master. After a moment of reflection, Baiyi regained the composure befitting an undercover agent and contacted Doflamingo. Young master, I bring good news. Caesar has overcome the technical hurdles of the artificial devil fruit and is ready to resume trading. Baiyi endeavored to keep his tone steady. Ha 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 ha. Splendid. Truly splendid. You must return with all the devil fruits at once and notify the beast pirates to collect their goods. Doflamingo commanded. His trust in Baiyi had grown significantly. He allowed Baiyi to handle the matter directly while he focused on the broader strategy. In his possession, Baiyi held a telephone bug capable of establishing contact with the beast pirates. His heart began to race. For the outcome of his confrontation with Don Quixote, Doflamingo hinged upon this moment. With a heart brimming with excitement, he dialed Jack's number. To his surprise, it was none other than the sprightly bean sprout on the line. What business did he have calling me? Was he contemplating a change of allegiance to join our beast pirates? Jack's tone was devoid of respect. Yet Baiyi could scarcely afford to concern himself with such trivialities at this juncture. I have something of utmost importance to communicate. Our young master has surmounted the side effects of the artificial devil fruit. I trust that, as one of the calamities, you will come to collect the goods. Bai Yi exclaimed with fervor. The quantity of devil fruits this time is substantial, several dozen in total. Should they be pilfered or inadvertently revealed, the consequences would be dire. In truth, Doflamingo had merely instructed the beast pirates to retrieve the goods without specifying who should come. Bai Yi's insistence that Jack should personally collect them was entirely of his own fabrication. Bai Yi originally believed that Jack would hesitate and resist. Yet he was unaware of the profound significance this plan held for Kaido. Without a moment's contemplation, Jack readily acquiesced. For the sake of Don Quixote Doflamingo, I shall personally retrieve the goods. I trust you will not let me down when the time comes. In the stillness of the night, Bai Yi inhaled deeply. Knowing that Jack's side was already settled, he picked up the phone once more to contact Don Quixote Doflamingo. Master, Jack of the Beast Pirates has stated that he will personally come to collect the goods and hopes you can designate a location. Let it be at the Sabaody archipelago, the very site of our previous defeat. The Navy would never anticipate that I would utilize the same location twice. Ha ha ha. Doflamingo's laughter resonated with unwavering confidence. I understand, Master. Bai Yi's face was etched with a cold smirk. He deftly manipulated the information disparity between Doflamingo and Jack, playing them like pawns in a grand game. Yet, this precarious endeavor felt akin to dancing upon a tightrope. The slightest misstep could lead to utter ruin. Finally, Bai Yi reached out to Caesar. Kaido demands 200 artificial devil fruits. If you cannot procure them within 10 days, your life is forfeit. With that, Bai Yi abruptly ended the call, leaving Caesar on the other end to unleash a torrent of curses. Without a moment's hesitation, White Knight abruptly terminated the call, leaving Caesar in a state of exasperation on the other end. How infuriating. Do these filthy pirates possess any understanding of science? 200 individuals for a devil fruit? In a mere 10 days? Surely you jest. How could such a feat be accomplished? Not even I, nor even Vegapunk himself, could achieve this. Caesar felt an overwhelming urge to overturn the table in frustration. Yet, having already offended Big Mom, he realized that further antagonizing Kaido would leave him with no sanctuary upon these seas. How vexing. It is merely 200 artificial devil fruits. Watch as I conjure them for you. These scoundrels dare to underestimate me, Caesar. I shall demonstrate to you what it truly means to be the world's foremost scientist. With fervor, Caesar sacrificed a part of himself and began the frantic endeavor of creating the artificial devil fruits. In the pale night, Bai Yi returned to the side of Don Quixote Doflamingo, commencing a report on the myriad events that had transpired during his absence. Master, Caesar possesses a multitude of artificial devil fruits, nearly 100. I harbor concerns that if we relinquish these fruits entirely, the beast pirates may abandon us. After all, acquiring such formidable power in one fell swoop is worrisome. Bai Yi expressed. Doflamingo, obscured behind his sunglasses, rendered his emotions unreadable, though his drinking momentarily faltered. What are you implying? He inquired. Master, my suggestion is that we should provide them with fewer devil fruits each time, a steady stream rather than a deluge. As long as Kaido desires these artificial fruits, he must safeguard the Don Quixote family. Moreover, the production cost of these fruits is substantial. We could seize the opportunity to profit. After all, those willing to spend 100 million berries on a single devil fruit are unlikely to balk at an additional 100 million, Bai Yi articulated. Doflamingo regarded Bai Yi with astonishment, as though he were a stranger. Impressive, Bai Yi. You are increasingly embodying the essence of a pirate. Your previous demeanor led me to believe you were a spy infiltrated by the Marines. Excellent. I relish this newfound greed of yours. Ha ha. Let us proceed as you suggest, providing him with 10 devil fruits each time. A gradual approach. Understood, Master. Bai Yi's eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. Chapter 46. Bear Doflamingo. Jack, you two best be prepared. Time flew by swiftly, and Bai Yi once again found himself in Caesar's laboratory. Caesar appeared utterly exhausted, as if he had toiled endlessly with 20 artificial devil fruits meticulously arranged upon the table. 200 was simply too overwhelming, despite his tireless efforts. Caesar had only managed to produce 20 and had depleted all available materials. Xuanai sat nearby, sipping iced coffee. Upon noticing Bai Yi's arrival, she offered him a faint smile. After exchanging pleasantries, Bai Yi departed without further conversation, anticipating that, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would no longer need to play the role of an undercover agent in 2 days' time. Master, will you be participating personally this time? Bai Yi inquired. After all, it is the calamity known as Jack. If I were to send someone else to receive him, he might very well find fault. Only I can keep him in check. Doflamingo replied. Are all the preparations in place? Bai Yi opened the suitcase, revealing 10 artificial devil fruits, while the remaining 10 were cleverly concealed by him. Excellent work. Your contributions to this transaction are substantial. Once this matter concludes, I shall reward you handsomely, Doflamingo remarked, gently patting Bai Yi's shoulder. However, that will only be after you find yourself in prison, Bai Yi mused with a cold smirk within. Throughout this journey, he encountered no difficulties, for few dared to confront Doflamingo directly upon these seas. The voyage from Dressrosa to the Sabaody archipelago took just over 2 days. As he gazed at the Sabaody archipelago before him, Bai Yi couldn't help but reflect on how every twist of fate in his life seemed intricately linked to this very place. Have Ahu and Jack arrived? Doflamingo inquired. Bai Yi swiftly contacted the other party using the communicator and replied, Jack and his team have already arrived. We can proceed directly upstairs to conduct the transaction with them. The heart of Bai Yi raced uncontrollably, for all was at stake in this moment. Doflamingo furrowed his brow slightly and suddenly uttered, Ahu. Do you think there is only one mole by my side? Instantly, Bai Yi's palms became clammy with cold sweat, and he hurriedly replied, that shouldn't be the case, right? Yet, I cannot shake off the feeling that there exists an unseen hand manipulating this matter, something beyond my control. Doflamingo gazed at the distant Chambord Islands and remarked, Ahu, how have I treated you during this time? The young master has been exceedingly kind to me. I would willingly traverse a mountain of blades or a sea of flames for you, Bai Yi responded. Ha, my good brother, such extremes are unnecessary. However, I must entrust this transaction to you. Should you inadvertently fall into the hands of the Navy, I shall exert every effort to rescue you, so rest assured. Doflamingo assured him. What the hell? Just a moment ago you called me a good brother, and now you expect me to take the fall for you? Truly, I am your loyal friend. Is a good brother merely a pawn to be sacrificed? In the depths of his heart, Bai Yi was consumed by a torrent of complaints. Yet at this juncture, the arrow was knocked, and he had no choice but to release it. He never anticipated that Doflamingo would resort to such a scheme in the end. Very well, young master, I understand. If I am captured by the Navy, you must remember to come to my rescue. Bai Yi waved goodbye to Doflamingo, as if bidding farewell. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Yi had already retrieved his transponder snail, gently clearing his throat twice. This was the covert signal he had established with the Navy. A single cough signified that all was proceeding as planned, while two coughs indicated that there had been a misstep, necessitating an immediate halt. Moreover, it was crucial to note that very few within the Navy were aware of his undercover status. Would this group of Navy officers not soon unleash a barrage of gunfire upon him, having weathered countless storms? It would be a grave injustice to perish at the hands of his own allies. In the embrace of the White Knight, he arrived at the Chadran Islands, where chaos reigned as usual. How vexing. I completely forgot to inquire about Jack and the others. He smote his own head in frustration, realizing that with such vastness, he could not wander aimlessly like a headless fly. At that moment, a man's cough broke the silence beside him. You must be one of the Don Quixote family. Am I right? Come this way. I am with the beast pirates, the man declared. A flicker of intuition ignited within Bai Yi as he grasped the suitcase and approached. Let us find a secluded spot where we can exchange money for goods, he mused, recalling the instructions imparted by Captain Jack. Allow me to inspect the merchandise. As the man reached for the leather case in Bai Yi's possession, his hand was swiftly halted by Bai Yi's firm grip. You claim to be a member of the beast pirates? On what grounds should I place my trust in you? As he spoke, Bai Yi's mind raced. Should the Navy intervene at this juncture, they would only manage to apprehend a few low-level henchmen, lacking any substantial evidence to implicate Doflamingo and the beast pirates in collusion. Doflamingo's connections ran too deep. Absent of an undeniable link between the crime and the criminal, conviction would remain elusive. The man, unfazed, muttered under his breath. For one so young, your vigilance is commendable. Very well, let me show you the money. With that, he produced two large boxes and confidently opened them. Yet, the moment the lids were lifted, both parties were rendered speechless. Instead of stacks of pristine currency, the boxes were filled with mere sheets of white paper. What is the meaning of this? The man stood frozen, bewildered. This was unmistakably the very box entrusted to him by Brother Jack. How could such an error occur? In an instant, Bai Yi contemplated a possibility. Perhaps the other party intended to engage in a treacherous double-cross. Stay back, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Bai Yi retreated a significant distance, and simultaneously, the others began to grasp Jack's intent. Was Big Brother Jack truly considering a deceitful ploy? This was not their first encounter with such matters. When had the beast pirates ever paid for their acquisitions? Kid, leave the box in your hands, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The man bellowed. You must be dreaming. Bai Yi's mind raced, struggling to decipher what the cunning Doflamingo truly aimed to achieve. Seeking death, the man swiftly activated his devil fruit ability. The beast pirates were aptly named, for all their members possessed the powers of Zoan-type devil fruits. Before Bai Yi, the man transformed into a fearsome werewolf, while his followers morphed into various animals. Charging towards Bai Yi unleashed a punch towards the werewolf, but to his astonishment, the adversary effortlessly blocked his strike. The physical attributes of a Zoan fruit user are significantly enhanced, should one manage to awaken the potential of a Zoan fruit. Both defensive and regenerative capacities would undergo substantial augmentation. You seek your demise. The werewolf's claws lunged towards Bai Yi, who swiftly attempted to evade. Yet, under the influence of the Zoan fruit, the opponent's speed became remarkably swift, placing Bai Yi at a disadvantage in terms of velocity. In an instant, Bai Yi found himself caught up by the foe. Is this the boon bestowed by the devil fruit? With a sense of reluctance, Bai Yi gazed at the werewolf before him. Must one consume a devil fruit to be deemed a formidable warrior? The likes of Akiji, Akainu, Kizuru, Sengoku, Kaido, Big Mom, Whitebeard, Don Quixote, Doflamingo, and Jack, all are wielders of fruit powers. In the midst of the White Knight, a werewolf seized the suitcase from Baye's grasp. Erupting into laughter as he proclaimed, "Brothers, we are destined for great achievements this time." He then hastily opened the suitcase, only to be met with a scene that left him utterly bewildered. The suitcase was completely devoid of contents. There were no devil fruits in sight, not even a single apple. Where are the devil fruits? Where are our devil fruits? The werewolf bellowed as he lunged towards Baye. Baye wore a perplexed expression. Yet in that fleeting moment, a revelation struck him. He had been deceived. This entire scheme was orchestrated by Doflamingo and Jack. Doflamingo, fearing the presence of undercover agents in his midst, had positioned himself as bait, employing an empty suitcase for negotiations with the beast pirates. Meanwhile, the beast pirates feigned a ruse, using blank sheets of paper as currency. If Baye's deductions were accurate, Doflamingo had already secured the genuine devil fruit and presented it to Jack, who possessed actual cash. A cold sweat cascaded down Baye's back. He had never anticipated that. At the final juncture of the plan, Doflamingo would ensnare him in such a manner. Should the Navy take action, his demise would be inevitable, abandoning his undercover identity. What would Baye be in Doflamingo's eyes? A loyal, capable individual of few words, who had once saved Doflamingo's life. Yet, it was precisely such a person whom Doflamingo could so casually discard. Truly, he was the epitome of a formidable tyrant. At this moment, Baye found himself somewhat admiring this man, who had epitomized the essence of ruthlessness to its utmost degree. Everything was merely a stumbling block on his path to success. So where, precisely, were Doflamingo and Jack at this juncture? If their transaction had indeed been completed, then all of his efforts over the past 3 months would have been in vain. Who knows when he might next encounter such a splendid opportunity? Ha ha ha, Doflamingo. Well done. I fancied myself the master of all, believing I could manipulate both you and Jack at will, yet in the end, the true fool turned out to be none other than myself. Baye clenched his fists tightly. Even if he were to eliminate the members of the beast pirates before him, what would it matter? If Kaido were to hold him accountable, he could merely shift the blame entirely onto himself. By any measure, he was the greatest loser in this game. However, Doflamingo, you could never have imagined that I am not, in fact, a member of the Navy. My true identity lies within the Revolutionary Army. Furthermore, the leader of the Revolutionary Army has developed a specialized black snail capable of pinpointing locations. Placing such a device on you would be far too perilous, so instead, I concealed this small black snail within one of the artificial devil fruits. Surprised, aren't you? Doflamingo, the one wielding the slingshot is none other than me, Baye. You and Jack are but pitiful prey in this game of cat and mouse. Baye was nearly driven to madness, were it not for his distrust of Doflamingo, which led him to tamper with the devil fruit. This entire ordeal would have already concluded. As for you lot, just go ahead and eliminate them. Baye regarded the werewolf with a cold, mocking smile. Huh, have you lost your mind? You can't even defeat me. How do you expect to take on so many of my brothers? The werewolf retorted disdainfully. Ha ha ha, do you consider yourself a fighter? What good is fighting prowess? In this world, one must possess power and influence. What path do you tread? A mere lowlife? Baye boasted arrogantly. His bravado stemmed not from his ability to subdue those before him, but rather from a colossal figure emerging behind the members of the beast pirates. The individuals stiffened as they turned to behold the monstrous presence before them. Instantly, they were rendered speechless. Why, you are Bartholomew Kuma. Why are you here on Sabaody Archipelago? The werewolf shouted in shock. Kuma, holding a book in his hand, spoke in a remarkably calm manner. Tell me, where do you wish to travel? Once, White Knight encountered the tyrant Kuma. The 7 warlords of the sea ostensibly formed an alliance with the Navy. So it was unlikely that Kuma would stand idly by while White Knight was in peril. Before the werewolf could react, Kuma's paw gently brushed against him. And in an instant, the werewolf vanished from sight. Big brother has disappeared. Several younger subordinates gasped in astonishment, yet Kuma offered them no opportunity to respond. One by one, they were sent flying to the farthest corners of the world. Kuma then gazed at White Knight and uttered a statement that nearly took White Knight's breath away. I am a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, sent by Dragon to rescue you. As these words left Kuma's lips, White Knight's mind went blank for several seconds, engulfed in confusion. The warlord of the sea, Kuma, was in fact a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. How deeply had the Navy infiltrated your ranks, big brother? Could you not have informed me beforehand? Kuma, indeed. I have a favor to ask of you. Take me here. White Knight projected a small map using a transponder snail, highlighting a tiny red that indicated the current location of Don Quixote Doflamingo. You no longer need to continue fighting. You have done all that is necessary. Leave the rest to the Navy, Kuma asserted. No, there is one more thing I must accomplish. White Knight replied with unwavering determination. Kuma nodded, seeing White Knight's resolve. He decided to assist him. Rest assured, I will ensure you land on your feet. Kuma revealed the paw of his devil fruit ability, the paw fruit, which allowed him to repel anything, even abstract concepts like pain, to an extraordinary extent. This was truly remarkable. Kuma's palm gently struck White Knight, propelling him far into the distance, almost as if he had ascended to the clouds. Doflamingo, here I come. This transpired just 20 minutes ago. As White Knight departed from Don Quixote Doflamingo's vessel, a concerned member of the Don Quixote family observed his retreating figure and remarked, "Young master, while I understand your trust in Ahu, is it not perilous to assign such a crucial task to him alone? He lacks even a single subordinate." The speaker was an elder, visibly aged, and indeed one of the core members of the Don Quixote family, Lao Ji. Ha ha ha. Have you not realized? I intentionally released him to divert the attention of others, Doflamingo replied, producing a box. Wait, does that not place Ahu in grave danger? Lao Ji inquired, astonished. In the Don Quixote family, one cannot fear danger, Doflamingo asserted. This also serves as a vital test for Ahu. If he cannot surpass such a straightforward trial, what right does he have to claim allegiance to the Don Quixote family? Doflamingo was utterly indifferent to White Knight's fate, as long as the alliance with Kaido succeeded. Everything else was inconsequential. Doflamingo glanced at the time and said, "Let us go. Do you recall the island where we last traded with Big Mom? I have made arrangements with Jack to conduct our transaction there. As long as the Navy does not apprehend us at the trading site, they will be powerless against me. For I bear the blood of the celestial dragons. Ha ha ha." Thus, White Knight was treated by Doflamingo as a mere pawn. Yet, Doflamingo could scarcely fathom that while the Mantis stalks the cicada, the Oriole lurks in the shadows, and behind the Oriole, a slingshot is aimed directly at him. The White Knight had already mastered the intricacies of the devil fruit, installing a locating snail phone, enabling him to effortlessly pinpoint the whereabouts of Don Quixote Doflamingo, regardless of how far he might venture. As soon as Baiye's feet touched the ground, Doflamingo and Jack were meeting. Report to headquarters. This is Baiye. I have located the true trading spot of Doflamingo. Please dispatch a Marine Admiral for reinforcements. Baiye, this is Sengoku. Rest assured, reinforcements have been sent, though there will be no Admiral present. Are you jesting with me? Are Doflamingo and the Drought Jack not worthy of an Admiral's intervention? Baiye replied urgently. A mere Marine Vice Admiral would hardly stand a chance against these two. Their arrival would be futile. Yet, Sengoku chuckled lightly. While there may not be an Admiral, the individual sent is a most reliable veteran. You need not worry. A reliable veteran? Could it be? At that moment, Doflamingo and Jack had already convened. Chapter 47. I am undercover. How clever of you to devise such a scheme, sending your own subordinate to act as an undercover agent, Jack scoffed. A hint of disdain in his voice. However, Doflamingo paid no heed to such sentiments and directly opened the box containing the artificial devil fruits. Jack, too, unveiled his chest filled with money, and they nodded in agreement. Approximately 200 meters away, Baiye held a long-range snail phone, capturing the entire scene. Doflamingo, your doom is at hand, Baiye declared, finally able to laugh heartily. One hand for payment, the other for delivery, Jack stated calmly. Doflamingo nodded slightly at Raoji, who placed the devil fruits before Jack. Kaido's greatest ambition was to establish an army composed entirely of Zoan-type devil fruit users. However, the quantity of devil fruits available was insufficient, forcing him to resort to artificial ones as substitutes. Neither of the two had activated their observation haki. Unaware that just beyond the nearby thicket, someone was recording the entire exchange with a snail phone. To a fruitful partnership, this is merely the beginning, with much to unfold. Doflamingo boasted proudly. From this moment onward, Doflamingo had truly latched onto Kaido's formidable influence, paving the way for unimpeded movement in both the underworld and the legitimate world. Who would dare underestimate Don Quixote Doflamingo? Just as Doflamingo felt invincible, countless searchlights illuminated the area, revealing that the naval fleet had completely surrounded them. Doflamingo. As a warlord of the sea, you conspired with Kaido. The Navy demands your surrender. Doflamingo stared in shock at the Navy. How could this happen? I was so cautious. Who commands the Navy? Is there an admiral? Doflamingo asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. Sir, no admiral is present, only a vice admiral. Both Doflamingo and Jack breathed a sigh of relief. A vice admiral? Sengoku, do you look down on us? However, the soldier added, nearly in tears. But the vice admiral is Monkey D. Garp. Upon hearing this, both Doflamingo and Jack fell silent. Garp, a figure shrouded in legendary tales, had cornered Pirate King Roger on multiple occasions and was the father of the world's most notorious criminal, Monkey D. Dragon. The mere fact that he was personally present here was unfathomable. What should we do now? Doflamingo asked Jack. Jack smirked disdainfully. With a reputation like his, he's merely an old soldier. Why should we fear him? Men, aboard the ship, move closer. Are you certain? His subordinates asked nervously. In the New World, no one is unaware of Garp's name. I told you, he's just an old soldier. Why fear him? Move out. He is merely a man. Without even a devil fruit ability, Jack arrogantly proclaimed, having grown increasingly arrogant during his years under Kaido's command. Countless cannonballs rained down from above. Yet Doflamingo and Jack paid them little mind, although their subordinates suffered greatly, scattered and devastated by the blasts. A naval ship docked directly at the pier. Garp did not grant them the luxury of boarding, but instead advanced directly toward Rock Island. At first glance, he appeared to be just an old man, draped in a cloak, one hand digging his nose while the other nibbled on a snack. Fear not, my men. Charge. Jack rallied, showcasing the boldness of his beast pirates. refusing to flinch even in the presence of such a legendary figure. Emboldened by their captain's resolve, his crew transformed into various animals and charged into battle against the Navy. "Young master, what should we do? Should we assist?" Raoji whispered. "Assist? Flee. That's Garp. That scoundrel Sengoku actually sent this old man." Doflamingo exclaimed incredulously. "Even if you had dispatched an admiral, I could understand, but why send Garp? Am I truly that formidable?" Thus, Doflamingo resolved to betray his ally. Hoping Jack could delay the inevitable while he and his crew made a swift exit. "Doflamingo, charge!" A Marine Vice Admiral bellowed, as numerous Marines converged upon them. "Doflamingo, as a warlord of the sea, your secret collusion with Kaido is an unforgivable crime. Surrender at once. You all flee. Leave this to us," Raoji shouted. Lunging toward the Marine Vice Admiral, his subordinates engaging the Navy in fierce combat. The chaos was overwhelming. Meanwhile, Jack faced off against Garp, their demeanors starkly contrasting. Though Jack feigned bravado, he was internally tense, fists clenched as he regarded the old man before him. Garp, however, remained at ease. "Unless Kaido himself arrives." "Is this all you've got?" "Garp, today I shall demonstrate the might of the beast pirates," Jack declared, charging forward without hesitation. Indeed, in the heat of battle, the most cowardly among the beast pirates was Kaido. Jack transformed into a colossal mammoth, swinging his trunk toward Garp. In an instant, Garp vanished, only to reappear above Jack's head. Naive child, experienced the pinnacle of haki. Garp's fist, now enveloped in an overwhelming black aura of haki, descended upon Jack's head. Typically, Jack would not evade such an attack. After all, Zoan-type devil fruit users possessed remarkable resilience to impacts, enduring assaults with their bodies. And then, boom. Kapu's fist struck mercilessly upon Jack's crown, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that pierced through Jack's very brain. In an instant, his mind was rendered void. The next moment, his head was forcefully hammered against the ground by Kapu's blow, creating a vast crater between his skull and the rocky surface. Blood gushed forth from his facial orifices. And with but a single punch, Jack was utterly bereft of consciousness. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. The immense power transmitted through Jack's skull to the earth below, shattering a quarter of the rocky isle beneath him, with the fragmented debris sinking into the ocean's depths. "This fellow's hand feels rather mediocre," Kapu remarked nonchalantly, as if he had felled not one of the formidable calamities of the beast pirates, but merely an inconsequential lackey. From a distance, Don Quixote Doflamingo observed this spectacle, veins protruding on his forehead. He prided himself on his own strength, yet he harbored doubts about matching Jack's prowess. The fact that Jack, a supposed titan, could not even withstand a single punch from Kapu left him pondering his own fate. How could he possibly confront this old man? If captured, his demise would be imminent. What course of action should he take now? A rare flicker of panic crossed Doflamingo's features, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow. The entire isle was enveloped by the Marines. Where could he possibly escape? Just as he grappled with these dire thoughts, a figure beckoned to him from nearby. "Young master." Over here. Doflamingo turned urgently to see none other than Ahu, who was supposed to be serving as bait. Why was he here? Had Doflamingo paused to reflect, he might have spotted numerous inconsistencies, but the urgency of the moment left little room for contemplation. Almost simultaneously, Kapu noticed Doflamingo and strode purposefully towards him. "Ahu, it is time for you to earn your family's honor. Do you see that old Navy man? Protect me from him. Upon our return, I shall reward you handsomely," Doflamingo commanded, gesturing towards Kapu. "Fear not, young master. He is merely an old man," Ahu replied, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Doflamingo's focus was entirely fixated on Kapu, oblivious to the odd expressions on his loyal brother's face. Utilizing the abilities granted by his string fruit, Doflamingo could connect to the clouds above and soar through the skies. Aware that Kapu would undoubtedly employ the Marine 6 styles, Doflamingo instructed Ahu to obstruct Kapu, even if only for a fleeting moment, to grant him a chance to flee. With a subtle wave of his hand, Doflamingo's strings connected to the clouds, and as he leapt into the air, a powerful grip seized his ankle, accompanied by a sudden wave of weakness. Turning back, he beheld Ahu's face adorned with a strange grin, his hands encased in sea prism stone gauntlets, firmly clutching Doflamingo's leg. "My apologies, young master, but I am an undercover agent. No, from this day forth, you shall be addressed as Don Quixote Doflamingo." With a powerful yank, Ahu pulled Doflamingo down from the air. The sea prism stone, a bane to all who wielded abilities, particularly in the form of these remarkably pure gauntlets, rendered Doflamingo utterly powerless, akin to a fish gasping for breath. As he fell to the ground, "Ahu, it turns out to be you." Doflamingo had suspected many, yet he had never doubted this seemingly simpleton who had once saved his life. "Doflamingo, I've long harbored the desire to strike you," Ahu declared, gripping Doflamingo's leg with his right hand while his left fist, clenched tightly, descended upon Doflamingo's face with the force of a meteor colliding with the earth. Although Bai Yi had yet to awaken his formidable haki, his inherent strength was astonishing. Even a formidable adversary like Don Quixote Doflamingo was momentarily stunned by a single punch. What struck Doflamingo most was the shocking betrayal of his most trusted subordinate. Were it not for the suppressive power of the sea prism stone, Bai Yi would have struggled to withstand even one of Doflamingo's blows. With a resounding impact, Doflamingo was struck by Bai Yi, blood gushing from his nose and mouth. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, his face bore no trace of panic or rage. Instead, he laughed heartily, a display of arrogance that echoed in the air. Who would have thought that I, Don Quixote Doflamingo, would see this day? Ha. Just a day prior, he had been the king of Dressrosa, the jester reigning over the underworld. And now, merely a day later, he found himself a prisoner of the navy. At that moment, Garp stood before Doflamingo, effectively severing any hope of escape. Chapter 48, The Verdict. In the face of a powerhouse like Garp, resistance was a path leading only to demise. It was wiser to submit without struggle, even if it meant being cast into and impelled down. Doflamingo, you have trafficked arms and conspired with Kaido. What further words do you have? A cold voice from behind Garp, belonging to a Navy Rear Admiral, inquired. Two soldiers approached from either side, binding Doflamingo with sea prism stone handcuffs. I have no words to offer. Doflamingo's gaze turned to Bai Yi's face. I only wish to know your name, so I may recognize who it was that bested me. Kyukulin D. Bai Yi. Current Navy Lieutenant, Bai Yi replied without hesitation. Doflamingo continued to smirk. Such impressive acting. How splendid it would be if you could serve me. I never imagined I would find myself deceived. Very well, I shall remember you. Even with his immense capabilities, once shackled by the sea prism stone, Doflamingo had no choice but to accept his fate as a captive. Thus, this episode drew to a close. Doflamingo was apprehended, and Jack, one of the calamities of the beast pirates, was also captured, a resounding victory. Thank you for your efforts, Bai Yi. Garp gently patted his disciple's shoulder. Bai Yi saluted, relieved that he no longer had to endure the trepidation of an undercover life. Yet, he quickly realized that his undercover career was far from over. As a spy for the Revolutionary Army, this precarious existence would persist for at least another 2.5 years. When could he return to the Revolutionary Army? A bittersweet thought lingered in Bai Yi's mind. This mission had thoroughly exposed him to the perils of being undercover. Akin to dancing on a tightrope, one misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Master, the situation in Dressrosa is dire. Listen to what I have to say. Bai Yi reported the circumstances in Dressrosa to Garp in full detail, including the deficiencies of the artificial devil fruits and the heinous acts committed by Caesar. Garp nodded. We will address these matters immediately. My concern now lies with your safety. I fear that the remnants of the Don Quixote family may seek revenge against you. Return to the Navy headquarters first, and subsequently, we will bring Don Quixote to justice. Garp understood that, despite the multitude of crimes committed by Don Quixote, a death sentence was unlikely, given his celestial dragon bloodline. However, confining him to impel down for life should pose no significant issue. I will personally escort Don Quixote back. You will sail with me. Ghost Spider, your responsibility is to transport Jack to impel down, Garp declared. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp, the aptly named Ghost Spider responded respectfully. After all, if Garp desired, he could have long ascended to the rank of Admiral, but he preferred the freedom that came with his current position. Within mere hours, this event swept across the seas like a tempest. Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, had been captured, and Jack, one of the all-star members of the Beast Pirates, had been personally defeated by Garp and was destined for imprisonment and impel down. This news detonated like a bomb upon the ocean, sending titanic waves across the waters. Both the Beast Pirates and Doflamingo had held dominion over their territories. Yet now they had suffered such a significant setback, leaving many in awe of the Navy's formidable strength. Garp dispatched individuals to Dressrosa, however. Treble had already received word ahead of time, and, along with Sugar, vanished into an unknown location. In Wano, on Onigashima, Kaido was inebriated and sobbing uncontrollably. Ah, Jack, brother Doflamingo, how could you be captured by the Navy? He lamented, pouring more liquor into his mouth before exclaiming, ultimately, you were too weak to defeat an old man. But fear not, I will find a way to rescue you. Go, summon the flame. Meanwhile, in Mariawa, the 5 elders examined the day's newspaper, their expressions grim. The audacity of Doflamingo to conspire with Kaido, and to be caught in the act, left them incredulous. Had he lost his mind? What should be done now? Regardless of the circumstances, Doflamingo's celestial dragon lineage must be protected at all costs. He could not perish at the hands of outsiders. After a hushed discussion among the 5 elders, they arrived at a consensus. Bai Yi finally fulfilled his long-cherished dream of donning the Navy uniform, basking in the radiant sunlight, as if transported to another realm. Simultaneously, the Navy announced that in 10 days, Doflamingo would face trial on Judicial Island. Bai Yi stretched his body, contemplating the multitude of crimes committed by Doflamingo. The most favorable outcome for him would be to be incarcerated for life, never to emerge again. The mere thought brought a smirk to Bai Yi's lips. He deserved it. The majority of people viewed Doflamingo's capture with a sense of morbid curiosity. The world would continue to turn regardless of his absence. Save for the anxious cadres of the Doflamingo family, many reveled in the misfortune. As the ruler of the underground market, Doflamingo wielded substantial resources. Should he be permanently confined and impelled down, a void would inevitably emerge in the market, prompting many to vie for the spoils. Among those was Teselo, who surveyed the newspaper in his hand with a calm demeanor. Since consuming the gold fruit, His strength had surged, and his influence had flourished in tandem. With Doflamingo's downfall, it was the perfect moment for him to make his mark. Brothers, Doflamingo has fallen. The future New World is ours, Tesla proclaimed, inciting cheers from his subordinates. Just as Tesla prepared to seize the opportunity, a flustered subordinate rushed in, exclaiming, "Boss, there's someone outside with a pocket watch, claiming to have important matters to discuss with you." Upon receiving the watch, Tesla recognized it as the one he had given to a young boy. Could it be that the boy was in peril? Tesla hurried outside, only to find not the boy, but a man cloaked in black with peculiar tattoos adorning his face. Tesla's expression soured. "Who are you? Why do you possess that watch? What have you done to the boy?" The man lifted his gaze slightly, revealing a fierce grin. "Do not be alarmed. The boy is quite well. I am his elder brother. I have come to discuss a matter of mutual interest." Tesla, however, was not so naive. He gripped his firearm, eyes coldly fixed on the stranger. "I have yet to introduce myself. I am Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. The boy you speak of is Bai Yi, my sworn brother. I have researched your background and know of your deep-seated enmity with the celestial dragons. Would you consider joining forces with me to overthrow their rule and reshape this world?" Tesla's expression shifted to one of alarm. "What are you talking about? Overthrow the celestial dragons? Do you comprehend the extent of their power? They have ruled this world for 8 centuries. What makes you think you can utter such words?" Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Although he harbored a profound hatred for the celestial dragons, the notion of toppling their dominion seemed utterly unrealistic. Dragon shook his head in disappointment. "I had hoped for a man of valor, but it appears you are merely this." He handed the watch back to Tesla. "Keep it. No one will come seeking you again. Live as a carefree pirate." With that, Dragon turned to leave without a moment's hesitation. Tesla's expression fluctuated, anguish swelling within him. Memories of a beloved lost to the celestial dragons and the humiliation he had endured surged forth, transforming fear into a powerful resolve. He grasped Dragon's shoulder. "You speak of overthrowing the celestial dragons. How do we commence this endeavor? You are aware of the world government's might, are you not? The Navy alone is unmatched by any force on the seas. With the 3 admirals, Sengoku, Garp, and countless vice admirals and soldiers, they dwarf any pirate crew." "That is merely the Navy," Dragon interjected. "The world government also commands a covert organization, creating a despairing beast of power. How can we possibly overthrow the celestial dragons in the face of such a monstrosity?" Tesla pressed. Dragon turned slightly. "This is not a task for a single generation. If you seek vengeance, join me. I will show you that the celestial dragons and the world government are not invincible." The flames of revenge ignited within Tesla, ecstatic at the prospect. At long last, celestial dragons, someone is rising against you. I will accompany you, but I am not your subordinate. We shall unite to topple their reign, and once they are overthrown, I shall remain a free man, unshackled by anyone. Dragon extended his hand, clasping Tesla's. "Welcome to the Revolutionary Army." Meanwhile, Onizuka sailed upon the sea, tasked with delivering Jack to Impel Down. Though formidable, Jack was powerless under the restraints of Seastone. With only 2 days remaining until they reached Impel Down, Onizuka felt an unsettling premonition, as if calamity loomed on the horizon. Suddenly, a shadow loomed overhead, and upon looking up, he realized the sky had become shrouded in ominous clouds, darkening the day into night. This bizarre weather was alarming. Gazing upward, Onizuka was taken aback as a silhouette of an azure dragon flickered within the clouds. "What on earth is happening?" he thought, stunned. "Major, look to the sky," a soldier shouted. Onizuka hurriedly glanced up, only to behold a terrifying sight. One of the beast pirates' 3 calamities, a pterosaur engulfed in flames, descending toward the ship escorting Jack. Onizuka's expression darkened. He had not anticipated the beast pirates would covet Jack so fiercely. But this was merely the beginning. As thunder rumbled within the clouds, the azure dragon materialized fully before them. Only one being in the vast ocean could assume such a form, the captain of the beast pirates, Kaido. The emperor of the sea had come in person. Onizuka felt a wave of despair wash over him. It was over, unless Vice Admiral Garp arrived at lightning speed. Neither he nor the crew stood a chance of survival. "Report to headquarters. The beast pirates Kaido is attacking. Request immediate backup." Onizuka forced himself to remain calm, drawing his weapon. Despite facing Kaido, as a Navy officer, he would not show an ounce of retreat. "Come, Kaido. Show me the true extent of your might." The battle commenced with fervor. 2 hours later, as nearby Navy forces reached the vicinity, they discovered only the debris of shattered ships and the gravely injured Onizuka. No one knew the true horror of that battle. According to Onizuka's later recollection, he had been struck down by Kaido the moment he charged, losing consciousness. Fortunately, both Kaido and his calamity, Jin, being devil fruit users, did not pursue him into the sea. Otherwise, Onizuka would have met his demise. Of course, Jack, the infamous prisoner among the calamities, was rescued by Kaido as well. "Forgive me for allowing such a situation to arise. I will commit seppuku." When Carp visited the ghost spider, the latter spoke with a face full of shame. "What foolish words are you uttering?" It was Kaido who came. "Even if it were someone else, the situation would not have improved. You have done remarkably well." Sengoku consoled the ghost spider. "The day of judgment for Doflamingo is fast approaching. Our current task is to keep a close watch on him. It is uncertain whether Kaido will cause further trouble at this juncture. If Doflamingo is rescued, the Navy will truly become the laughingstock of the seas. Sengoku himself had not anticipated that Kaido would personally rescue Jack. It was a miscalculation. Although Doflamingo was in prison, he feasted heartily every day, resembling more of a vacationer than a captive. At that moment, as Doflamingo savored his steak and sipped red wine, he perused the day's newspaper, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Jack. That rascal has actually been rescued. Now, we lack crucial witnesses. Sengoku, do you truly believe you can intimidate me?" "Haha." A guard interjected, "Doflamingo. Someone is here to see you." Doflamingo paused, bewildered. Who would come to see him at such a time? Could it be a member of the Doflamingo family? Fools. Why would they come to such a perilous place? Surely, they would seek refuge instead. As long as the matter concerning Dressrosa remained concealed, he still had a chance to turn the tide. However, the person entering was not a member of the Doflamingo family, but a somewhat familiar-looking Navy officer. "You are." Doflamingo regarded Bai Yi with curiosity. At this moment, Bai Yi had returned to his true form, so Doflamingo did not recognize him. "Have you forgotten me so quickly?" "Doflamingo, just the other day, I was still calling you young master," Bai Yi remarked. Doflamingo instantly recognized the individual before him, and his smile grew ever more audacious. "Ah. So it is the little brother of Ahu. I never imagined that while I languish in confinement, you would find the time to visit me. I am genuinely touched." As Doflamingo prattled on, Bai Yi scoffed, "You truly are my dear young master, using me as a shield until the very last moment. Do you not possess any sense of familial loyalty? Are the members of the Doflamingo family merely your tools?" Doflamingo did not directly respond to Bai Yi's question, but instead posed one of his own. "Little brother Ahu. Do you know how my father and brother met their demise?" Chapter 49. Evasion. Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Doflamingo. "How would I know how your father and brother met their demise?" Doflamingo's smile grew increasingly arrogant. "They were all killed by me. That foolish father of mine actually chose to forsake his celestial dragon identity, and my brother, whom I treated with such kindness, ended up as an undercover agent for the Marines, colluding with a despicable brat to plot against me. Thus, for those who betray me, not even my own father and brother shall be spared, let alone a mere Navy officer like you. Once I find a way to escape, it will be your doom." "Ha ha ha. That is, of course, if you ever get the chance to escape," Bai Yi replied. "However, I did not come here to discuss such matters with you. Tell me, where is Sugar?" "So, you seek to uncover Sugar's whereabouts. It is true, without her, the Dreyrazeros will never revert to their human forms, forever doomed to exist as puppets. But tell me, can you guess where I would hide Sugar?" Bai Yi cast a fierce gaze upon Doflamingo. Doflamingo spoke the truth. Without Sugar, the denizens of Dressrosa would be condemned to exist as mere puppets, fading into oblivion without a trace. "Do not regard me with such eyes. It is quite terrifying. Do you believe you have triumphed?" "Young one, this is merely the beginning. We have ample time to indulge in this game." Doflamingo's laughter echoed uncontrollably. Bai Yi let out a cold snort and turned to leave. Although the Navy was already in pursuit of Sugar and Tory Pole, it was exceedingly difficult to locate a single individual amidst the vast expanse of the ocean. If one wished to conceal themselves, they could easily find a hiding spot and wait until Doflamingo resurfaced before returning to his side, where he would still reign as the king of Dressrosa. "You dare to challenge me, boy? You are far too inexperienced and utterly unworthy." He laughed heartily. Despite Doflamingo's capture, his arrogant demeanor showed no signs of abating. Outside the door stood Carp, who maintained his indifferent expression, inquiring, "So, did this scoundrel reveal anything at all?" Bai Yi nodded, understanding that Doflamingo's bravado stemmed from his belief that the five elders would not easily abandon him. Although the Navy wielded considerable power, they were ultimately mere subordinates of the world government. Thus, Doflamingo's fate rested precariously in the hands of those five individuals. It remained to be seen whether Doflamingo would dare to be so audacious after his arrival at Judicial Island. Carp remarked. Time passed swiftly. Bai Yi had initially anticipated that the Doflamingo family would dispatch numerous individuals to rescue him. However, to his astonishment, 10 days elapsed without a single member of the Doflamingo clan in sight, as though they had vanished into thin air. On the day of Doflamingo's trial, major newspapers crowded the Judicial Island, with reporters eager to secure first-hand accounts. Despite being handcuffed, Doflamingo seemed utterly unfazed by the throng of journalists, engaging in light-hearted banter. At the entrance of the courtroom stood a figure, effectively eliminating any possibility of a jailbreak. Sakazuki. Doflamingo laughed heartily, seemingly unperturbed by the scene around him. The Marine Headquarters Admiral, Akainu, silently observed Doflamingo, a cigarette clenched between his teeth. Thus, under the watchful gaze of the public, Doflamingo ascended to the courtroom, flanked by jurors on either side, while a three-headed judge prepared to pass judgment on his alleged transgressions. Silence fell over the room as the trial commenced. Defendant, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Charged with piracy, arms smuggling, human experimentation, and collusion with Kaido. Doflamingo, do you admit to these charges? The three-headed judge proclaimed. For an ordinary individual, any one of these accusations would warrant execution. However, Doflamingo maintained an air of ease, displaying no signs of anxiety. Of course, I deny these charges. All allegations against me are utterly unfounded, Doflamingo declared loudly. If you wish to convict me, please present the corresponding evidence. In the depths of Dressrosa, we discovered a substantial cache of weaponry. How do you explain this? The judge demanded sternly. It is widely known that I am a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, recognized as a legitimate pirate by the world government. I am entitled to maintain my own armed forces. Is it illegal to possess a few firearms, Your Honor? Doflamingo replied with remarkable calmness. Such evasions, Bai Yi murmured under his breath. Carp gently patted Bai Yi's shoulder, urging him to remain composed. Indeed, Doflamingo's status as a legally recognized pirate posed a considerable challenge in securing a conviction based solely on this rationale. Does the Navy possess any evidence to substantiate the claim that Doflamingo has engaged in extensive arms smuggling? The judge inquired, directing his gaze toward the naval officers. Bai Yi, having spent his time as an undercover agent within the Doflamingo family gathering evidence on artificial devil fruits, regrettably lacked substantiating proof in this regard. We possess both eyewitness and material evidence, declared Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, who, despite having sustained injuries from Kaido, was resolute in ensuring that Doflamingo faced justice. Summon the witness. At the judge's command, a man entered the courtroom. Bai Yi was taken aback upon recognizing him. It was Fry. Following the exposure of Frey's identity, he had been pursued by the Doflamingo family, but Bai Yi had employed a clever ruse to facilitate Frey's escape, only for him to be rescued by the Navy later, allowing him to testify. I possess numerous photographs that can prove the Doflamingo family's extensive arms smuggling, including a shipment intended for Charlotte Linlin. The courtroom erupted in shock. Everyone believed that Doflamingo sought to stabilize his position in the New World by aligning with Kaido, yet they were taken aback by the revelation that he had been playing both sides, attempting to forge connections with Charlotte Linlin as well. At this revelation, the expressions of the 3-headed judges shifted dramatically. Doflamingo, is there any truth to this matter? Absolutely not. Doflamingo vehemently denied any association with those notorious emperors of the sea. The 5 elders may tolerate his rampant behavior upon the seas, yet they would not condone his entanglement with such perilous figures as Kaido and Big Mom. All of this is slander. Indeed, at times, to sustain my family's financial needs, I may sell a few firearms, but in an era where nearly everyone wields a weapon, this hardly constitutes a grave offense. Such deceit, Bai Yi muttered under his breath. And even if there are photographs, what of it? This is merely defamation. The locations depicted are not even within Dressrosa's territory. Besides this naval officer, does he have any other witnesses to corroborate his claims? Doflamingo scoffed. Fry was momentarily rendered speechless. Given the perilous circumstances at that time, where could he find additional witnesses? In Chapter 50, Charges Dismissed, the 3-headed judges whispered among themselves, seemingly engaged in a vigorous debate. Seizing the moment amidst the tumultuous crowd, one of them struck the gavel upon the table. Silence. Upon our examination, the evidence regarding Doflamingo's arms smuggling is inadequate to constitute a crime. Bai Yi widened his mouth. Are you deliberately seeking trouble? With the evidence against him, he challenged. You claim there is no proof? Do you believe I would not smear your face? Carp's expression subtly shifted, though not dramatically. Subsequently, the Navy accused Doflamingo of conducting human experiments with the help of the scientist Caesar. Does the Navy possess evidence? Inquired the 3-headed judge, directing his gaze toward the Navy. All eyes turned to Bai Yi, who had been responsible for this matter. Whether Doflamingo would be sent directly to prison depended on Bai Yi's performance. We have evidence, Bai Yi declared, rising to his feet. Over the past 3 months, I have been working undercover, engaging with numerous artificial devil fruits. And I have retained 10 as evidence against Doflamingo. Upon hearing about the artificial devil fruit project, the 3-headed judge's expression shifted slightly. This technology had originally been developed by the Navy, but was inexplicably abandoned later. Of course, human experimentation could only be sanctioned by their world government. Anyone else attempting such an act would be committing a crime. Bai Yi has revealed the artificial devil fruits that he had previously concealed, and Doflamingo's expression is exceedingly grim. This rascal has been plotting against him from the very beginning. The entire Navy, however, raises their thumbs in approval, eager to witness how Doflamingo will respond this time. At that moment, the 3-headed judge poses a rather peculiar question. Soldier, the Navy accuses Doflamingo of conducting human experiments. Can you establish a connection between the artificial devil fruits you provided and these experiments? If not, these artificial devil fruits cannot serve as evidence. What? Bai Yi is utterly flabbergasted, exclaiming, Did you lot grow up on nonsense? How many years of cerebral edema does it take to utter such a question? Nearby, on a small island not far from Dressrosa, there exists a research facility where the scientist Caesar is hidden. He has been conducting these human experiments, complete with a multitude of equipment. If the Navy were to send personnel for an investigation, they would swiftly unearth the evidence, Bai Yi asserts. In essence, it is the scientist named Caesar who is responsible for the human experiments, not Doflamingo, correct? While Doflamingo indeed commissioned Caesar to create the artificial devil fruits, he was oblivious to the conditions under which they were produced. Thus, this alone cannot substantiate the accusation of human experimentation, remarks the 3-headed judge. At this juncture, Carp finally realizes that these 3 scoundrels seem to be exhibiting an unusual bias in favor of Doflamingo. One would need a decade's worth of brain damage to articulate such statements. Bai Yi is on the verge of leaping up to strike someone. But Karp firmly grips his shoulder, urging him to maintain his composure. Is the Navy able to provide new evidence? If not, the charge against Doflamingo for conducting human experiments cannot be upheld. Furthermore, these artificial devil fruits are to be confiscated as evidence, declares the three-headed judge. Bai Yi cast a glance at Karp, who merely furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding situation. The atmosphere at the scene had begun to grow increasingly tense. The expressions of the Navy personnel were decidedly grim, and it had become evident to all that the three judges were leaning favorably towards Doflamingo. The Navy had indeed attempted to apprehend Caesar, yet by the time they reached the desolate island, Caesar had already fled with his equipment, leaving behind nothing but an empty laboratory. Bai Yi gritted his teeth tightly. The artificial devil fruit requires humans as experimental subjects. This I have witnessed with my own eyes. I can assure you of this with my status as a member of the Navy. I sincerely apologize, Navy officer, but without concrete evidence, we cannot proceed with a conviction. This is a place for substantiation, not a venue for your unfounded assertions and distortion of facts, the three-headed judge proclaimed. The expression on Bai Yi's face was becoming increasingly difficult to control. He yearned to leap forward and deliver a resounding blow to that scoundrel's face. Beside him, Karp firmly grasped his shoulder and pressed him back into his seat. It follows that the Navy cannot produce evidence directly linking the artificial devil fruits to human experimentation? If that is the case, the accusations against Don Quixote Doflamingo will falter, remarked the three-headed judge. Why is this so? Bai Yi's expression darkened. Having come this far, was he to witness Doflamingo continue to evade justice? Karp, however, discerned the truth of the matter. The three-headed judge likely considered Doflamingo's celestial dragon status. Or perhaps they had received direct orders from above, as the trio strived to defend Doflamingo. This suggests that today's proceedings would be quite challenging. This is not a matter that can be resolved with sheer force, and Karp found himself at a loss. Nevertheless, having lived for many years, he had witnessed far too many dark deeds. This scene was merely another addition to his experiences. Stay calm, Karp instructed his disciple. Regarding the final accusation against Doflamingo, concerning collusion with Kaido of the Beast Pirates, is this allegation true? The three-headed judge inquired. Doflamingo's lips curled into a sinister grin, stretching to the roots of his ears. This is nothing but slander. I have no knowledge of who Kaido is, and how could I possibly conspire with him? The three-headed judge then turned to the Navy. You stated that you once captured one of the three calamities of the Beast Pirates, the Drought Jack. Where is this criminal now? Can he be summoned to testify? The faces of every Navy officer darkened, for they all knew that not long ago, Kaido had personally led a rescue to free Jack. The ghost spider clenched his fist tightly. If only he had been strong enough, this scene would never have unfolded. Apologies, Your Honor. The criminal was rescued by his accomplices and is currently unable to testify, the ghost spider said, lowering his head. He felt immense guilt over this situation. Although he recognized that he could not possibly defeat Kaido, and that the primary responsibility did not rest with him, he still felt remorse. Had he been able to present Jack at this moment, perhaps Doflamingo could have been convicted. Your Honor, I possess evidence. I recorded the transaction between Doflamingo and the Beast Pirates using a Den Mushi. Might this evidence demonstrate Doflamingo's collusion with Kaido? Bai Yi spoke with a grim expression. If even this evidence were deemed ineffective, it seemed Doflamingo would remain unscathed. Present the evidence. Its validity shall be determined by the court. The three-headed judge proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Bai Yi harbored a measure of distrust towards these rogues and thus turned his gaze towards his mentor. Karp gave a slight nod, urging him to remain calm. I have already submitted the phone call as evidence to the court, Bai Yi stated. And I hope the judge will present this crucial piece of evidence. After all, this evidence was of paramount importance, serving as a critical weakness for Doflamingo. It could not possibly rest in the hands of a mere lieutenant like Bai Yi. Upon returning, he promptly handed it to Sengoku, who, during Doflamingo's trial, forwarded it to Judicial Island. Just then, a staff member from Judicial Island approached leisurely and remarked, I'm afraid the Navy has not submitted this evidence. We have records of this, which you may review at your convenience. What do you mean by that? Bai Yi's mind raced in confusion. So, the imaging snail you mentioned does not exist at all? Navy officer, I understand your resolve to combat pirates, but this is a matter of evidence. Fabricating evidence carries legal repercussions. Please think carefully before you speak. After delivering his statement, the Judicial Island staff member turned and walked away without a glance back. With no more reservations, Doflamingo erupted in laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. So, does this mean I am now exonerated? You must be joking. Bai Yi retorted vehemently. Silence. The presiding judge bellowed, striking his gavel with authority. Navy, if you fail to produce evidence of Doflamingo's crimes, he shall be released from this court immediately. Bai Yi could never have anticipated that the individuals on Judicial Island would clandestinely destroy evidence, thereby facilitating Don Quixote Doflamingo's evasion of culpability. Karp inhaled deeply, equally astonished by the outcome. However, his demeanor was markedly more composed than Bai Yi's. The atmosphere within the Navy was suffused with despondence. Doflamingo bore the blood of celestial dragons, rendering the law ineffectual against him. What could be achieved even if he were apprehended? What significance did irrefutable evidence hold when the entirety of Judicial Island conspired to shield Doflamingo? It was not merely Judicial Island. Even the elders above were covertly offering their support. Can the Navy present new evidence? Inquired the three-headed judge. A profound silence enveloped the Navy. As Ghost Spider turned his gaze towards Bai Yi, his eyes brimming with remorse. Had Jack remained within his grasp, perhaps an opportunity could have been salvaged. However, with Jack now rescued by Kaido, that final chance had been irrevocably lost. Doflamingo, do you have anything to say? The three-headed judge prompted. A benevolent smile spread across Doflamingo's face as he replied, I am a person of great magnanimity. The Navy's attempt to capture me has resulted in considerable adverse repercussions. Yet I bear no ill will. Naturally, should the Navy be inclined to compensate me handsomely, I would not refuse. Bai Yi, what is your perspective on this matter? The pale visage of Bai Yi resembled the bottom of a pot, and at this moment, he finally comprehended why Monkey D. Dragon sought to overthrow the world government. This place had become utterly rotten. The verdict was announced. The Navy accused Don Quixote Doflamingo, but due to insufficient evidence, the charges were dismissed. Doflamingo was released on the spot. Reinstated as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the 3 judges struck their wooden mallet decisively, proclaiming the final outcome. What followed was Doflamingo's uproarious laughter. Indeed, what use was fighting when one could simply emerge unscathed? As the courtroom doors swung open, a throng of journalists brandished their cameras, snapping incessantly. Although Doflamingo still donned the garb of a prisoner, a significant detail was that the handcuffs had been removed, signifying his immediate release. His expression was one of sheer arrogance. And at that moment, several members of the Don Quixote family appeared, having remained hidden nearby. Had Doflamingo failed to exonerate himself, they would have spared no effort to rescue him. However, with his reinstatement as a warlord, they too were absolved of any wrongdoing. Lao Ji, Baby 5, and several other subordinates approached Doflamingo, with Baby 5 holding his feathered cloak, draping it over his shoulders. Just then, Bai Yi stepped out of the courtroom. Chapter 51. Journey to the East Sea. The look of resentment was etched upon his face. So much effort, so many sacrifices, only to yield such a disheartening result? Ah, my dear brother, what is that expression? It frightens me. You don't intend to strike me, do you? Doflamingo bellowed with laughter. Upon seeing Bai Yi, Baby 5's face contorted with rage. Initially, she harbored some affection for him, but the revelation of his true identity as an undercover agent who had captured Doflamingo shattered that sentiment. The other subordinates were itching to pounce on Bai Yi and rend him to pieces. Doflamingo waved his hand gently, halting his subordinates. Though he had successfully evaded culpability, it did not grant him the liberty to act recklessly. Carp was still present. Should they dare to harm Bai Yi? Carp would ensure none of them would leave this place alive. Do not look at me with such disdain. What can I do when I bear the identity of a celestial dragon? Is that gaze merely an invitation for a punch? Come on, strike me. Doflamingo taunted, even leaning closer to provoke. At this moment, Bai Yi's rationality was teetering on the edge of collapse. Why bother with so much? He raised his hand and struck a punch directly at Doflamingo's face. The fist, accompanied by a whistling sound, landed squarely on Doflamingo's cheek, producing a resounding thud as he was sent flying several meters, crashing into the wall. Young master! The members of Doflamingo's family rushed over in alarm, but Doflamingo, with a cold expression, waved them away. He then approached Bai Yi, gently wiping his injured cheek, intent on teaching this audacious young man a lesson. Remember this face. It will be the last face you ever see in your life. With that, Doflamingo's fingers aimed directly at Bai Yi's eyes. The disparity in their strengths was overwhelming. Bai Yi could only watch helplessly as Doflamingo's fingers approached his eyes. Just as Doflamingo's fingers were mere centimeters from Bai Yi's eyes, suddenly, a large hand firmly grasped Doflamingo's wrist. No matter how much Doflamingo struggled, he could not budge. Slightly turning his head, Doflamingo saw the owner of that large hand. An immediate chill ran down his spine, for it was none other than Admiral Sakazuki, known as Akainu. The two remained locked in a tense standoff for a moment before Doflamingo broke into a smile. I was just joking with my little brother. There's no need to be so tense. As he spoke, he relaxed his grip. Sakazuki, coldly glaring at him, released Doflamingo's wrist. Doflamingo then lightly patted Bai Yi's shoulder, saying, Ahu, my little brother, there will be many opportunities for us to meet on these vast seas. Ha 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 ha. With that, Doflamingo departed with his subordinates, leaving only Baby 5 to glance back at Bai Yi, who was entirely focused on Doflamingo, that scoundrel. Lieutenant, that punch was quite impressive, Akainu remarked blandly. Thank you for the compliment, Admiral. Bai Yi responded with a military salute. The moment Doflamingo left Judicial Island, his expression shifted dramatically. The pain from Bai Yi's punch still lingered. That bastard. Does he really think he's something special? Someone, issue a bounty. I, Doflamingo, am placing a bounty of 500 million berries on the head of Navy Lieutenant Kukulin D. Bai Yi. His bounty is more akin to a hit order from the underworld. Anyone who brings Bai Yi's head to the Doflamingo family will receive the reward, regardless of who they are. However, it was unprecedented for someone so audacious to place a bounty on a Navy officer. Following this incident, Doflamingo's arrogance intensified. There was scarcely anything he felt he could not do. Just then, a ship approached in the distance, flying the flag of the world government. Doflamingo gazed at the vessel, deep in thought. Moments later, a figure emerged from the ship, unmistakably a CP agent. Doflamingo, we are CP0, sent to convey a message from the Five Elders. It would be prudent for you to remain quiet for a while. The Navy's impression of you is quite unfavorable. They intend to use you to lure out Kaido. But if it comes to that, they may execute you on the spot. Even my brother would not be able to save you. Be cautious. And avoid associating too closely with those emperors of the sea. The Five Elders are very displeased with this. They can elevate you to great heights with a word. Or bring you to ruin just as easily. Think carefully. With that, the agent departed without looking back. Doflamingo's expression darkened. How dare those 5 old men show him such disdain? Fine, I shall return to Dressrosa. The rest can wait. Judicial Island. Upon returning to his office, the 3-headed judge was taken aback to find a CP0 agent seated within. You have handled this matter quite well. I believe the 5 lords will be pleased. The CP0 agent stated coolly. The judge's bias towards Doflamingo stemmed from the backing of the 5 elders, the pinnacle of power in the world. Who could accomplish anything with just a word? The once arrogant judge now displayed a sycophantic demeanor. This is all part of our duty. By the way, regarding this transponder snail containing news of Doflamingo's dealings with Kaido, how should we proceed? The CP0 agent regarded the transponder snail in the judge's hand, contemplating briefly before responding. This will be handled by the 5 lords. You need not concern yourself with the rest. The 3 heads of the judge nodded in unison. This matter was a hot potato. He had no desire to hold on to it, fearing that any slip could lead to grave consequences for Judicial Island, potentially erasing centuries of accumulated authority overnight. The CP0 agent took the transponder snail and departed without a backward glance. Once the agent was gone, the 3-headed judge exhaled deeply. Such undertakings were truly thankless tasks. Navy headquarters. The atmosphere was unusually oppressive, as the Navy had not anticipated that their adversary was not a pirate, but rather an internal betrayal from the world government. This realization was undeniably distressing. Marshal, I refuse to accept this. The evidence is irrefutable. What is the meaning of Judicial Island's ruling that found Doflamingo not guilty? Ghost Spider clenched his fists, having lost many subordinates over this issue. It was impossible for him to accept. Bai and Fry gazed at Sengoku, hoping that the esteemed marshal would provide a reasonable explanation. Sengoku's countenance was equally grim. He could hardly fathom that Justice Island could descend into such chaos. If it were not for the involvement of the 5 elders behind the scenes, he would be inclined to devour the very table before him. This matter has evidently encroached upon the core of power within this world, transcending our ability to control it. I am aware that each of you harbors discontent, yet we must accept the harsh reality. Though Don Quixote Doflamingo has shed his celestial dragon title, he still bears the blood of the celestial dragons. The 5 elders would never permit the execution of such bloodlines at the hands of the Navy. This directly pertains to the sovereignty of the celestial dragons, Sengoku articulated. In other words, this issue has escalated beyond a mere conflict between the Navy and the pirates. It has become a matter of the 5 elders' dignity. Should Doflamingo, possessing the blood of the celestial dragons, be executed, it would be a significant affront to their honor. The ominous figure of Ghost Spider stormed out, leaving Sengoku and Bai behind. Marshal, I too am disheartened. Is there truly no remedy? Bai inquired. Presently, Doflamingo's bounty has soared to 500 million belly for his head on the black market, a sum that surpasses that of the majority of pirates on the seas. Sengoku placed a reassuring hand on Bai's shoulder, declaring, rest assured, the Navy will safeguard your safety. Doflamingo would not dare act recklessly. Marshal, your words carry little comfort. The cooked duck has already taken flight. How am I to place my trust in you now? Bai retorted. I recognize the hardships you have endured during this period. After discussion, the Navy has resolved to promote you to the rank of Navy Major. You will assume your new position shortly, Sengoku announced. Seeking to pacify Bai through elevation in rank, lest his subordinate feel disheartened, Fry too ascended to the rank of lieutenant, finding fortune amidst adversity. Bai let out a sigh. His rapid rise through the ranks had been remarkable. Many in the Navy toiled for over a decade to attain the rank of lieutenant commander. Yet he had achieved this distinction in merely half a year since joining the Navy. Such accomplishments were indeed rare. Beside him, Carp munched on a rice cracker and remarked, why not take up your post in the East Sea? It is the most tranquil of places, a perfect spot to rest. I recall an old Major Mouse who seemingly perished in a clash with pirates. His position is now vacant. You should fill it. What do you say? Following recent events, Bai had completely lost faith in the Navy. The so-called justice and the Navy itself were mere tools wielded by those in power. It was evident that the Navy alone could not contend with the might of the world government. With 2.5 years remaining before his return to the Revolutionary Army, he thought it wise to seek a quieter place, treating it as an early retirement. I understand. I shall set out today, Bai declared. Chapter 52, Becoming Stronger. The fruits of 3 months of hard work evaporated overnight, deepening Bai's understanding of this world. By the way, Master, I wish to grow stronger. During this mission, I acutely felt my inadequacies. Whether facing Doflamingo or the drought-inflicting Jack, I was utterly powerless. Please, allow me to become stronger. Bai Yi expressed earnestly, his words resonating from the depths of his heart, prompting a satisfied nod from Karp. Is that so? Karp scratched his nose and said, the training you underwent previously was merely a drizzle. Are you certain you can endure the training that lies ahead? Please do not regard me as merely human. I shall complete any training you set before me. Bai Yi replied with unwavering determination. Very well, let us depart at once. Karp stated with evident satisfaction. The belongings of Bai Yi were few, with the sole precious item being his mighty axe. As he raised the axe, he suddenly perceived a lightness to its weight. However, it soon became apparent to him that it was not the axe that had grown lighter, but rather his own strength that had significantly increased. Before his departure, Fry approached to bid farewell to Bai Yi. Although their time together had been brief, they shared a mutual understanding as both were undercover agents sent by the Navy to infiltrate the Don Quixote family. Moreover, Bai Yi had once saved Frey's life, fostering a bond of camaraderie between them. Once he reached the East Blue, he anticipated a life devoid of such chaotic entanglements. May you enjoy a life of peace. Who knows when I might finally rise to prominence, Fry remarked, a bitter smile gracing his face. He was acutely aware that Don Quixote would not relent, and it was likely that a bounty had already been placed on his head. He could only wonder how long he would be able to survive. In Bay's heart, only a bitter smile remained. Your undercover career has come to an end, yet mine is just beginning, perhaps out of sympathy or perhaps a sense of resonance. Bay embraced the other person warmly. Your head now bears a bounty of 500 million berries. Be exceedingly cautious, for the seas are rife with bloodthirsty individuals. Thankfully, you have Vice Admiral Karp by your side to protect you. Otherwise, the situation would be far more perilous, Fry cautioned. You must also exercise caution, aside from special missions. Do not stray from the Navy headquarters. The two exchanged farewells, one departing for the East Sea, while the other remained at the Navy headquarters. Karp, rarely shedding his lethargy, revealed the stern demeanor of an instructor. Young man, have you made your decision? Ahead lies hell. Even if it is hell, I shall forge my way through. Simply treat me as a beast of burden, Bay replied, his thirst for power profoundly intense, especially after his recent encounter with Jack. If he possessed formidable strength, how could he have been so easily bullied? Since you are psychologically prepared, I shall not hold back. Welcome to hell, young one. Karp bellowed with laughter. The White Knight did not assume office directly. Instead, he arrived at Windmill Village. This quaint village remained as tranquil as ever, devoid of any disputes, standing in stark contrast to the chaotic sea, resembling a veritable paradise. Grandpa, Luffy exclaimed joyfully as he dashed forward, and Garp embraced his beloved grandson, affectionately ruffling his hair. Luffy, I'm back. How have you been? Not far away stood a young man, none other than Ace. In contrast to his younger brother, Ace exhibited a refined demeanor, embodying the essence of a youthful gentleman. Luffy, we have guests. Please remember to be courteous, Ace gently reminded his sibling, assuming the role of a considerate older brother. Garp, unfazed, replied, it's all right. From now on, we are all family. However, you must address him as uncle. This kid will henceforth be my disciple. Bai Yi gazed at the two young boys, his heart filled with myriad emotions. Perhaps this was the last vestige of warmth in Admiral Karp's heart. I am Luffy, a rubber man who has consumed the gum-gum fruit. How about we engage in a duel? Luffy declared, brimming with spirit. Well, of course. Bai Yi readily agreed. Karp showed no intention of intervening in the antics of these immature youths. Instead, he stood by, joyfully spectating the unfolding spectacle. Bai Yi, should you find yourself unable to best Luffy, your training will be doubled henceforth, Karp remarked with a mischievous glint. Thus, this old man could easily be likened to a demon. Since you've put it that way, I certainly cannot hold back, Bai Yi retorted. Retrieving a formidable axe from his back, his gaze icy as he fixated on Luffy. Karp's expression shifted dramatically, astonished that a child would wield such a fearsome weapon. How shameless of you to use that against a child. Luffy protested. Child, in the tumultuous seas, fairness is a mere illusion. Only a fool would seek equity. Bai Yi taunted, swinging the 3,000-pound axe down toward Luffy's head. Luffy screamed in terror, clutching his head as he dashed away. Although rubber is resistant to blows, it is not impervious to an axe. In that moment, Bai Yi fully grasped the exhilarating thrill of overpowering a young student. Stop, stop, stop. Karp could no longer bear to watch, fearing Luffy might truly get hurt. Your strikes lack restraint. Come with me to the back mountain for training. Remember, what I can teach you are merely the fundamentals. If you wish to become a true warrior, mere training will not suffice. You must engage in constant real combat and refine your battle techniques to reach the pinnacle of strength. Do you understand? Bai Yi nodded, primarily aware of his own understanding. Bai Yi possesses remarkable physical prowess, having mastered 5 techniques of the Marine 6 styles, which signifies a commendable foundation. In certain respects, he may be regarded as a minor superhuman. However, when compared to a formidable entity like Karp, he pales in comparison. Do you see that mountain? Karp gestured towards a towering peak in the distance. Bai Yi nodded. I shall now assign you your first training objective. Level that mountain with your fists. The moment the mountain ceases to exist, the first stage of your training will conclude, Karp declared. Old man, surely you jest? To obliterate a mountain with one's fists? How long would that take? It seems an impossible feat, perhaps a lifetime of endeavor, Bai Yi exclaimed, astonished at Karp's words. Karp's countenance darkened instantly. Before undertaking any task, uttering the phrase impossible is strictly forbidden. If you believe it to be unachievable, you are free to leave. I, Karp, will not waste my time instructing the inept. Bai Yi's expression shifted slightly as he gazed at the distant mountain, contemplating the notion of gradually reducing it to nothing with his fists. How long would such an endeavor take? I understand now, master. I shall strive diligently. Bai Yi jogged towards the base of the mountain, inhaled deeply, and unleashed a powerful punch. In an instant, a considerable amount of rock shattered, appearing deceptively manageable. However, after half an hour had elapsed, Bai Yi came to realize the true arduousness of the task at hand. Human strength is finite. The initial strike bore the greatest force, which subsequently diminished. Eventually, Bai Yi's hands were bloodied, yet the portion of the mountain he had dismantled amounted to less than a mere 10,000th. How infuriating. This old man cannot be serious. Can he? How could anyone possibly achieve such a feat? Bai Yi panted in frustration. At that moment, Karp approached, carrying a medical kit, and sat directly across from Bai Yi. What's the matter, kid? Have you given up so soon? No, not at all. It's just that this is exceedingly difficult, master. Can't we take a more gradual approach? Bai Yi inquired. Absolutely not. This is merely the simplest portion. If you cannot accomplish even this, do not even think about the subsequent training. In my day, to confront a single adversary, I utilized 10 mountains as my training dummies, leveling them completely to hone my strength to its pinnacle, and with a single punch, I incapacitated him. Haha. Karp laughed heartily. How formidable is this old man? Truly. He is the one who cornered the pirate king. Yet, surely there must be some technique involved, master? Bai Yi asked. Indeed, there are techniques. But they must be discovered through your own understanding. If you can one day render your hands as unyielding as steel, you will have succeeded halfway. Karp replied. Continue to persevere. I shall bring sustenance this evening. With that, Karp tossed the medical kit onto the ground and departed without a backward glance. Bai Yi took a deep breath, gazing at the towering peaks that reached hundreds of meters into the sky, and once more he swung his fists. Eventually, he lost count of how many punches he had thrown. His hands were utterly numb, devoid of any sensation of pain. Thick bandages enveloped his hands. And if he continued down this path, he would soon find himself disabled within 3 days. Consequently, it was Karp who carried Bai Yi back to their dwelling that evening. The novel can be downloaded via the open-source Starstring downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel's file through a proxy download, and the merchant has not provided the software source code or open-source address, please request an immediate refund and report the merchant. Author's email, xingvaoutlook.com, author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https, t.me/fqtool. Chapter 53, Dominance. When Bai Yi finally awoke, it was already the following morning. His stomach growled with hunger, quickly followed by intense pain radiating from his hands. A gentle movement of his fingers sent sharp pangs coursing through his arms, as if they were being pierced by needles. Having navigated this new world for quite some time, he should have been aware of that power, Karp remarked. Bai Yi suddenly realized what Karp was referring to. Are you speaking of haki? Indeed, every individual possesses this power, albeit in varying degrees. Some are born with it, while others may spend their entire lives unable to harness it. Thus, whether you can reach this stage ultimately depends on yourself, Karp stated. During his time on the Chapeau Islands, Bai Yi had once heard Rayleigh speak of haki, but at that moment, he did not pay much attention to it. Today, however, he was astonished to find that his teacher was willing to teach him how to harness this power. Yet, how could he possibly channel such strength? Although Bai Yi had encountered the concept of haki numerous times, he had only witnessed Rayleigh utilize it in his presence. Master, if you intend to teach me about haki, you ought to explain what it truly is, Bai Yi inquired. Ah, have I not told you this before? It seems age has dulled my memory, Karp exclaimed, slapping his forehead before elaborating on the essence of haki. Haki is categorized into 3 distinct types. The first and most practical is known as armament haki. This form can envelop one's limbs or body, enhancing both offensive and defensive capabilities. The second type is observation haki, which primarily allows one to sense incoming attacks in advance, thus enabling evasion or counteraction. Now, the third type. Karp paused momentarily before continuing. This is known as conqueror's haki. Those who possess this form are individuals of unparalleled dominance. On average, 1 in several million awakens it. Hence, those endowed with conqueror's haki are often referred to as born rulers. That is remarkable. But what precisely is the purpose of conqueror's haki? Bai Yi gazed at his teacher with astonishment. Karp, however, dismissed the inquiry with a wave of his hand, stating, the primary function of conqueror's haki is to intimidate others. Beyond that, it serves little practical use. Bai Yi felt a twinge of uncertainty regarding his teacher's characterization. Nonetheless, he understood that relying solely on his physical prowess to conquer mountains was futile. He needed to awaken the so-called armament haki. However, you still have a long way to go. Before you awaken your haki, you are to remain here obediently. You are not to wander off, Karp declared decisively. Bai Yi nodded, having learned that to establish a foothold in these treacherous seas, formidable strength was imperative. Had Doflamingo not possessed immense power, earning the admiration of the Gorosei, he would undoubtedly be confined and impelled down for eternity. If he were to wield even half of his teacher's might, he could easily send Doflamingo flying. Rather than watching him swagger away with impunity, had Enigmo possessed power comparable to Kaido's, preventing Jack from being rescued, and brought him to justice, Doflamingo would have faced dire consequences. Ultimately, the current state of affairs stemmed from his own inadequacies, regardless of whether it was the Navy or the Revolutionary Army. Without formidable strength, one could not execute their ideals of justice. Carp's armament hockey was recognized as the pinnacle of its kind in the world, allowing him to stand shoulder to shoulder with the emperors of the sea. This demonstrated Carp's terrifying prowess, and he proved to be an exceptional mentor. Under Carp's rigorous training, often bordering on torment, Baiye's strength surged at an astonishing rate. He could distinctly feel his arms growing more resilient, capable of shattering rocks effortlessly without injury. This rigorous regimen continued for 6 months, during which Baiye dedicated himself to honing his physique. Through Carp's tutelage, he finally mastered the final technique of the Navy's 6 forms, the moonwalk. During his rookie training, Instructor Tori had asserted that moonwalk was the most practical skill. As Baiye soared into the sky with his newfound ability, an exhilarating sensation filled his chest. No human could resist the joy of flight. Yet, despite having battered the mountain for half a year, he had only managed to chip away a fraction of it, leaving him uncertain as to when he would fully conquer it. As the cool night breeze swept over him, Baiye lay among the scattered stones, having just completed his training and now easing his body. Suddenly, he heard the rustling of leaves, followed by the sound of a child's voice from the trees. Rubber machine gun. Countless ambushes like this had occurred between Luffy and Baiye. Luffy's arms lunged toward Baiye, but lately, Baiye had experienced a peculiar sensation. Even before Luffy's fists reached him, he could somehow sense their approach. In a swift motion, he grasped Luffy's arms and bound him up as if he were a mere rope. I've told you countless times, such attacks are futile against me, Baiye replied, exasperated. Moreover, I am quite fatigued. Please do not disturb my rest. Luffy, ensnared like a dumpling by his own arms, shouted in vain. One day, I shall set sail as a pirate and defeat you fair and square. Baiye found himself perplexed by the peculiar mindset of this young lad. With a grandfather who was a naval hero and a legendary general, and a father renowned as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, why on earth would this boy choose the path of piracy? It seemed utterly unfathomable. Are you aware of what pirates truly are? They're a despicable lot. Irredeemable scoundrels. Why not join the Navy instead? A promising future awaits. Baiye inquired with genuine curiosity. Becoming a naval officer is the least appealing choice. I aspire to be the king of the pirates, Luffy declared, raising his arms in fervor. To be the king of the pirates? Could it be that the future pirate king is a girl? Baiye pondered, his mind filled with questions. Children these days are so complicated. He found it utterly incomprehensible. However, if you become a pirate, I will apprehend you. You surely cannot defeat me, Baiye asserted. Do you know how the Navy deals with captured pirates? They are hanged until dead, and their decaying bodies are displayed for all to see. Those hanged pirates seem to cry out, I died a tragic death in my next life. I shall not be a pirate again. So, do you still wish to pursue the title of Pirate King? At the tender age of 9, Luffy trembled at Baiye's words, yet mustered the courage to respond. No matter what, I will become the Pirate King. The Pirate King is the strongest person in this world. But wasn't the previous Pirate King, Roger, executed by the Navy? Baiye countered. Luffy was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to articulate a defense. Just then, Garp approached, laden with food. What are you two discussing? Baiye, you aren't instilling any bizarre ideas in my precious grandson out of spite, are you? No. He claims he wants to be the Pirate King, but I believe you should join the Revolutionary Army. Baiye replied with a mischievous grin. Come here, boy. My fists are itching. Why does everyone oppose my dream of becoming a pirate? Pirates are the freest souls on the sea. Ace and I have already agreed to set sail at 17, Luffy protested, confusion written all over his face. Baiye, when Luffy matures, he will understand. Pirates embody wickedness, while the Navy represents justice. You surely don't wish to be labeled as evil, do you? Garp cautioned, reflecting on how long Luffy had held this aspiration of becoming Pirate King. Despite numerous attempts, Garp had been unable to sway Luffy's resolve. How about this? Luffy, you know that being a pirate is perilous. If you surpass me in strength, I shall not hinder your quest for piracy. Otherwise, the moment you set sail, I will pursue you relentlessly, no matter where you go, Baiye stated suddenly. Surely, the Pirate King must be the mightiest individual in this world? Are you afraid? Young Luffy? Afraid of me, this insignificant Navy officer? How utterly shameful. What gives you the right to aspire to be a Pirate King? Baiye mocked with a smirk. Provocation can be particularly effective, especially with someone as straightforward as Luffy. How could I possibly be afraid? Fine. When I grow stronger than you, I will set sail as a pirate. It's a promise. Luffy declared, brimming with confidence, convinced that Baiye's superiority stemmed merely from age. Once he matured, he believed Baiye would no longer be a match for him. Garp laughed heartily, like a blooming flower, giving Baiye a thumbs up. Why had he not thought of such a simple strategy before? From that day forth, He resolved to double Bai Ye's training efforts to ensure Luffy would not catch up to him. Bai Ye was utterly oblivious to the fact that a wager between him and Luffy had drawn the attention of Garp. From that moment onward, Garp intensified his training, nay, his torment, of Bai Ye, subjecting him to an arduous ordeal. By the way, Master, lately I have been feeling as though I am viewing everything in slow motion. Could it be that there is an issue with my eyesight? Bai Ye remarked, blinking his eyes. Come here, Garp commanded, as Bai Ye approached. He initially thought that Garp intended to examine his eyes. However, in a sudden turn of events, Garp launched a punch directly at Bai Ye's face. Yet, in that fleeting moment before Garp struck, it appeared that Bai Ye had foreseen the impending attack and swiftly turned his head aside, allowing Garp's fist to graze past his cheek. It seems my intuition was correct. You might awaken the observation haki ahead of schedule, Garp remarked. The awakening of haki is indeed an extraordinary phenomenon. While some individuals may train their entire lives without achieving it, others may inadvertently awaken such formidable powers after a mere slumber. Garp had aimed to train Bai Ye in the mastery of armament haki. Yet Bai Ye astonishingly unlocked the potential of observation haki prematurely. This defies logic. Keep pushing forward, young man. I have high hopes for you, Garp encouraged, raising his hand. The following day marked the onset of Bai Ye's arduous journey, as the training intensity doubled. Even with his robust physique, he began to feel overwhelmed. It was from this day onward that Bai Ye sensed a nascent power gathering within him, albeit faint, insufficient for release. As the training progressed, Bai Ye's physique became increasingly remarkable. The once formidable 3,000 gene axe felt weightless in his grasp, and he was oblivious to the extent of his burgeoning strength. 3 months later, only half of the mountain remained. Chapter 54. Awakening. Garp observed his disciple with a satisfied nod, astonished by the young man's exceptional talent. After 9 months of rigorous training, both the observation and armament haki had begun to take shape. However, mastering these two forms of haki was merely the initial step. How far could he truly go? Garp pondered aloud. At that moment, Bai Ye stood before the mountain, channeling the power within him into his arm before delivering a mighty punch. The combination of immense force and the nascent armament haki unleashed a devastating impact, shattering the resilient rock into dust and creating a crater with a diameter exceeding 3 meters. Bai Ye calculated that, within 2 months, the remaining mountain would be reduced to rubble, allowing him to focus on the remaining training. While Garp was enjoying a snack, his din-din mushy suddenly rang. Bloop bloop bloop. Seeing the caller's identity, Garp promptly answered. On the other end was his old friend, a retired Marine Admiral known as Black Arm Zephyr. Old Ghost, what brings you to think of me? Garp exclaimed with delight, as he and Zephyr shared a long history as comrades in arms. Zephyr responded, I recently passed through Windmill Village and heard you've been diligently training your disciple. However, he could not finish his sentence, for Bai Ye's punch had created a tremendous sound, drowning out Zephyr's words. Wait a moment. It's quite noisy here. Let me step away, Garp said, retreating to his room with the din-din mushy in hand, eager to converse with his old battle companion. After a strenuous morning, Bai Ye was drenched in perspiration as he finally sat down to rest. He could distinctly sense that the power within him was growing stronger. Once he pierced through that metaphorical veil, he would truly master the art of armament haki. While Bai Ye took a moment to recuperate, a strikingly beautiful girl approached him, pushing a cart. With a warm smile, she addressed him, saying, Excuse me, handsome young man, are you feeling tired? Would you like something to drink? It's on me. Bai Ye was taken aback. Was there really such a girl in Windmill Village? The village was quite small, and having resided there for a full 9 months, he had encountered nearly everyone. There was certainly no girl like her. What are you doing all alone in this desolate wilderness? Are you not afraid of bandits? Bai Ye inquired, his curiosity piqued. Of course, I am here to conduct business. Would you care for some delightful chill beer? It's only 100 berries. Quite a bargain, the young girl replied. Indeed, it was inexpensive. However, a glimmer of wariness flickered in Bai Ye's eyes. Despite the passage of 9 months, he could not forget that Doflamingo had placed a bounty of 500 million berries on his head. Moreover, who could possibly engage in commerce in such a remote area? Especially a girl as enchanting as she was? In these tumultuous times, a girl of such beauty, lacking self-defense capabilities, could easily be seized and sold away. I am not thirsty. Please, leave, Bai Ye concluded, unable to ascertain her true identity. It was best to distance himself from her. Why are you being so unkind? Young man, I offer more than just chilled beer. I have other enticing wares. Would you care to try? The girl said, her expression dripping with allure. There was something amiss. Undoubtedly, there was something amiss. Though the woman appeared harmless, Bai Ye was no novice in the Navy. He was aware of the existence of a certain devil fruit in these waters, which bestowed extraordinary powers upon its consumers. Sugar and Monet from Doflamingo's family were both capable users of such powers. I do not understand what you are saying, Bai Ye replied. The young girl gently caressed her lips with her fingers, trailing her hand downwards, gliding over her snow-white thigh. You know what I mean. Come closer. As the pale night gradually approached the young maiden, one could not help but wonder if the world had truly descended into madness. In the next heartbeat, the young man raised his iron fist and struck her cheek with a powerful blow. The maiden's expression shifted dramatically as she propelled herself backward, her legs propelling her away with remarkable speed. The young man's fist obliterated a nearby cart, sending liquor cascading across the ground. A look of fury manifested on the maiden's face. She had been utterly confident in her allure, believing that such a striking beauty could surely captivate the attention of any youth. How could he remain so indifferent? Could it be that he favored the company of men? Though I know not your identity, it is apparent you do not embody the traits of a virtuous soul. I hereby arrest you in the name of the Navy. Charged with murder. The young man deftly flicked a fallen bottle of wine with his toe, sending half a bottle of beer hurtling towards the maiden. Her previously resolute demeanor faltered, and she hastily dodged, fearful of the beer staining her attire. Observing her reaction, the young man discerned that the liquor held some dubious significance. Truly, a bounty of 500 million is not easily acquired. Haha. Realizing her true nature had been unveiled, the maiden ceased to conceal her identity. She was, in fact, an assassin. She had ventured from the New World to the East Sea with the singular intent of claiming that lucrative bounty. However, not long ago, Karp had been vigilantly watching over the young man, leaving the assassins with little opportunity to strike. But now, circumstances had shifted. Karp had stepped away, granting them a fleeting chance. A short dagger appeared in the maiden's grasp as she lunged forth with a cunning posture. To the left. In the moment before she unleashed her attack, the young man had already anticipated her movements. As expected, the maiden's blade aimed directly for his left side. In truth, the vast majority of individuals in this world are merely ordinary beings. Figures such as Shanks and Roger are simply human, susceptible to death by conventional weaponry, while monsters like Kaido and Big Mom remain the exception. Of course, many speculate that the power of the gum-gum fruit grants extraordinary resilience. After all, enduring countless sit-ups would be inexplicable without some form of supernatural ability. When masters engage in combat, a mere moment can determine life or death. To foresee the trajectory of an impending strike is akin to receiving a death sentence. Bai Yi grasped the wrist of his opponent, causing the young girl to gasp in shock. Before she could react, a sharp pain surged through her wrist as the bones were crushed under his grip. A piercing scream echoed through the forest, reaching even Karp's ears. How could there be a woman's scream? Alarmed, Karp hurried towards the back mountain. Though her wrist was shattered in an instant, the girl did not lose her fighting spirit entirely. With her other hand, she brandished a dagger aimed at Bai Yi's eyes. Yet, her intentions were fully anticipated by him. He merely tilted his head, allowing the dagger to slice past him, before seizing her body and wielding it like a weapon, slamming her against the ground. The sickening sound of breaking bones reverberated through the air, as blood streamed from her nose, eyes, ears, and mouth, painting a gruesome picture of her plight. Are you from the Dakihote family? Bai Yi inquired. The girl opened her mouth, but no sound emerged. Since you cannot speak, your existence has become redundant. With that, Bai Yi raised his fist and brought it crashing down towards her head. In terror, she tightly shut her eyes, having thought this was merely an ordinary mission, a task to complete before returning home to marry her boyfriend. Little did she know, this would be her final endeavor, just as she resigned herself to her fate. Bai Yi's wrist was seized. Bai Yi, could you explain what is happening? Karp asked. This woman is an assassin sent by Don Quixote to eliminate me, Bai Yi replied. At that moment, the girl's consciousness began to fade, and before her danced the faces of those who had mattered most in her life. Perhaps this was what they called a life flashing before one's eyes. After a brief silence, Karp decided, let us hand her over to the Navy. Trust me. The strength in Bai Yi's hands showed no sign of relenting as his fist pressed down further. Meanwhile, Karp gripped Bai Yi's fist tightly. Kid, don't be so stubborn. It is impossible for you to eradicate all the darkness in this world solely through your own power. How about trying to trust others? Karp inquired. Bai Yi gazed at Karp, fully aware that his mentor's intentions were rooted in care for his well-being. However, he was reluctant to allow such a potential danger to linger. Ultimately, Bai Yi gradually relinquished his grip. Chapter 55. The assassin. Only then did Karp exhale in relief, shaking his fingers in astonishment at the incredible strength of the youth. How formidable, he mused. Teacher, Don Quixote Doflamingo's assassins will continue to pursue me. I cannot remain here, Bai Yi declared suddenly. Karp slapped the back of Bai Yi's head playfully, admonishing, what nonsense are you spouting? As long as I am here, not even Kaido could harm you. You should feel secure in staying here. No, teacher, you misunderstand my intentions. I mean, if I am under your watchful eye, I cannot unleash my full potential for vengeance. I need to make Doflamingo understand that I am not to be trifled with. I will take down every scoundrel that comes my way, Bai Yi asserted, a murderous intent rising within him. Karp frowned, sensing that this was not a favorable omen. Bai Yi, I understand your feelings. However, as a member of the Navy, one cannot indulge in indiscriminate killing, Karp stated firmly. Yet, as a Navy officer, one must not condone evil, must one? Teacher? Bai Yi retorted. Why do you sound just like Luffy? Stubborn as a mule, Karp lamented, covering his face. Was it possible that he was incapable of guiding his disciples? He was a naval hero, yet his son had become one of the most feared criminals in the world. His grandson aspired to be the pirate king, and now his disciple was on a perilous path as well. Since you have made your decision, I shall not keep you. But remember, no matter the circumstances, do not allow slaughter to cloud your heart. In this mountain, return to it someday to level it. In life, one must always have a beginning and an end, Karp said, his tone tinged with resignation. Though Karp appeared unreliable, he genuinely cared for Bai Yi. Albeit their philosophies clashed entirely. Karp believed in the purest form of justice, while Bai Yi held his own interpretation of justice. Good and evil must ultimately face retribution. Those who commit wrongs should be imprisoned. As a Navy officer, it is my duty to protect the people of the sea. This sense of justice is neither the extremism of a Kainu nor the leniency of Zephyr. Rather, it is a form that belongs solely to me. Teacher, I am grateful for your nurturing during this time. However, for the safety of Luffy and the other residents of Windmill Village, I must take my leave, Bai Yi said. His eyes unwavering as he spoke untruths. Karp muttered under his breath, this kid is entirely different from what he just said. Yet, fledglings must learn to fly independently. I cannot watch over you forever. Very well, I will speak on your behalf with the Navy. For now, refrain from taking up any post in the East Blue. Wait for the right opportunity before you assume any responsibilities. Once Bai Yi departed from Windmill Village, it was certain that a multitude of assassins would soon converge upon him. The existing rapport between Bai Yi and Don Quixote Doflamingo was well known to all. Those mercenaries from the underworld would stop at nothing to seize the bounty of 500 million. After bidding farewell to Luffy and Ace, Bai Yi set forth alone on a small boat, venturing into the vast ocean. Gazing at the endless expanse of water, he was reminded of his home. Upon his return, he discovered that the letter he had penned during his last visit remained untouched on the table, showing no signs of having been moved. This indicated that his uncle had never returned. Bai Yi felt a profound disappointment, yet there was no alternative but to depart from home. For the past 6 months, he had been under the protection of Karp, which deterred those assassins from approaching him. However, the circumstances had now changed. He found himself alone. A tempting target adrift in the ocean. Those hunters would not let such an opportunity slip away, particularly Doflamingo. His previous undercover mission had undoubtedly earned him Doflamingo's ire, and the latter would never permit him to exist in this world. On the third day of drifting at sea, Bai Yi sensed that he was being watched. Not far off, a vessel had been tailing him. Whenever he moved, it followed, and when he paused, it too came to a halt. Bai Yi stood aboard the ship, fixated on the opposing vessel, yet unable to discern the identities of those aboard. A palpable sense of foreboding surged within him. Although the bounty on his head in the black market amounted to a staggering 500 million berries, this figure was largely inflated. A reflection of Doflamingo's animosity rather than a true testament to his prowess. Despite having undergone extensive training under Karp for more than half a year, Bai Yi remained uncertain of his true standing amidst the vastness of the sea. It appeared that these assassins had long since infiltrated the East Blue, yet they had refrained from overtly taking action, likely due to Karp's formidable reputation. However, the situation had changed the moment he distanced himself from Karp. They all emerged from the shadows. An exhilarating thrill coursed through Bai Yi's veins, igniting a fiery fervor within him. After enduring over a year of trials and tribulations, he had faced numerous brushes with death, and now he pondered whether he could navigate yet another perilous challenge. Bai Yi anchored his small vessel on a desolate island. A silent proclamation to his pursuers: should you desire my head, feel free to come and claim it, provided you possess the requisite skill. It was not long before Bai Yi realized that he was not followed by merely one group. Some trailed him in clusters of 3 or 5, while others pursued him alone. Within half an hour, a net of encirclement began to form around the island's periphery. However, these individuals were not all of a single faction. Among them were members of the Don Quixote family, yet the majority sought Bai Yi's bounty, eager to claim the substantial reward of 500 million berries. As the pale night descended, an initial estimation revealed that approximately 200 individuals encircled him, wielding an array of weapons including swords, firearms, and some barehanded, while others possessed supernatural abilities, with a few exhibiting unwavering confidence in their swordsmanship. Si Chulin Di, Bai Yi, you have betrayed the young master. Do not think you can leave here alive. We shall claim your head, bellowed a member of the Don Quixote family, his expression brimming with rage, akin to one whose father had been slain by Bai Yi himself. Though Don Quixote was notoriously ruthless towards those around him, one could not deny the formidable charisma that compelled many to follow him into perilous endeavors. Astonished by the sheer number of individuals seeking his demise, Bai Yi lamented, alas, my head is but one. With so many of you, to whom should it rightfully belong? His expression reflected profound distress. Such base tactics of sowing discord are futile against me. Eliminate him, cried the first member of the Don Quixote family as he surged forward. However, the Bai Yi of today was not the same as he had been 9 months prior, after enduring the rigorous training, nay, torment, imposed by Karp. His prowess had ascended to unprecedented heights. In an instant, Bai Yi vanished from sight, reappearing before the very member of the Don Quixote family who had charged at him. With a swift motion, his powerful hand seized the man's head and forcefully drove it into the ground, producing a sound reminiscent of a watermelon bursting. The unfortunate Don Quixote underling was decapitated in an instant. Without missing a beat, Bai Yi disappeared once more, materializing behind 2 assassins, and with a violent clash, he He struck their heads together, resulting in a gruesome spectacle as their skulls shattered like overripe fruit, splattering crimson and ivory fluids in all directions. In an instant, many began to retreat, taking several steps back, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the youth before them. The display of strength exhibited by this young man starkly contrasted with the portrayal offered by Don Quixote. These individuals had approached Bai Yi under the impression that he was of mediocre ability, perhaps even devoid of any supernatural powers. Yet, the reality before them revealed a starkly different truth regarding his formidable capabilities. Blood stained Bai Yi's body, and he had already succumbed to the thrill of battle. This world, so undeniably beautiful, why must one choose the path of a pirate? Finger gun. A barrage of 10 shots. Now, Bai Yi wielded his finger guns without the need for steel balls as assistance. 10 streams of finger energy pierced through the bodies of 3 men, blood splattering everywhere. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Damn it, perish before me. One man, armed with a heavy machine gun, unleashed a frenzied hail of bullets at Bai Yi. However, Bai Yi had already sensed the impending danger, effortlessly dodging every single bullet, while the assassins behind him were caught in the crossfire, collapsing in heaps. A gust of wind from a swift kick severed the machine gun-wielding assassin in half, blood and innards splattering in all directions. This fellow was unexpectedly formidable. Where are our own power users? A killer shouted in despair. A man, robust like a bull, stepped forward. Leave it to me. Bulbul fruit. Witness my power. The bulbul fruit. This man transformed directly into a bull, resembling a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. The bull charged at a nearby assassin clad in red, obliterating him upon impact. We're doomed. The bull will attack anyone in red. Someone shouted. Let us quickly remove anything red from our bodies. This troublesome ability should not even be unleashed. However, it was far from over. The bull rampaged through the crowd, tearing a gaping hole in their encirclement. This kid can't be consuming the legendary bulbul fruit's berserk form, can he? One assassin lamented, realizing the predicament they were in. Just as the bull was spiraling into complete chaos, a flash of sword light severed its head. A swordsman, wielding a katana, coldly remarked, truly a useless ability. What a swift blade. Bai Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. He had initially thought these assassins were a rabble, yet it seemed there were indeed formidable opponents among them. Hey, who do you think you are, acting so arrogantly? Do you dare believe we won't kill you first? One assassin bellowed, only to be swiftly silenced by the swordsman's blade. You lot dare to call yourselves assassins? You disgrace the very term. The swordsman gripped his weapon. His voice icy. I am Zhang Yu, and this blade in my hand is the famed Shujumaru from Wano country. Come to claim your head. Legend has it that after forging the Shujumaru, the blacksmith of Wano tested its sharpness by slicing through a bamboo tube filled with steel balls. With a single stroke, the blade effortlessly cleaved through the bamboo, cutting all the steel balls within into precise halves, leaving no jagged edges. Thus, this blade earned its name, Shujumaru. The legendary blade? It has been lost in Wano for 20 years. How does it find itself in this brat's hands? The value of this sword exceeds 500 million. Upon hearing that the swordsman wielded the mythical Shujumaru, the surrounding assassins swiftly redirected their weapons towards him. Foolish mortals. The swordsman paid them no heed. In an instant, his body flowed like light through theirs, slowly retracting his blade. Fallen light slash, first form. In a heartbeat, torrents of blood erupted from the bodies of these assassins. A staggering 15 men fell to the ground, slain by a single stroke. The expression on Bai Yi's face was somewhat grim. The strength of this swordsman exceeded his expectations. My existence is defined by the relentless pursuit of combat with the strong, striving to grow ever stronger, ultimately to contend with that man who stands at the pinnacle of the world. The swordsman declared, as if uttering something sacred. Hey, who is this man at the very top of the world you speak of? Bai Yi could not help but inquire. Nearby, a member of the Doflamingo family sneered. Ignorance is bliss. For a swordsman, the one at the pinnacle must undoubtedly be that esteemed gentleman, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Renowned as the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. However, this was the first time Bai Yi had heard such a name, and he found it peculiar. Why was this individual nicknamed Hawkeye? Come, let us settle this. The swordsman, gripping the hilt of his sword, charged forward like a streak of light. Falling light slash, first form. The blade's radiance arrived before Bai Yi with astonishing speed, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He immediately activated the shave technique, narrowly evading the strike by aligning his body parallel to the blade's trajectory. Falling light slash, second form. The rapidly approaching blade twisted at an incredible velocity, closely trailing Bai Yi's form, leaving him no choice but to hastily stomp the ground. Moonwalk. He soared upward significantly, narrowly escaping the second strike. Yet the swordsman's expression remained chillingly stoic as he uttered, falling light slash, third form, swallow's return. 3 beams of light erupted simultaneously. Enveloping Bai Yi's figure entirely, there was no evasion. To be a fallen swallow is also a form of happiness, the swordsman coldly remarked. However, in the next moment, Bai Yi executed an unexpected maneuver. He used his shoulder as a sheath, driving it against the tip of the sword. Though Bai Yi's body was remarkably resilient, it could not withstand the razor-sharp blade, which pierced through his left shoulder. Almost simultaneously, Bai Yi seized the swordsman's wrist. Chapter 56. The cloud fruit. The swordsman felt beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. He had never encountered such a madman in his life. Do you know why I dislike swordsmen? Bai Yi's sinister grin could make even demons weep. A swordsman, once disarmed, is but a lamb awaiting slaughter, whereas a warrior can still wield his fists. The first sound that pierced the air was the crack of the swordsman's wrist bone under Bai Yi's grip. Amidst the swordsman's screams, Bai Yi's fist struck the man's face like a cannonball. The swordsman could not even muster a cry. Blood erupted in midair, scattering several meters away. Landing on the ground, motionless, breathless, Bai Yi drew the renowned blade, Shizumaru, and flicked off the blood that clung to it. Just as he believed the battle had reached its conclusion, the swordsman surprisingly rose once more, struggling to speak. Strong one, did you remember my swordsmanship from earlier? The challenge, the task to confront Hawkeye. I entrust it to you. With my swordsmanship, go, defeat Hawkeye. I implore you. After uttering these words, the swordsman breathed his last. Is your mind playing tricks on you? Bai Yi murmured, gently moving his left shoulder, a sharp pain tearing through him. I never consented to challenge the world's greatest swordsman. The assassins stood in astonishment at the fierce battle they had just witnessed. He's injured. This bastard is wounded. Let us all attack together. We can surely slay him. In the pale night, Bai Yi gripped his sword, Shujuan, with a skill level akin to that of a novice. Nevertheless, he was proficient in the fundamental art of slashing, and with his formidable strength, each strike proved to be exceedingly lethal. The weapon, sharp enough to slice through iron as if it were mere clay, combined with Bai Yi's incredible power and swift movements, transformed him into a veritable meat grinder. After his relentless onslaught, only 3 adversaries remained standing. One of them, a Zoan-type devil fruit user, was a Batman capable of utilizing ultrasonic attacks, presenting a considerable challenge. The second, a martial artist, excelled in close-quarters combat, while the last individual had refrained from engaging, choosing instead to remain at a distance, leaving Bai Yi uncertain of the latter's abilities. However, Bai Yi had already lost a significant amount of blood, and his stamina began to wane. After all, despite his prowess, he was ultimately a mortal being. The 3 opponents encircled him, presenting the most formidable challenge yet. We shall wear him down. He has sustained such grievous injuries. And with time, the blood loss will surely claim him. The Batman bellowed. The face of Bai Yi was contorted in a fierce grimace. Even if I perish, I shall take you with me. With a swift motion, Bai Yi's figure materialized before the Batman. However, the Batman flapped his wings and ascended into the air, simultaneously unleashing a sonic attack. The sound, imbued with energy, pierced through Bai Yi's body, and he could distinctly hear the lamentations of his bones and internal organs. Blood trickled from Bai Yi's nostrils. This invisible attack was utterly indefensible. Moonstep. Bai Yi executed the technique, striving to catch up with the large bat. Yet, the fighter rapidly closed in, delivering a punch to the wound on Bai Yi's left shoulder. In that instant, a searing pain ripped through Bai Yi's entire being. But as he turned to seize the fighter, the latter had already retreated with nimble steps, reminiscent of a dance, albeit slower than his previous speed. The erratic trajectory made him nearly impossible to anticipate. Meanwhile, a man in the distance remained idle, his intentions inscrutable. This duo is exceedingly formidable. If I do not resolve this swiftly, I may very well perish here. Bai Yi gripped the Shizumaru tightly, contemplating his next move, while the fighters circled behind him, opting for stealthy attacks rather than direct confrontation. The Batman hovered above, while the fighters struck from behind, and the lurking observer only added to Bai Yi's unease. The Batman's sonic waves could not be sustained indefinitely. Each emission required a brief respite, and Bai Yi prepared to seize this opportunity for a counterattack. Moonstep. As Bai Yi prepared to leap skyward, the Batman unleashed another sonic assault. The sensation of his internal organs vibrating was profoundly unpleasant, and the fighter seized this moment to strike. Torai had once advised Bai Yi to avoid countering enemies with iron, but during his training with Carp, Bai Yi had mastered a unique technique, releasing iron blocks while moving at high speed. Moonstep. Bai Yi's body soared once more as the fighter's powerful blow struck his back. Yet, the sensation was akin to a fist colliding with iron. What? The fighter was taken aback. As a pirate, he could not fully grasp the intricacies of the Navy's S6 styles. In an instant, Bai Yi spun around. The Shizumaru clenched between his teeth, and with his right hand, he seized the fighter's shoulder. His formidable grip unleashed a tremendous force. Even steel would yield to him, let alone a human shoulder. The fighter's shoulder shattered instantaneously, and before he could emit a scream, Bai Yi's Shizumaru sliced through his throat. One down. Bai Yi's expression grew increasingly ferocious. He tossed the Shizumaru into the air, its blade spinning ceaselessly. With his thumb firmly pressed, he struck the hilt of the Shizumaru, transforming it into a streak of purplish-black lightning that pierced the Batman's maw. Excellent. Bai Yi congratulated himself, lightly descending to face the final adversary. This last opponent appeared somewhat frail, standing at approximately 1.5 meters, dressed like a gentleman. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Who would have thought such a perfect slaughter would unfold on this small island? However, whether it be the bounty of 500 million berries or the famed sword of Wano, they shall ultimately belong to me. The man sighed. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Silver Mist. The man who claims your head. Enough chatter. Bai Yi abruptly appeared before him, thrusting his blade through the man's body. Yet, as the Shizumaru penetrated his foe, Bai Yi sensed something amiss. There was no sensation of striking flesh. Impatient Navy man, my introduction is not yet complete. My name is Silver Mist, a user of the natural type cloud fruit. Physical attacks cannot harm me. Silver Mist calmly regarded Bai Yi and waved his hand, enveloping Bai Yi in a billow of white cloud. Are you a fool? While I cannot inflict damage upon you, you cannot harm me either. Clouds are not inherently destructive. Bai Yi easily broke free from the cloud's grasp and delivered a punch to Silver Mist's face, yet the blow merely passed through him. Indeed, although I possess a natural ability, my cloud fruit is rather weak. If you hold that belief, I hope you won't regret it later. Thundercloud. Silver Mist summoned a dark cloud, and Bai Yi felt an ominous presence. He had overlooked a critical detail: thunderstorm clouds are still clouds. Suddenly, the sky erupted with lightning. From the pitch-black thundercloud, a bolt of lightning struck directly at Bai Yi. Fortunately, having awakened his observation haki, albeit at a rudimentary level, he managed to evade the direct assault. Navy man, will you continue to resist? You cannot harm me, yet I can persistently attack you. How long can you endure? Silver Mist slowly revealed a haughty demeanor. Bai Yi now finds himself engulfed in regret for having entrusted his seastone gloves to Carp in his pursuit of honing his armament haki. In his haste to depart, he neglected to retrieve them, and now he faces the unfortunate consequence of encountering a Logia-type fruit user, who has taken him for a fool. The nature of lightning is such that a single strike can render one incapacitated in battle, especially the formidable bolts that nature conjures, often exceeding a staggering 100 million volts. In the perpetual twilight, one perceives the full spectrum of colors, foreseeing the impending location of the adversary's assault. Dear Navy officer, fleeing is futile. Would it not be more agreeable to allow me to end your life willingly? Silver Mist remarked with utmost gentlemanly grace. Bai Yi clenched his fists tightly, believing that if he could awaken the power of armament haki, he would effortlessly defeat his opponent. Yet, the question lingered, how could he ultimately break through this barrier? Just as Bai Yi's focus wavered, lightning struck once more. In the realm of White Knights, the creation of thunder and lightning through storm clouds requires a period of accumulations. It cannot be unleashed ceaselessly, for if it could, the power of such a fruit would be utterly absurd. At this juncture, there remains but one course of action: to flee. Bai Yi swiftly executed a moonwalk, leaping into the air, while Silver Mist shook his head in exasperation. Have you lost your wits, Navy man? Are you seriously fleeing into the sky to confront the clouds? The essence of clouds is composed of water molecules. By condensing a substantial amount of cloud matter, it is indeed possible to inflict certain physical harm upon the adversary. Silver Mist extended his hand, directly stirring the clouds above. A colossal hand emerged from the suspended clouds, tightly grasping Bai Yi. Let me reduce you to cinders, Navy. The White Knight struggled relentlessly. But the two looming black clouds opposite began to gather strength. There was no time to waste. The dark clouds pressed down ominously. The twin formations of black clouds charged up, with flickers of lightning appearing intermittently within them. The frail flesh of an ordinary human could never withstand the terrifying forces of nature embodied by lightning. As the thick clouds clung to him, the imminent peril of his situation dawned upon Bai Yi. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Every devil fruit user possesses a fatal weakness: they cannot swim. And the ability to control clouds cannot be wielded in the ocean. But how could he reach the sea? No. The most pressing concern was surviving the next onslaught from his adversary. Farewell, Navy man. I'll gladly accept your bounty of 500 million berries, Silver Mist declared confidently. In the absence of Haki Awakening, a Logia-type fruit was nearly invincible, with no effective counters save for sea stone. In the next instant, lightning erupted. Bai Yi had already anticipated the trajectory of the lightning with his observation Haki. Taking a deep breath, he exclaimed, paper drawing. Instantly, his form transformed, akin to a full moon shifting to a crescent, as he narrowly evaded the lightning bolt that shot past him. What? Silver Mist gasped in astonishment, unable to comprehend such a feat of human agility. Almost simultaneously, Bai Yi's right arm finally broke free from the clouds, and he swiftly severed the cloud-formed hand with a decisive strike, turning to flee towards the ocean. Silver Mist quickly grasped Bai Yi's intention. He would not allow his hard-earned bounty to slip away, especially not with a prized sword from Wano at stake. Stop, you brat, he shouted, transforming into a cloud in hot pursuit. However, Bai Yi was now running for his life, and the downward momentum was swift. Within moments, he plunged into the ocean, forcing Silver Mist to halt his chase, his expression dark as he glared at the submerged Bai Yi. As a devil fruit user, neither his powers nor his own body could enter the sea. Are the Navy merely cowards who flee? Silver Mist berated the sea, his voice laced with contempt. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Yi was lurking just beneath the surface, watching Silver Mist closely and finally exhaling in relief, having temporarily evaded his pursuer. Yet, as calm returned, the pain from the wound on his left shoulder throbbed, making him furrow his brow. Now what? He was not a fish. He could only hold his breath for 4 to 5 minutes before surfacing, and his opponent would undoubtedly seize that opportunity to strike. Chapter 57. Victory. There was only one solution left: to awaken his armament Haki, the only force capable of grappling with his opponent. He had reached the threshold of awakening his Haki. With just a bit more effort, He could fully awaken it. What he lacked was that fleeting sensation. Calm down. He reminded himself. He needed to remain composed. As his mentor, Karp, once stated, armament hockey required guidance and that critical moment of feeling. I can do this. Bai Yi resolved, closing his eyes. Instinctively, his observation hockey activated, encompassing his surroundings. Bai Yi could feel a surge of power within him whenever he faced an attack. This force instinctively shielded him. What he needed to do was unleash this power. Time passed swiftly, and he soon approached his limit. Like a fish leaping from the ocean, he burst forth, inhaling deeply. Sure enough, silver mist awaited him, having fully charged the twin storm clouds. I thought you drowned, but dying by lightning will suffice. Prepare to perish, he bellowed. A blinding flash of lightning erupted, but Bai Yi again utilized paper drawing to evade the attack. With a powerful leap, he landed before Silver Mist, exclaiming, armament hockey. He then threw a punch at Silver Mist, who nearly wet himself in fear upon hearing those words. Being from the New World, he understood that in this realm, Logia users were not invincible. Armament hockey could compete on equal footing with them. However, in the next moment, Bai Yi's fist passed straight through Silver Mist's face, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Haha, just a bluff. Silver Mist laughed triumphantly, realizing he was unscathed. No. That is not the feeling I need. Think of how Karp feels when he uses armament hockey. It should be as natural as breathing, Bai Yi murmured. Then flipped back into the ocean. Silver Mist seethed in frustration, yet he could do nothing against Bai Yi, a helpless landlubber. The White Knight descended into the depths of the water, once again sensing the flow of power, gradually concentrating the energy he felt in his right hand. The teacher had once stated that the simplest application of armament hockey is to envelop it around a weapon or a fist. Enveloping. How does one achieve such a thing? The White Knight pondered endlessly, continuously harnessing this power. Suddenly, a peculiar sensation emerged in his right hand. He glanced down to discover that his hand had sprouted speckles of black, the armament hockey gradually enveloping his skin. So that is how it is, I understand now. Hockey is indeed a part of the human body, akin to an extension of one's skin, only this skin is far more resilient and formidable. Thank you, teacher. I have finally grasped it. The White Knight was nearly elated to the point of jumping, having comprehended the essence of armament hockey in this life and death moment. Haha, Silver Mist. Is it? You have been arrogant for too long. This time, I shall reclaim everything. A sinister expression slowly crept upon the White Knight's face. And then he leaped fiercely from the ocean. Silver Mist awaited him, laughing heartily as he prepared to launch an attack. Yet, this time, the White Knight charged forward with genuine intent, not mere bluster. At the moment Silver Mist was laughing, the White Knight's fist collided brutally with Silver Mist's face, distorting his features, blood gushing from his nose and mouth, leaving only astonishment in his eyes. Why can your fist harm me? If Silver Mist could articulate, he would surely exclaim such a question. With a single punch, Bai Yi unleashed all his pent-up resentment, striking fiercely at Yin Wu. After 3 blows, Yin Wu fell limply into the sea, showing no signs of struggle, leaving one to ponder whether life still lingered within. Bai Yi drew the bead-woven talisman from his waist, swiftly delivering a decisive strike that severed the neck of the Silver Mist, before returning to the small island to take a brief respite. After returning to the deserted island, Bai Yi lay breathlessly upon a large rock, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of pirates and assassins. Had it been a year prior, such a scene would have likely terrified him to the point of losing control. Yet now, it evoked no emotion within him. After a brief respite to regain some strength, Bai Yi discovered medicinal supplies among the corpses of the pirates. He tended to his wounds with rudimentary bandaging, then struggled to sit upright. He brandished the bejeweled blade he had acquired, acknowledging its quality, yet lamenting his own ineptitude in wielding a sword. This exquisite weapon in his hands was but a waste. I cannot even wield a sword, yet I entertain the notion of challenging the world's greatest swordsman? Am I out of my mind? Bai Yi had no intention of fulfilling such a one-sided promise. As he departed, he set fire to the remains, incinerating every corpse. When the next wave of assassins arrived, they were met only with the sight of charred remains. What on earth is happening? Did Doflamingo not claim this was merely the work of a rookie? How could he possess such formidable strength, annihilating all who pursued him? And his methods are so brutally ruthless. This is entirely contrary to Doflamingo's assertions. The assassins exclaimed in horror. These merciless individuals, unafraid of the world government's laws, found themselves intimidated by someone even more vicious and cruel. Bai Yi was gradually becoming that very figure. This matter ought to be reported to Doflamingo. The danger has escalated beyond our capacity to manage, one assassin suggested. The others nodded in agreement, and they produced a transponder snail, dialing Doflamingo's number. Meanwhile, Doflamingo reveled in his imperial lifestyle in Dressrosa when the transponder snail rang. A cruel smile spread across his face as he mused. Let me guess, is it good news? Surely these assassins have slain Ahu's underlings and are now seeking my bounty. He chuckled heartily. Toripol, having returned to Doflamingo's side, whispered, Brother, should we indeed reward them with a bounty of 500 million berries? Would it not be simpler to eliminate them all at once? No, I revel in this. I shall pay them, for I want the entire ocean to know that those who betray Doflamingo meet a dire fate, be they navy or pirate. Doflamingo's expression was a mask of menace as he answered the call. However, After just a few exchanges, his demeanor grew even more sinister. Pol quickly sensed that something was amiss. Otherwise, Doflamingo would not wear such an expression. The other members of the Doflamingo family held their breath, fearful of inciting his wrath. Doflamingo's face darkened like an approaching storm as he coldly replied, "Yes, I understand," before abruptly ending the call. He raised a glass to his lips but, in a sudden fit of anger, smashed it against the ground. The entirety of the assassins dispatched to hunt by Yi had perished, with even one possessing a natural-type devil fruit found among the deceased. Ahu's underlings, in less than a year, have you grown to this extent? Doflamingo sneered. His predicament was precarious. He could not confront Bai Yi directly, for doing so might provoke the Navy to dispatch an admiral to eliminate him. Ahu, you scoundrel! I shall not forgive you. Doflamingo inhaled deeply, contemplating how to rid himself of this menace. Though the battle on the deserted island went unreported, it marked a turning point where few dared to confront Bai Yi in the underworld, while many craved wealth, an even greater number cherished their lives. Raise the bounty to 700 million berries. I am confident someone will seek his head, Doflamingo declared. Yet, upon announcing this in the underworld, the number of those willing to accept the task dwindled. What did a 700 million bounty signify in the vast ocean? Kaido Big Mom and their subordinates commanded bounties averaging around 1 billion. These assassins stood no chance against such formidable foes, and despite Doflamingo's attempts to downplay Bai Yi's prowess, disbelief spread like wildfire. In the underworld, the name Cuculin D. Bai Yi had ascended to the ranks of legendary figures, on par with Doflamingo himself. Chapter 58. Zaro. At some point, this name became a myth in the underworld, a formidable force within the Navy who fought to a standstill against Jack, one of the calamities, and who outwitted both Doflamingo and Kaido with his cunning. Had it not been for Doflamingo's celestial lineage, it was conceivable that he might now be languishing and impelled down. Rumors, it seems, grow ever more outrageous, and the number of believers multiplies until Doflamingo can no longer be bothered to refute them. Meanwhile, Bai Yi remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. His shoulder wound was severe, and the unsanitary conditions of the sea had led to an infection. I must see a doctor. He grimaced, using the bejeweled blade to painstakingly excise the necrotic flesh from his shoulder, the pain causing perspiration to bead upon his brow. Not far off, a fisherman was casting his line. Upon catching sight of Bai Yi, the fisherman fled in terror, as though he had encountered a ghost. Bai Yi gazed perplexedly at his own reflection, his shoulders drenched in blood, his right hand gripping a knife, the tip still bearing a fragment of recently severed flesh. It was evident that he appeared far from virtuous. "I am a Navy officer, not a pirate," he exclaimed. "Sir, please do not flee. Is there a doctor nearby?" Despite his cries, the man hastened away with even greater speed. However, the presence of fishermen indicated that a village must lie in the vicinity. And where there is a village, there shall be a doctor. Indeed, after more than an hour of navigation, Bai Yi spotted a distant dock. He donned a coat, but the local fisherman regarded him with watchful eyes. Bai Yi wished to clarify that he was, in fact, a Navy officer. Yet it seemed these men would not be easily persuaded. It was no wonder that the Navy's attire was so dashing. Appearance could truly alter one's perception, Bai Yi lamented. Bai Yi felt a profound weakness enveloping him, a burning sensation emanating from his wounds, leaving him uncertain if he had succumbed to an infection. "Could you kindly direct me to a physician?" he implored a nearby fisherman. "I have no idea. Please, don't harm me. I swear I'm not a pirate. I am a member of the Navy. Sir, could you please remain calm?" Bai Yi gazed helplessly at the fisherman before a sudden darkness clouded his vision, nearly causing him to collapse. As Bai Yi's vision darkened, he nearly stumbled, and upon attempting to rise, he discovered that his body was utterly devoid of strength. In recent days, Bai Yi had endured a relentless sequence of physical adversities, including intense battles, a pierced shoulder, excessive blood loss, and infections. Coupled with the abysmal medical conditions at sea, merely persevering to this point had been an arduous feat just as Bai Yi felt himself succumbing to weakness. A hand extended towards him, offering support. "Sir, how do you fare?" inquired the naval officer. Bai Yi laboriously turned his head, and what greeted his eyes was a man exuding a gentle demeanor, clad in wooden clogs, with a wooden sword at his waist and glasses perched upon his nose. He inquired with great concern, "Thank you. Could you please take me to find a doctor? I was injured while battling pirates." Bai Yi said weakly. "Follow me. I possess some medical knowledge and should be able to assist you, sir," the man replied kindly. However, instead of arriving at a hospital, they found themselves at a kendo dojo. "This is my dojo. By the way, my name is Gung Shiro, and I am a swordsmanship instructor." Upon entering the dojo, Bai Yi noticed numerous children practicing basic sword techniques, their spirits vibrant and full of energy. Yet, the children were quite curious as to why their teacher had brought back a man who appeared rather fierce. Though Gung Shiro outwardly presented himself as a swordsman, he was also quite adept in the healing arts, tending to Bai Yi's wounds before allowing him to recuperate peacefully within the dojo. Indeed, Bai Yi mused, there are still many kind-hearted individuals in this world. Gung Shiro had a daughter named Guena, a spirited young girl who believed that girls could also become great swordsmen. To achieve this goal, she tirelessly endeavored, and during Bai Yi's convalescence, it was this young girl, not yet 10, who tended to him with unwavering dedication. Bai Yi gazed at the wound on his shoulder, silently lamenting the deceitful nature of comic book narratives. Indeed, the fantastical portrayals of characters who, despite having their abdomens seared with molten lava or sustaining grievous head injuries, could still wield a colossal sword and engage in fierce combat, were nothing more than fabrications. Bai Yi had been at the swordsmanship dojo for 5 days, and the wound on his shoulder was beginning to itch as it healed. Gung Sailang frequently visited Bai Yi, although he devoted much of his time to instructing his own students. What piqued Bai Yi's interest was a young lad with green hair, who was unlike anyone else. He wielded 3 swords, one in each hand and one held in his mouth. Gung Sailang mentioned that this boy's name was Zoro, a recent addition to his disciples and his most promising pupil. However, I believe Guina possesses remarkable talent. Just last night, I witnessed her decisively overpower that green-haired boy. Bai Yi remarked while holding a cup of hot tea. Gung Sailang chuckled softly, gazing tenderly at his daughter before gently shaking his head. Indeed, Guina's potential is exceptional. But alas, she is merely a girl. In the realm of swordsmanship, it is unlikely that a female can venture too far. At her age, girls develop relatively quickly, and the gap between them and boys is not yet significant. However, in a few years, the disparity in physical capabilities will become evident. Gung Sailang left his thoughts unspoken. Yet Bai Yi understood well that women are inherently disadvantaged in combat. Among the formidable forces traversing the seas, there exists only one big MOM. While the 5 pinnacle powers of the Navy are all male, with the solitary exception of Admiral Tsuru, who is already approaching her 60s. I wish for my daughter to steer clear of such a perilous world. A peaceful life devoted to family and nurturing children is also commendable. Do you think Zoro is a suitable match for her? Gung Sailang mused, a smile gracing his face as he observed his disciple and daughter. Bai Yi observed the quarrel between Guina and Zoro, a smile gracing his lips. Mr. Navy, if it isn't too much trouble, could you divulge how you acquired that sword? Gung Sailang inquired, pointing at the Shujimaru in Bai Yi's hands. I seized it from the grasp of an assassin. It appears quite sharp, though I lack the skill to wield a sword. If you fancy it, would you accept this blade as a gift? Bai Yi offered the Shujimaru with both hands. Oh, that is out of the question. Gung Sailang hastily declined. I am but an idle man. Such a treasured sword would merely gather dust in my possession. Given Gung Sailang's resolute stance, Bai Yi reluctantly reclaimed the sword. After dinner, Bai Yi settled on the rooftop, gazing at the celestial tapestry above. And he faintly perceived the visage of his uncle, as if they were transported back to their tranquil days of yore. At that moment, the stars morphed, transforming into Robin, seemingly smiling down at him. Lost in contemplation, a ladder was propped against the rooftop, and 2 children ascended it, Guina and Zoro. What brings you 2 up here? It's perilous, Bai Yi exclaimed, extending his arms to shield the children, fearful they might inadvertently tumble. Zoro, brimming with excitement, looked at Bai Yi and said, Mr. Navy, you must be quite strong, right? How about we have a contest? What makes you think so? Bai Yi replied, I intend to become the mightiest swordsman in the world and must defeat all my opponents. Zoro declared, enthusiasm radiating from him. Then tell me, do you know who the strongest swordsman in the world is? Bai Yi countered. Zoro fell momentarily silent, pondering who currently held that esteemed title. Remember his name, Dracul Mihawk. He stands at the pinnacle of this world, the aspiration of every swordsman. If you seek to become the greatest, he is a towering mountain you must surmount. Bai Yi proclaimed, recalling that just days prior, he had been oblivious to Mihawk's identity. However, Zoro was already invigorated, envisioning the clash with the world's foremost swordsman. Come, did you not challenge me? However, I must confess, I am no swordsman. I merely flail about with this piece of iron called a sword. Bai Yi stated. Zoro then produced several wooden swords and declared, I am aware your left hand is still injured, so I shall refrain from using my left hand. Guina, please bind my left arm. Bai Yi could not help but chuckle, surprised that this young man possessed such spirit. However, if he wishes to navigate the vast seas in the future, it would be prudent for him to cast aside such naive notions. Otherwise, he may find himself meeting a perilous fate without even understanding how it came to be. Bai Yi gently waved the wooden sword in his hand, then turned his gaze towards Zoro. Although he had bound his right hand, he still assumed the stance of the 3-sword style. In the dim light, Zoro failed to notice the wicked grin adorning Bai Yi's face. He was intent on teaching this young man a lesson about the treachery of human nature. Are you ready, young one? Bai Yi's toes had already sunk into the earth. I am prepared. In the next moment, the tips of Bai Yi's feet had already embedded themselves in the soil. At the very instant the competition commenced, he abruptly flicked his foot upward, sending a large clod of earth flying towards Zoro. All of Zoro's focus was on his opponent's sword, completely unprepared for such a treacherous tactic. In a moment of surprise, his eyes were blinded by the dirt. Ah, my eyes, my eyes. The expression on Kuina's face beside him was quite peculiar. The next moment, Bai Yi swung his wooden sword with both hands, mercilessly pummeling Zoro like a fallen dog. Stop, stop. I surrender. You scoundrel, how could you resort to such despicable tactics? Zoro cried out in anguish. Young man, when it comes to defeating pirates, there is no such thing as dishonorable means. The opponent's tactics will always be more underhanded than yours. If you lose, it's not merely about dropping your sword and conceding. It could cost you your life. Bai Yi replied, Zoro hastily ran to the nearby well to wash his eyes, and soon returned. Let's do it again. I refuse to accept this. Your underhanded tactics are not true swordsmanship. I already told you, I don't know swordsmanship at all. That little girl over there heard me too. Bai continued to quibble. Zoro, infuriated, gritted his teeth but found himself at a loss. Since you insist on a rematch, very well. I shall refrain from using any underhanded methods. If you manage to win, there will be a reward, Bai declared. All right, this time I won't hold back. Prepare to witness my three-sword style, Zoro exclaimed. Brandishing 3 wooden swords, his gaze fixed on Bai. My left hand is injured and cannot move swiftly, so come at me, Bai responded. Chapter 59. Allies. Zoro cautiously focused on Bai's feet, relieved to discover they were not buried in the ground. Behold my three-sword style. Just as Zoro charged forward, Bai flung a handful of sand from his left hand, striking Zoro squarely in the face. Ah, my eyes, Zoro cried out, as Bai continued to rain blows upon him. Stop, stop, I surrender. You scoundrel, you are still resorting to dirty tricks, Zoro shouted. This is called the art of deception. To fall for the same trick twice is truly a mark of genius. My left hand may be injured, but it is not unusable, Bai retorted. Kuina, you have been looking after this fellow, haven't you? You should know his left hand has nearly recovered. Why didn't you tell me? Zoro lamented, covering his eyes. I simply wish to see you get beaten, that is all, Kuina replied coldly. You traitor, Zoro wailed, picking up the wooden sword from the ground. I refuse to accept defeat. I will defeat you, a navy who only employs treacherous means. Very well, this time. I swear on my own reward that I will not use any underhanded tactics. What do you say? Bai proposed. Zoro glared fiercely. I will not believe you. You will certainly resort to despicable tactics, won't you? Bai held a wooden sword, striking a pose that, despite having only learned the rudiments of swordsmanship, appeared quite intimidating. Come on, attack me, he exclaimed loudly. Just as Zoro was about to charge forward, he abruptly halted his advance, declaring, I won't fall for your tricks. If you have the skill, come at me. Kuina, observing Zoro's reluctant yet defiant demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle, resembling a beautiful flower blooming in the night. Since you won't come to me, I shall come to you, beware. Bai initiated the shave technique, instantly appearing before Zoro. Taken by surprise, Zoro instinctively raised his 3 swords in defense. Bai swung down his sword with a forceful strike. The sound of splintering would echoed as Zoro's swords were shattered into fragments, while Bai's wooden sword rested ominously against Zoro's neck. Zoro's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Had his opponent wielded a real blade, he would have been severed in 2 by now. So, what will it be? Do you wish to continue? Bai inquired. You bastard. With your immense strength, why resort to such despicable tactics? Zoro shouted back. Do you not possess any sense of honor as a warrior? Bai gently tapped Zoro's forehead and remarked, Foolish boy, the most terrifying weapon in this world is not a sharp sword, but rather the insidiousness of schemes and deceptions. What I just employed was merely a trivial trick, yet you were incapable of countering it. If you set sail in the future, confronting the most ruthless of pirates, you would have long perished at their hands. You may choose to refrain from engaging in such plots, but you must not remain ignorant of them. The words of the White Knight have undoubtedly opened a new realm for Zoro. However, this young lad currently lacks the capacity to fully comprehend the profound issues articulated by the White Knight. When he embarks on his voyage and experiences the world firsthand, he will come to realize the immense value of the White Knight's counsel. Not far away, Yasujiro observes Zoro and his daughter with a gentle and benevolent expression, indicating that the White Knight is indeed a commendable mentor. Sooner or later, Zoro will grasp the essence of these words. By the way, what are your feelings towards one another? The White Knight suddenly inquired. Both children looked at him in confusion, uncertain about the reason behind his question. The White Knight then murmured, I heard from Mr. Yasujiro that he intends to betroth his daughter to you, so I was merely curious. Yasujiro's face darkened. How could such matters be discussed in the presence of children? You must be doing this on purpose. Indeed. The faces of the 2 youngsters instantly turned as red as apples. For children under the age of 10, the concept of marriage is far too distant and utterly mortifying. My father is such a big fool, Guina exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she ran away. Bai exhibited an air of nonchalance. Addressing Zoro with an air of casual curiosity, what are you standing here for? Shouldn't you be on your way? In that moment, a flicker of emotion stirred within the young man's heart as he gazed at Kuina's retreating figure, his eyes clouded with a hint of wistfulness. The following day, after finishing his breakfast, Gung Shiro instructed his disciples to prepare for their morning lessons. He then turned to Bai Yi and remarked, Mr. Navy, you have yet to explore our Frost Moon village during your stay. I shall have Zoro and Kuina take you around the village for a while. Do enjoy yourself. And kindly keep an eye on the children for me. The sensitivity of Bai Yi's nerves heightened as he sensed an underlying unease in Gung Siling's words, as if a matter of great significance was being concealed from him. Of course, Bai Yi replied, reasoning that regardless of the circumstances, Gung Silang had once extended his assistance, and harboring excessive suspicion would not be prudent. Come along, Zoro, Kuina. Today I shall take you both on an adventure. The two children erupted in joyous cheers, flanking Bai Yi as they made their way to the village. Observing their retreating figures, Geng Xilang let out a subtle sigh of relief. The reason for diverting the children and Bai Yi was that he was to meet a particularly sensitive guest today, one whose identity, if witnessed by the Navy-affiliated Bai Yi, could potentially incite chaos. Though Kuina and Zoro were of similar age, their demeanors diverged significantly. Zoro, despite his tender years, endeavored to project an air of maturity, while Kuina's behavior was more reflective of their youthful age. "Hey, Moss Head, that attitude won't earn you any favor with the girls," Bai Yi remarked. "Humph. As if you understand girls so well. Do you even have a crush?" Zoro retorted dismissively. In the recesses of Bai Yi's mind, he instinctively recalled Robin's smile and nodded with a grin. "I suppose there is something." He then inquired, "So, to what extent has your relationship developed?" He had heard from others that if Zoro's gaze drifted towards the distant Kuina, it was whispered that if two individuals shared a particularly close bond, a kiss was inevitable. "We have lived in a confined space for half a month. Can you guess our relationship?" Bai Yi spoke with an enigmatic air. Zoro looked at Bai Yi in astonishment. "Could it be? Have you already matured?" "Haha, you young one. There is much for you to learn," Bai Yi replied, awkwardly averting his gaze. Realizing that continuing this conversation might reveal too much. "Is there anything you wish to eat?" "It's my treat," Bai Yi asked. "I want grilled meat," Zoro exclaimed, raising his hand. "As for me, I would like some sweet rice dumplings," Kuina said quietly, her demeanor serene, which starkly contrasted with her tenacious pursuit of becoming the world's greatest swordsman. However, an awkward situation soon unfolded. Bai Yi realized he had forgotten his wallet, likely left in his bedroom. "You two stay put and do not wander off. I will return shortly to fetch my wallet." Zoro, with a dismissive tone, retorted, "I'm not a child. Why would I run off?" Kuina, expressionless, added, "I was referring to you, especially since you cannot even discern directions. If you were to get lost, you might never find your way back. You tomboy, let us duel." Zoro challenged. "Very well. After all, you have never defeated me." The White Knight swiftly returned to his chamber, and indeed, he found his wallet resting beside his pillow. Just as he was about to depart, he unexpectedly noticed Geng Xilang entering the inner residence accompanied by several enigmatic individuals. However, Geng Xilang appeared somewhat agitated and did not notice the White Knight. Who are the individuals that Mr. Geng Xilang has brought in?" The White Knight, succumbing to the instincts of his undercover profession, felt compelled to investigate further. These individuals varied greatly in physique. Some resembled ordinary people, while others had remarkably peculiar forms, with large heads and slender bodies. Bai Yi held his breath and stealthily approached the inner quarters. His skepticism was not directed at Geng Xiru. Rather, he was intrigued by the identities of several enigmatic figures present. "Your timing could not be worse. Recently, I rescued a naval officer. Although this gentleman is not malevolent, the sight of you may incite conflict, so I urge you to act swiftly," Geng Xiru remarked. As Geng Xiru opened the door to his storeroom, Bai Yi was astonished to discover that a modest dojo's storage contained such a vast quantity of provisions. It was worth noting that Geng Xiru's dojo catered to no more than 30 or 40 children. Yet the supplies were sufficient to sustain a 1,000-strong army for an entire month. What, then, was Geng Xiru's true identity? A sense of bewilderment began to creep into Bai Yi's thoughts. This seemingly gentle man was increasingly inscrutable. At that moment, the leader among the cloaked figures spoke. "You have truly been a great help over the years. Without your covert support, we would have been utterly lost." That voice sounded so familiar. In the twilight of the night, Bai Yi exerted a subtle pressure with his fingers, dislodging a stone from the wall, which emitted a faint sound. "Who goes there?" A figure with an oversized head and a slender body suddenly bellowed, the voice wavering between masculine and feminine, unsettling to the ear. "Oh no, have I been exposed?" The androgynous figure declared. "Behold my gender-bending martial arts." Despite the disproportionate physique, the creature moved with astonishing speed, appearing before Bai Yi in the blink of an eye. "Naval 6 techniques, shave." "What? A member of the Navy?" The androgynous being's countenance shifted dramatically. Its oversized head nearly twice the size of its body, yet it launched a relentless barrage of attacks. The leader of the dark-clad figures grunted. "Why does that voice sound so familiar? Is it Bai Yi?" At that moment, as Bai Yi exchanged a blow with the androgynous figure, the latter's body spun through the air like a deflated balloon before crashing onto the ground. Cough, cough, cough. "Dragon, be cautious. This fellow is no ordinary opponent." The androgynous figure hastily rose to shield its leader. "Everyone, let us remain calm," urged Geng Xiru, stepping forward to mediate. "We can discuss this without resorting to violence." Bai Yi, facing the leader of the black-clad figures, quipped, "I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's you, big brother." "Huh, big brother?" The androgynous figure turned to Monkey D. Dragon, who wore a broad smile and affectionately draped an arm over Bai Yi's shoulder. This unexpected twist felt remarkably unnatural, leaving both Geng Xiru and the androgynous figure in a state of confusion. "Ahem, allow me to introduce, this is Kukulin D. Bai Yi, currently the head of the Revolutionary Army's Intelligence Department, presently undercover within the Navy," Monkey D. Dragon announced. "Undercover?" Geng Xiru and the androgynous figure gasped in astonishment. "Wait a minute, When did I become the head of the Revolutionary Army's intelligence department? I was never informed. Bai Yi murmured softly. Don't worry about the details. I'll give you a raise later. Monkey D, Dragon whispered. By the way, have you any idea how famous you've become in the underworld recently? Famous? Bai Yi appeared bewildered. I'm not a pop idol. Why would I be famous? Monkey D, Dragon produced a dossier from his pocket. Upon glancing at it, Bai Yi was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Although the Revolutionary Army could not yet confront the world government head-on, it possessed an exceptionally formidable intelligence network. Thus, when Doflamingo issued a bounty on Bai Yi's head, they were already aware of it. What is all this? Did I really match strides with Jack? Am I truly toying with Doflamingo and Kaido? The Navy Admirals Akainu and the legendary marine hero Garp hold me in high esteem? Are you certain this refers to me? Bai Yi lamented, acutely aware of his own limitations. If Doflamingo or Kaido truly came for him, it would spell his doom. Dragon casually remarked, fortunately. They didn't include the part about you not killing a celestial dragon, or else you would be the fifth emperor of the seas. Despite Bai Yi's frantic banter, the one grappling with the most peculiar emotions was Gengshiro. Initially, he feared a conflict would erupt between the two factions, but now it appeared he had overthought it. These two groups were indeed allies. This seemingly promising young marine was, in fact, a member of the Revolutionary Army, and he seemed to share a close relationship with Dragon. Moreover, did he just hear something monumental? Killing a celestial dragon? This was an event not witnessed in many years. Could it be related to the earlier incident at Sabaody Archipelago? Wait, the newspapers reported that it was the Revolutionary Army that killed a celestial dragon. Could it be? Gengshiro's mind was in a tumult. We came here primarily for the issue of food. Although we have liberated several nations, food remains a pressing concern. Mr. Gengshiro has been immensely helpful in gathering supplies for us, Monkey D. Dragon expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Not at all. I merely did what I could. I'm not as remarkable as you claim, Gengshiro quickly replied, then turned to Bai Yi. Marine, though I understand this may not be the appropriate moment. What about the children? Bai Yi smacked his forehead. I completely forgot those two children on the street. I'll head back now. You all continue your conversation. With that, he hastily grabbed his wallet and departed. Unexpectedly, Gung Sailang observed Bai Yi's retreating figure and nodded slightly. Though still young, he was indeed a reliable child. Monkey D. Dragon also watched Bai Yi leave. Previously, in Dressrosa, through clandestine dealings, the Revolutionary Army had achieved significant advancement, and in the end, outsiders remained oblivious to the true beneficiaries of the windfall, namely, the Revolutionary Army. Doflamingo had incurred substantial losses in equipment, while Big Mom had suffered a considerable financial blow. Ultimately, all that equipment and money found their way into the hands of the Revolutionary Army. Now, hurry up and unload the supplies, lest we find ourselves in a prolonged predicament, Gung Sailang urged. Upon Bai Yi's return to the market, he discovered Zoro sulking nearby, his face marred with bruises, while Kuina, resembling a victorious lioness, meticulously sorted through the spoils. It was evident that during Bai Yi's absence, Zoro and Kuina had engaged in a fierce altercation, and Zoro had once again been bested. Chapter 60, A Narrow Escape. Indeed, in this world, the only ones capable of overcoming the future world's greatest swordsmen were Nami and Kuina. I'll treat you all. What would you like to eat? Bai Yi feigned ignorance of the injuries on Zoro's face, recognizing that at this moment, the boy's pride was quite fragile. I want meat, Zoro declared, not even lifting his head. All right, meat it is. Kuina, come along too. Thus, as Zoro returned to the dojo with a face full of bruises, Gung Sailang couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was evident that his beloved disciple had once again been soundly defeated by his own daughter. Bai Yi cast a glance at Gung Sailang and discreetly blinked, inquiring if the revolutionary forces had already retreated. Gung Sailang subtly nodded, indicating that Long and his companions had departed. Mr. Gung Sailang, I sincerely appreciate your assistance during this time. My injuries have nearly healed, and it is time for me to resume my duties with the Navy, Bai Yi stated, implying that he was ready to return to the life of an undercover operative. Gung Sailang offered a faint smile. You truly are a dependable man. Please take care of your safety. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out. I possess considerable confidence in my swordsmanship. Bai Yi nodded. Only Zoro was quite displeased. After finishing his meal, he sought out Kuina alone. Kuina, we have always sparred with wooden swords. Are you brave enough to face me with a real blade? Zoro called out. Kuina glanced at him from the corner of her eye. Do you even possess a real sword? The question caused Zoro's face to flush. Indeed. He was currently living and eating at the dojo. Without a single coin to his name, how could he possibly have a real sword? Tonight, in our usual clearing for duels, I will certainly procure a genuine sword, Zoro declared. If he could not defeat this girl before him, what right did he have to aspire to be the world's greatest swordsman? What merit did he hold to challenge someone named Mihawk? Kuina nodded in agreement. Very well. But you must find a good sword. She then turned to leave. Yasuhira and Bai Yi secretly eavesdropped on their conversation, a bittersweet smile gracing their faces. This must be what they call a love-hate relationship, Bai Yi remarked. Yasuhira's smile grew increasingly bitter. My daughter is far too competitive. In time, she will realize that her growth and strength cannot keep pace with Zoro, and she may gradually fall behind him. I fear her pride may not withstand that reality. What should I do now, Mr. Navy? You ask me? How would I know what to do? After all, that is your daughter and your apprentice. In truth, there are many formidable women upon the seas. I have heard that even the warlords of the sea include females. Bai Yi replied. As a father, all I desire is for my daughter to live a tranquil life, free from the perils of this world. That alone suffices, Yasuhira said. Fully aware of the inherent dangers that the sea poses, especially for a girl. Mr. Yasuhira, I believe I can grasp your sentiments. However, as parents, I think we ought to respect our children's aspirations. If Kuna truly wishes to become a renowned swordsman, she should strive towards that goal at the very least. Ensuring a life devoid of regret, Bai Yi whispered. Yasuhira fell into a brief silence, acknowledging that his approach towards his daughter was somewhat extreme. Yet he sincerely wished to shield her from harm. Recently, I infiltrated the Don Quixote family, and during that time, I came to a profound realization. Only absolute strength can render one immune to the so-called dangers. Otherwise, how can we be certain that the East Blue will remain peaceful? What if one day a powerful pirate invades? At least then, Kuina will be able to wield a weapon and protect herself, rather than being powerless, Bai Yi articulated. Yasuhira could only smile wryly and nod. Let me ponder this. Meanwhile, Zoro was still contemplating where to find a good sword when suddenly, a blade flew towards him. Still sheathed, he hastily extended his hands to catch it. This sword, known as Shisui from Wano, is temporarily lent to you. By the way, it is exceptionally sharp. So be cautious not to harm anyone, Bai Yi cautioned. As Zoro slowly drew the Shisui, the entire blade shimmered a dark purple, faint patterns flickering along its surface. Even a child like Zoro could instantly discern that this sword was indeed a rare treasure. Fantastic. With this sword, I will surely triumph over Kuna tonight. The pale moonlight cascaded upon the bamboo grove, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. Two children, approximately 10 years of age, stood about 3 meters apart, each gripping a samurai sword in their hands. Guena slowly drew her blade from its scabbard. In the silvery moonlight, the sword's glimmer resembled a pool of moonlight, exhibiting an almost translucent hue akin to moonwhite. This exquisite blade, known as Wad Ikamanji, was a prized possession of Gung Shiro, and tonight it had been stealthily appropriated by his own daughter. Zoro unsheathed his Shusui, which, in stark contrast to the refined Wad Ikamanji, resembled a demon's blade, emanating an eerie aura under the moon's glow. Tonight, I shall make you concede wholeheartedly, Guena declared, swiftly executing a flawless Haiguzen. Zoro, unwilling to show weakness, met her strike with equal fervor. As their blades collided, Guena was momentarily pushed back by Zoro's formidable strength, yet her fierce competitive spirit compelled her to hold her ground, gritting her teeth in determination. The weight of a real sword starkly contrasted with that of a wooden training sword, and although Guena's swordsmanship was typically agile, the heft of the genuine blade rendered her technique sluggish and cumbersome. In contrast, Zoro's advantage in strength as a boy became increasingly apparent. Moreover, throughout the entirety of One Piece, the significance of techniques pales in comparison to the foundational attributes of strength and skill. Like Mihawk, who effortlessly cleaved mountains and shattered meteorites with a mere flick of his wrist, such raw power rendered any flashy technique meaningless. For the first time, Zoro acutely felt the upper hand over Guena, his excitement mounting as he accelerated his strikes. Initially, Guena managed to parry his attacks, but soon she found herself overwhelmed. Her arms ached from the force of their encounters, and she struggled to maintain her grip on the sword. With a resounding clang of metal, Guena suddenly cried out in alarm, having lost her balance, causing Zoro's blade to send hers flying. Alarmed, Zoro hastily retracted his sword, concerned for Guena's safety. I won. I actually triumphed over this tomboy, Zoro exclaimed, nearly bursting with joy. However, just as he prepared to boast, he noticed Guena clutching her left ankle, evidently having twisted it during their skirmish. Guena, are you all right? Zoro inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. I'm fine, just leave me be, Guena retorted, shaking off his hand and limping away with her head bowed, leaving Zoro behind, bewildered. Serves him right to remain single for life. Bai Yi appeared behind Zoro unexpectedly and patted him on the shoulder, asking, why are you staring blankly? Hurry up and chase after her. However, her expression was one of anger, or perhaps sadness. At that moment, it was crucial to soothe her feelings. Bai Yi was deeply concerned for the boy. Zoro hurried after her and found Guena, who was in the midst of a fit of frustration, striking her ankle. Guena, are you all right? Zoro inquired, his confusion evident. Guena kept her head down, and upon seeing Zoro, she lowered it even further. Please don't be upset. Today might have just been an accident. Did you not sleep well last night? I've lost to you many times before, and it's perfectly fine. Zoro murmured softly. Guena slightly lifted her head, and it was then that Zoro noticed her cheeks were stained with tears, which only added to his bewilderment. I'm not blaming you, Zoro began. But Guena refrained from voicing the rest of her thoughts. Being slightly older, she was more perceptive and understood her father's disapproval of her sword training. Yet, she wondered, can a girl truly not become a swordsman? Guena quietly asked, in terms of strength, I am clearly inferior to you, and my body is developing rapidly. At this point, both children flushed with embarrassment. Perhaps I will become a burden in the future, Guena whispered. After a brief silence, Guena continued, Zhao, what are your dreams? I aspire to be the world's greatest swordsman, Zhao declared. And you, Guena? I want to become the world's greatest female swordsman. To prove that girls are no less capable than boys, she asserted with determination. Once I grow a bit more, I wish to join the Navy and continuously hone my strength through real battles. All right, I shall become a pirate hunter then, Zhao replied. Thus, the two children inexplicably set their life goals, running off in opposite directions. Are you really not staying a few more days, Navy officer? King Shiro asked Bai Yi, a touch of reluctance in his voice. With Bai Yi's assistance in caring for the children, his burden had lessened significantly. The Navy has tasks awaiting me. I have already delayed my duties considerably, Bai Yi responded. Kung Shiro understood the implications of her words. In that case, I shall not hold you back. Guena, I have prepared a gift for you. It's in the attic. Please fetch it for me, he instructed his daughter. Guena assented slowly, deliberately bearing the weight on her uninjured foot to conceal her injured left foot from her father. The gift must be this beautifully wrapped box, Guena thought, spotting a finely adorned package on the table before carefully bringing it downstairs. However, her injury was more severe than anticipated as she took her first step down the staircase. The weight of her body fell upon her wounded foot. A surge of pain shot through her, prompting a sharp gasp as her body instinctively tilted downward, causing her to tumble down the stairs. This scene was witnessed by both King Shiro and Bai Yi. If left unchecked, Guena would land on her neck, and the force could easily break the delicate bones of a young girl. King Shiro rushed forward to save his daughter, but it was too late. In that moment, Bai Yi drew her weapon, the Shizumaru, and with the precision of a master archer, she fired it, transforming the blade into a streak of black light, which instantly pinned the fabric of Guena's shoulder, halting her fall. That was close. The fabric tore, but her descent was arrested. Chapter 61. Fishing for Justice. King Shiro finally reacted, hastily rushing to his daughter's side. Guena was drenched in cold sweat, still unaware that she had narrowly escaped death. Are you hurt anywhere? King Shiro asked anxiously, examining her body. Aside from her injured left foot and a gash on her right shoulder from the blade, she appeared unharmed. Mr. Bai Yi, I cannot express my gratitude enough. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, I will go to great lengths to repay your kindness, King Shiro said, profoundly moved. Bai Yi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, astonished by the precision of his strike. Guena recounted the recent events, while Gung Shiro cursed his own negligence for failing to notice his daughter's injured ankle. After ensuring his daughter was settled, Gung Shiro continued to bid farewell to Bai Yi, never imagining that his initial assistance to Bai Yi would ultimately save his daughter's life, perhaps a manifestation of karmic retribution. After all, we are comrades. Such deeds are expected, Bai Yi declared. By the way, Zhao, I have a gift for you. Zhao was taken aback as Bai Yi tossed the treasured sword, Shizumaru, into his embrace. This sword is a gift for you, Zoro exclaimed, astonished that such a priceless weapon was so freely given. But I cannot wield a sword. It would be a waste in my hands. The original owner was a swordsman who aspired to challenge my hawk, yet he perished by my hand. In his dying moments, he asked me to take up his challenge against the world's greatest swordsman. However, as I lack swordsmanship, I cannot fulfill his wish. If you truly desire to reach the pinnacle of this world, consider this sword an early congratulatory gift from me. Bai Yi affectionately ruffled Zoro's green hair. Mr. Navy, this gift is far too extravagant, Gung Shiro interjected with a frown. No, it is well-deserved, Bai Yi replied. Just then, Guena approached, leaning on her cane, and earnestly asked Bai Yi, when I grow older, I wish to join the Navy. Would you be my mentor? Gung Shiro nearly choked at his daughter's words. Having just faced the near loss of her, how could he allow her to join the Navy? Guena, please reconsider. Joining the Navy is not a trivial matter, Gung Shiro hurriedly cautioned, almost revealing that her father was part of the Revolutionary Army. Nevertheless, the girl's resolve was unwavering, regardless of her father's protests. She was determined to become a Navy officer. Let us discuss this when you're older. The minimum age for enlistment is 15. If you still wish to join the Navy at that age, I will gladly welcome you, Gung Shiro conceded. Rest assured, I will take good care of her, Bai Yi assured him. With that, Bai Yi departed from Frostmoon Village. He retrieved his transponder snail, and, after a moment of hesitation, dialed Carp's number. The moment the call connected, Carp's voice boomed through the line. You little brat, you're still alive? Cough, cough, master, your greeting is quite unique, Bai Yi replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I've heard about your exploits, single-handedly eliminating over 200 assassins. Truly worthy of being my disciple. The underworld must be trembling. And you should find some peace for a while. Go take up your post, and in a few months, visit Windmill Village. I'll introduce you to an old friend. Carp stated. The old friend he mentioned was undoubtedly a senior in the Navy, and Bai Yi, recognizing the importance, eagerly agreed. After reassuring his mentor, Bai Yi finally arrived at the East Blue Navy branch, taking over the position previously held by the now-removed Lieutenant Mouse. With Mouse gone, his former subordinates no longer exuded their previous arrogance. They were now subdued and compliant, behaving as ordinary sailors. Upon Bai Yi's arrival, The soldiers had spontaneously organized a welcoming ceremony to greet their new commander. This was Bai Ye's first experience leading troops, and lacking any prior experience. He had once called Karp for advice. However, Karp had simply told him, as long as you stay within the regulations, govern as you see fit. Every commander has their own style, and Karp's approach was unlikely to suit Bai Ye. He resolved to tackle the challenges head-on, relying on the reputation he had built previously. The soldiers regarded him with a mixture of awe and trepidation, but as they gradually interacted with him, they found that their new commander possessed a gentle temperament. He never lost his temper over personal matters, but when it came to children or principals, he showed no leniency. Upon entering his office, Bai Ye was dismayed by its stark simplicity. Is this truly the office of your former commander? I recall that Lieutenant Mouse was not known for his integrity. Bai Ye inquired. The office contained only a desk and a telephone, devoid of any other furnishings. The soldier's expression turned awkward as he quietly explained, Sir. You may not know this, but while Lieutenant Mouse appeared amiable on the surface, he was, in reality, a miser. He sold off every valuable item in this office. And even the weapons from the armory were mostly sold, with all the proceeds lining his pockets and those of his cronies. Bai Ye inquired calmly. Does he still have many loyal confidants? Where might these individuals be located? Bai Ye initially believed that by dealing with Major Mouse, the issue was resolved. However, he soon realized that several flies were still clinging to this mouse. Should these flies spread to other places, they could pose a significant threat. Gather all these individuals. I have inquiries for them, Bai Ye declared. Although it is said that delayed justice is not true justice, at the very least, it will allow these people to understand the concept of retribution. 8 soldiers entered the room, all of whom had once been loyal confidants of Colonel Mouse. However, after Colonel Mouse's demise, they found themselves without a protector. The White Knight instructed them to close the door, and immediately a smile, ambiguous in nature, graced his face. There is no need for pretense in my presence. I am well aware of the true nature of Captain Mouse. He has deceived others alongside pirates. But he cannot deceive me. In truth, the Navy had long been vigilant of him, merely biding their time to apprehend him once he had amassed greater power. Yet, unexpectedly, he met his demise. As for the wealth he left behind and what you have consumed, should it not be offered as a gesture of respect to me? Upon hearing such words, the soldiers exhaled with relief. Had the visitor been a paragon of integrity and justice, they would have sought a means of escape. However, since this superior was demanding money, it signified that he too was of dubious character, one of a kindred spirit. Commander, we are all aware that Captain Mouse was no virtuous man. His estate has already been concealed by us. Should you desire it, I shall present it all to you at once. Furthermore, the spoils we previously consumed can also be laid before you. Of course, our safety in this world. The term entrapment does not exist. Bai Ye initially believed that after a battle of wits with these individuals, they would finally reveal the truth of the matter. To his surprise, upon merely casting a line, these gullible fish readily took the bait. No wonder they were a bunch of petty scoundrels. All right, since you insist, I shall not completely disregard your feelings. Return to me the gold, silver, and jewels you have consumed over the years, as well as the inheritance of Lieutenant Mouse. And I shall not treat you unfairly. Bai Ye spoke ominously. The group, blissfully unaware that they had fallen into the hunter's trap, foolishly surrendered the treasures they had amassed over the years, although they felt a twinge of regret. Their belief that following the new leader would surely bring them prosperity outweighed their concerns. Shortly thereafter, they entered the office, only to find themselves confronted by their former colleagues. Guns pointed at their heads. How dare these bastards collude with pirates behind our backs? Bring them to justice, a furious recruit exclaimed. The majority of individuals joined the Navy to uphold their sense of justice, and it was infuriating to see that justice trampled underfoot by these parasites. My apologies. I inadvertently leaked the information. Bai Ye feigned an insufferable expression. For the next 15 minutes, do as you please. I shall take a nap. And awaken me in 15 minutes. Major, we had an agreement. The 8 soldiers cried out in despair, yet they were encircled by other soldiers. While the latter maintained their composure, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks, they spared their lives, instead binding the 8 and escorting them before Bai Ye. Major, what should we do about this situation? A lieutenant shouted in fury. The incident was a disgrace to the Navy, explaining why the local residents had treated naval vessels as harbingers of misfortune. What crime does collusion with pirates constitute under naval law? Bai Ye inquired, feet resting upon the desk. Execution, the lieutenant replied bluntly. The 8 soldiers turned pale, shaking their heads in despair, pleading for Bai Ye's mercy. Then we shall adhere to protocol. I will draft the report. Take them away. Bai Ye stated indifferently. The 8 soldiers were dragged away, followed by a series of gunshots. At last, the world became quiet. As members of the Navy, we must embody the spirit of a soldier. The fate of these 8 serves as a warning for colluding with pirates. Remember this lesson. Soldiers must possess integrity. Bai Ye coldly addressed his subordinates. Yes. The over 300 soldiers of the naval branch shouted in unison. Chapter 62. Where are my gold and jewels? Very well, dismissed. Is there any pressing work at hand? Bai Ye inquired. He had been absent for a full 9 months, but perhaps due to his mentor Karp's influence, his salary had continued to be disbursed punctually throughout this period. No, sir. The seas have been exceptionally peaceful lately, and there has been no significant work to address. The lieutenant responded. Then you may take your leave. Bai Yi returned to his office and gently closed his eyes. In 20 months, he would reunite with the Revolutionary Army. Free from the burdens of being an undercover agent, he recalled that the naval base was not far from Cocoa Village. If time permitted, he would visit Nami and Belmir. As a single mother, Belmir must have faced considerable hardships. Next time he visited, he would bring along more gifts. Lost in thought, Bai Yi slowly drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, a fearsome pirate crew was rising ominously over the seas. In a corner of the East Blue, a pirate ship sailed forth. Normally, the sight of a pirate flag instills dread, yet this particular flag was notably absurd. The reason being, the skull depicted on it sported an oversized red nose, resembling a comical clown. Underneath this flag stood a man who mirrored its eccentricity, a short-statured fellow adorned with a large hat and an unmistakably smug expression. His most distinguishing feature being a pronounced red nose, akin to that of a circus clown. This man was none other than Buggy the Clown, a former crew member of the legendary Pirate King, Gold. Roger. Presently, he reveled in the freedom of the open sea with his crew. Buggy's pride was well-founded. He had recently invented a special cannonball, boasting explosive power exceeding that of regular cannonballs by tenfold, and it was now in mass production. He dubbed this formidable projectile the Buggy Bomb. Listen up, my little minions. Follow your captain's lead and unleash chaos upon these waters. Buggy bellowed with laughter. His crew erupted in cheers, and before long, they arrived at a village populated primarily by the elderly, women, and children. Buggy commanded his subordinates to commence their looting. Captain, should we eliminate these people? One crew member inquired. Buggy, infuriated, struck the crew member on the head. Kill, kill, kill. All you think about is slaughter. If we wipe out everyone, who will provide us with riches in the future? Do you understand the concept of sustainable development? We shall take their treasures, but leave them enough food to survive. However, 30 minutes later, each crew member returned empty-handed. Where are the treasures? My treasures, Buggy shouted. A seemingly aggrieved pirate replied, Captain, you said to leave them enough supplies to live. These people are already impoverished. They can barely afford to eat. If we take everything, they will starve in no time. Fuming, Buggy confronted a group of villagers. Why aren't you working hard? Without labor, how can you earn money? How can you have wealth for me to seize? The gaunt villagers replied, the celestial dragons have just taken our gold. We are barely surviving. You might as well kill us. Buggy fumed in place. Those despicable celestial dragons dared to pilfer from my pockets. Fine, when I encounter them next, I shall slay a few to teach them a lesson. Do we have any surplus supplies on board? Distribute some to them. At the very least, let them survive. And you lot, remember to work hard, save up some money. So when we return, we can seize it. The refugees exchanged glances, bemused by the peculiar reasoning of this pirate, yet they tearfully accepted Buggy's gifts. We welcome you to return. As they unloaded boxes of supplies from the ship, these emaciated fishermen were at a loss for words, expecting to have their lives taken by the pirates, only to find themselves bestowed with hope for survival instead. May I ask your name? An elderly man trembled as he spoke. Remember my name well, Buggy the Clown. Buggy laughed heartily, and from that day forth, his name was etched into the hearts of the villagers. Now, let us proceed to our next destination, Buggy declared nonchalantly, exuding an air of a worldly sage. Leaving behind the tearful fisherman, Bai Yi awoke from a restful slumber, only to discover that it was already the following day. As a naval lieutenant commander, his responsibilities were rather straightforward, to patrol these waters and ensure they remained free from the scourge of pirates. Let us set sail for our patrol, Bai Yi proclaimed. As a fellow officer draped a cloak over his shoulders, he had long coveted the naval officer's cloak and felt a surge of joy at finally wearing it. He mused that when his service in the Navy concluded, he would surely take a piece of this cloak as a keepsake. Their first destination was Cocoa Village, for which Bai Yi had prepared an array of gifts to present to the villagers. It was they who had concealed the true cause of Lieutenant Mouse's demise, allowing him to rise to his current rank. The weather was splendid, with the sun shining brightly and fishermen casting their nets upon the sea, their expressions indicating a bountiful catch. However, a flicker of alarm crossed their faces as the warship approached. Fear not, it is I, Bai Yi called out to the fishermen, waving reassuringly. It's Bai Yi. He has returned. The fishermen of Cocoa Village recognized him immediately. It was Bai Yu's fierce battle against Arlong that had safeguarded their village, and a throng of villagers rushed forth to greet him. Despite the near-fatal encounter with Arlong, the sight of the villagers' smiles made everything worthwhile. In just a year since their last meeting, Bai Yi had ascended to the rank of lieutenant commander. Not bad at all. When my child grows up, I shall send him to join the Navy as well. A villager chimed in. Bai Yi, you're not so young anymore. Do you have a partner? My daughter is quite beautiful. Go away. Your daughter resembles a snail. Amidst the jovial banter of the villagers, Bai Yi made his way to Belmir's home. Belmir, hearing the commotion outside, initially feared it was pirates and hastily grabbed her firearm, only to emerge and see Bai Yi approaching in his cloak. Humph, so it's you. Not bad. You've made lieutenant commander, Belmir said, giving Bai Yi a friendly pat on the shoulder. In the year since they last met, Nami and Nojiko had matured significantly, already embodying the grace of young women. That cloak must be quite valuable. How about you let me wear it for a few days? Nami exclaimed, her face alight with envy as she approached to touch the fabric. However, as she withdrew her hand, Bai Yi gently grasped her wrist. Before you. I cannot afford to let my guard down for even a second, Bai Yi remarked, a playful smile gracing his lips as he regarded Nami, who held his wallet in her hand. The observation hockey of Bai Yi is certainly not to be taken lightly. Oof, what a miser. Nami rolled her eyes, incredulous that someone caught red-handed could still refuse to admit fault, truly deserving of her title as the future Pirate King's chief. From now on, this territory shall be under my jurisdiction. Should anyone encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to approach me, and I shall do my utmost to assist, Bai Yi declared. Then I shan't hold back. Lend me some money. Nami promptly extended her delicate hand, only for Bai Yi to playfully sweat it. Smack. Ouch. That hurts. Miser. All right. Let's head inside. Belmir ushered Bai Yi into the room, securing the door to ensure no prying ears lurked outside. She then remarked, you've got some nerve, young man, to outright kill a Navy lieutenant. Had it not been for our intervention, you'd be facing the guillotine by now. Enemies meet, and sparks fly. What choice do I have? Worst case, I could resign and become a pirate. On my first day as a pirate, I de-raid Kokoyasi village and abduct both your precious daughters. Bai Yi jested lightly. Belmir responded with a firm slap to his head, exclaiming, you scoundrel. Nevertheless, you have assumed the role of the leader in these waters, which brings some comfort to the villagers. We still trust your character, but recently, a few pirates have emerged on the sea, and they are said to be formidable. Be cautious, Belmir continued. One of them is named Krieg, who has amassed hundreds of followers, forming a colossal fleet. No one in the East Blue stands a chance against him. Bai Yi had indeed heard whispers of this Krieg, a braggart with hundreds of underlings. Believing himself to be quite formidable, Bai Yi was no longer the inexperienced novice he once was. He had witnessed the vastness of the world, having encountered the likes of Doflamingo, the admirals of the Navy, and one of the calamities, Jack. In the presence of such formidable figures, mere numbers held no significance. Whether one faced hundreds or thousands, when confronted by Doflamingo, the overwhelming might of his conqueror's hockey would render them inconsequential. One could scarcely count on a single hand those who could remain standing. I shall keep a vigilant eye on him. There is another individual whose reputation is rather peculiar. Despite being a pirate, he has garnered considerable admiration among the common folk of these seas, with some even referring to him as a savior. Vermeer remarked, this person's name is Buggy, though I am unaware of his origins. During my time in the Navy, I had not heard any tales of him. In any case, he is quite an enigmatic figure. You must exercise caution. A pirate hailed as a savior? Are you certain you are not jesting with me? Bai Yi replied, perplexed. That is precisely why I urge you to be cautious. This individual is rather uncanny. Vermeer insisted. Buggy? Very well. I shall remember that name, Bai Yi acknowledged. Thus, the two concluded their conversation. When Bai Yi departed, the soldier noticed the peculiar gazes exchanged between the two individuals. Could it be that the officer harbored a fondness for those older than himself, particularly those with children? As he regained his composure, he found Bai Yi coldly staring at him. Soldier, I can't shake the feeling that you're pondering something rather disrespectful. No, absolutely not, the soldier replied, drenched in cold sweat. Very well, let us conclude today's patrol, Bai Yi declared, prepared to return. Half an hour later, the jester Buggy merrily arrived at Kakoja village. Lads, today the captain treats. Let us indulge until we are inebriated. Initially, the villagers were frightened upon seeing the pirates, with Belmir rushing out, gun in hand. However, they quickly realized that these children posed no threat. They merely feasted and drank, even paying for their revelry. It seems these pirates are quite different from what we imagined, Belmir whispered. On the vast ocean, one could encounter all types of individuals, some cruel and vicious, while others appeared to be mere jesters. The jester before them, with his large red nose, undoubtedly fit the latter description. I have heard that your orange liquor is quite renowned. Bring me all your orange liquor. I am wealthy, overflowing with riches, Buggy exclaimed, tossing gold coins about. After distributing supplies to starving fishermen on the previous island, he stumbled upon a treasure trove worth billions of berries on another deserted island, allowing Buggy and his companions to revel in joy and merriment. Though once a crew member of the Pirate King and having glimpsed the world's end, Buggy's aspirations remained remarkably simple, to amass wealth and lead a carefree life, leaving everything else behind. Belmir, should we call Bai Yi to handle this? A villager suggested quietly. If they pose no threat to us, let them be. There are far too many pirates on these seas for us to manage, Belmir replied softly. Chapter 63, Fortune-Telling Major. This sea area is exceedingly tranquil. The only crew that could be termed a pirate group is the notorious Dragon Pirates, a lieutenant reported. I have heard of a man in the East Sea known as the Overlord, something like Klee. Klee something? Do you have any information about him? Bai Yi inquired. The lieutenant nodded. I have heard of this man, but pirates are notoriously elusive and seldom venture into our jurisdiction. Crossing boundaries does not seem prudent. Indeed, the Navy on these waters is abundant, each with its own territory. Much like neighborhood officers, everyone manages their own areas. Unless confronted with a particularly challenging situation, they generally maintain a respectful distance from one another. Keep a lookout for any pirate named Klee. Notify me immediately if you discover his whereabouts. I shall ensure he regrets ever setting sail, Bai Yi said, a slight, menacing smile gracing his lips, sending shivers down the spines of those nearby. These soldiers were predominantly of a lackadaisical nature, indifferent unless someone reported a pirate, for who would willingly risk their lives on this vast ocean? Over the next month, Bai Yi became well acquainted with these soldiers, discerning their character. Though the Navy was not composed of elite forces, Bai Yi could not impose excessive expectations. The soldiers recognized their captain's demeanor, generally amiable and never temperamental over personal matters, yet unwaveringly fierce when it came to pirate affairs. The month passed in relative tranquility, with patrols over the sea, occasional visits to Kokosia village, sharing tales, and enjoying drinks, an idyllic retirement. Remarkably, they encountered no pirates during this span. Often, Bai Yi found himself gazing at the sky, occasionally reminiscing about Robin and wondering how she fared. Surely, she was still alive. Today was a splendid sunny day, and Bai Yi's assistant was engaged in phone calls, nodding in acknowledgement. Captain, the senior naval officers from Logtown are convening and require our presence by noon tomorrow. Should we depart now? The lieutenant inquired. A meeting? What could possibly be so urgent that it cannot be conveyed over the phone? These old men are truly exasperating. Bai Yi replied impatiently. Meetings were frequent and often filled with trivialities. After sifting through the nonsense, only 2 or 3 meaningful statements emerged. Nevertheless, as a courtesy, he instructed. Prepare the warship. We shall set sail immediately. This leisurely lifestyle had made Bai Yi feel almost lethargic, and a change of scenery was welcome. The sea breeze caressed his face, dissipating the heat of the sun, and as he gazed at the familiar waters before him, Bai Yi resolved to safeguard the peace of this sea, no matter the circumstances. Yet, this ocean was already remarkably peaceful. Set sail for Logtown, Bai Yi commanded, and the warship roared to life. Unbeknownst to him, on the opposite side of the sea, a pirate ship was also en route to Logtown. Captain, why are we heading to Logtown? Isn't that where the pirate King Roger met his demise? It is said to be the town of beginnings and endings. One of the crew members asked. Buggy found himself reminiscing about his former captain and his once thriving comrade, Shanks. I left something there that I must retrieve, Buggy replied, his gaze suddenly deepening as he lowered his hat's brim to obscure his expression. In that moment, the jester known as Buggy appeared profoundly serious. He had never boasted about being a crew member of Pirate King Roger. He merely sought to live comfortably and avoid entanglements in significant conflicts. However, all of that was now irrelevant. The past was behind him. Set sail. To Logtown. What was it that Buggy sought to reclaim? Undoubtedly, it was the lost youth of his past. The White Knight arrived at Rogtown ahead of Buggy, for the warship sailed with greater swiftness. With a day remaining until the meeting, after settling his assistant, the White Knight meandered through the bustling streets of Rogtown. It feels so vibrant here, he mused to himself, observing the throngs of people. While wandering aimlessly, he was inadvertently jostled by a passerby. Turning slightly, he encountered a man who mirrored his motion. Clad in a pristine white leather jacket, the man nonchalantly held 2 cigars between his lips, surrounded by a cloud of smoke that unmistakably marked him as a devoted smoker. My apologies, lad, the smoker said earnestly, taking a deep drag from his cigar. Bai Yi merely felt that the individual was rather peculiar and did not dwell on this trivial matter. At that moment, a voice nearby called out, Hey there, handsome young man, would you care to come over for a fortune-telling? If it proves inaccurate, there will be no charge. Bai Yi was taken aback and turned to see a woman in her 50s, holding a crystal ball, beckoning to him with an alluring gesture. The sheer number of absurdities left him momentarily speechless. The chain smoker scoffed dismissively, You deceitful old hag, and proceeded to walk away. You little rascal, halt. Let me read your fortune first. The old woman shouted, but the smoker continued on his path, leaving with a derisive chuckle. That scoundrel infuriates me. Do you not understand the concept of respecting the elderly and caring for the young? The old woman stamped her foot in frustration, angrily casting her cane to the ground. It was surprising that despite her advanced age, she possessed such a fiery temper. Bai Yi scrutinized the elderly woman before him. She stood at barely 1 meter tall, a diminutive figure adorned with a pointed wizard's hat atop her head, her cheeks obscured by dark sunglasses. Her right hand was adorned with an array of rings, reminiscent of a nouveau riche, while her left hand clutched a purple crystal orb. The heavily ringed right hand also grasped a staff that towered twice her height, exuding an unmistakable aura of a mystical seer. I am the most renowned diviner upon these vast seas. Allow me to gaze upon your visage, and I shall unravel the threads of your destiny, the old woman proclaimed, leaning closer. Madam, I am rather preoccupied. If it is monetary assistance you seek, I could lend you a bit, Bai Yi replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice, for he had never subscribed to the notion of foresight. However, the subsequent utterance from the elderly woman rendered him momentarily speechless. If you wish to reunite with your long-lost kin, then sit quietly and heed my words, she said with an air of nonchalance. Bai Yi trembled slightly. How could this old woman know that he had been separated from his family? How is it? Now do you believe that I am the foremost diviner of the Eastern Sea? Sit here obediently, and allow me to examine your features. The old woman leaned closer, her hand gently caressing Bai Yi's cheek, then her brow furrowed tightly. I wish to know if my lost relatives are still alive, Bai Yi inquired softly. The old woman turned to gaze at the crystal ball in her hand, taking a full minute before she responded. Of course, he is still alive. The two of you have met before, but you did not recognize him. Bai Yi was so overwhelmed with excitement that he nearly leaped into the air. He had already met his uncle? Why was he unaware of this? Or was this old woman merely spouting nonsense? You will surely meet again, but after the meeting, you may very well become adversaries, the old woman said in a chilling tone. Impossible. How could my uncle and I ever become enemies? Bai Yi insisted. The two of them were each other's sole support, the last remaining kin in their world. How could they possibly betray one another? Many things in this world are far more complex than you can imagine. Now, let me glimpse the trajectory of your future. For I am a woman who seeks to attach herself to greatness. The old woman began to feign a chant, yet her gaze remained fixed intently on Bai Yi's face. Bai Yi felt an eerie sensation emanating from the old woman, swallowing hard. Wonderful, I have glimpsed your future, she declared, her eyes glinting with an otherworldly light. You shall achieve great success, standing above countless others, yet these accomplishments will not bring you satisfaction. Regrettably, you are not the individual I seek. Now pay me. Bai Yi was taken aback, feeling as though he had been deceived. I have one last question, he inquired. Where can I find my uncle? The time is not yet ripe. Even if I were to point you in the right direction, myriad circumstances could thwart your chance of meeting him. However, I can tell you that your uncle is currently in the north. Now, pay up. The old woman replied. Bai Yi took out 1,000 berries and placed them in the old woman's hand. The old woman, feeling utterly content, accepted the money. Chapter 64. The Four Emperors. Uncle is in the north? But where exactly in the north? Bai Yi left with a sense of confusion. After his departure, the old woman gazed at his retreating figure and slowly remarked, it seems that all of this is a choice of fate. Just as she was preparing to pack up and head home, a clown with a red nose approached, followed by a group of pirate subordinates. Hey, old woman, tell me when I'll strike it rich, Buggy said rudely. Humph, do you think everyone is worthy of my divination? I am the foremost fortune teller of the East Sea, the old woman replied coldly. However, upon seeing Buggy's visage, a strange light flickered in her eyes. You come here. Let me examine your face closely. The old woman reached out and grasped Buggy's cheek, scrutinizing every detail of his features. Buggy, infuriated, shouted, What do you think you're doing? Old lady, do you believe I won't blast you away? Before he could finish his sentence, the old woman displayed a look of astonishment. I can't believe it. I've truly encountered it. This visage exists in the world. It is the countenance of a ruler. You shall become the sovereign of these seas. As she spoke, the old woman trembled with excitement, then laughed maniacally. I found it. I really found it. Let me aboard your ship. You will not regret it. Buggy stepped back, his face filled with disdain. Who do you think you are? Do you believe my ship is a garbage dump where anyone can come aboard? The old woman cackled. I am a prophet who has consumed the prophecy fruit, capable of accurately foreseeing the future without fail. If you allow me to board your ship, I will assist you in becoming a ruler. My name is Granny Muya. The prophecy fruit? How could such an absurd ability exist in this world? Buggy, being well-versed in worldly matters, quickly grasped the implications. If what this old woman said was true, how extraordinary could this fruit's power be? I foresee you becoming an existence that all will fear in 10 years, Granny Muya proclaimed with a harsh laugh. Then predict what will happen in the next 5 minutes. Buggy challenged, not one to be easily fooled. Granny Muya pointed to a passerby not far away. In 5 minutes, he will trip, and his wallet will fall beside the road, containing 15,000 berries and a photograph of a girl. Whether my words hold truth will be revealed in 5 minutes. Buggy and his subordinates stood by, eagerly awaiting the events to unfold. 5 minutes passed, and the prediction came to fruition. Come aboard my ship. From now on, you shall be my first mate. I will heed your every word. Buggy clung desperately to Granny Muya's leg. Granny Muya beamed with pride. The events unfolded precisely as she had foreseen. The man stumbled, dropping his wallet, which contained 15,000 berries and even a photograph of his girlfriend. With such divine assistance, even a dog could become a ruler. Thus, Buggy embarked on his path to greatness. Meanwhile, in the distant North Sea, the red-haired pirates traversed the icy terrain. It's so cold. Chopper sneezed loudly, bewildered as to why their captain had brought them to such a frigid place. At this time, Shanks, in his early 30s, had already become remarkably powerful, standing shoulder to shoulder with the emperors of the sea. In the New World, there were whispers that Shanks, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom were the four emperors. I'm not here for any particular reason. I've simply never been to this place and wanted to see what it has to offer, Shanks said while seated on the deck, surrounded by crew members clad in thick winter clothing, Chopper included. Moreover, I've heard that the fish in the North Sea grow quite large. They must be delicious when roasted, Shanks added, a cheerful smile spreading across his face. Suddenly, the navigator rushed over, alarmed. Captain, an iceberg is ahead. We can't maneuver around it. If we continue like this, we'll collide. Shanks furrowed his brow. A collision with an iceberg in such conditions was nearly certain death. However, none of the red-haired pirates displayed panic, except for Chopper, who anxiously gazed ahead. Can we break it? No, it's far too massive. And even if we cut it with swords, the shards of ice would destroy the ship, Jezeb replied calmly. Eventually, all eyes turned to Chopper. Chopper, we're counting on you. Shanks patted him on the shoulder. Me? I'm just a cook. Chopper protested, feeling overwhelmed. Believe in your strength. Go, Shanks urged, pushing Chopper to the forefront. With less than 30 seconds remaining before the imminent collision, Chopper tossed his utensils into the air, a knife and a fork. In the next moment, the knife and fork transformed into two missiles, trailing fiery tails as they soared towards the iceberg. Fire and light engulfed everything. The iceberg melted rapidly under the intense heat, creating a 20-meter-wide cavity in mere seconds, the surrounding temperature rising several degrees. Shanks, producing a small fan from somewhere, fanned himself vigorously. Though this was not the first time he had witnessed Chopper's prowess, each display left Shanks in awe. You truly are my head chef, he exclaimed with a broad smile. Is this enough? Chopper returned, somewhat bashfully. The fruit he had consumed on the deserted island was the bomb fruit, enabling him to convert anything he touched into explosives hundreds of times their mass. Chopper could freely manipulate the shape of these explosives. But due to their immense power and potential to harm allies, Shanks kept him confined to the kitchen and out of combat. It feels like a waste to keep you in the kitchen, Shanks remarked thoughtfully. Chopper, do you know what hockey is? Let me teach you. This is called armament hockey. This is observation hockey, and this is conqueror's hockey. Huh? I have that ability too. When Shanks unleashed his conqueror's hockey, Chopper was astonished to discover he possessed the same power as his captain. You have conqueror's hockey. The entire crew looked incredulously at the unassuming old man before them. With an explosive fruit and innate conqueror's hockey, you've been hiding your true abilities. How about you join the battle lineup from today onward? Don't worry, I'll teach you how to fight step by step, Shanks said heartily. Since the captain has said so, I can only agree. If I don't perform well, please don't blame me, Chopper replied, filled with determination. Bo continued to speak submissively. He might be utterly unaware of the extraordinary talents he possesses, nor the immense potential of his abilities. He consistently positions himself as a subordinate. However, it is precisely this mindset that drives the weak to strive for strength, while the strong, ensnared by arrogance, often cease to progress. Bai Yi returned to the dormitory prepared for him at Rogue Island, his thoughts drifting towards the north. He initially intended to call his colleagues there in hopes of locating his uncle. However, searching for an individual amidst the vastness of the ocean proved to be an insurmountable challenge, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Reluctantly, Bai Yi abandoned this endeavor. Throughout the night, he found himself tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep, each time he closed his eyes. Memories of living by the sea with his uncle flooded his mind. Those leisurely, carefree days had become a distant past, never to return. In a state between slumber and wakefulness, the sun began to rise. As Bai Yi opened the door and stretched lazily, the exhaustion from a sleepless night was evident in the prominent dark circles under his eyes. At that moment, a man approached, 2 cigars clamped between his lips, exhaling a cloud of smoke in his direction. Well, young man, we meet again, he said. Bai Yi recognized him as the individual he had inadvertently collided with on the street just yesterday. What was he doing here, in a naval base, no less? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Smoker, currently a Navy lieutenant commander, he declared, extending a large hand. Bai Yi reciprocated the gesture with a firm handshake. Those useless old men spend all their time in meetings. They would be better off on the high seas capturing a few pirates, Smoker grumbled, his demeanor reflecting the rebellious spirit he had maintained since his rookie days in the Navy. Although he had ascended to the rank of lieutenant commander, his disposition remained unchanged. I am Bai Yi, he replied, offering a somewhat naive smile, a remnant of his undercover days. This smile was his defense mechanism, a way to disarm new acquaintances and present himself as a harmless, ordinary sailor. By the way, were you deceived by that old hag yesterday? Smoker inquired. You seem far too kind-hearted, making you an easy target for con artists. That fortune teller was clearly a scammer. Do take care in the future. Bai Yi offered a wry smile. The old woman had effortlessly divulged his past, indicating her exceptional insight. However, the two did not linger on that matter for long, instead shifting their conversation to the mundane aspects of life, such as the pirates he had captured and the deranged criminals he had encountered. Thus, the morning swiftly passed. Is it time already? Shouldn't we head out soon? Bai Yi glanced at the clock, realizing the meeting was imminent. He pondered what significant matters warranted the gathering of this group. I heard a high-ranking official is coming to inspect. It's always the same routine up top. As you know, Smoker remarked nonchalantly. In the meeting place, White Knight and Smog discovered that they were the last to arrive, as all the officers from the East Sea had already gathered. At the main seat sat an elderly man, donning a peculiar dog-headed hat, exuding an air of incongruity. Yet, amidst the multitude of naval officers present, not a single soul dared to utter a sound. All remained hushed, awaiting the commander's address. In the twilight of his thoughts, Bai Yi beheld his esteemed instructor unexpectedly present in this place, momentarily taken aback, and instinctively turned to flee. Bai Yi, Carp called out, causing Bai Yi's flight to abruptly cease. To encounter his beloved mentor, yet choose to escape at the first instance. It seems my affection for you lacks sufficient depth, Carp remarked with an audacious grin, rolling up his sleeves. Good day, Admiral. Bai Yi promptly saluted. Did I not convey that you must return to Windmill Village when you have the time to flatten the remaining half of the mountain? Do you consider my words mere trifles? Carp bellowed at his cherished disciple. Nay, I shall return forthwith to continue my battle against the mountain. Bai Yi stood resolutely. Carp, unfazed, replied, very well, since you have awakened the dual haki, persisting in this endeavor may hold little significance. However, I have an old friend whom you must certainly meet. Bai Yi then noticed an elderly man sitting next to Carp, a figure of considerable stature, akin to a mountain. Though nearing 60, his muscular arms resembled gnarled tree roots, robust and teeming with explosive energy. This is my old friend, Zephyr. Have you heard of him? Carp inquired. Immediately, all the officers straightened their backs, fearful of displaying any semblance of disrespect. Even the notoriously unrestrained smoker showed a newfound reverence upon hearing the elder's name. I haven't. Bai Yi replied candidly. Carp erupted into laughter, nearly shedding tears. This lad doesn't even know the former Admiral of the Navy. It seems he requires significant training. It matters not that you are unaware. After all, he is merely a remnant of a bygone era, Zephyr remarked calmly. Smoker leaned in to whisper to Bai Yi. Teacher Zephyr is a former Admiral of the Navy. Although he has since retired, his prestige endures, and he now oversees the training of new recruits. Ah, I see. Bai Yi responded, feigning understanding. Ahem, let us commence the meeting, Carp announced loudly. In truth, the agenda is quite simple. It primarily concerns this individual. Carp displayed an image on the large screen, revealing a one-armed man in his 30s, with striking red hair. Upon seeing this man, everyone swallowed hard. Carp continued. This man's name is Shanks, the scoundrel who led my grandson down the path of piracy. From now on, if anyone encounters this rascal, you are to give him a thorough beating, understood? Bai Yi's expression suddenly fell. Teacher, could we refrain from settling personal scores in such a significant setting? Clearly, it was Suanzi's fault, wasn't it? Humph. Now, this young man's bounty stands at 25 billion. The Navy is contemplating whether to rank him alongside other Sea Emperors, collectively referred to as the Four Emperors. Carp continued, the Four Emperors? Bai Yi's heart tightened. Who are the Sea Emperors? Kaido, Big Mom, and Shanks, he replied, with Bai Yi softly inquiring, and the last one? Chapter 65. This ocean is about to change. Smoker lowered his voice. The last and the strongest is Whitebeard. This era is known as Whitebeard's era, with a bounty exceeding 50 billion. If I were to capture Whitebeard, would I be able to retire? Bai Yi whispered. Your interpretation isn't entirely unfounded, Smoker remarked, puzzled by the peculiar reasoning of this young man. Capture Whitebeard? Why not say you wish to ascend to the heavens? At that moment, Carp abruptly hurled his cup across the room, infused with haki, declaring, during the meeting, whispering is strictly prohibited. Bai Yi hurriedly closed his mouth. Resembling a dutiful student, the intention of the world government was to establish a balance among these four individuals, thereby temporarily stabilizing the global situation. What are your thoughts? Carp inquired. The officers collectively pondered that since the world government had made its decision, what purpose would their opinion serve? Thus, they fell silent. I have a dissenting opinion. Bai Yi suddenly raised his hand. Teacher, how can you be certain that these individuals will not unite? If they were to collaborate and launch an attack against the world government, would it not pose a grave danger? This indeed was a pertinent question, however. Considering the dynamics among these individuals, cooperation seemed improbable. Shanks was a crew member of the Pirate King, Roger, and decades ago, I had joined forces with Roger to defeat the Rocks pirates. Many may be unfamiliar with who Rocks was. The present-day figures of Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom were all former crew members of Rocks. What? Everyone gasped in astonishment. 3 emperors of the sea emerging from the same crew seemed utterly outrageous. Moreover, the revered naval hero Carp had once allied with the Pirate King Roger. It was truly sensational news. If that were the case, should those 3 individuals form an alliance? Could the current Navy withstand them? Bai Yi articulated the concern that resonated within the minds of the naval officers. It's difficult to assert, Carp replied. The reason these individuals were dubbed the Emperors of the Sea was that not only were they formidable in their own right, but they also commanded legions of loyal subordinates willing to risk their lives for them. The captain of the Whitebeard pirates, the 3 calamities under Kaido, and the numerous offspring of Big Mom all stood as monstrous entities in their own right. While the Navy might achieve ultimate victory, it would undoubtedly come at an incalculable cost. Furthermore, in this era, Whitebeard was still at his peak. Therefore, we must devise a strategy to prevent them from uniting. This is no longer a concern for you. Now, does anyone have further inquiries? If not, this meeting is concluded, Carp declared. The room fell into a profound silence, with dozens of individuals acutely aware that the tides of the sea were shifting. Very well, Zephyr, you mentioned treating me to donuts, did you not? Let us depart. With that, Carp exited, leaving behind a parting remark. Kid, come find me in Windmill Village in a month. Did you not express a desire to grow stronger? I am offering you this opportunity. Bai Yi nodded hastily. Although he had awakened his haki, it was still in its rudimentary form. To learn more advanced applications of haki, he was still reliant on his teacher. Yes, teacher, Bai Yi said with utmost respect. This meeting, though seemingly trivial, had actually established a tripartite balance on the vast ocean. The Navy stood supreme, the 4 emperors dominated the New World, and the 7 warlords of the sea were scattered across the globe. However, Bai Yi harbored a lingering question in his heart. Despite the formidable strength of the 7 warlords, they fell short when confronted with true peak combatants. Take Don Quixote da Flamingo. For instance, he appeared imposing in ordinary circumstances, yet when faced with carp and Akainu, he cowered like a meerkat. Could such individuals truly contend with the emperors of the sea? After Bai Yi posed this question, Smoker provided an explanation. The 7 warlords of the sea were merely a title, yet the disparity in strength among them was vast. Some, like the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, were rumored to be on par with the formidable red-haired sheikhs. Weak as they might be, Smoker fell into a brief silence. Even the weakest of the 7 warlords seemed to surpass his current abilities. Never mind, he thought, after all, these 7 individuals, when combined with their own forces, should be capable of contending with an emperor. Smoker continued, the current 7 warlords consist of the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, the Revolutionary Army undercover, Bartholomew Kuma, the Nightmare, Don Quixote da Flamingo, the Pirate Empress, the world's most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock, the only fishman among them, Jinbei, the versatile crocodile, and the disgrace of the 7 warlords, Gecko Moria. The lineup appeared extraordinarily impressive. Well, since we have nothing else to do, shall we indulge in a drink? Smoker suggested. It was evident that he had been a troublesome rookie in his earlier days, with nothing better to do. Bai Yi and he found a place to enjoy a hearty drink. However, Smoker had an unconventional way of drinking. Whether he sipped liquor with a cigar or nibbled on cigars while drinking, he managed to hold 5 cigarettes in his mouth, leisurely puffing clouds of smoke. Can't you smoke a little less? Be careful of lung cancer. Bai Yi muttered under his breath. I am a smoke fruit user. You need not worry. As smoke has no adverse effects on me, Smoker replied. Such a fine natural ability, and you've turned it into this grotesque form? When I become a Marine Admiral, would you consider being my subordinate? Your abilities seem quite formidable. For instance, using smoke to create foggy weather to conceal warships as they stealthily approach the enemy for a surprise attack would undoubtedly be a brilliant tactic, Bai Yi remarked. Why bother with it when I could simply charge in and eliminate all the enemies myself? Much more convenient. Smoker continued to exhale clouds of smoke. This old chain smoker is beyond saving. Bai Yi, after downing half a glass of liquor, shook his head in resignation. Just as they were enjoying their drinks, an arrogant voice boomed from the entrance. Hey, boss. Bring me all the drinks you have. Tonight, it's on me. As the pale knight gently tilted its head, the first sight that entered the vision was a colossal red nose, followed by a figure of rather diminutive stature. Haha. Cheer for me tonight, and remember, the one treating you to drinks is the magnificent clown Buggy. Haha. Buggy exclaimed with open arms. Buggy? Is that really Buggy? Bai Yi paused. Recalling that Belmere had previously warned him that the clown Buggy was a rather unique individual, yet he had not anticipated such a peculiar demeanor. What's the matter? An acquaintance of yours? Smoker inquired, his words slightly slurred. No, he must be a pirate. I can find his likeness on the bounty poster. Let me take a look. Bai Yi rummaged through his pockets, retrieving a stack of wanted posters. Back on Sabaody Archipelago, an old veteran had memorized all the bounty notices. But Bai Yi lacked the time and ability to do so, thus he carried a few with him. Found it. Clown Buggy, bounty of 10 million berries. That's rather low. Bai Yi muttered under his breath. The highest bounty he had encountered thus far was 1 billion berries, belonging to the infamous Jack the Drought. Humph. Just a petty nuisance. I'll take him down. Smoker, slightly inebriated, staggered as he approached Buggy, wielding his jit, Smoker's weapon. Are you a pirate, boy? Surrender at once. I am a Marine, Smoker declared with exaggerated bravado. Buggy was taken aback. The Marines? He then glanced at Bai Yi behind Smoker, bursting into laughter. You are but 2. While I have so many brothers, what do you have to contend with me? What can you possibly do? Suddenly, Granny Moya peered into her crystal ball and exclaimed, Not good, Buggy, run. With that, the old woman dashed out of the tavern at a speed reminiscent of a sprightly leopard. Astonishing for a woman in her 50s or 60s. Before Buggy could comprehend the situation, Smoker's jit lunged toward him. In a split second, Buggy's body disassembled into pieces, narrowly evading Smoker's strike. I told you, the Marines are all brutes, ready to brawl at the slightest provocation. I only wished for a drink, and you forced my hand. Buggy brandished a pistol, aiming it at Smoker's chest. However, it was futile, as a Logia-type devil fruit user. Smoker was impervious to harm unless struck by sea stone bullets or hockey. Is this your idea of being rude? Smoker's arm transformed into smoke, delivering a powerful punch to Buggy's face. Everyone, surrender obediently, or I will not hold back. Having witnessed the vastness of the world, Buggy quickly discerned that Smoker was a Logia-type user, and cold sweat began to beat on his forehead. This is it. I'm done for, Buggy thought in shock. Realizing he could not wield hockey, just as Smoker believed he was certain to capture the clown, Granny Moya returned at the same incredible speed, shouting, I'm back. You old hag. Buggy, run. She then waved her hand, sending a bucket of seawater hurtling through the air. All devil fruit users harbor an innate aversion to seawater. And Smoker, not wishing to be doused, transformed into smoke to evade it. Taking advantage of the moment, Buggy rolled to his feet and shouted to his crew. What are you staring at? Run. The once quaint tavern erupted into chaos as Buggy's subordinates scattered in all directions. Smoker, though intent on apprehending them all, found himself alone in the frenzy. You scoundrel! Why are you after me? I've done nothing to provoke you. Buggy spat at Smoker. Does a Marine need a reason to capture a pirate? Besides, your head is worth 2 million. Smoker replied, a hint of drunkenness evident in his tone. Buggy, aware of his futile odds against the Logia user, turned to flee. Let us regroup at the dock. His crew nodded in agreement, and Smoker pursued relentlessly, his form coiling into smoke, closing in on Buggy. This way, this way. Granny Moya called out, leading Buggy back to their ship. Buggy, do not fret. For you are destined to be the king of the seas. You shall not fall here, not against 2 mere Marines. Bayou retrieved his telephone bug, exclaiming, the pirates are preparing to set sail, swiftly. His assistant promptly responded and hurried back to the warship with utmost urgency. Although Smoker had apprehended numerous subordinates of Buggy, the chaos allowed Buggy to escape. Leave the pursuit of my beloved to me, Bayou remarked, placing a reassuring hand on Smoker's shoulder. Smoker snorted disdainfully. It seems he is quite adept at fleeing. As a member of the Roguetown garrison, Smoker found it unbecoming to abandon his post in pursuit of others. Thus he entrusted the task of chasing after the pirates to Bayou. Bayou had likely discerned the true extent of Buggy's prowess, which was quite befitting of his bounty of 12 million. A mere petty thief. Before long, Bayou arrived at his warship, just in time to witness the Buggy pirates setting sail. Pursue that pirate ship ahead, Bayou commanded. Thus, a thrilling chase ensued upon the vast expanse of the ocean. Unbeknownst to them, a fierce wind began to rise, causing their garments to flap violently. Buggy, at the helm, occasionally glanced back at his pursuers, lamenting his misfortune. All he wished for was a moment of nostalgia for his former captain, Roger, yet here he was, besieged by the Navy. Madame Tontata, unfazed, gazed into her crystal ball and declared, head east, straight east. But there are no buts. Hasten, there is no time, that is our only chance for survival, she shouted. Buggy tested the wind direction with his hand and realized that heading east would mean sailing against the wind, and the warship's speed far exceeded that of his vessel. At this rate, capture was inevitable. The Logia-type fruit user has yet to catch up, so there is no need for concern. In battle, we are not entirely without hope. Madame Tontata continued. Gunners, fire to deter the pursuing enemies. The rest, paddle with all your might. We must escape the Navy's clutches. Though Madame Tontata possessed no combat prowess, her abilities were uniquely extraordinary. She was a seer, having consumed the prophecy fruit, which allowed her to glimpse the future to a certain extent. At this juncture, Buggy had no choice but to hastily alter their course, while the gunners fired relentlessly, hoping to repel the advancing warship. As Bayou gazed at the incoming cannonball, he raised a finger delicately, and 2 steel beats shot forth, detonating the projectile midair. What manner of monster is this? Buggy exclaimed, recognizing it as a technique reminiscent of his former first mate, King of Hell Rayleigh, who had utilized it to thwart Carp's cannonballs. Fire! Target their masts! Bayou issued his command with remarkable composure. With a series of resounding booms, a barrage of cannon fire erupted, yet the artillery of their era proved woefully inaccurate, as all 4 cannonballs missed their mark entirely. Continue the assault. We must capture them. I shall not allow any band of pirates to roam the East Sea, Bayou declared coldly. The soldiers, invigorated by fervor, readied their weapons, prepared to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the pirates. Curse it! They are drawing ever closer. Granny Muta, where is this glimmer of hope you spoke of? At this rate, we shall be overtaken, Buggy shouted in desperation. Unfazed, Granny Muta remained eerily calm, pointing to the overcast sky as she proclaimed, the weather is changing. Huh. Buggy looked up, and indeed, the sky had become shrouded in ominous clouds, heralding an impending storm. Lightning flickered sporadically within the darkened expanse, and the wind abruptly shifted, transforming from headwind to tailwind. The pirate ship, being lighter than the warship, surged ahead with newfound speed under the favorable breeze, widening the gap between it and the naval vessel. Ah-ha-ha-ha. Truly, the winds of this world do not blow east nor west, but rather towards me, the illustrious Buggy. He laughed maniacally, reveling in the change. Major, this is bad. The wind has shifted, and we are losing ground to the pirates. A soldier reported anxiously. Do not fret, continue the pursuit, Bayou replied with unwavering calm. Whether it be wind or waves, none could alter the fundamental truth that Buggy was but a weakling, as long as he could close the distance. No matter the winds at play, Bayou would ensure he was brought to his knees. At that moment, thunder rumbled ominously overhead, followed by a torrential downpour. The sea swelled with ferocity, causing the 2 vessels to bob like leaves upon the tumultuous waves. In a sudden flash of recollection, Bayou remembered a technique his teacher had once mentioned. With determination, he grasped a cannonball and hurled it towards Buggy's pirate ship. The force behind his throw was astonishing, and the cannonball soared like a shooting star, striking the ship's mast with precision. A resounding crack echoed as the mast splintered under the impact. Buggy's laughter vanished instantly as the speed of his vessel diminished dramatically. However, at that moment, the wind shifted once more, transforming the favorable breeze into a fierce headwind, further slowing the warship. In contrast, Buggy's ship, though bereft of its mast, paradoxically gained speed due to the absence of wind resistance. Is this some sort of sorcery? It feels as though the very ocean is aiding him, Bayou murmured. He produced a steel ball, aiming it at Buggy's head. If you can evade this, I shall fast for 3 days upon my return. Although now adept at utilizing his finger gun technique, he still relied on the steel ball as a supplementary tool, a vestige of his initial training. A sharp crack echoed as the steel ball sliced through the air, its friction momentarily overpowering the sounds of the surrounding waves. Almost simultaneously, a gust of wind blew Buggy's hat away, prompting him to bend down to retrieve it. At that very instant, the steel ball whizzed past his scalp. Buggy remained oblivious to the attack, only feeling a sudden chill on his head, his hair flattening as if caught in a canyon. A sniper? Buggy's nose nearly dripped with fear. Had he not coincidentally bent down at that moment, his head might have been blown apart. This scoundrel seeks my life. Bring me the buggy bombs and witness how I deal with these arrogant Navy fools. Buggy seethed, recognizing that the natural ability he feared was absent here, meaning he still had a fighting chance. Fire. The pirate ship's cannons loaded with Buggy's signature bombs aimed directly at the warship. Bai flicked the steel ball in his hand, and the cannonball exploded mid-air, unleashing a shockwave exceeding that of a standard explosive tenfold. The tremendous force caused the warship's pursuit to falter momentarily, prompting one soldier to exclaim in astonishment, "What kind of cannonball is this? Its power is incredible." Bai wore a grim expression, remaining silent. "I refuse to believe that I cannot capture even a mere pirate today. Full speed ahead," Bai declared in a low voice. As he spoke, he retrieved a steel ball, aiming for Buggy's head. However, just as he was about to fire, a wave surged, obstructing Bai's line of sight. A flicker of doubt arose within Bai. Could it be that this jester Buggy was somehow the child of destiny? Ever since his entry into the ocean, it seemed as if the very seas were conspiring to aid this pirate. The waves, the weather, the gales, had any one of these elements deviated even slightly, Buggy would now be but a lifeless corpse. Bang, bang, bang. Yet again, 3 buggy balls came hurtling toward him. Bai reached into his pocket and discovered that he was left with merely 2 steel balls, his expression shifting subtly. Whoosh. In a swift motion, Bai propelled 2 steel balls from his hands, colliding them with an incoming cannonball, resulting in a tremendous explosion midair. Subsequently, Bai utilized the moonwalk technique to ascend into the sky and deftly kick the final cannonball into the ocean. "Major, how formidable!" the soldiers exclaimed, their spirits soaring upon witnessing the immense power of their commander. "Is he a monster? How can he deflect cannonballs with his bare hands?" Bucky gazed in astonishment at Bai from behind. At that moment, Bai had already leaped over using the moonwalk technique. Chapter 67, The End of the Road. "Fire! Fire! We absolutely cannot allow him on the ship," Bucky bellowed. However, ordinary bullets were utterly ineffective against Bai, who swiftly evaded them and reached Bucky's vessel. "So, you are the infamous clown Bucky? Do you have any final words?" Bai remarked coldly, fixing his gaze on the pirate before him. "Do you think you are also a Logia user? Attack!" Bucky shouted, prompting an uncountable number of bullets to rain down upon Bai. Chafe. The figure of White Knight emerged like a specter behind Buggy. Although Buggy was currently a mere shadow of his former self, he remained a pirate with a bounty of 20 million, clutching several throwing knives in his hands. He swiftly turned and hurled them towards White Knight. On the arm of Bai, the powerful hockey was already entwined, rendering him impervious to such a level of assault. He reached out and pressed the face of the clown Buggy against the deck. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Let go, let go. Navy, how about we make a deal? I'll give you a treasure map, and you let me go?" Buggy exclaimed. "What a foolish dream you are entertaining. As a member of the Navy, how could I possibly conspire with you? Committing crimes upon the seas and attempting to bribe here. Can you even fathom how many years you will spend in Impel Down?" Bai replied, pressing Buggy's face down with one hand. Not far away, Granny Moya stared intently at her crystal ball and suddenly shouted at Bai, "If you wish to see your uncle again, you better leave obediently." Bai gazed at the elderly woman before him, a grave expression etched upon his face. For she remained an enigma he could not decipher. However, it was utterly impossible for her to employ such tactics to compel my departure. "Return me to Impel Down at once." Bai turned, retrieving his sea prism stone handcuffs, intent on binding Buggy. "It is over. Everything has come to an end. My aspirations. My dream of becoming a wealthy magnate." Buggy cried out, his face awash with tears and snot, lamenting his misfortune of being captured before even embarking on his quest. "Hear me for one last time." Granny Muta shouted at Bai. Bai gazed at Granny Muya, a figure shrouded in mystery, yet inherently lacking in combat prowess, posing no threat to him whatsoever. "Do you have anything else to say? I concede that you may possess some arcane knowledge, but in the face of absolute power, everything else crumbles to dust," Bai declared with unwavering confidence. Perhaps this pirate was merely fortunate, yet even the most favorable fortunes must eventually wane. Granny Muya, with utmost caution, uttered a cryptic phrase that left Bai perplexed. "Time has come. Time has come?" Bai questioned, bewildered by the significance of her words. Yet in an instant, comprehension dawned upon him. A tempest erupted upon the sea, winds howling ferociously, escalating to an astonishing force of 13 on the Beaufort scale. These winds coalesced into a colossal tornado, spanning over 5 kilometers in diameter, lifting countless tons of seawater into the sky. Even the pirate ship trembled before such formidable natural power, akin to a leaf caught in a whirlwind, succumbing to the vortex's pull. Bai Yi too felt a surge of panic. The surrounding pirates wailed in terror as chaos reigned upon the deck. Granny Muya clung tightly to the mast, striving to maintain her footing against the tornado's overwhelming might. Bai Yi's hands, driven into the deck, fought against the force, yet his legs were already lifting off the ground. His body inverted in the tempest's grasp. Help! I don't want to die. Buggy clung desperately to Bai Yi's leg, terrified that relinquishing his grip would send him spiraling into the abyss. Why does the East Sea harbor such terrifying natural phenomena? After more than a decade as a fisherman, I have never encountered anything like this. Bai Yi lamented inwardly, recognizing that this was hardly the moment for complaints. The small pirate vessel was already swept to an altitude of over 1,000 meters. What impact would it face upon descent? How many aboard could possibly survive? The naval forces observing the terrifying tornado hesitated, realizing it was a calamity beyond human endurance. Will the major be all right? A lieutenant murmured, but no one responded. Surviving in such conditions would be nothing short of miraculous. The massive tornado raged on for approximately 5 minutes before the winds began to subside, and Bai Yi felt the ship descending. He had never anticipated that a routine pirate capture could turn so perilous, nearly costing him his life. The ocean appeared breathtakingly beautiful from 1,000 meters up, captivating in its splendor. Yet, Bai Yi had no time to appreciate this beauty. His thoughts were consumed with the urgent need for survival. Though he had mastered the moonwalk technique, against such ferocious winds, even a ship was no match. He was certain that should he let go, he would be swept away like a mere leaf. Let go of my leg, if you wish to perish. Do not drag me down with you, Bai Yi exclaimed, attempting to shake off Buggy's iron grip. However, Buggy, fueled by an instinct for survival, clung on with remarkable tenacity, refusing to release his hold. Bai Yi resolved that once the winds lessened even slightly, he would use the moonwalk to escape the tornado's center. Yet, he overlooked a critical detail. The tornado was not merely lifting them, it was also drawing countless tons of seawater skyward. As the winds finally began to ease, Bai Yi prepared to leap from the ship, only to be met with a colossal wave of water crashing down upon him. No matter how strong he was, he stood no chance against the forces of nature, especially with an unwelcome burden on his leg. Boom! Tons of seawater fell from the sky, and Bai Yi and Buggy were plunged into the ocean, akin to two drowning flies. Even Bai Yi's formidable physique succumbed to the impact, and darkness engulfed him, rendering him unconscious for a fleeting half-minute. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered that the storm had yet to abate, and most crucially, Buggy's pirate ship remained intact, struggling forward. Buggy, groggy but alive, rejoiced Ha. I, Buggy, am indeed the chosen one to survive such a calamity. Whereas that damn navy, they likely fell into the sea to drown. One of his crew members speculated. Suddenly, Bai Yi emerged from the depths, leaping from the ocean, gasping for air, only to be dragged back down by the towering waves. Buggy, even if the ocean itself aids you, it changes nothing. I am the variable. I shall not let go. Bai Yi shouted defiantly. That bastard is still alive. Run. Buggy screamed in alarm. At this point, their numbers had dwindled to less than half. Many had been cast into the sea, their fates unknown. Buggy, prioritizing survival, urged the crew to row with all their might. Old woman, our fate rests upon your prophecy. May it truly lead us away from this monster's pursuit. Buggy shouted. Granny Muya replied calmly. My prophecy is absolute. Once we reach that island, we shall be saved. A crew member approached, whispering, Captain, this island seems oddly familiar. Have we been here before? Buggy paused, his memory failing him amidst the countless places he had visited. Nevertheless, he adhered to Granny Muya's guidance and steered the ship toward the island. Moments later, Bai Yi also arrived at the island, though utterly exhausted. He collapsed onto a rock to recuperate. Granny Muya, we have reached the island. What shall we do next? Buggy inquired. I do not know. She replied with an air of calm. The prophecy ends here, yet what I have foretold will undoubtedly come to pass, so do not worry. We shall be saved. Before she could finish, Bai Yi's voice cut through the air like a demon's. If your foresight is so precise, can you predict your own fate? Granny Muya stared into her crystal ball and replied. The crystal tells me that in 1 second, you will strike me with great force. But before she could finish, Bai Yi delivered a calculated punch, ensuring she would not perish yet rendering her incapable of further combat. Granny Muya convulsed briefly before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Demon, scoundrel, murderer, I have wronged you in no way. Why do you pursue me? What enmity lies between us? Buggy cried out in despair. What nonsense do you speak? You are a pirate, and I am a Navy officer. Is it not my duty to capture you? One step at a time, Bai Yi approached Buggy. At that moment, one of Buggy's underlings stood in front of him, tearfully exclaiming, Captain, following you in this lifetime is enough for me to die without regrets. He was swiftly knocked down by Bai Yi's fist. Immediately, a second underling rushed forth, declaring, Captain, in this life, I have followed you, and I. Before he could finish, he too was sent sprawling by a single punch from Bai Yi. Captain, I have followed you in this life. Another punch rendered him unconscious. Captain, another punch fell him. Thus, by the time Bai Yi stood before Buggy, not a single underling remained by his side. He was left trembling, staring at Bai Yi. Roger, you deceived me. You once told me that the East Sea was the most peaceful and weakest ocean, but this is entirely different from what you said. Tears and snot streamed down Buggy's face. Do you have any final words? Bai Yi fixed his gaze on Buggy. To capture this pirate. He had nearly perished in the sea. Yet, fate had favored the diligent, and he had finally cornered this rascal. Navy, it matters not if I die here. But I must reveal a secret. I was once a crew member of Pirate King Roger, so please convey to the world that the great treasure truly exists. Buggy cried out, as if trying to rally his own spirits. Bai Yi, with an impassive expression, remarked, "Is this your final farewell? Embrace death." The fist of the White Knight was enveloped in the formidable armor of Haki, and with the strength capable of flattening a mountain. Delivering a fatal blow to an individual seemed hardly a challenge. Buggy, petrified with fear, had shut his eyes tight, but in that fleeting moment, a melodious voice, as sweet and clear as that of a lark, echoed, "Wait." Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback as he observed a little girl, no more than 5 or 6 years old, approaching him from a distance. Clad in simple attire, she positioned herself defiantly in front of Baki, declaring, "I will not allow you to harm Lord Baki." The girl appeared exceedingly endearing, her large, bright eyes sparkling with determination, however. Her petite frame suggested she had suffered from prolonged malnutrition. The fist of White Knight remained suspended in the air, as he incredulously inquired, "Little sister, do you have any idea who he is?" "He is a pirate, a nefarious being who commits murder and arson without remorse. I am apprehending him to ensure your safety. Why do you stand in my way?" At that moment, White Knight realized that it was not just this young girl. A multitude of villagers had gathered nearby. Their eyes filled with trepidation as they gazed at him. Nevertheless, they resolutely positioned themselves before Buggy. "Because he is a good person, you are the villain," the girl proclaimed boldly. White Knight was bewildered by her perspective. "A few days ago, individuals clad in garments akin to yours came to extort money from us, threatening death if we failed to comply. My parents met their demise in such a manner. Yet this kind older brother shared his provisions with us, allowing us to survive." The girl fixed her gaze on White Knight, unwavering. An elder stepped forward, stating, "Commander, the child speaks of the forces that collect the heavenly gold for the celestial dragons. We are mere fishermen, barely scraping by to sustain our lives. The demand for heavenly gold is exorbitant. We simply cannot afford it. If we fail to gather the required sum, our entire village shall be annihilated. Stripped of all our possessions, we find ourselves unable to continue living. However, while Buggy may be a pirate, he has generously shared his food and resources with us, enabling our survival. I understand the animosity between the Navy and pirates on the high seas, but if you insist on capturing him, you must first contend with us." Chapter 68. Zifa the Elder raised his rusted kitchen knife, while others brandished weapons such as harpoons, wooden sticks, and stones. Although fear flickered in the villagers' eyes, they steadfastly stood before Buggy, none retreating. Buggy gaped in astonishment, unable to produce a sound. He had originally intended to return to rob these fishermen once they had amassed some wealth, but to his utter surprise, they regarded him as their savior, even risking themselves at such a crucial juncture. The Pale Knight silently gazed at Buggy, perceiving within these individuals a reflection of his own self from a year prior. Although merely an ordinary fisherman, the burdensome expectations imposed by the celestial dragons compelled his uncle to venture into perilous waters for a better catch, culminating in the subsequent events. The resonance of shared experience was simply overwhelming. "Buggy, Belmare has remarked that you are a most unusual pirate. Now I comprehend the distinctions that set you apart from the common brigands," murmured the Pale Knight softly. Without a backward glance, he turned and departed. He had relinquished hope. Buggy, entirely unprepared for how a thoughtless act from the past had ultimately saved his life, was elated beyond measure. "How wonderful! How wonderful! I am alive!" he exclaimed, nearly beside himself with joy. The footsteps of Bai Yi abruptly came to a halt, and Bucky's laughter ceased in an instant as he anxiously gazed at Bai Yi's silhouette. "This is the final time. Should I encounter you upon the vast ocean again, I shall show no mercy. Who would wish to cross paths with you?" Bucky exclaimed. After speaking, Bai Yi departed without hesitation. The emotions of Bai Yi were truly peculiar. It was the first time he had consciously chosen to spare a pirate. However, Bai Yi was utterly oblivious to the fact that he had let go of a formidable adversary. Years later, when recalling that fierce battle, he would be filled with regret, pondering why he had not simply eliminated that scoundrel. At that moment, the telephone bug rang, and on the other end was one of his subordinates. "Major, how are you? We saw you being swept into the sky by a tornado and then lost track of you." The lieutenant spoke with great urgency. "I'm unharmed, but I've lost track of Buggy," Bai Yi replied with an air of nonchalance, although he had never been particularly adept at deceit. Following his undercover mission within the Don Quixote family, he had mastered the art of controlling his expressions and fabricating lies, acquiring a curious new skill. "It is a relief to hear you are well. I shall come to your location at once. Please provide your coordinates," the lieutenant insisted. Before long, the lieutenant arrived at the small island aboard a warship. "Major, I am so relieved to see you unharmed," the lieutenant exclaimed, breathing a sigh of relief upon spotting Bai Yi, who appeared completely unscathed. Bai Yi cast a deep glance back at the island, murmuring, "Let us depart. There is much work awaiting my attention." Thus, he returned to his residence as if none of it had ever transpired. In the period that followed, Bai Yi's life gradually resumed its normal rhythm, consisting primarily of attending to official duties, exercising, and resting. Upon awakening, he would once again tackle his responsibilities. However, Bai Yi soon realized that the essence of Haki could not be merely augmented through simple physical training. His mentor, Garp, had once imparted that the potency of Haki is fundamentally determined by its quantity and density. The more Haki one possesses, the greater its destructive potential. Yet, to elevate one's Haki level, one need not engage in countless life and death battles. Rather, it is through breaking one's limits in the face of mortality that true growth occurs. The last encounter with Yin Wu exemplified this. Had he not awakened his armament Haki, he would have surely fallen to Yin Wu's might. The motivation birthed from the brink of death surpasses all else, allowing a person to unleash a power that transcends their limits. My teacher instructed me to seek him out in a month. Perhaps it pertains to further training. Bai Yi mused softly. The sea remained as serene as ever, with the clown buggy having vanished from the scene since the previous incident. Nevertheless, Bai Yi found it perplexing why a pirate would choose to share their acquired treasures with others. It was only much later that Bai Yi would come to understand that this was merely a beautifully crafted misunderstanding. A month swiftly elapsed, and Bai Yi sailed alone to Windmill Village, which too was as peaceful as before. The villagers greeted him with joy, their faces lighting up upon his arrival. The moment Bai Yi pushed open the door to Luffy's home, he was met with a joint assault from Luffy and Ace. "You little rascals." Bai Yi gently pinned them to the ground, declaring, "Such tactics are futile against me. Where is your grandfather?" "Of course, he is right behind you." Garp's voice suddenly boomed from behind Bai Yi. By the time he turned, it was too late. Garp's fist, enveloped in armament Haki, struck Bai Yi squarely in the face, sending him crashing through the wall and soaring dozens of meters away. "Haha, kid, your observation Haki leaves much to be desired." Garp laughed heartily. "Compared to you, it is indeed lacking," Bai Yi retorted, his face contorted with annoyance as he walked over. Garp laughed boisterously, slapping Bai Yi on the back, causing him to grimace in pain. "You old rascal, you utilized Haki while hitting me. Truly, you are a splendid teacher. Curse it, if I can't defeat the old man, I shall never set sail as a pirate." Ace lamented, visibly distressed. "Once we grow a bit more, we should be able to contend with him." Ace responded calmly, seemingly unperturbed by the matter. Garp's expression turned serious. "Luffy, how many times must I tell you? Becoming a pirate is a path of insignificance. You must aspire to be an exceptional marine. I refuse. I will be a pirate, and I shall become the pirate king." Luffy shouted defiantly. Bai Yi chuckled softly. "Inviting you to strike me. This must be retribution. The grandson of a naval hero is actually set to become a pirate." If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly provoke raucous laughter. "Very well, you two may go and amuse yourselves." Garp dismissed his two grandsons, leaving only Bai Yi and Garp in the room. "Bai Yi, the words that follow require your utmost contemplation." Garp's expression suddenly grew serious. Bai Yi was taken aback to discover that his teacher could indeed exhibit a serious demeanor, causing him to feel a surge of tension. "What are your plans for the future?" Garp inquired. "If you aspire to be merely a simple naval officer, your current strength is already sufficient. You could remain in the East Sea, capable of maintaining order and safeguarding peace in the region. However, if you are not content to drift aimlessly through life, I have another option to present to you." Bai Yi swallowed hard, pondering the weighty matter that had cast such a solemn expression upon the old man's face. "You have awakened your Haki. If you wish to grow stronger, you must continuously hone your skills on the precipice of life and death. Fortuitously, I have a splendid place to recommend to you." Garp's grave demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by a mischievous grin. Faced with two choices, how should one decide? Bai Yi had previously believed that merely spending another year in the Navy would suffice for him to return to the Revolutionary Army, indifferent to the developments here. However, having experienced the events surrounding Doflamingo, Bai Yi now harbored an almost pathological yearning for formidable power. He would not allow any opportunity to strengthen himself to slip away. "Master, I wish to grow stronger." After barely a second of hesitation, Bai Yi made his choice. "Ha! Truly worthy of being my esteemed student. All right, I shall take you to meet someone." Garp led his disciple to the back mountain, where they encountered an elderly man at the summit. To Bai Yi's astonishment, it was none other than Admiral Zephyr. "What brings you here, Admiral Zephyr?" Bai Yi exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The sensation was markedly different from being with Garp, who was like family and bore no heirs. Yet, in the presence of the former admiral, Bai Yi felt a twinge of nervousness. Zephyr acknowledged Bai Yi with a slight nod, recognizing him as a promising talent, albeit regrettably not his own disciple. "Master, I recall that Admiral Zephyr is currently in charge of training new recruits, correct?" "I hardly consider myself a novice," Bai Yi murmured, aware that he was already a Navy major. Garp, while nonchalantly picking his nose, remarked, "Who said you would be a new recruit?" "I intend for you to be Zephyr's assistant, helping to train these youngsters." Bai Yi, rendered speechless, cautiously inquired, "Master, may I ask where we will be training?" "In the New World," Zephyr replied generously. "Are you two old geezers certain you are not jesting? That is the New World, a realm teeming with monsters. You want me to take a bunch of green recruits there? Are you sure you aren't sending me to my doom? Rest assured, with Zephyr here, what do you have to worry about?" Garp said dismissively. In their generation, the Navy's three pillars were Sengoku, Carp, and Zephyr. Carp was well aware of the formidable strength of this old comrade, and he intended to seize this opportunity to rigorously train his disciple. He understood well that without proper refinement, a gem remains unpolished. Very well, Bai Yi conceded, recognizing the resolute attitude of his master. Carp gently patted Bai Yi on the shoulder and assured him, "Don't worry, lad. When you return, I'll promote you. Let us hope I return in one piece." Bai Yi retorted, "Now, let us see your future students." Carp clapped Bai Yi on the shoulder, channeling his haki as he had before, causing Bai Yi to grimace in pain. "You old rascal, just wait until your grandson sets sail as a pirate. I shall show him." However, the thought of Monkey D. Dragon, holding an envelope in one hand and methodically extracting his rewards with the other, left Bai Yi feeling utterly deflated. Bai Yi followed ZFA onto the ship, where 50 new recruits awaited him. According to ZFA, these soldiers were all elite. Upon ZFA's arrival, the new recruits promptly arranged themselves in two lines, eager for his address. "This is Kukulin D. Bai Yi, a Navy major, who will serve as my assistant and aid in your training," ZFA proclaimed loudly. The new recruits saluted Bai Yi, who returned the gesture, only to notice among them a young girl, seemingly no older than 15 or 16. Her cheeks still bearing the freshness of youth, yet her gaze was resolute. It appeared that he would have much to attend to in the days to come. "Bai Yi, you two will join the ranks. Remember, in my absence, you are to obey all of Bai Yi's orders. He is not like the rest of you. He has undertaken perilous missions for the Navy and possesses a wealth of combat experience. You must learn from him," ZFA asserted emphatically. Bai Yi felt a flush of embarrassment at such commendation. After bidding farewell, Bai Yi departed from Windmill Village, following ZFA once more into the new world. Carp observed Bai Yi's retreating figure, a satisfied smile gracing his face, for he had nurtured this child as a potential successor, hoping he would not disappoint in the future. Bai Yi has accumulated some experience in leading troops. He requested the 50 new recruits to introduce their strongest abilities, which would facilitate effective assignment during actual combat. When he reached a young girl, she calmly presented her unique skill, reporting, "Sir, I am an ability user, and I possess the power of the rewind fruit. Everything I touch reverts to a state from 12 years ago, whether it be a human or an object. This ability is indeed formidable." Bai Yi inquired with great curiosity, "Could you demonstrate it on me?" The girl removed her gloves, conjuring a sphere of flame in her hand. And in the next moment, the fire pierced through Bai Yi's chest. As the violet flames penetrated his body, the sensation was quite peculiar, neither painful nor itchy. Devoid of any burning sensation, yet Bai Yi felt a remarkable transformation occurring within him. In mere fractions of a second, he rapidly diminished in size, reverting to the appearance of a 6 or 7-year-old child. "What an extraordinary ability!" Bai Yi exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at his youthful form. Instantly, a myriad of tactics flooded his mind. If this power were wielded adeptly, it could yield unexpectedly advantageous results. To his surprise, the once serious Bai Yi appeared rather adorable as a child. Ein, observing the youthful Bai Yi, playfully pinched his cheek. "Can you transform me back?" Bai Yi asked. "Of course," Ein replied, restoring Bai Yi to his normal appearance. Such an eccentric ability exists in the world. Chapter 69. Zephyr observed these young individuals frolicking without intervening. Holding a bottle of liquor, his gaze tinged with nostalgia. In his youth, he too had a close-knit group of brothers, but as time passed, they gradually departed from his life. "All right, enough of the antics. It's time to set sail," Zephyr commanded, prompting everyone to return to their positions and prepare for departure. "Bai Yi, although you are nominally the instructor, I trust you comprehend your teacher's intentions," Zephyr stated. Carp wishes for Bai Yi to grow stronger through rigorous training, rather than meandering aimlessly in the new world. "I understand, Teacher Zephyr. Feel free to treat me like a workhorse, and do not spare my feelings." Bai Yi replied with a cheerful grin. Zephyr chuckled, "You said it yourself. Henceforth, do not complain to your teacher." The group embarked from the East Sea, and their journey was smooth, devoid of perilous encounters. After all, with an admiral and a marine elite major, traversing the East Sea was relatively effortless. They passed through Rogue Town and navigated the upside-down mountain, arriving at the first half of the Grand Line. At this juncture, Bai Yi expressed his thoughts. "Teacher Zephyr, is it too ambitious to send these new recruits directly into the new world? I believe we should first hone our skills in the initial segment of the Grand Line. And once sufficiently prepared, we can proceed." Bai Yi held no disdain for the recruits. He merely recognized that the Grand Line was fraught with formidable beasts. While Zephyr harbored no fear, the recruits would certainly face dire consequences. Zephyr nodded, fully aware of the terrifying nature of the new world as a former admiral. "Very well, we shall follow your suggestion. For now, we will train in the first half of the Grand Line, and once adequately prepared, we shall venture into the new world," he declared. Although the first half of the Grand Line was less chaotic than the latter half, various ability users could still be encountered, and a careless misstep could lead to disaster. Bai Yi remained vigilantly alert as they entered the Grand Line. "Everyone, I am well aware of your capabilities, which are akin to the weakest of the weak. Therefore, during the forthcoming battles, do not perish. Otherwise, as your instructor, I might feel disheartened," Bai Yi stated with a sardonic smile as he surveyed the soldiers. Though the soldiers felt a sense of indignation, they had no choice but to silently endure. Acknowledging Bai Ye's authority. Fine, you are now the squad leader of this team. Should both Zephyr and I be absent, you will be responsible for commanding this unit. Bai Ye instructed, to which I promptly nodded in acknowledgement. Zephyr refrained from intervening in these matters, allowing the young ones to navigate their own path, while he focused solely on training the soldiers, remaining uninvolved in other affairs. As members of the Navy, our duty is to uphold justice and combat pirates. If anyone fears battle, now is the time to depart. I will not hold it against you, for I too felt trepidation during my first foray into combat. However, if you turn tail once on the battlefield, do not expect my kindness. Bai Ye's words were firm and left no room for negotiation. The soldiers, tense and apprehensive, gazed at their instructor, scarcely daring to breathe. Before entering the new world, they would undergo training in the first half of the Grand Line, primarily targeting various pirates to familiarize themselves with combat scenarios. Bai Ye scanned the anxious expressions of the soldiers and continued, does anyone have any objections? Now is the time to voice them. The soldiers' eyes radiated determination. Although they might currently be novices, each possessed the potential for growth. Bai Ye retrieved the navigational chart. And just beyond lay Alabasta, a nation composed entirely of desert, perpetually arid. Moreover, it served as the stronghold of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Although Crocodile had long been scheming to seize control of the nation, he had indeed managed to safeguard the region. Any pirate daring to interfere with his nefarious plans concerning the Pluton project was swiftly reduced to sand and discarded in the desert. Thus, the vicinity harbored few pirates. Zifa-sensei, what have you taught them so far? Bai Ye inquired, observing Zifa as he sipped his drink. Zifa languidly responded, only the rudimentary combat techniques, after all. They are but a cadre of recruits. And what of strategy and tactics? Bai Ye pressed. Not yet, and besides, with only 50 individuals. Delving into strategy is hardly the concern of novices, Zifa remarked, gazing quizzically at Bai Ye. Zifa-sensei, I humbly propose an idea. Having once infiltrated the Don Quixote family, I encountered numerous formidable adversaries. Relying solely on combat prowess against these foes would result in significant casualties for the Navy. I believe it is our duty as officers to ensure victory while minimizing losses as much as possible. I understand that the Navy should not fear death, however. We are human, and while we do not fear death, we should not sacrifice ourselves in vain, Bai Ye articulated. Zifa regarded Bai Ye with a glimmer of amusement, then laughed. Kid, with such thoughts, your future path is destined for more than mere majorship. Thank you for the compliment, Bai Ye replied with a slight smile. Shall we then seek a pirate crew to hone our skills? Very well. Command will rest with you. Should you encounter an insurmountable adversary, I shall intervene, Zifa declared, taking another swig of his drink. They had already prepared adequately, possessing thorough knowledge of the pirate crews stationed in this maritime region. 15 kilometers ahead, there is a pirate crew clad in black robes, with the captain's bounty set at 50 million berries. We shall launch a full-scale assault tonight, Bai Ye stated, glancing at Zifa, for ultimately it was Zifa who held the authority on board. Zifa nodded slightly, signaling his agreement with Bai Ye's assessment, prompting the soldiers to mobilize. The captain of the Black Robe Pirates, known as the Black-Robed Wretch, boasted a bounty of 50 million berries and was a non-devil fruit user endowed with extraordinary strength, though these details were not the crux of the matter. Bai Ye unfurled a flat map, pointing to a dark spot. This location serves as the stronghold of the Black Robe Pirates, impenetrable and fortified. A direct assault would be virtually futile. Moreover, the Black Robe crew numbers nearly 500, tenfold our own forces. Upon hearing this, the recruits displayed visible shock. Facing an enemy with 10 times their strength was beyond their imagination. Therefore, devising a strategy to secure victory with 0 casualties became paramount. Whoever has ideas, speak boldly, Bai Ye urged, tapping the map with his pointer. In a short while, the soldiers began to voice their suggestions. Some proposed requesting reinforcements, others suggested bluffing, and one even recommended poisoning the enemy's provisions. The array of ideas was refreshingly diverse, leaving Bai Ye pleasantly surprised. Your ideas are commendable, but the question remains, how do we implement them? Bai Ye's words silenced the group. Indeed, the enemy's stronghold was formidable, with robust defenses. How could they possibly administer poison without detection? All fell into contemplative silence once more. At this moment, Zifa, who had been silent, spoke up. I never imagined that such an upright teacher could produce a student so willing to resort to any means against foes. It truly opens my eyes. Your approach bears resemblance to Sakazuki's. Thank you for the praise, Zifa-sensei. However, I reiterate, who among you possesses a method to infiltrate the fortress? Bai Ye scrutinized his students, each of whom lowered their gaze. This mission was exceedingly perilous. A single misstep could cost them their lives. Bai Ye gently cleared his throat, signaling that it was time for him to showcase his talents. The plan is set for tomorrow evening. AIN and I will infiltrate the enemy stronghold, coordinating our efforts to breach the gates. The remainder of the command will be entrusted to teacher Zfa, Bai Ye declared. Zfa looked at Bai Ye with curiosity, aware that Bai Ye lacked any special abilities. How could he possibly breach what appeared to be an impregnable fortress? As a disciple of Carp, I shall await your performance with keen interest, he mused. AIN, I fail to understand why you would choose to include me. In terms of combat prowess, anyone aboard the ship would surpass me, AI said softly. Although she possessed the reverse fruit, allowing her to revert objects to a state from 12 years prior. Her own combat capabilities were rather feeble. In a real confrontation, she would only serve as a hindrance. I have my reasons, Bai Yi replied enigmatically. Under the cover of night, the two approached the stronghold of the Black Robe pirates, its imposing structure looming before them. The fortress resembled a stout chimney. While it was indeed possible to soar over it using the moonwalk technique, the sentinels stationed along the walls posed a significant risk of discovery. AI, is it possible for you to revert the entire fortress to its state from 12 years ago? Bai Yi inquired with eager anticipation. That is impossible. My abilities do not extend that far. AI regarded Bai Yi as though he were a fool. So it truly cannot be done, Bai Yi murmured. As they circled the stronghold, he noted its vast expanse, nearly occupying half the island. This is peculiar. A pirate crew of merely 500 could not have constructed such a colossal edifice, Bai Yi pondered aloud. It was well known that the majority of pirates were nomadic. And for a mere 500 individuals to erect such a stronghold would require decades, perhaps even longer than the entire age of exploration. AI gently caressed the stone wall and remarked, this structure has likely existed for quite some time, merely occupied temporarily by the Black Robe pirates. While the fortress was not aesthetically pleasing, its utility was undeniable. It was difficult to conceive that a group of pirates could design such an intricate building. Ah, I found it. This is our point of entry, Bai Yi suddenly exclaimed. AI hurried over, expecting him to have discovered a secret passage. What is this? It's merely a dog hole. Even I wouldn't fit through it. AI expressed her disappointment, for before them lay an aperture just large enough for a large dog. Far too small for an adult. Indeed, as you said, an adult cannot fit, but what of a child? Bai Yi fixed his gaze on AI. AI paused, realization dawning. You mean, using my ability? Precisely. You truly are an astute team leader, Bai Yi praised as he playfully tapped her head. AI hesitantly asked, but how do you know that there are no traps waiting for us on the other side of the dog hole? Rest assured, I trust my instincts. Bai Yi replied confidently, though this only served to heighten AI's apprehension. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Yi had already employed his observation hockey to confirm that no one lurked behind the wall. With no other options, AI transformed into a child. Her clothing sliding down as she did so. Bai Yi instinctively reached out to help her retrieve her garments, only to be met with a punch from the 4 or 5-year-old AI. Pervert! Stay away from me! The childlike AI exclaimed, her voice high-pitched and indignant. Bai Yi considered himself a remarkably rational individual, yet upon seeing Xiao AI he couldn't resist pinching her cheeks, exclaiming, you are utterly adorable as a child. Come. Let uncle give you a hug. Although AI's physical form had reverted to that of a child, her mind remained that of an adult. How could she permit a man to embrace her in such a state of undress? You should transform as well, AI insisted, her small hand reaching out to Bai Yi, who then found himself transformed into a 6-year-old child. However, before they could infiltrate the enemy's stronghold, the two youngsters began to bicker, ultimately collapsing breathlessly onto the ground. Chapter 70. Carnage. With their bodies now resembling that of 6-year-olds, their physical capabilities had inevitably diminished. Just wait. You dare to ambush me? Once the mission concludes, I shall show you how to handle such insolence. Bai Yi lamented, still wishing to savor AI's cherubic visage. Yet, AI's transformation of him into a child left him feeling quite irked. The duo managed to stealthily navigate into the fortress's interior. Initially, they had presumed that the defense of the 500-man stronghold would be exceedingly rigorous. However, they soon discovered that most of the sentinels had succumbed to slumber, leaving no one to stand guard. Thus, it became evident that a disorganized rabble is indeed a disorganized rabble. Revert me back, with you maintaining a childlike appearance. It would be far easier for me to carry you. Bai Yi huffed, clenching his fists. Humph, as if I am a burden. AIN retorted with a hint of pride. Bai Yi does not look down upon Ein. Rather, it is simply that Ein has only recently joined the Navy, and her combat prowess can be rounded to a mere 5. In such circumstances, aside from her own fruit abilities, she finds herself of little use. Nevertheless, Ein obediently complies, not yet displaying the demeanor of an adult, but rather resembling a poorly developed Zongzi, swathed in adult garments. Bai Yi grasped Ein with a graceful leap, ascended to the pinnacle of the fortress. The structure above, akin to the city walls, featured guard posts and lookout points. However, in the hands of this pirate crew, these facilities lay in utter disrepair. Scattered across the vast battlements, a few individuals were caught in slumber, entirely devoid of any sense of impending danger. With a swift motion, Bai Yi unleashed a rapid barrage of strikes, and in an instant, these men were silenced, unaware of their demise. How formidable! Is this the legendary strength of a naval lieutenant? Ein marveled at Bai Yi, still astonished, having just joined the Navy and yet unfamiliar with the prowess of various ranks. Enemies! There are enemies! A pirate, rising to relieve himself, inadvertently witnessed this harrowing spectacle. In a frantic rush, he drew his pistol and aimed it at Bai Yi. Ready to fire. Bai Yi gently flicked the steel ball in his hand, shattering the bullet and piercing through the pirate's forehead. TCH. What a nuisance. Bai Yi calmly patted Ein's little face, urging, hold on tight and do not let go. Ein clung to Bai Yi's back, gripping his neck with fervor. Although the pirate had only emitted a single cry, it had already roused many others. What? An enemy? A multitude of pirates awakened, swiftly arming themselves in preparation for battle. Bai Yi turned to Ein, who was resting behind him, and inquired, by the way, have you dined after tonight's meal? Ein was taken aback by the question. Unsure of how to respond. I have eaten. Is there an issue? He replied. Our whereabouts have already been compromised. We should hasten our retreat and contemplate alternative solutions. You misconstrue my intent. I merely fear you may regurgitate your meal shortly. Bai Yi cast a cold gaze at the band of pirates that had emerged, devoid of any sympathy for them. Shave. The body of Bai Yi surged into the crowd like a specter, his fists resembling hammers, capable of inflicting death or severe injury upon impact. Empowered by his terrifying strength, he transformed into a veritable human meat grinder, leaving a trail of shattered flesh, internal organs, and dismembered limbs in his wake. The Navy's 6 styles were deployed in succession, augmented by the dual-color hockey, resulting in an overwhelmingly one-sided battle. I finally comprehended why Bai Yi had inquired if she had dined earlier. Those who could maintain their composure in the face of such carnage were true warriors. However, Ein did not retain her composure, as she lost consciousness within mere seconds of the combat commencing. Thus, the situation became dire. Amidst the slaughter, Bai Yi secured Ein to his belt, resembling a delicate ornament. What manner of monster is this? Why does it attack us? One pirate shouted. When the leader of the Black Robe pirates made his appearance, a scene of bloodshed greeted him. Countless individuals had been mercilessly reduced to a pulp, their remains congealed beyond recognition. The figure in the black robe felt a tightness in his throat and promptly retched. Ah, so you are their leader? Will you surrender quietly? Or shall I escort you to your demise? Your brethren must be quite lonely on the road to the underworld, Bai Yi declared, his body drenched in blood, a naive smile adorning his lips. To the black-robed figure, this creature before him transcended humanity. He was an unequivocal demon. No, even the most genuine of demons did not evoke such terror. This was a pervert, a murderous fiend. What absurdity! I am a pirate with a bounty exceeding 50 million. Who do you think you are? In the end, you are merely a maniac. How could I possibly fear you? The black-robed figure proclaimed his lack of fear, yet his sword hand trembled uncontrollably. Is that so? Bai Yi's aura gradually emanated an astonishing murderous intent. His stance towards pirates was unwavering. Only the dead pirates were good pirates. Indeed, many were coerced into piracy, and the celestial dragon's avarice had led to the ruin of countless families. However, those who sought vengeance against the celestial dragons, slaying a few of them, would certainly be regarded as heroes by Bai Yi. Yet, the vast majority of pirates lacked the courage to do so. Instead, they drew their blades against ordinary individuals, once akin to themselves. These people were never the heroes yearning for freedom, they were merely cowards. Thus, Bai Yi harbored no intentions of showing mercy to this lot. At this moment, the black-robed figure had drawn his sword, honestly. A bounty of 50 million would command dominion in the 4 seas, yet this was the grand line. Clang. Bai Yi extended 2 fingers, delicately pinching the sword wielded by the cloaked figure, his gaze cold and unyielding. Do you have any final words? At that moment, Ein stirred from his slumber. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have become a pirate. I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Send me to impel down instead. Upon witnessing his sword being effortlessly restrained by Bai Yi, the cloaked figure's confidence shattered in an instant. In the face of life, freedom seemed a trivial concern, at least in the mind of the cloaked man. While most naval officers would spare the lives of surrendered pirates, he was not dealing with an ordinary adversary. Oh, it appears you harbor feelings of remorse, but it is too late. The arbiter of forgiveness is God. My duty is merely to escort you to him. Bai Yi's fist, akin to a cannonball, struck the cloaked figure's head, reducing it to a pulp reminiscent of a smashed watermelon. Ein, having finally awoken, beheld this gruesome spectacle and fainted once more, his eyes rolling back in shock. He fervently wished this was merely a nightmare, one from which he would never awaken. The other pirates, witnessing their captain being so easily felled by a single blow, trembled and discarded their weapons, preparing to surrender. Bai Yi retrieved a signal flare from his embrace and fired it into the air. Zephyr had waited the entire night, consumed by concern for his 2 disciples. But upon witnessing the flare, a sense of relief washed over him. However, this solace was fleeting, as they breached the fortress gates and beheld the hellish scene within. Even the battle-hardened Zephyr's countenance froze in horror. Bai Yi, could you possibly elucidate what transpired here? Zephyr's voice resonated with an icy tone. Carp had once remarked that his disciple possessed an extreme disposition, outwardly simple-minded, yet upon encountering matters tied to pirates, he seemed to undergo a transformation, exhibiting a demeanor reminiscent of a Kaino. Initially, Zephyr had dismissed this observation, but upon confronting the infernal tableau before him, he realized the gravity of his misjudgment. Bai Yi, can you clarify what has occurred in this place? Zephyr's voice now held a chilling edge. Bai Yi saluted ZFA and then stated, Teacher ZFA, I am merely fulfilling the duties of a naval officer, nothing more. ZFA's expression grew increasingly grave upon the arrival of the Navy. The remaining pirates were weeping and pleading to be apprehended, clearly traumatized by Baye's earlier actions. Hein, having finally regained consciousness but still appearing childlike, could not suppress her nausea upon recalling the bloody scene. Fortunately, Bayi had gently placed Ein on the ground beforehand. Otherwise, White Knight, I understand that combating pirates is the Navy's responsibility, yet your strength far surpasses theirs. There is no need for such ruthless extermination. Capturing these pirates would resolve all issues. Why must you commit such cruel acts? Zfa spoke coldly. Who granted you the authority to take their lives? Known as the Admiral who does not kill, Zfa would only send even the most vicious foes to impel down, never taking their lives himself. To Zfa, Baye's actions transcended mere personality flaws. They hinted at deeper psychological issues. While Sakazuki pursued his notion of absolute justice, Baye's predicament was even more severe. It was only then that Zfa grasped what Garp had meant. Correcting this young man's character was an imperative task. Teacher Zfa, I must respectfully disagree with your perspective. I recognize that you adhere to a principle of non-killing, but sparing a villain equates to indirectly harming more innocent lives. I have witnessed villages ravaged by pirates, and I believe you have too. I do not think these individuals deserve forgiveness. Bai retorted, their ideologies starkly contrasting. Zfa understood this better than anyone. He had relinquished his position as an admiral after his wife and children were brutally murdered in retaliation by pirates. Yet, even in his profound grief, Zfa had not forsaken his beliefs, steadfastly upholding his principle of non-killing. In the silence of the night, Bai fixed his gaze intently upon Zifa, who, undeterred, matched his stare. Neither could sway the other. On found a secluded spot to transform back and don fresh attire. Teacher Zifa, he began, I believe Baye's perspective holds some merit. The situation we encountered was indeed exceptional. Our movements had been compromised. Had we not resorted to such measures, survival would have been improbable. Of course, one might question whether Major Baye's methods were excessively cruel. Zifa regarded his two students and let out a deep sigh. Baye, I am well aware that these individuals deserve their fate. However, if this continues, your character may be irrevocably altered. I do not wish for you to become merely a ruthless killer. Thank you for your concern, teacher, but my convictions remain steadfast. Baye replied resolutely. Should I encounter such nefarious pirates upon the seas in the future, I will not hesitate to eradicate them, albeit. He cast a sidelong glance at On. My approach will not be so merciless. Zifa understood well that altering a person's beliefs was not an endeavor to be accomplished overnight. He could only exhale a resigned sigh. If the opportunity arises, I would suggest you seek a position under Sakazuki. Your ideologies align closely with his. In addition to his undercover missions, Baye has spared pirates on 2 occasions. The first instance involved Robin. He later learned about her circumstances. This girl posed a threat to the world government due to her ability to decipher ancient texts, leading to the destruction of her hometown and her status as a wanted criminal. The second individual he spared was the clown buggy. At that time, the residents of the island stood before Baye, and even if his heart were made of stone, he could not remain indifferent. After clearing the indistinguishable remains, the soldiers began to tidy the battlefield. However, the way the Navy soldiers gazed at Baye transformed dramatically. Initially, he appeared as a friendly neighbor, devoid of any pretense. Yet, following this incident, the impression he left on the new recruits morphed into that of a bloodthirsty demon, one who would devour a person at the slightest provocation. Teacher Zephyr, we made a discovery. A soldier exclaimed, seemingly having found something significant. As the crowd gathered, they discovered a large chest. Upon opening it, the chest gleamed with a dazzling array of precious jewels, prompting several pairs of eyes to widen in astonishment. This treasure trove of gold and silver must be worth at least tens of millions. Let us stow this on the ship for expenses and, when the opportunity arises, deliver it to Navy headquarters, Zephyr remarked calmly. After decades of serving as an admiral, he had become impervious to the allure of such riches. Baye maintained an expression of calmness, yet it appeared that a few soldiers were swayed. Baye delivered a forceful punch to the heads of the young recruits, exclaiming, This is not a favorable matter for us. Be cautious, lest you gamble away your very lives. The new soldiers sheepishly scratched their heads in response. After attending to all matters, Zfa beckoned Baye to accompany him. The two, an elder and a youth, strolled along the beach, leaving Baye puzzled as to why Zfa had summoned him. Baye, you must have a rather painful past, do you not? Zfa inquired suddenly. Chapter 71, A Reunion. Baye was taken aback for a moment, then lowered his head in silence. From your attitude towards pirates, I could surmise that you have undoubtedly suffered from their malevolence, or perhaps a significant family member fell victim to their cruelty. Zfa chose not to elaborate further. He did not intend to deliberately reopen Baye's wounds. However, to advance in life, one must confront their past. Teacher Zfa, I understand your sentiments. Yet, each individual possesses their own set of principles. I cannot condemn your compassion towards pirates as erroneous, just as you cannot deem my ruthlessness towards them as unjust. I am well aware of my stance, Baye expressed with gratitude, though this elder appeared stern. His intentions were genuinely for Baye's benefit. Nevertheless, he would not alter his perspective on pirates. Baye never doubted that among these brigands, there exist heroes. Yet the human heart often veils darkness, while light can elude it. The desire to commit evil may arise in an instant, But the path to redemption is a formidable climb. Hence, I shall not waver from my principles. The most arduous task in this world is not to vanquish an adversary, but to alter a person's mindset. Presently, the three admirals of the Navy, Akiji, Akainu, and Kizaru, are all disciples of Zfa, who is intimately familiar with their characters. Akiji embodies ambiguous justice. Should a pirate align with his sense of righteousness, he might let them go, much like he did with Robin. While the world brands Robin as the child of the devil, a harbinger of chaos, Akiji alone perceives her innocence, risking much to grant her freedom. Kizaru represents lethargic justice. He clocks in for work, sips tea post-shift, and categorically avoids overtime, all while ensuring his pay is received, regardless of the four emperors' actions. Akainu, on the other hand, epitomizes absolute justice, resembling a hardened soldier who obeys commands without question. Willing to slay innocents to fulfill his mission, such a person is fit for battle, but unfit for leadership. Another stubborn mule, Zfa muttered under his breath. Baye's methods can sometimes be even more radical than Akainu's, yet he would never resort to the madness of killing civilians for the sake of a mission. If he perceives an adversary as just, he may occasionally show mercy, as he did with Buggy. Those fishermen, devoid of combat prowess, could never hinder Baye from dispatching Buggy, yet Baye chose to let him go. You will understand my words as you gain more experience and reflect on your thoughts. Zfa gently patted Baye's shoulder. Transforming a person's beliefs is not an overnight endeavor. He simply hopes to subtly influence Baye to relinquish such extreme notions. After addressing Baye's concerns, Zfa gazed at the fortress before him, a remnant of a bygone nation, now reduced to a collection of cold stones. Establishing a naval base here might be quite advantageous, he mused aloud. As the sun rose, the Navy personnel stood atop the walls, their spirits invigorated. This marked their inaugural battle, albeit a minor skirmish, yet it remained a moment worth commemorating. What do you think of Major Baye? One rookie whispered. He appears reliable. Yet he is merciless against pirates. Another rookie glanced around to ensure their privacy before responding. You know nothing. I heard Major Baye's only kin perished at the hands of pirates, instilling in him a profound hatred for them. Countless others have suffered similarly at the hands of these brigands. We joined the Navy to prevent such tragedies, did we not? At that moment, a typically reticent soldier posed a question. Do you think if the celestial dragons reduced their greed, fewer people would suffer, and there would be fewer pirates at sea? Immediately, for hands clamped over his mouth. Have you lost your mind? How dare you speak of the celestial dragons? A slip of the tongue could cost you your head. This turmoil has persisted for 8 centuries, ultimately tracing back to Roger. Had he not ushered in the age of exploration and amassed so many pirates? Another soldier remarked. The chaos of this era is not the fault of a single individual, it is a confluence of various factors. The tyranny of the celestial dragons, Roger's influence, humanity's yearning for the sea and freedom, and the Navy's quest for peace. These conflicting ideologies collide to create this vibrant world. What are you all discussing? Ian approached. Her countenance grim. She had scarcely eaten in days, and whenever she closed her eyes, the image of the black-robed figure's shattered head haunted her. Being the only girl among the rookies, the others were particularly protective of her. Are you all right? You weren't injured during the operation, were you? A soldier inquired with concern. My psyche has endured severe trauma, Ian retorted softly. At that moment, Zfa and Baye walked side by side. Noticing Ian's pallor, Baye felt a twinge of guilt. Let's all take a day to rest here. We shall resume our journey tomorrow. What do you think, Teacher Zfa? Certainly. Everyone is exhausted. A proper rest is warranted, Zfa affirmed. By the way, Baye, I have a directive for you. In future encounters with pirates, unless under extraordinary circumstances, do not annihilate them entirely. After all, their lives as well. Understood, Teacher Zfa. I acknowledge my mistakes regarding this incident. I shall be more prudent in the future, Baye replied. As Zfa raised his fist to strike, Baye swiftly fled. Meanwhile, at sea, a pirate crew awaited anxiously. What on earth are those black-robed fellows up to? We agreed to meet here for a trade, yet not a single soul has arrived. A portly man grumbled impatiently. If Baye were present, he would recognize this rotund individual as Doflamingo's subordinate, the gluttonous Pika, who had once been his captain during his undercover days. How dare they stand us up, the Doflamingo family? Pika vented his dissatisfaction. During the time when the undercover agent and the Don Quixote family operated, the Don Quixote family suffered several devastating blows, resulting in a severe shortage of mid-level executives. Consequently, Don Quixote was compelled to promote the robust Dragon. For Dragon, this period must have been the most comfortable in his life, thriving in the underworld, where everyone addressed him as Big Brother. This newfound status began to inflate his ego. The audacity of the Black Cloak pirates to disregard him was tantamount to a slight against the young master, and by extension, a slight against the celestial dragons. Such boldness was intolerable. Gather the fleet. I shall see who dares to oppose the Don Quixote family, Dragon proclaimed with great arrogance. With several hundred subordinates at his command, armed to the teeth, he could be considered a formidable force in the 4 seas. Furthermore, with the young master backing him, he felt invincible. Thus, Dragon led his fleet to the encampment of the Black Cloak pirates. Teacher Zephyr, it's bad. We're surrounded by pirates outside. Could the Black Cloak pirates have allies we are unaware of? A soldier exclaimed anxiously. Zephyr remained remarkably composed. As a former admiral of the Navy, he had witnessed numerous grand spectacles. Stay calm. Do not reveal our identities. Let us ascertain their intentions, Zephyr instructed. Everyone, prepare for battle. Black Cloak, you dare to look down upon the Don Quixote family. Come out of your shell and face me. Dragon shouted vehemently. In a hushed tone, Bai addressed Zafa. It appears the adversary remains oblivious to the fact that the Black Robe pirates have been eradicated by us. Moreover, I happen to be acquainted with this individual outside, nothing but a fool. It is truly astonishing that Don Quixote Doflamingo could find no one else to serve as a cadre in his family. Then let us strike head-on and crush him. Zafa replied. No, I possess a strategy. Bai remarked, his gaze fixed on the rotund dragon, having once sailed alongside him. Bai was well aware of Dragon's character. Apart from his unwavering loyalty to Doflamingo, he was utterly lacking in merit. His combat prowess was abysmal, and Bai, even before mastering Haki, could easily defeat him, let alone the Bai of the present. Ayan, bring forth a captive, Bai commanded. Shortly thereafter, a former member of the Black Robe pirates was brought before him, trembling at the sight of Bai. I was wrong. I shall never be a pirate again. Please, spare my life. I beg you. The pirate's spirit was nearly shattered, having endured the harrowing events of the previous night. Only those of extraordinary fortitude could maintain their composure under such duress. Does it not resemble an opportunity for redemption? Do you know how I intended to deal with you? I would grind each of you to pulp and feed you to the dogs, Bai said, gently patting the pirate's cheek. The pirate held no doubt. A being of such malevolence was capable of anything. Were you not engaged in dealings with the Don Quixote family today? Bai inquired. Do not lie. This is your chance for atonement. If you assist me in dealing with these individuals, I shall ensure your passage to Impel Down. Should you dare to resist? I regret to inform you, our next encounter will be in another life. The pirate hastily nodded. We had indeed arranged to procure a shipment of equipment from Doflamingo. And today was to be the transaction, but they unexpectedly came to us. Entice the leader into our midst. The rest shall be of no concern to you. If you succeed, I will escort you to Impel Down. If you fail, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Bai's expression was disarmingly gentle as he patted the pirate's cheek once more. The pirate trembled. He understood this was his final chance for survival. Rest assured. I shall lure Doflamingo's men here, he said urgently. Outside, Dragon was growing increasingly impatient. Prepare the cannons. Let us blast this cursed place to smithereens. Chapter 72, Training Dragon. Being a member of the Don Quixote family had access to first-rate weaponry, far superior to that of ordinary pirates. Just then, the fortress's grand entrance swung open, and the earlier pirate hurriedly approached. Is this the esteemed Brother Dragon of the Don Quixote family? Our captain drank excessively last night and has yet to awaken. Brother Dragon, would you care to come inside? The jewels are ready for you. Dragon's gaze was laced with suspicion. Something felt amiss. Yet he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. These lads wouldn't be attempting to pull a fast one on me, would they? He pondered, glancing at his subordinates. Though they belonged to the Don Quixote family, those who dared traverse the seas were often reckless individuals. Double-crossing was not uncommon. Why was he the only one to greet them? What should I do? Should I trust them? Dragon felt torn, observing his crew. Boss, in this territory, who besides the young master could rival you? Just a petty Black Robe crew. How could they possibly dare to offend the Don Quixote family? I'm certain they wouldn't have the audacity to play tricks. One of Dragon's men asserted confidently. Indeed, you make a valid point. Dragon had become somewhat complacent, buoyed by the backing of Doflamingo. In these waters, anyone who saw the Don Quixote flag would show respect. Thus, he surmised that the Black Robe crew was merely intoxicated and unlikely to engage in treachery. Lower the boat. Let us investigate. Dragon commanded his men. Surrounded by 2 or 3 dozen followers, he strode forward like a local lord, completely oblivious to the sweat trickling down his forehead, no matter what. His life had been preserved for the moment. Upon entering the fortress, Dragon immediately sensed something was off. Though not primarily a combatant within the Don Quixote family, his years at sea had honed his instincts. The Black Robe pirates numbered 500. Logically, there should have been a cacophony of noise, yet upon stepping inside, he was met with an unsettling silence that sent chills down his spine, as if he had crossed from a bustling market into a graveyard. This is bad. Dragon instinctively drew his pistol, but in that instant, something fell from above, landing right before him. He focused and was horrified to see the decapitated corpse of a Black Robe pirate. Retreat! Dragon shouted, but almost simultaneously, gunfire erupted from all directions. His crew members fell like rag dolls, riddled with bullets. It was a trap, and not one orchestrated by the Black Robe pirates, but rather, the Navy. Fools! Do you not recognize us as subordinates of Don Quixote? The young master is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. We are allies. Why would you assault us? Dragon shouted, brandishing the flag of the 7 warlords. However, upon seeing the faces of those before him, his countenance drained of color. Brother Dragon, we meet again. Bai appeared like a specter, draping an arm around Dragon's shoulders as though they were long-lost friends. You are aware that Doflamingo is one of the 7 warlords, and that the Navy is our ally. Yet when Doflamingo sent assassins after me, where was your voice of reason? Baiye's laughter was cold. Dragon's brow glistened with sweat. You betrayed the young master first. That does not justify Doflamingo's blatant attempt to hunt down the sea orchid. Baiye interjected, tightening his grip around Dragon's neck. Leave all the weapons aboard the ship and return to inform Doflamingo that it will not be long before I seek him out myself. No need for him to come looking for me. Dragon clenched his fists. You cannot contend with the young master, unless a Marine Admiral intervenes. There is no one in the Navy who could match him. As he mentioned the Marine Admirals, the expressions of the nearby Navy personnel turned peculiar. Yet Dragon remained oblivious to the unusual demeanor of those around him. If you release me, I shall speak favorably of you to the young master. Perhaps he will revoke the bounty on your head. You must consider this carefully. Opposing the young master will lead to dire consequences. Dragon's expression was a mix of intimidation and trepidation. Return to inform Doflamingo that I am well aware of the darkness surrounding Dressrosa. Do not assume that his status as a warlord will protect him indefinitely. There may come a time when the world government abandons these lapdogs. When that day arrives, he need not seek me out. I shall find him, Baiye declared. Dragon wished to retort, but as he observed Baiye's disdain for Doflamingo, he realized that should he continue to bluster, he might provoke an end far worse than mere defeat. However, Fat Dragon muttered softly, and as for what he said, Baiye could not quite hear. All right, I shall have all the goods unloaded immediately. Furthermore, I shall convey your message to the young master. I hope that when he seeks you out, you do not burst into tears. After speaking, Fat Dragon took out his telephone snail and instructed someone to offload all the weapons designated for sale, then swiftly departed. Upon seeing Fat Dragon return alone, the pirates aboard the ship sensed trouble. Brother Fat Dragon, did you encounter the Black Robe pirates? We should charge in. Fat Dragon, in exasperation, smacked the fool on the head. What are you thinking? Do you even know who is inside? That is the young master's greatest concern, Baiye. Once a cadre of the Don Quixote family, how can we possibly contend with him? Quickly inform the young master and seek his decision. It must be said. Fat Dragon's choice was quite resolute. This was beyond his capacity to resolve. He swiftly retrieved his telephone snail and dialed Don Quixote Doflamingo. Doflamingo, not particularly busy, promptly answered the call. Young master, this is Fat Dragon. I have crucial news to share. I encountered Baiye in the Grand Line. He has just annihilated the Black Robe pirates and proclaimed that he is aware of the darkness surrounding Dressrosa and that there is no need for the young master to seek him out, for he will come to you. At that moment, Doflamingo was lounging on the beach, basking in the sun, accompanied by beautiful women and indulging in fine red wine. What should have been a delightful existence suddenly lost its charm upon hearing the news of Baiye. Did this brat really say that? Doflamingo nearly crushed the telephone snail in his hand. To him, Baiye represented the greatest humiliation of his life. Not only had he infiltrated the upper echelons of the Don Quixote family, but he had also captured incriminating evidence against him. Had it not been for the intervention of the five elders, he would have spent the rest of his days in Impel Down. Moreover, none of the numerous assassins he had previously dispatched had returned. Haha. Ahu, it seems you become a bit too arrogant after making me suffer repeatedly. Fat Dragon. Where are they located? Doflamingo resolved to take matters into his own hands. Baiye indeed possessed talent. But he had been away from the Don Quixote family for merely 9 months. Doflamingo could not believe that an ordinary youth could grow to such a formidable level. After Fat Dragon disclosed Baiye's location, Doflamingo sneered coldly. Baiye, do not be so arrogant. I shall come to take your life. By the way, young master, there is one more minor issue. Baiye has seized a batch of our military arms, which may be worth a considerable sum. Fat Dragon hesitated, aware that this was a tactic to prioritize significant matters first, hoping his minor oversights would be overlooked. It is merely a batch of arms. It matters not. Fat Dragon, you have found Baiye's whereabouts. I shall reward you handsomely. Doflamingo replied with a smile. The White Knight has become a source of great distress for Doflamingo, who now harbors suspicions that the Navy may have planted an undercover agent beside him. Until the White Knight is eliminated, this paranoia will never subside. Zifa-sensei, I would like to inquire further about the matter of hockey. Do you have some time? The White Knight asked, somewhat bashfully. Observing the bashful youth before him, Zifa found it impossible to associate this boy with the nightmarish pirate he had once encountered. Of course, Zifa replied. He had brought the White Knight along for this very purpose. Although the White Knight had awakened hockey, it was merely the most basic form. He lacked knowledge of advanced applications, and his density and quantity of hockey were far from sufficient. Teacher, how can I enhance the total amount of hockey? The White Knight flattered. You are the only admiral in the Navy without special abilities, so you must be quite proficient in this area. Indeed. Zifa's face gleamed with pride. It seems your teacher has told you nothing, that rascal. Well, hockey is essentially a formidable power inherent within every individual, directly linked to one's physical strength. Once you channel this power, the stronger your physique, the more potent your hockey. The common belief that one can only break through at the brink of life and death stems from the fact that individuals are better able to unleash their potential in such dire situations. I see. The White Knight nodded in understanding. Though Karp was over 50 years old, his muscles remained as robust as in his prime. Starting today, I will teach you how to hone your hockey. Much of this relies on your own perception, How much you learn depends solely on you, Zifa stated calmly. There was, however, one detail Zifa omitted. Awakening the Conqueror's Haki would significantly enhance the density of the armament Haki. Unfortunately, Zifa lacked the Conqueror's Haki, so he could not confirm this assertion. In the following period, the one tormenting the White Knight shifted from Karp to Zifa. The other recruits watched in horror as the White Knight endured training methods that seemed inhumane, let alone attempting to emulate them. Nevertheless, Zifa's training proved remarkably effective. Within less than half a month, the White Knight exhibited a notable improvement in his Haki. The master and disciple frequently sought out desolate islands for combat practice. Initially, the White Knight could barely withstand a few of Zifa's strikes. However, as training intensity increased, he could now endure 10 of Zifa's blows without succumbing. For the White Knight, this was a substantial breakthrough. Yet, tranquility is always fleeting, and a crisis loomed ever closer. Beneath the fading rays of the setting sun on an unnamed island, small fish swam leisurely in the shallows while several Navy personnel tended to a fire, soon to stew the unknown fish. Oblivious to their impending fate, these foolish fish swam about. I was beside a pot of rice, and a soldier jested, "Who would have thought I could cook? I wonder who will be so fortunate as to win your heart in the future. What do you think of Major White Knight? I feel you two would make a fine match." Ein, listening to her colleague's banter, seriously contemplated what it would be like to be with the White Knight. Damn. Being with that maniac would mean I would have no advantage in a fight. Ein muttered softly, shivering at the thought of the White Knight's ferocity in battle. The recent skirmishes had left her with psychological scars. Just then, an enormous noise erupted from the nearby jungle, akin to an explosion. Here we go again. Ein's first instinct was to clutch her pot of rice and flee. Sure enough, seconds later, a figure came crashing out of the thicket, landing awkwardly on the beach. The figure was none other than the White Knight, who quickly assumed a combat stance upon landing, though his opponent was evidently more formidable. A more robust figure, resembling a lion, surged from the foliage, its arms entirely black. "You still have a long way to go, Brad." Zifa's fists were like terrifying cannonballs. The White Knight hastily enveloped his arms in armament Haki, crossing them defensively against Zifa's iron fist. The collision of armament Haki unleashed a tremendous shockwave. But this stalemate lasted only a fleeting second before the White Knight was sent flying by a single punch, crashing into the distant sea. "So weak. With such abilities, you dare venture into the new world?" Zifa remarked mercilessly. He had always been exceedingly strict with his student. "Moreover, your armament Haki is far too scattered. Remember, when facing an opponent, you must coalesce your excess Haki into a protective layer around your body, like armor. Observe." Zifa extended his hand and struck a rock. The White Knight, peering from the water, witnessed the rock disintegrate from within without Zifa's hand ever making contact. "Teacher Zifa, I want to learn that," the White Knight exclaimed in astonishment. Zifa wore a smug expression. I suddenly feel like having fish. I'll go catch some. I used to be a fisherman and know which fish are delectable." Without hesitation, the White Knight dove into the sea to catch fish. Zifa's eyes twinkled with amusement at the antics of this mischievous lad. "Ein," Zifa called, as she approached with the prepared rice and condiments. "If you have time, please help guide the White Knight. He is quite a decent kid, but his prejudice against pirates runs deep." Zifa handed her the rice. "Teacher, I will keep that in mind," Ein replied. "But is the White Knight really just a Navy major at this level of strength?" Zifa, while eating, remarked. "Certainly more than just a major. However, he is still quite young and lacks experience. If he were to advance too quickly, it might invite criticism. Sengoku and Karp have been very astute in this regard." At that moment, the White Knight returned, holding a large fish. "Come, everyone, let's enjoy some grilled fish." The soldiers cheered and rushed over to assist. After dining, Zifa stretched and addressed the White Knight. "Now that you're well fed and hydrated, let us engage in some post-meal exercises." Bai Yi consumed the last morsel of fish, unwaveringly fixing his gaze upon Zfa. Zfa, the sole master of pure physical combat, exemplified the formidable prowess of his peak abilities. The two stood on the sandy shore, approximately 5 meters apart. Bai Yi did not employ the technique of the Navy's sixth style. Facing Zephyr with such a method would be akin to a novice attempting to showcase their skills before a master. "Concentrate your Haki at a single point," Bai Yi murmured. However, Zephyr offered little time for his student to ponder, as a fist the size of a sandbag was already descending upon him. Bai Yi hastily enveloped his arm with the color of Haki and engaged in a fierce clash with Zifa, yet the outcome was all too predictable. Bai Yi was forcefully propelled back several dozen meters by Zifa's formidable punch, barely managing to regain his footing. To truly sense the flow of Haki, it is not merely a matter of exerting brute strength. Your innate talent is quite remarkable, and you should grasp this concept with relative ease. Envision Haki as droplets of water coursing over your skin. The moment you strike is when these droplets converge, Zifa instructed, launching another punch at Bai Yi. To visualize Haki as droplets of water, Bai Yi inhaled deeply, though time was of the essence as Zifa's fist was already upon him. In a frantic response, Bai Yi swung his fist to counter, yet the collision of their Haki revealed Zifa's overwhelming superiority, causing Bai Yi to be pushed back once more. "Do not rush. Mastery is not achieved overnight. It took me several days to learn this technique," Zifa remarked. Let us conclude for today. Take some time to rest. Bai Yi sat on the beach, feeling the overwhelming pressure of Zifa's fist. Although he was aware that his mentor would not harm him, he couldn't shake the illusion of impending doom whenever he faced that formidable fist. At that moment, An approached and settled beside him. Do not be disheartened. You are still young and far more capable than I. Can you wield a sword? Would you be willing to teach me? An spoke with remarkable gentleness. She possessed a striking beauty coupled with a maturity often absent in youth. However, upon first glance, Bai Yi mistakenly identified her as Robin. What are you staring at? An inquired, puzzled. Is there something strange on my face? No, it's nothing. It's just that my swordsmanship is rather lacking merely at a novice level. However, if you wish to learn the Marine 6 styles, I might offer some guidance, Bai Yi replied, avoiding her gaze. An and Robin shared a somewhat similar aura. Yet Robin's presence exuded a more profound maturity, akin to a seasoned scholar who had seen through the complexities of the world. That sounds wonderful. Which technique from the Marine 6 styles do you plan to teach me? An exclaimed with enthusiasm. Knowing well the prowess associated with those techniques from observing Bai Yi's previous battles, Bai Yi replied earnestly, how about I teach you the iron block? No sooner had he spoken than Zifa landed a punch atop Bai Yi's head. You resemble an iron block. Teach something appropriate. Ein, bewildered, turned to her teacher with a puzzled expression. Zifa-sensei, what is an iron block? Best not to learn that. Zifa shot a stern glance at Bai Yi. Bai Yi spoke with an air of solemnity. Zifa, as one of the Navy's 6 powers, you ought not to regard the iron block with disdain. However, upon witnessing Zifa raise his iron fist, Bai Yi quickly amended his statement. Indeed, it may not be suitable for a girl to learn the iron block. How about this? I shall teach you the shave instead. With those words, Bai Yi scrutinized Zifa's expression, apprehensive that Zifa's fist might descend upon him. Yet, to master the Navy's 6 powers, one must endure hardships beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Now, strap on the weights around your legs. You are not to remove them without my permission. Bai Yi recalled the grueling training imposed upon him by instructor Tori, who must have relished the torment he inflicted. At that moment, Don Quixote Doflamingo lounged on the deck, basking in the sun, accompanied by several of his subordinates, Lao Chi, Baby 5, and Torpole, along with a young boy donning a spotted cap, who huddled amidst the crowd. The boy's visage was steeped in melancholy, evoking a sense of pity. Yet others paid him little heed, save for Baby 5, who occasionally checked on him. Ro, are you not happy? Doflamingo inquired, his eyes concealed behind dark sunglasses. Casting a sidelong glance at the boy. This boy, known as Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, was now a member of the Don Quixote family. However, within his heart, he harbored nothing but animosity towards Doflamingo, devoid of any gratitude. Is your hatred directed at me because of Corazon? Doflamingo continued. You need not feel this way. Corazon was my biological brother, and his death has caused me the deepest sorrow. As he spoke, a hint of sadness tinged Doflamingo's voice. He and his brother had relied on one another since childhood, yet he had never imagined that his brother would become a marine spy, ultimately betraying him. The most intolerable affront to Doflamingo was treachery. Thus, despite Corazon being his own flesh and blood, he had no hesitation in ending his life. When Law beheld Corazon's lifeless body, he knew reconciliation with Doflamingo was an impossibility. Henceforth, only one of them could survive. Yet, at this moment, Law possessed nothing and could not defy Doflamingo. The only reason Doflamingo spared Law was due to the latter's possession of a rare fruit, the Opopnomi. Should Law be killed, who could predict when another such fruit would surface? Law merely nodded, biding his time, awaiting the moment he would grow strong enough to surpass Doflamingo and avenge Mr. Corazon. All who betray me shall pay a hefty price, regardless of their identity. Doflamingo's face contorted into a sinister expression, his current fixation being Bai Yi. This scoundrel had repeatedly toyed with him, and for the sake of his own pride. This wretch must perish. Doflamingo handed a pistol to Law, stating, You shall deliver the final blow. Law accepted the gun with both hands, lowering his head in silence, concealing his true intentions until he possessed power greater than Doflamingo's. Torpole approached and whispered, Young master, we have located Bai Yi's precise whereabouts, and he is accompanied by several new Navy recruits. Shall we? Torpole made a gesture indicating mercilessness, and Doflamingo's smile grew increasingly malevolent. I intend to torment each new recruit before his very eyes, relishing his anguish and despair. And only then shall I grant him a swift end. In comparison to the harm Bai Yi had inflicted upon him, Doflamingo believed he had shown considerable mercy. Bai Yi's strength was well understood by Don Quixote Doflamingo. Although Bai Yi had made significant progress over the past 6 months, he was still far from being a match for an opponent of the 7 warlords' caliber. Doflamingo was confident that he could swiftly conclude the battle and subject Bai Yi to a brutal demise. Set sail, Doflamingo commanded, gazing at the vast ocean ahead. And their ship sped towards Bai Yi's vessel at full throttle. Meanwhile, Zifa and the soldiers led by Bai Yi had successfully vanquished a small pirate crew. On this occasion, neither Zifa nor Bai Yi had intervened. The victory was entirely the result of the new recruits' efforts. Once the battle concluded, there were only 2 injuries, with minimal losses overall. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ian winced, his arm slung over his neck. He was one of the injured. Indeed, without utilizing his devil fruit abilities or haki, the combat prowess of the female soldiers fell short compared to their male counterparts, as the physical disparity was evident. However, Ian's injury was not severe. A cut on his arm had been treated with a simple bandage, leaving him relatively unharmed. Zifa stood at the bow of the ship, instructing his subordinates, clean the battlefield and depart immediately. Enemy reinforcements may be on their way. The soldiers hurriedly loaded the pirates' weapons, ammunition, and fresh water supplies onto their ship, acting more like bandits than legitimate warriors. Suddenly, a soldier rushed to Zifa, exclaiming, "Teacher Zifa, there's a pirate ship approaching from the distance, flying the flag of the Don Quixote family. What should we do?" "Ignore that buffoon," Zifa replied coldly. Although Doflamingo held a certain reputation in the New World, Zifa had yet to regard him as a significant threat. "Young master, ahead lies Baye's ship." Torpol sniffled, reporting. Doflamingo's expression grew increasingly sinister as he spotted Baye on a small boat ahead. "Ahu, have you ever experienced despair yet?" Just as Doflamingo's gaze swept towards the bow of the ship, his expression froze in shock. Standing there was a robust middle-aged man with violet hair and sunglasses, coldly observing him. Upon recognizing the elderly figure, a chill ran through Doflamingo's veins, prompting him to avert his gaze hastily. "Navigate the ship past them," Doflamingo ordered. Chapter 74. Ruthless even to his own, the family members prepared for battle were taken aback. Their adversary was right before them, yet the young master seemed to falter. The elderly figure at the bow was none other than Zifa, the former Marine Admiral and close ally of Karp, now the mentor to the current 3 admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji. "Why was I not informed of such crucial news?" Doflamingo's expression twisted into that of a ravenous beast. "Young master, you never inquired," Torpol retorted. But upon witnessing Doflamingo's barely contained rage, he refrained from further comment. As the 2 ships passed each other, Baye clearly saw Doflamingo at the helm of the opposing vessel. Their eyes locked, neither party willing to yield. Doflamingo's fury reached its zenith. Yet he was compelled by reality to bow before the former Marine Admiral, Zifa, a true monstrosity. While Zifa's strength may not rival that of the current admirals, he was certainly not to be underestimated. At the very least, he posed a formidable challenge. "Ahu, it's good to see you again. Do you miss your days with the Don Quixote family?" Doflamingo said, a sinister smile adorning his face, reminiscent of a fearsome demon. "Of course I miss it, but alas, I was so close to claiming your head." Baye retorted defiantly, locking eyes with Doflamingo. Doflamingo then shifted his gaze to Zifa. Had it been anyone else, he would have unleashed his conqueror's haki without hesitation. However, any sign of aggression on his part would undoubtedly invite Zifa's lethal response. As the 2 ships swiftly glided past one another, Baye suddenly extended his hand and slowly raised his middle finger in defiance. Doflamingo's facial muscles twitched, clearly struggling to suppress his ire. "Young master, the other side is backed by a former admiral. Engaging openly would only lead to our disadvantage," Torpol cautioned. "We must devise a plan to strike covertly." Doflamingo glanced at Law, wishing his surgical abilities were more developed. Together, they might stand a chance even against an admiral. However, in reality, there were no ifs, and Doflamingo could only endure the mockery of his foe while remaining paralyzed by fear. "Baye, do not grow too complacent. Zifa may shield you for a time, but he cannot protect you forever. I refuse to believe you will not find yourself alone someday," Doflamingo thought to himself, a cruel smile resurfacing on his face, vowing that their next encounter would herald the end of Baye. As Doflamingo's ship disappeared from view, Zifa remarked, "It seems Doflamingo is seeking you out. Who could have anticipated that I would ensnare him so thoroughly?" Baye replied, exasperated, acknowledging that Doflamingo had never suffered such a significant setback throughout his years of pirating the seas. Baye could only smile bitterly. All he could do now was to continuously strengthen himself and subsequently imprison Doflamingo. Given Doflamingo's nature, he would undoubtedly not let the matter rest. So one must exercise extreme caution. Zifa still took his nominal disciple seriously. However, Doflamingo did not look back. Instead, he disembarked at the nearest island. Initially furious, he had now calmed down, realizing that the world's problems could not be resolved through mere anger. As long as Zifa remained present, Doflamingo would not dare to act. It is vital to understand that Baye and Zifa's identities were entirely different. Although Baye was a disciple of Karp, he ultimately held the rank of a mere major. If Baye were to meet his demise, the Navy would not cast enmity upon Doflamingo for the sake of a single major. In contrast, Zifa was a former Marine Admiral, a comrade of Sengoku, Karp, and the current Marine Chief of Staff, Saru, and the teacher of the 3 current Marine Admirals. Should Zifa suffer a setback at the hands of Doflamingo, mere words of explanation would not suffice. "Terepal, seek out a few desperate individuals completely unrelated to our family. I have great use for them," Doflamingo murmured. Terepal nodded. Yet Doflamingo understood that relying on such individuals to confront Zifa was somewhat unrealistic. However, dealing with Baye should prove sufficient, as he was merely a Navy major and not particularly formidable. Terepal eagerly nodded, already grasping Doflamingo's intentions. Such individuals typically commanded high prices and were difficult to control. which was why Doflamingo had refrained from employing them during the earlier assassination attempt on Bai Yi. In this vast sea, there were plenty willing to risk their lives. Attaining wealth and glory depended solely on one's capabilities. As night fell, Bai Yi was tasked with the evening watch. After some time spent together, he had become quite familiar with the soldiers, although there had been a period of peace. Having encountered Doflamingo during the day left Bai Yi uncertain of what tactics Doflamingo might employ. Major Bai Yi, would you like to take a rest? Ain approached with some snacks in hand, although his injured hand only permitted him to use one. Given your current state, there is no need to concern yourself with me. It is far more important to heal your injury, Bai Yi replied without lifting his head. Ain cleared his throat softly and then leaned in to whisper, Major, when can I remove the weight from my leg? Carrying this burden while fighting daily is utterly exhausting. Bai Yi, taking into account Ain's physical capabilities, specifically tailored the weight she bore on her legs. Had Ain undergone training under instructor Tori's methods from the outset, it is likely that she would have been rendered incapacitated. If you find it exhausting, feel free to remove it, I suggested. Why, as a girl, have you chosen to join the Navy? Bai Yi inquired. And what about you? Why did you choose to enlist? Ain retorted. As for me, I had no choice, Bai Yi replied. With my only family gone, there were no other paths left but to become a sailor. Now, tell me about yourself. As Bai Yi glanced at Ain, he was startled to discover a dark blade protruding ominously from beneath Ain's neck, poised to sever it with the slightest movement. What? Bai Yi was taken aback. Although observation hockey was an active skill, his senses were far sharper than the average person. Yet, someone had silently appeared before him with murderous intent. With a swift gesture, he directed an invisible force towards the black blade, causing it to recoil with a sharp crack, retracting by 3 inches. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Bai Yi grasped Ain's head and pulled her towards him, producing a dull thud. However, he had no time to ponder the situation. His armament hockey enveloped his fist as he unleashed a powerful strike towards the shadowy adversary. The foe attempted to parry with the long knife, but Bai Yi's formidable strength sent the figure reeling, as if it were a mere shadow slithering across the deck. Indeed, this was a bounty of 500 million. Such a formidable opponent was not to be underestimated. The shadow emitted a piercing shriek, prompting Bai Yi to urgently assess Ain's condition. He was dismayed to find her head covered in blood. In the heat of the moment, he had inadvertently pressed her head against the ship's railing. It was a miracle she had survived at all. Truly, this ruthless individual, with a bounty of 500 million, showed such cruelty even towards their own ally. What a beast. The shadow remarked. Hey, Ain, don't die on me. If you do, I won't be able to explain myself. Bai Yi frantically shook her. Stop shaking me. If you keep it up, I really will die? Ain weakly replied. Next time you save someone, could you please check the terrain first? I beg you. After uttering these words, she fell silent. Ain, gazing at Ain's bloodied face, Bai Yi quickly removed his clothing to wrap around her head, attempting to staunch the bleeding, given that the shadow had come for a 500 million bounty. It was evident that their true identity was likely an assassin dispatched by Don Quixote Doflamingo, or at the very least, connected to his family. The shadow lightly ran a hand along the blade, which, already black, shimmered with an added layer of armament hockey. In a ghostly manner, it lunged forward. Bai Yi positioned Ain upon his shoulder as if carrying a sack, while simultaneously preparing his left hand with hockey to block the impending strike. The clash of hockey reverberated through him, and Bai Yi felt a sharp pain in his left hand, quickly retracting it. The shadow, with a dispassionate tone, remarked, Though you have awakened hockey, you are ultimately still a novice. Surrender gracefully. Bai Yi inhaled deeply, reflecting on the words of Master Zfa. Realizing that his hockey was too dispersed. True masters of hockey concentrate their excess energy instantaneously during battle. Among the Don Quixote family, there exists a formidable hockey user named Virgo, who can envelop his entire being in hockey, presenting an intimidating visage. However, should he encounter a genuine master of hockey, he would likely suffer a grievous defeat. The shadow moved with astonishing speed, drawing his blade with remarkable swiftness. Bai Yi, with one hand shielding Ain, was compelled to fight with a single hand. This left hand amassed all of his hockey, yet controlling it proved exceedingly challenging. If droplets of water clung to one's skin, merely lowering the hand would cause the droplets to coalesce under gravity. Yet, hockey is an intrinsic part of the body, unaffected by gravity but rather swayed by one's own intent. Each strike demanded utmost concentration, especially since his opponent was also a master of hockey. A momentary lapse in vigilance could result in his arm being severed by the opponent's blade. One must have limits to their disdain. It was audacious to engage me while cradling another. Regardless, I am a top-tier assassin in the underworld, summoned by Don Quixote for a staggering 100 million. The shadow murmured to himself, intensifying his assault. In the darkness, only the black gleam of the blade and the silhouette of fists collided beneath the silvery moonlight. Nevertheless, this adversary was quite formidable. Should this stalemate persist, the outcome remained uncertain. The shadow retrieved 2 shurikens from his cloak, poised to launch a surprise attack when suddenly Bai Yi raised a hand in a gesture of pause. Stop, I concede. I acknowledge that I am not your match. Go ahead, kill me. The shadow hesitated, taken aback by such an abrupt admission of defeat. This was a stark contrast to the previously relentless spirit displayed. Bai Yi collapsed onto the ground in a disheveled manner, exclaiming, "My bravado has been completely exhausted. Continuing this battle would lead to a certain demise. Capture me alive and deliver me to Don Quixote Doflamingo. I am confident that Doflamingo will offer you more than a mere 500 million berries. I am a thorn in his side, a source of great annoyance. A fact known throughout the vast seas. What do you say? Over there are handcuffs made of sea prism stone. If you harbor any doubts, feel free to bind me. I will not resist. And if you still doubt my sincerity, I can offer you this woman. She is fairly attractive, and you may do with her as you please, provided you spare my life." As Bai Yi spoke, he fiercely pinched Ain's thigh with his right hand, causing her to shudder involuntarily. The shadow scoffed. "I originally anticipated that Doflamingo's rival would be a formidable character, but it turns out to be nothing more than a cowardly scoundrel, willing to betray their comrades merely to save their own skin." With that, he reached out to seize Ain. Indeed, the girl was exceptionally beautiful. Selling her on the black market would undoubtedly yield a handsome profit. Moreover, her affiliation with the Navy could potentially double her value. Just as he contemplated this, Ain had already grasped his wrist, and purple flames ignited. The shadow was momentarily taken aback, soon realizing he had been deceived. "You bastard," he shouted, attempting to charge forward, but found himself losing control. His adult form rapidly shrank, transforming into a child of about 10 years old. "A fruit user?" the shadow exclaimed in astonishment, realizing it was too late to resist, as Ain had reverted his body to that of a mere child, rendering his combat capability negligible. Initially, Ain had indeed fainted, but Baye's relentless grip on her thigh had roused her from her stupor due to the pain. Subsequently, the two had secretly devised this plan. The shadow cried out, "How despicable of you, a Navy officer. I should never have trusted you." Ain struggled free from Baye's embrace, swaying unsteadily. The blow to her head had left her dizzy, compounded by the intense pain from Baye's grip, leaving her thigh bruised and her gait uneven. She was in dire need of a doctor. Just then, Zephyr emerged from the cabin, having already sensed the shadow's presence the moment he boarded the ship. However, he chose to observe, allowing his promising apprentice to face the situation. "Master Zephyr, I apologize. Could you please summon a doctor?" Ain swayed and collapsed to the ground. Ain, how did you sustain such severe injuries?" Zephyr exclaimed. Doctor, he called out. "Ain, who did this to you? I will avenge you." Ain had only mustered the strength to activate her fruit ability through sheer willpower. Now that the enemy was subdued, her consciousness began to fade. She weakly raised her hand, intending to point at Bai Yi, but ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Bai Yi was covered in cold sweat. This must be considered an unfortunate twist of fate. Subsequently, the master and disciple bound the shadowy figure with high loose stones. Upon examination, they recognized him as the infamous Navy assassin from the New World. With a bounty of 250 million, his profession was not that of a pirate, but rather a killer, one who specialized in hunting down Navy personnel. "Teacher, I suggest we should chop such a person into pieces for our meals," Bai Yi said with utmost seriousness. Zephyr responded gravely, "Nonsense. The Navy cannot resort to cannibalism. It would be more appropriate to feed such a person to the sharks. You two devils, I will never let you off the hook. Even if I have to become a ghost, I will knock on your door every day, ensuring you never find peace." The shadow screamed. Zephyr, though he refrained from killing admirals, recognized that there are limits to everything. The actions of this individual were so heinous that even Zephyr could not tolerate them. He took pleasure in the slaughter of Navy personnel, and countless lives had been extinguished by his hand. Chapter 75. Can you keep your distance from me? It was Bai Yi who took action, while Zephyr merely observed. Thus, a notorious assassin met his end at the hands of Bai Yi, who even recorded the ordeal. Later, during a visit to a town, the footage accidentally fell into the hands of a journalist. When this reporter published the story, it caused a tremendous uproar. "Are you certain this is the Navy? This seems more like the work of a psychopath." Smack. Carp was enjoying a bowl of ramen when Sengoku stormed in, slamming the newspaper onto Carp's table. "Take a look at this paper. There's been a major incident. All thanks to your precious disciple." Carp, bewildered, stared at Sengoku. "My disciple? Isn't Bai Yi training under Zephyr in the Grand Line? With Zephyr around, what could possibly go wrong?" After reading the article, Carp lost all appetite. "Carp, tell me honestly. Is there something wrong with Bai Yi? Why don't you bring him back? I can help him find a psychologist," Sengoku expressed with genuine concern. He seemed quite normal before, but ever since that last mission, he has been increasingly off-kilter. Is it possible the pressure from that mission was too great? "Damn Zephyr. I'm calling him right now," Carp exclaimed as he dialed Zephyr's snail phone. "You scoundrel. I entrusted Bai Yi to you to learn how to be a proper Navy officer, not to become a grand pervert. You must return my disciple to his normal state, or I will make you pay." "And what about you?" Zephyr retorted. "I already noticed something was off with that lad. Under normal circumstances, he is fine. But when facing pirates, especially in battle, he transforms into a different person altogether. I've advised him many times, but he cannot shake off this murderous inclination. Fortunately, this bloodlust is only directed at pirates." Carp fell silent for a moment. In truth, this violent tendency had manifested in Bai Yi since his very first day in the Navy. Karp vividly remembered the first time Bai Yi was put in confinement for killing a surrendering pirate. This tendency had always been present. But now that Bai Yi had grown stronger, it had intensified. Both elderly men fell silent on the phone. If Bai Yi's resolve wavered, they had ways to mold him into a gem, but Bai Yi's stubbornness was akin to a mule. He would not turn back even after hitting a brick wall. Indeed, there are many cruel individuals on these seas, such as the vice warden of Impelled Down, Shiryu of the Ring, who takes pleasure in killing and has been imprisoned by Magellan multiple times. Furthermore, the assassin from yesterday truly deserved his fate. He was a well-known Navy hunter, specializing in the slaughter of Navy personnel. Thus, Zifa did not intervene. I believe time will gradually heal the wounds within him, Zifa concluded. At that moment, Akaina entered and overheard the two elders' conversation. Are you discussing that intriguing young man? Sakazuki inquired. He recalled Bai Yi's bold confrontation with Don Quixote da Flamingo on Judiciary Island. In that situation, few would have had the courage to act as Bai Yi did. Marshal Sengoku, how about we assign him to me when he returns from his mission? Sakazuki suggested. Karp hesitated. If the Navy had factions, Sakazuki would undoubtedly belong to the hawkish side, while Akiji represented the doves, and Kazuru was merely a bystander, clocking in and out without getting involved in factional disputes. Bai Yi's current demeanor indeed suited Sakazuki well. Very well. Karp nodded heavily. When he returns, I will place Bai Yi under your command. I trust you two will get along famously. This newspaper was not only seen by the Navy. It captured the attention of everyone across the seas, especially Don Quixote da Flamingo. Upon witnessing the gruesome fate of the assassin he had dispatched, he understood Bai Yi's intentions clearly. Do not touch me. Is this your way of challenging me, Ahu? Da Flamingo suddenly burst into laughter. If you were not a Navy officer, we might have become great friends. Alas, you will not have another chance. Though the shadowy figure wasn't a pirate, he belonged to a notorious organization, a complete assassin syndicate. Bai Yi, unaware of the far-reaching implications of his actions, had slain the assassin, who was now being watched closely by the underground world of assassins. Kukul D. Bai Yi. This time, it's not just you. Even those around you shall not escape unharmed. You brought this upon yourself. Da Flamingo cackled ominously, knowing he need not lift a finger, as others would take care of Bai Yi for him. In the world of One Piece, the underground realm does not refer to the world beneath the red line, but rather to illegal organizations operating in the gray areas. Gangs, pirates, assassin groups, and casinos all form part of this vast underground network, a manifestation of humanity's darkness. At that moment, a man with no pinky fingers gazed at the newspaper. Upon reading the news, he clutched the paper tightly, tears streaming down his face. My child, slain by a mere Navy lieutenant. Damn it, Kukul D. Bai Yi. No matter where you hide, I will not let you escape. The man swept his black cloak aside. Brothers and sisters, we have lurked in the shadows for too long. It is time for the world to know that beyond the vast ocean lies a realm composed of darkness. Issue a bounty for Kukul D. Bai Yi, 800 million berries. For the sake of my poor child S. Revenge. In the first half of the Grand Line, Zifa's warship sailed steadily, while I awoke groggily. So I am still alive. She thought, recalling the events of the previous night. This must be what they call a karmic bond. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door as Bai Yi peeked in. Ein, how are you? Are you all right? Ein looked at Bai Yi and replied, Lieutenant Bai Yi, I know this may sound rude, but could you please keep your distance from me? Right now, seeing you feels like encountering a harbinger of doom. I wish for nothing more than an ocean's breadth between us. Bai Yi gently patted his head, saying, what transpired yesterday was merely a misunderstanding, rest assured. Such an incident will never occur again. I trust you as much as I trust a ghost, Ain muttered under his breath. The assassin has been dealt with, though the sight of it would surely be unsettling for you. On a brighter note, my bounty in the underground world has now reached 800 million berries. It appears that the individual I eliminated yesterday was the scion of a formidable assassin organization, Bai Yi remarked. Chapter 76. We are all assassins, please do not harm the innocent. Keep your distance from me. Ain exclaimed, resembling a wounded little rabbit as he retreated. And why are you squeezing my thigh? Are you some sort of pervert? Bai Yi, with a serious demeanor, remarked, initially, I contemplated pinching your chest, believing it might rouse you more swiftly. However, considering the inevitable consequence of you retaliating once awakened, I have opted instead to pinch your thigh. Bai Yi observed that Ain's expression had darkened, and utilizing his observational haki, he swiftly exited the room. Indeed, almost immediately, the sounds of various objects crashing against the walls echoed through the corridor. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Bai Yi remarked, it was merely a harmless jest. Yet it has escalated. How petty. Coughing echoed from behind, and Bai Yi turned swiftly to see Zephyr, who patted him on the shoulder. Bai Yi, he said, I understand the immense pressure you are under. After all, your bounty on the black market is a staggering 800 million berries. Young man, it's essential to unwind when the moment calls for it. I shall grant you some time off. Go and enjoy yourselves. Bai Yi gazed at Zephyr with suspicion. The usually stern teacher rarely granted his students a day off. What could possibly be the reason today? Teacher, you aren't unwell, are you? Bai Yi inquired softly, extending a hand to feel Zeph's forehead. I believe you are the one who is ill, and quite severely at that, Zfa retorted, playfully tapping the back of Baiye's head. The other students, upon hearing that Zfa had given them a day off, erupted in joy, forming clusters to head to a bar for relaxation. Ein also emerged from the infirmary, albeit with thick bandages wrapped around his head and a splint on his arm. Looking utterly forlorn, Zfa addressed his beloved disciple in a hushed tone. Given your injuries, it would be best for you to remain in bed. By the way, who was it that caused you such distress last night? Why have you refrained from mentioning it? Ein covered his face. Teacher, it's best if we leave the past unexamined. Zfa sighed and shook his head. Indeed, I am growing old. Matters of youth should be resolved by the young themselves. Meanwhile, on a small island in the Grand Line, a young girl of about 5 was foraging for wild fruits in the woods. Though the area was small, it was rich in resources, allowing her to satisfy her hunger without issue. Just as she was humming a tune and preparing to return home, a figure clad in a black trench coat obstructed her path. This was a stranger. She had never seen anyone like him before, and it seemed there were many such odd figures in the dense forest. As she opened her mouth to scream, a hand swiftly covered her mouth. Leader, let me take her out, a merciless assassin declared. The girl's eyes were filled with terror as she saw the man draw a handgun, aimed directly at her head. One slight movement of his finger could cost her life. However, the man referred to as the leader intervened. Do not act rashly. Do you truly believe Admiral Zfa is a mere figurehead? If a massacre occurs here, Zfa will surely notice. Gather everyone and drive them to the cave in the back mountain. After issuing his orders, the leader produced a photograph from his clothing. If Baiyi were present, he would recognize this image as that of the tormented naval hunter who had ultimately been fed to sharks. My child, I vow to avenge you. Regardless of whether they are Navy or of another ilk, I will not let them escape. The leader cradled the photo in his hands, as if it were the last vestige of his faith. The girl was knocked unconscious and hoisted over a shoulder. The villagers, unaware of the unfolding horror, would have been powerless even if they had known. They were merely ordinary farmers and fishermen, ill-equipped to confront the vicious assassins. In no time, hundreds of villagers were subdued. Do not resist me. Anyone who dares oppose me shall perish. The leader regarded the ordinary villagers with indifference. His objective was simple, to herd them all into the cave, while he and his fellow assassins masqueraded as villagers, lying in wait for Baiyi and Zfa. They had already conducted their reconnaissance and knew this was the only supply point nearby. Should they miss this opportunity, their next stop would be the Sabeti archipelago. They drove all the villagers into the cave, leaving one assassin to guard them while the rest disguised themselves as villagers. They were professional killers with exceptional skills, seamlessly blending in without a trace of suspicion. It is time for me to avenge my son. Kukulandi, Baiyi. I shall tear you to shreds and feed you to the dogs. The leader bellowed in anguish. Despite his profound sorrow, he retained his composure and reminded his subordinates, remember, our target is Kukulandi, Baiyi, not Zfa. Confronting a former admiral head-on is not wise. We are assassins, not warriors. There are myriad ways to eliminate our targets. Do you understand? All the assassins nodded in agreement. Having adopted various roles as villagers, some appeared as elderly women, others as children, fishermen, or farmers, effortlessly immersing themselves in their characters. Truly, they were the most formidable assassin organization in the underworld. Baiyi, instruct the soldiers to rest for a day on the island ahead. This is the last supply point en route to the Sabeti archipelago. We need to replenish our fresh water and provisions. Zfa declared. He was well acquainted with this route, having traversed it numerous times. Although their current fresh water was sufficient to reach the Sabeti archipelago, any unforeseen mishap could lead to significant troubles. Baiyi nodded, acknowledging that in this regard, his experience could hardly compare to that of Zfa, who had served in the Navy for several decades, an area where he clearly had much to learn. Since this location was the last supply point before the Shambar Islands, neither pirates nor the Navy would dare to target it. Everyone, prepare to land and procure fresh water and provisions. Ein, you should remain here and wait patiently, Baiyi said, glancing at Ein, whose bandages had yet to be removed. Of course, I nodded, realizing that her current state would only hinder the efforts, rendering her unable to assist. At that moment, evening descended, and wisps of smoke began to rise from the chimneys of the houses. Let us find a place to cook. I can't bear to eat fish any longer. I might just be sick of it, complained one soldier. Zfa snorted in discontent. Having something to eat is a blessing. There was a time when I was stranded on a deserted island by the enemy and ended up consuming my own boots. The soldier, taken aback, stuck out his tongue, refraining from further complaints as he followed the others ashore. At this juncture, neither Zfa nor Baiyi noticed the underlying peril present on the small island. After all, these individuals appeared to be nothing more than ordinary villagers. Young man, my oranges are quite cheap and exceptionally sweet. Would you care to buy a few? An old woman said with a warm smile, offering the oranges in her hand, each infused with a deadly toxin. A single bite would spell certain doom. Oranges? I'll take 2. Baiyi thought of Ein, still confined to her sickbed, and wished to bring her some. My oranges are very sweet. To give them a try, the elderly woman said. Radiating kindness, Baiyi gazed at the orange in the old woman's hand. its vibrant orange-red hue suggesting an exquisite taste. As he reached out to take it, just about to take a bite, a soldier beside him waved and called, "Major Baiyi, come help us." The orange, now poised at his lips, was reluctantly held back. While the old woman's eyes shimmered with a hint of anticipation, Baiyi observed the two soldiers behind him, laden with a plethora of supplies, and reluctantly set down the oranges to assist them. TCH. Once he turned away, the old woman emitted a sound of disdain. "You truly are fortunate." However, as professional assassins, they were adept at setting traps beyond this mere instance. The day had already grown late, and it was highly probable that these soldiers would rest here. Thus, opportunities would abound. "You all go and bring the fruits back to the ship. Leave these items to me," Baiyi exclaimed, impressively grasping a substantial quantity of supplies with one hand, showcasing his remarkable strength. "These oranges appear exceedingly delectable. Major, may I have one?" One soldier inquired, drooling. The other soldier smacked the back of his head. "Fool, can't you see to whom these oranges belong? But surely having one wound tea hurt?" The soldier whispered in protest. The old woman's eyes glimmered with a chilling light. It would be disastrous if the soldier were to succumb to poison, thereby exposing her scheme. She fixated on the gluttonous soldier, and indeed, he had already peeled an orange, preparing to indulge. "My poison is rather costly. I wouldn't tea waste it on a mere pauper like you." The old woman's thoughts raced, and in an instant, she devised a plan. Suddenly, she let out a loud cry, feigning immense pain, clutching her foot tightly. "Oh, it hurts. My leg aches terribly." To enhance the authenticity of her act, she even overturned her fruit stall, causing oranges to scatter everywhere. As anticipated, Baiyi and the two soldiers hurried over to investigate. "Old woman, what has happened? Are you unwell? My leg has suddenly become unbearable. Could you take me home? I live not far from here," she lamented, her voice filled with despair. Her performance strikingly convincing. Both Baiyi and the soldiers examined her foot, discovering no visible injury. "Perhaps it's just a cramp. However, I cannot conduct business today. Might you take me home? I promise to reward you with plentiful delicious oranges." The old woman clutched Chao's arm, wailing. "Of course," Baiyi replied, patting his chest. Then hoisting the old woman onto his back, preparing to escort her home. Chapter 77. The importance of observation. "You truly are a good person." The old woman's face twisted into a sinister smile, but since she was on Baiyi's back, he remained oblivious to her expression. Baiyi chuckled softly, reflecting on the nature of duty and pondering how one could be deemed a good person. A year ago, if someone had labeled him as such, it would have brought him immense joy. Back then, he was blissfully innocent, free from care, with his greatest concern being what to have for dinner each day. However, the burdens that now beset him are far too numerous. As an undercover agent, he is prepared to betray the Navy without hesitation when the moment calls for it. The distinction between right and wrong has become obscured, even to himself. Meanwhile, an elderly woman stealthily retrieved a piece of wire from her sleeve, intending to strangle Baiyi from behind to end his life. Just as her hand delved into her sleeve, another hand extended towards her. "Granny, would you like an orange?" "Thank you." Startled, the old woman hastily withdrew the wire, only to find a gluttonous soldier approaching, offering a freshly peeled orange. I don't want any," she stammered, her body trembling in fear. "There's no need to be frightened. We are the Navy, unlike those ruthless bandits," the smiling soldier assured her, placing the orange gently into her palm. Wasn't the orange just delightful? Of course, it was very sweet. The old woman hesitated, contemplating whether abstaining from eating it would reveal her intentions. Yet, consuming it could very well lead to her demise. How vexing, such a convoluted choice. The white knight arrived at the heart of the village. "Old woman, where is your home?" "Oh, it is not far from here. Just walk straight ahead." The old woman casually gestured in a direction, leading to a quaint wooden cottage. Inside the cottage, there was another individual, an elderly man of similar age to the old woman. "You have returned, my dear. Why were you carried back? Are you injured?" The old man inquired with great concern. "It's nothing to worry about, just a cramp in my foot. There is no need for such alarm," the old woman replied. Baiyi gently laid the elderly woman down on a nearby bed and surveyed the arrangement of the room. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt a subtle dissonance, though he could not articulate what exactly felt amiss. "Young man, thank you. Have some tea," the old man said, pouring 2 cups of steaming tea with great enthusiasm. Just as the gluttonous soldier reached out to seize a cup, Baiyi grasped his wrist, casting him a knowing glance. "Have you forgotten the Navy's code? You cannot take what belongs to others." The soldier hesitated, surprised that such a rule existed within the Navy. However, upon noticing the expression in his superior's eyes, he quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation. This soldier, despite his gluttony, was not foolish. He promptly withdrew his hand, apologizing. "My apologies, Major. I was merely feeling a bit peckish." "Very well, let us be on our way," Baiyi remarked, once more scrutinizing the furnishings of the room. He gently lowered the brim of his hat, obscuring his gaze. "Young man, you brought me back, and I have yet to properly thank you. Why not stay for a meal?" The elderly woman inquired with a benevolent smile. "My father is quite the culinary master. Regrettably, dear lady, we must return to report in. If the military cannot locate us, chaos will ensue." Bai Ye's eyes roamed over the furniture, revealing an innocent smile. Those familiar with Bai Ye understood that such a smile often signified mischief, as it tended to lower others' defenses. Why does this fool remain oblivious? The elderly woman felt a rising sense of urgency. Everyone present was a top-tier assassin. Since Bai Ye arrived in this town, it was as if a butterfly had landed in a spider's web, and they were convinced this young man was ensnared. Yet the current circumstances felt somewhat different. It was as if the web had ensnared not a butterfly, but a fearsome dragon. Bai Ye politely declined the old woman's invitation and left the room with the soldiers. One soldier, still puzzled, quietly complained, "Major, why didn't we stay for dinner?" She meant well. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. In a moment, you should warn everyone to be cautious and avoid eating anything. Bai Ye replied. The moment I stepped into the room, I noticed 3 pairs of shoes on the floor, each with different sizes. Clearly, there are 2 adults and a child. But where is the child? Even if we assume the child has gone out to play, this old woman sells oranges. On such a small island, she should have her own orange tree, much like Nami's family does. However, I searched the area thoroughly and found no orange trees. Where then did the oranges in her possession come from? Moreover, the orange that the soldier handed to her remained untouched, as if there were something amiss with it. Though these observations were merely Bai Ye's conjectures, caution is the mother of safety. During his time as an undercover agent, he learned to tread carefully and developed a keen sense of observation. Could these individuals be pirates in disguise? The gluttonous soldier whispered. Not likely. They lack the distinctive aura of pirates. Bai Ye gravely shook his head. In any case, return to Zephyr and inform him to check the food thoroughly before consuming anything. Yes, sir. The gluttonous soldier hurried back towards the warship. Bai Ye remained behind, gazing at the village, hoping fervently that his suspicions were unfounded. Damn it. This fellow is proving rather difficult to deal with, the old woman muttered, her voice now surprisingly clear and not at all the rasp of an elderly person. As she spoke, she began to peel away her disguise, revealing a youthful woman's face. The others around her displayed fierce expressions. We have over 100 professional assassins here. Why not strike directly? I'm confident that even Zephyr would struggle against such a formidable force. The elder, wielding 2 curved daggers, exuded confidence, aware of the Navy's might but convinced that they would falter against so many elite killers. Have you forgotten the leader's instructions? Unless absolutely necessary, we must avoid direct confrontation with the Navy. The cost would outweigh the benefits, the woman interjected. At that moment, the door swung open, and another figure entered. It seems you failed? No matter, we have another plan. When night falls and all is quiet, I will plant this bomb beneath their warship, sending everyone skyward. A man, disguised as a child, approached. As top assassins, they had mastered the art of disguise, capable of convincingly portraying any role. Very well. The stage is yours. Upon returning to the warship, Bai Ye recounted his experiences in meticulous detail to Zephyr, who, being seasoned in such matters, swiftly sensed that something was amiss. Are you suggesting that the villagers here are problematic? However, during my previous passages through this area, I frequently resupplied without incident. A flicker of hope lingered in Zeph's heart. Could it be that the entire population of this village has been replaced, and these villagers are not the original inhabitants? Bai Ye inquired. At this remark, Zephyr fell silent. Although he had often procured supplies here, as a high-ranking general, it was implausible for him to remember the faces of every individual. Should we then depart immediately? This is clearly a trap set for us. The gluttonous soldier fixated on an orange, trembling in anticipation, pondering that had he not restrained himself from tasting it earlier, he might have already met his demise. This is merely a hypothesis, and if my assumption holds true, that the villagers have been replaced, then the pressing question arises, what has become of the original inhabitants? If there were signs of a struggle or traces of blood, it would have been easily discernible to teacher Zephyr. Bai Ye remarked. Zephyr shook his head slightly. I have not discerned any such signs, which implies that either your speculation is unfounded, or these villagers are imprisoned elsewhere. We must ascertain whether these individuals are indeed the villagers or agents of another force. I hope this is merely a manifestation of my paranoia, Bai Ye asserted. Zephyr, maintaining a calm demeanor as he surveyed the soldiers before him, commanded, prepare for battle. Under no circumstances are you to engage without my order. Those on night watch, double your vigilance. Report immediately upon any unusual occurrences. As Bai Ye stepped onto the deck, he gazed upon the boundless expanse of the ebony sea. A twinge of melancholy stirring within him. Beneath the seemingly tranquil waters lay an undercurrent of turmoil. When would this ocean finally attain true peace? In the distance, a small village sparkled with lights. Yet, in truth, these illuminations merely signified the presence of assassins who had gathered by the shore, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. The ship was enveloped in silence, devoid of any commotion, implying that the poisoned provisions had not been consumed. Had a flaw emerged somewhere? The leader of the assassins, disguised as the village chief, inquired. It should not be, for our disguise was supposed to be flawless. These naval officers would surely be unable to discern the ruse. Yet, why was one assassin perplexed? If the poison had proven ineffective, then let us proceed to arm the explosives and obliterate them entirely. The leader held a timed bomb, knowing that if it were placed aboard the vessel, within half an hour, all the naval personnel would be sent to the heavens. Regardless of whether one was an admiral or a malevolent major, in the face of an explosion, they were merely ordinary mortals. A seemingly unremarkable middle-aged man emerged from the ranks of assassins, possessing exceptional swimming skills, and he plunged directly into the ocean with the bomb in hand. The others waited in anticipation, eager for the impending clash. In the meantime, Zephyr approached Bai Yi on the deck, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. You are weary. It would be wise to rest and unwind. One cannot maintain a state of constant tension, lest it lead to complications. Leave this to me, Bai Yi murmured softly. I am not weary. I am merely contemplating when these days will come to an end. Zifa let out a slight sigh. As long as the age of exploration persists, these days shall have no conclusion. Humanity is perpetually drawn to the allure of freedom, often believing that pirates are the most liberated souls upon these vast seas. Indeed, some pirates are merciless, committing heinous acts of violence. Yet, there are those who pursue their inner freedom without ever wronging others. Thus, I frequently advise you not to indiscriminately strike down all pirates, for there are innocents among them. Although Zifa lacked the conqueror's haki, his observation and armament haki had reached formidable levels, allowing him to detect an assassin emerging from the depths before they fully entered his perceptive range. Bai Yi held his breath, simultaneously activating his observation haki. Indeed, he could faintly discern a shadow beneath the water, swiftly approaching the bottom of the boat. Unfortunately, his suspicions were confirmed. There was something amiss in this village. Bai Yi clenched his short knife between his teeth, then leaped gracefully into the ocean. The individuals beneath the surface were likely still oblivious to the awakening of their observation haki, unaware that peril was stealthily approaching. The actions of Bai Yi were executed with remarkable swiftness. Upon identifying his adversary, he exhibited no hesitation and charged forward without delay. The assassins stationed by the shore awaited their moment, and although their leader was fervently anxious to avenge his son, he maintained a facade of composure, at least outwardly. Leader, why is there no movement? If we calculate the time, the warship is nearly set to explode. One assassin murmured. The leader's expression darkened considerably. Wait a little longer. Just a bit more. If the demolition plan fails, we will have no choice but to launch a full-scale assault. He was confident that with such a multitude of elite assassins at his disposal, they would surely not be at a disadvantage even against the mightiest of naval admirals. However, unbeknownst to the assassins, one of their own was already entangled with Bai Yi beneath the water. The strength of the assassins lay in their unpredictable tactics. Yet when clashing with the top-tier warriors of the Navy, they were grossly outmatched. At that moment, the assassins failed to grasp the gravity of their predicament. It was akin to a game, where even under equal economic conditions, an assassin would never prevail against a tank-like warrior, let alone when the opponent had an economic advantage of 10,000. The assassins moved through the water like fish, possessing an extraordinary aquatic agility that was rare among humans. Yet, Bai Yi's ability to combat the fishmen underwater without losing ground was nothing short of monstrous. Coupled with his terrifying strength, one could liken him to a humanoid mecha in the real world. Thus, the confrontation concluded in an instant, resembling an egg futilely striking Mount Tai. Theoretically, with ample time and countless eggs, one might achieve the impossible, but Bai Yi afforded them none of that opportunity, swiftly crushing their hands before discarding them onto the deck. By the time the assassins regained their wits, they found themselves encircled by a throng, with the most prominent figure being the former Admiral Zephyr. Zephyr stared coldly at the assassin before him. Speak. Who are you? Why did you ambush us here? What has become of the villagers from the nearby village? I am a professional assassin with my own code of ethics. I will never betray my organization. The assassin retorted defiantly. However, Zephyr had his methods for dealing with such obstinacy. He confined the assassin to a separate cabin, smirking as he commanded, close the door and unleash Bai Yi. Upon seeing Bai Yi, the assassin's previously defiant demeanor crumbled entirely. To those who had seen the notorious newspaper, this seemingly innocent man was equated with a demon. I warn you, don't come any closer. I will scream. I will scream very loudly. The assassin stammered in terror as Bai Yi approached. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your rescue. The long night stretches ahead. How would you like to play? Bai Yi displayed an array of torture instruments one by one. Meanwhile, Zephyr stood outside, inhaling the fresh air. Suddenly, a man's anguished scream echoed from the cabin. Help! Help! Let me out! This monster is not human. Please, let me go. I will tell you everything you want to know. Zephyr cracked the door open slightly, and a bloodied hand reached through the gap, grasping desperately as if seeking the last lifeline. However, a large hand emerged from the darkness, silencing the assassin's mouth and dragging him back into the shadows, followed by another piercing scream. The soldiers aboard the ship exchanged sympathetic glances, whispering, "Teacher Zephyr. Will there be any issues?" Zephyr cleared his throat gently and knocked on the door. Bai Yi, if he reveals everything he knows, you needn't be gentle with him. The screams within ceased, and moments later, the cabin door swung open, revealing Bai Yi with a wholesome smile. If not for the blood staining his face, one might have mistaken him for an innocent, good-hearted young man. A soldier, trembling, handed him a handkerchief, and Bai Yi wiped the blood from his face, stating, "I have finished my inquiries. This man is named Mad. a member of the underworld's dark assassin organization. The previous naval hunter was also part of this organization and the leader's biological son. He came seeking vengeance against me. The original villagers have been imprisoned in a cave in the back mountains, while the remaining assassins disguise themselves as villagers. Yet they dare not act due to fear of your power, Teacher Zephyr. Several soldiers peered curiously into the shadowy cabin, when suddenly, a bloodied hand extended from within. Seemingly pleading for help, the soldiers displayed expressions of sheer terror, huddling together, pondering what horrors this man had endured inside the cabin. Zephyr's expression darkened. As long as such individuals existed upon these waters, ordinary citizens would never find peace. Relay my orders. Initiate a full-scale assault. Bombard the beach. Bai Yi. We will charge in together, Zephyr commanded. Understood, teacher. Bai Yi replied, wiping the blood from his hands. On the beach, the assassins remained in wait. Well past the appointed time, yet the naval warship remained intact, suggesting that Matt's endeavor was likely a failure. Abruptly, a chilling wail pierced the air, and the leader momentarily hesitated before recognizing the sound. Get down. However, the subsequent words were drowned out by the thunderous explosions of cannon fire. Oh no. The Navy has discovered our location. Retreat. Retreat. The assassin leader shouted, but the shells fell like raindrops. The next supply point was the Chamber Islands. They might as well clear out their inventory. The entire beach was engulfed in the flames of explosion. Indeed, many in the pirate world possessed bodies as strong as monsters. Yet most were merely flesh and blood, like Shanks, who lamented the loss of his arm. In an instant, the beach transformed into a scene of a barbecue, with countless assassins wailing in despair. Charge. With Zephyr's command, Bai Yi surged forward like a rabid dog toward the assassins. That bastard Matt has betrayed us, the leader bellowed, but his voice was completely swallowed by the cacophony of explosions. Finally, after 5 minutes, the bombardment ceased, and the naval soldiers commenced their assault. At that moment, 2/3 of the assassins had perished beneath the cannon fire, and the Navy had no intention of engaging in close combat. A volley of gunfire rang out, and more assassins fell, writhing in pools of their own blood. Weapons like firearms and cannons posed little threat to the strong, yet for the majority of ordinary individuals, they were a nightmare. People are not like the courageous pawns in a game, but rather fear death. Historically, if an army suffered more than a 10% casualty rate, their morale would crumble. Only a miraculous army could be described as one that fought to the last man, unyielding in the face of death. The morale of the assassins was obliterated by the naval bombardment, and when the former Admiral Zephyr and the so-called demon Bai Yi appeared before them, some even contemplated suicide in despair, unwilling to fall into the hands of the demon. Do not retreat. We are the most formidable assassin organization of the underworld. They are merely a retired naval admiral, an old fool of no consequence. The leader roared, charging at Zephyr. However, it was not Zephyr who awaited him, but Bai Yi. You bastard. You killed my son. I will not let you escape. The leader's hands were enveloped in the aura of armed color, and Bai Yi was equally unyielding, wrapping his fists in the same formidable energy. However, the moment their fists collided, Bai Yi distinctly sensed the opponent's aura infiltrating his very being, causing his internal organs and bones to tremble with varying degrees of intensity. Was this the application of a higher level of aura? Bai Yi hastily retreated, taking a deep breath. This technique of aura lacked a definitive name on the vast ocean, yet in the distant land of Wayno, it was referred to as flowing cherry blossoms. Was this what Teacher Zephyr had described, envisioning the aura as droplets of water, concentrated at the moment of attack? Bai Yi murmured to himself, You're merely a novice. What gives you the right to slay my son? Did Zephyr intervene as well? The leader bellowed. His sole son had fallen, and upon receiving the news, it felt as though his entire world had crumbled. Observing Bai Yi at a disadvantage, Zephyr prepared to assist. Indeed, for Bai Yi, the advanced application of aura was still premature. Teacher Zephyr, leave this adversary to me. Did you not say that when one teeters on the brink of life and death, they can easily unleash their latent potential? Bai Yi growled defiantly at the assassin leader. Regrettably, you shall not have that opportunity, boy. Prepare to die. The leader roared, charging once more. Remain calm. Do not expend your energy recklessly. Imagine the aura as a flowing liquid. Bai Yi continuously reflected on his experiences. When he finally settled his thoughts, he was astonished to discover that the aura enveloping him seemed to come alive. So this is the sensation. In the next instant, Bai Yi's body was still hurled away by a tremendous force, flipping twice in the air before coming to a halt. Through his training with Zephyr, Bai Yi's aura had grown significantly stronger than when he first began, yet the awakening of his aura had come too recently, making it difficult to grasp its more complex applications. Certainly, flowing cherry blossoms was merely one method of utilizing aura, not a guarantee of becoming a formidable warrior upon mastering it. Even Hancock's two sisters could wield this technique, yet could not best the non-aura-wielding Luffy. The Red Scabbards had trained in flowing cherry blossoms for over 20 years, yet still fell to Kaido's might. Thus, the strength of a skill ultimately depends on the individual. Returning to the matter at hand, Bai Yi had never experienced such a sensation. It was as though the aura entwined around him had fully come to life. Was this the application of a higher level of aura? As the leader attacked once more, Bai Yi gently swung his fist, the aura forming an invisible armor around it. colliding with the leader's blow. In that moment, Bai Yi recalled Rayleigh's initial strike, where an invisible armor had formed around his body, helping him withstand explosive damage. It was evident now that Rayleigh had employed a higher level of aura. Boom. The two fists met, yet there was still an inch of space between them, preventing direct contact. Simultaneously, Bai Yi felt a gate within him shatter, elevating the density and quality of his armed color aura to a new level. So that is it. I understand now. Thank you, Teacher Zephyr. Bai Yi channeled his immense power forward, causing the assassin leader to pale, realizing the terrifying extent of Bai Yi's strength. In an instant, Bai Yi's power poured forth like a cascading waterfall. The formidable aura not only shattered the enemy's arm but also penetrated the leader's internal organs, wreaking havoc from within. The leader's body resembled a kite severed from its string, soaring far before finally coming to rest. As he hit the ground, blood poured from his mouth and nose, lying on the beach with despair etched across his face. Why has it come to this? I have yet to exact my revenge. My organization is the most powerful assassin group in the entire underworld. The leader tilted his head slightly, witnessing all his assassins, including himself, lying defeated. Haha. Even if you kill me, what will it change? You will not save a single villager here. Do you not pride yourself on your sense of justice? In the end, you can only watch as those you seek to protect fall before your eyes. A cruel expression appeared on the leader's face. He had previously informed his subordinates that regardless of whether his plan succeeded, at dawn, the villagers in the cave would be slaughtered. Dawn was approaching. Everyone, I have arrived late. Ein, still wrapped in bandages, stood not only with 20 soldiers but also with hundreds of villagers. It turned out that from the assassin Matt's revelations, the Navy had discovered the location where the villagers were held captive, prompting Ein to lead half the soldiers to rescue them. At this moment, the sun had just begun to rise. Do you have any last words? Bai Yi asked, gazing at the assassin leader before him. Do not think you have triumphed. Doflamingo will never let you go. Haha. I will await you in the underworld. The assassin leader laughed maniacally. Bai Yi let out a cold laugh, assuring, rest assured. I shall deliver Doflamingo to keep you company. Subsequently, he learned about this person's life. Neither Zifa nor the other soldiers anticipated that such a trivial supply mission would incite such a considerable uproar. The villagers were exhilarated upon seeing the Navy, for them. This was a moment of profound security. After ensuring the safety of all the villagers, Zifa prepared to bid farewell along with his soldiers. A little girl approached Bai Yi, cradling a basket of fruits. Thank you, big brother. Gazing at the innocent child and the fruits she held, Bai Yi felt a pang of remorse. The turmoil stemmed primarily from his actions. Failing to protect these people was indeed his shortcoming. Regardless of the situation itself or his duty as a Navy officer to rescue those ordinary citizens tormented by pirates and assassins, it was a matter of course. Yet, here was this girl, expressing her gratitude to him. Zifa instantly perceived his disciple's thoughts. He gently placed a hand on his shoulder, urging him not to dwell on it. For many matters in this world are shrouded in ambiguity. If you believe you have not done enough, strive to do better in the future, Zifa remarked nonchalantly. Throughout his decades of life, he had witnessed countless tragedies, and he himself was a tragedy. He wished to spare the philosophy from becoming entwined with the young child's innocence too soon. Bai Yi extended his hand, placing the basket down. And the little girl joyfully departed, resembling a charming little bird. Every individual possesses the inherent right to pursue freedom, however. Such pursuits should not come at the expense of others' well-being. Enjoy these fruits. This is your pact amongst yourselves. After savoring these, you must strive even harder to become an exceptional naval officer. Zfa remarked, patting Bai Yi on the shoulder. He had not encountered such promising talent in many years. And Zfa genuinely wished for Bai Yi to avoid straying onto a misguided path. Bai Yi seized a fruit and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it as if he had made a silent vow. The sunlight bathed the earth, and while the world is rife with tragedies that bring tears and sorrow, it is undeniable that it also harbors comedies, where tears are not solely born from grief, but also from joy. Suddenly, Bai Yi's complexion turned a shade of violet, his hands clutching his throat in distress. Zfa shook his head in exasperation. Can't you eat properly? There's no one competing with you for it. Honestly, he initially feared that Bai Yi had choked on the fruit, but Bai Yi shook his head vigorously, his expression resembling that of someone who had swallowed a dagger, not choking, yet clearly in discomfort. As Zfa observed Bai Yi's gestures, a realization struck him. Yesterday, a band of assassins had mixed toxic fruits with the ordinary ones. Could it be that the young girl had unknowingly delivered the poisonous ones? Beads of sweat formed on Zfa's forehead as he called out, "Ship's doctor, hurry here. Bring the antidote." Yet, Bai Yi continued to wave his hand, indicating he did not appear to be poisoned. This left Zfa perplexed, as he could only watch in silence. After a considerable time, Bai Yi finally managed to swallow the fruit and exclaimed with great difficulty, "Ugh, what a dreadful fruit. What on earth is this flavor?" Fuming, Zfa delivered a forceful punch to the back of his head. "You little rascal, you nearly scared me to death. I thought you were poisoned. If it tastes so bad, why didn't you just spit it all out?" Bai Yi retorted that it would be impolite to reject someone's goodwill. And besides, the fruit was indeed unbearable. You should try it for yourself. As Zfa glanced at the fruit in Bai Yi's hand, his expression suddenly shifted. The fruit resembled a rock, dark brown in color, with a large bite missing. Clearly the piece Bai Yi had taken. With a grave tone, Zai Fa remarked, Bai Yi, this thing, it seems to be a devil fruit? Bai Yi was taken aback for a moment, glancing at the devil fruit in his hand before turning his gaze to Zifa. Suddenly, he broke into a smile and said, Teacher, please do not frighten me. I have no intention of consuming the devil fruit. My swimming skills are exceptional, and I would never squander them. Ha ha. Bai Yi gazed at Zai Fa's grave expression, his laughter gradually diminishing. Could it be true? Was what the teacher said indeed accurate? Had he truly consumed a devil fruit? Oh heavens, do not toy with me. I have no desire to become a wielder of devil fruit powers. Bai Yi had witnessed more than once the disheveled appearances of those with fruit abilities amidst the tumultuous sea. Reflecting on this, he glanced down at the fruit in his hand. Let us conduct a simple experiment, Zephyr declared, dragging Bai Yi to the edge of the ocean. A sense of foreboding rose within Bai Yi, deep from his core. In the next moment, Zephyr mercilessly kicked Bai Yi into the water. In the past, Bai Yi would have been indifferent, submerged. He was like a fish in water, famously known as the white strip of another world. However, this time was different. Upon plunging into the sea, he found himself utterly powerless, his body as limp as a noodle. He attempted to exert force with his limbs to rise, but his arms and legs felt as though they were bound by heavy iron chains, rendering him immobile. Gradually, he sank deeper into the ocean. This is the end, Zephyr. You have doomed me, Bai Yi lamented internally. Zephyr, still gazing at the surface of the water, was approached by a bystander who whispered, Zephyr, do you think Major Bai Yi has already sunk to the bottom? Should we not go retrieve him? Why are you hesitating? Move swiftly. Zephyr finally snapped back to reality and leaped into the sea. After rescuing Bai Yi, it became apparent that he had swallowed a significant amount of seawater. The group employed various first aid techniques, and eventually, Bai Yi expelled a great deal of water, slowly regaining consciousness. Zephyr, you nearly caused my demise, Bai Yi weakly exclaimed. Zephyr's face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted, wasn't this to ascertain whether you had truly become an ability user? Congratulations, lad. You are now a member of the ranks of ability users. Bai Yi wore a countenance of utter despair, realizing that his mastery of water had ultimately been in vain. Zifa struggled to contain his laughter, his expression a curious blend of amusement and restraint. All right, do not be disheartened, my young friend. Let us discover what abilities you have acquired. Should you possess formidable powers, they could easily compensate for your lack of aquatic prowess. Bai Yi exerted himself to extend his hand and examined his arm, seemingly unchanged. He pondered the nature of his abilities. Were they of the Superman variety, the natural type, or perhaps the animal class? Zephyr muttered to himself, contemplating whether this was some sort of curse. As a master of pure martial arts, it was curious that all of his remarkable disciples were, in fact, wielders of abilities. This might also be attributed to his own influence as a mentor. The three commanders of the army were not only powerful in terms of their fruit abilities but also formidable in martial prowess, rivaling other elite fighters of their rank. The Yellow Ape, during his encounter on Sabaody Archipelago with Rayleigh, was not at all outmatched, and even held an advantage due to his youth. Zephyr, who had become overly reliant on fruit abilities, found himself evenly matched against his own student, who solely depended on martial arts to attain the rank of commander. Throughout this period, Zephyr played a crucial role. It felt as though nothing particularly extraordinary was happening. Bai Yi regained a modicum of strength and sat up. In a moment of inspiration, Zephyr produced an iron rod from seemingly nowhere. Bai Yi, come here and let me strike you. Fear not, I shall not use haki. This way, we shall discern whether you possess the qualities of a natural type. Zephyr exclaimed with a mischievous grin. Bai Yi observed Zai Fa approaching with a solid iron rod in hand. Without uttering a word, he turned and fled, only to be seized by the arms of two soldiers behind him. Major Bai Yi, Teacher Zai Fa is only looking out for your best interests. You should acquiesce. The two soldiers remarked with mischievous grins. You two rascals, release me. Are you truly betraying your comrade? I'm your major. How dare you? Bai Yi exclaimed, his gaze fixed upon the advancing Zai Fa, terror etching his features. The impact of that rod upon him would surely result in a fracture. However, Zai Fa offered no opportunity for resistance, landing a blow directly upon Bai Yi's thigh. With a resounding thud, Bai Yi's thigh shattered. Teacher Zai Fa, how ruthless you are, Bai Yi cried, clutching his leg. Surprisingly, despite the complete destruction of his thigh, not a single drop of blood emerged. Neither muscle nor bone was visible. The fracture resembled rock, or perhaps earth. Most astonishingly, the shattered area swiftly restored itself, as if Zai Fa's earlier assault had never occurred. What is happening? Bai Yi gazed in astonishment at his thigh, questioning not only his loss of corporeal integrity but also whether he had transcended humanity itself. Zai Fa, with an air of calm, regarded Bai Yi. As I suspected, judging by the pattern of this fruit, you have consumed the natural earth fruit. In essence, your body now resembles clay. Bai Yi gazed in astonishment at his own arm, realizing that he had transformed into a form akin to clay. No wonder he sank like a stone upon contact with water. Teacher Zifa, is there truly no remedy for this? Bai Yi inquired. Rest assured, there is none. Unless you happen to perish, the devil fruit will reappear in an unknown location. Until then, do not dwell on such matters while you are still alive. Be cautious during your baths to avoid drowning, Zephyr remarked. However, this should be a remarkably potent fruit, if cultivated properly. It may very well lead to the emergence of a future admiral within the Navy. Of course, as my disciple. You must not become overly reliant on the powers of the fruit. Bai nodded slightly. He had never wished to become a fruit user. Yet now that the die was cast, he could only accept the reality. Chapter 80. The encounter. Although Zephyr had cautioned his disciples against becoming overly reliant on their fruit abilities, he nonetheless elucidated the characteristics of the Logia-type devil fruit to Bai. The formidable aspect of the Logia-type devil fruit lies in the fact that once a person awakens their haki, they are still incapable of inflicting harm upon a Logia user. However, your earth fruit is particularly unique, encompassing an array of elements. Theoretically, rocks, soil, deserts, and swamps all fall under the purview of the earth. If you can adeptly harness the capabilities of this fruit, it holds immense potential. Moreover, in comparison to other Logia fruits, your fruit possesses significantly enhanced defensive capabilities, Zephyr remarked. Bai gazed at his own hands, feeling an indescribable sense of transformation, as if he had consumed an extraordinary fruit, despite not fully comprehending certain aspects of Zephyr's words. However, when it comes to the development of devil fruits, I am but a novice myself. Ultimately, everything depends on your own efforts, Zephyr remarked. Bai nodded. Firstly, he found the mastery of his abilities to be rather effortless. After consuming the devil fruit, wielding his powers became as simple as the acts of eating and drinking. He quickly grasped the essence of his newfound capabilities, transforming his arm into solid rock. Furthermore, Bai discovered that he could manipulate the hardness of his body at will. For instance, with a single piece of stone, he could adjust its hardness within a scale of 1 to 10, shaping it to be as unyielding as steel or as fluid as the mire found in a swamp. However, his powers extended beyond mere transformation. He could merge his body with the earth, controlling the surrounding terrain as an extension of himself. Through relentless experimentation, he found that he could command land up to 100 meters away, making it feel as though it were a part of his own being. Moreover, he could seamlessly integrate with the earth, enabling swift movement. To him, the ground resembled the vast ocean of his past. This extraordinary sensation left Bai utterly astounded. And it was no wonder that so many individuals in this world chose to willingly consume the devil fruit. Half a month later, Zephyr and his crew traversed the Sabaody archipelago, passing Fishman Island, and arrived in the new world of the Grand Line. Bai, how has your development with the fruit been during this time? Let us engage in a spar, Zephyr remarked, visibly displeased with Bai's apparent obsession with his newfound abilities. As a mentor, he had previously cautioned Bai against becoming overly reliant on the powers of the fruit. Yet it seemed the young man had taken his words as mere whispers in the wind. Bai gazed at the impassive Zephyr, his heart brimming with excitement as he dashed towards him. During this period, he had contemplated numerous techniques pertaining to his devil fruit. Yet he had lacked a target for practice. Just then, Zephyr, his mentor, arrived, and Bai thought it was time to unleash his abilities without reservation. The two of them sought out a deserted island, while other soldiers gathered around to watch. Ein, casually holding sunflower seeds, seemed utterly unconcerned about the impending duel. Even though Bai had consumed a formidable devil fruit, it was widely believed among the new recruits that he could never rival Zephyr. I'll let you strike first, Zephyr said grandly, beckoning Bai with a gesture of his finger. He intended to impart a crucial lesson to his disciple. Ultimately, the power of the devil fruit was merely a supplementary skill. True strength resided within one's own abilities. Bai wore a mischievous grin on his face and exclaimed, Teacher Zephyr, prepare yourself. As Bai extended his hand, Zephyr regarded him with caution. After all, Bai had consumed a powerful natural fruit, and a misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. Yet, Zephyr did not witness any colossal stones hurtling towards him. Nor did he see Bai's arm transform into a giant rock poised to strike. Instead, he felt the ground beneath his feet give way, as if the stone had suddenly morphed into a quagmire. Upon looking down, he discovered that the hard ground had indeed transformed into a soft, swamp-like fluid, quickly engulfing him up to his knees. Stone swamp, Bai proclaimed with pride, revealing his ability to turn the earth beneath his enemies into a mire, effectively ensnaring them. However, Zephyr, being the formidable figure he was, swiftly utilized his mastery of Marine Six styles. With a gentle push of his foot, he activated the moonwalk, attempting to escape the stone swamp. Just as Zephyr prepared to escape, the swamp solidified again, trapping his feet in stone. A mere trick, he exclaimed, channeling his armament haki to shatter the stone. After half a month of study, this is the best you could devise? He shouted in dissatisfaction. Hold on. Don't rush to conclusions. The truly fascinating part lies ahead. Bai replied confidently, pressing his toe against the ground, causing the earth to twist and animate into a colossal arm that reached for Zephyr. Zephyr observed the stone arm with calmness, nodding slightly. Now, this resembles something worthwhile. However, to him, this attack felt trivial, barely scratching his defenses. With his armament haki at its peak, he shattered the massive stone arm with a single punch, unknowingly falling into Bai's trap. You've taken the bait, Bai declared, waving his fingers as the shattered stone seemed to come alive, swirling around Zephyr and forming a gigantic stone sphere, reminiscent of an otherworldly version of a meteor shower. Nearby, the new recruit stood frozen in astonishment. Surely, ZFA could not be defeated so easily. Naturally, if ZFA were to succumb so effortlessly, he would not be the feared Marine Admiral he was. With an explosive burst of armament hockey, he obliterated the stone sphere with a single punch, and then, using the moonwalk, began to soar through the air. After taking a few deep breaths, he realized how close he had come to being suffocated. Baiye's fruit abilities were not fully developed yet. If they had been stronger, he might not have escaped that last attack. However, Baiye, I have deciphered your methods, and they no longer pose a threat to me. He then dove from the air like a famished lion. Baiye pressed his hands against the ground, invoking a massive stone wall that rose from the earth, strengthened to its utmost hardness. Yet, before the might of ZFA's armament hockey, the wall crumbled under a single strike. ZFA had learned from his previous misstep. After shattering the wall, he distanced himself from the debris to avoid being ensnared again. However, he was surprised to find Baiye absent from behind the stone wall, having instead burrowed underground to escape. ZFA's expression turned serious as he realized the true potency of this devil fruit. Before acquiring such power, Baiye could barely withstand 10 of his assaults, yet now, having consumed the earth fruit, he navigated ZFA's formidable onslaught with ease. This did not imply that Baiye matched ZFA's strength. It merely highlighted the challenges a regular human faced against such a troublesome natural ability. It was akin to a hypothetical battle between Kizaru and ZFA, where if Kizaru chose to flee, his extraordinary speed would render him untouchable, even by 10 Zefas. Just as Baiye reveled in his advantage, ZFA's expression suddenly shifted. Gripping his chest tightly, he struggled to breathe. "No, my heart," he gasped, collapsing to one knee as if struck by a heart attack. The surrounding students gasped in shock and rushed over, with Baiye quickly emerging from the earth. "Teacher, are you all right?" However, upon seeing ZFA's smiling face, he quickly realized he had been deceived. "Ah, so you finally emerged from your hiding place," ZFA exclaimed, seizing Baiye by the head. "You tricked me," Baiye stammered. "Showing sympathy towards your adversary, you're still too inexperienced." ZFA had feigned a heart attack to lure Baiye out, and upon capturing him, he slammed him into the ground, unleashing a flurry of punches. Aura, 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 aura. He pummeled Baiye into a state of disarray, satisfying his own sense of accomplishment. Despite Baiye's attempts to resist with his own hockey, he was swiftly overwhelmed. Thus, one cannot rely solely on the fruit's powers. "Do you understand now?" ZFA stated, feeling quite content after his thrashing. "I understand, teacher." Baiye replied, his words slurred from the blows. ZFA laughed heartily, noting that Baiye was now capable of holding his own in this new world. A twinge of jealousy flickered within him as he reflected on how Karp had encountered Baiye first. In the Navy, students and disciples were fundamentally different concepts. For instance, Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji were all ZFA students, as were many of the new recruits. However, the distinction lay in the strength of the former. A disciple, on the other hand, represented a direct inheritance of a teacher's dreams, as exemplified by the bond between Mihawk and Zaro. Baiye, while ZFA's best student, could not yet be considered his true disciple. Baiye gazed ahead, his expression suddenly turning grave. "Teacher, what lies before us is Dressrosa. The first stop of the New World is none other than Don Quixote Doflamingo's Dressrosa." Upon learning of the complete annihilation of the underground assassin organization, Doflamingo temporarily relinquished his pursuit of Baiye. A gentleman avenges himself. Revenge is best served after a decade. Zifa looked towards Dressrosa, aware of some matters concerning this place. "Shall we go and take a look?" Zifa inquired. Baiye remained silent. "Let us take a look. With my presence here, what storm can Doflamingo possibly stir?" Zifa remarked with a cold smile. "Teacher, let's not push it. The matter concerning Dressrosa can be addressed another time." Baiye was no longer the impassioned youth he once was. Though his strength had grown significantly, so too had his concerns. He had gradually come to understand the intricate relationship between the Navy and the 7 warlords of the sea. During his time as an undercover agent, he had pondered why such a formidable force as the Navy did not simply eliminate Doflamingo and instead resorted to indirect strategies. In retrospect, Doflamingo was recognized as a pirate by the world government, and he was also an ally of the Navy. If the Navy were to eliminate Doflamingo, how would the other warlords react? A simultaneous rebellion against the world government would undoubtedly place immense pressure on the current regime. Thus, even if the intention was to apprehend Doflamingo, it was imperative to secure evidence of his crimes, which necessitated the use of undercover tactics. Now, appearing in the role of a rookie instructor, Baiye was confident that, alongside teacher Zifa, they could retreat unscathed from any adversary they might face. However, what of the ordinary soldiers? With their current level of combat prowess, they stood no chance against the officers of Doflamingo's family. If these 50 soldiers engaged Doflamingo head-on, the outcome was inconsequential. These rookies would undoubtedly perish, with no hope of survival. Zifa looked upon his student with a sense of pride. A man who understands the virtue of patience embarks on the path of maturity. Everyone yearns for a life of unrestrained freedom. Yet the harsh realities of this world often render such aspirations unattainable. Therefore, when confronted with situations that are intolerable, one must choose to endure and await the opportune moment. Chapter 81. The deal. Although Doflamingo had provoked Bai Yi several times, Bai Yi was reluctant to sever ties with him entirely at this juncture. He bore the responsibility for the lives of these rookies. 1 year, at most 1 year, Doflamingo. Once I am no longer a member of the Navy, watch how I bring about your demise. Bai Yi vowed, fixing his gaze upon the direction of Dressrosa. As an undercover agent for the Revolutionary Army, he was compelled to adhere to the policies of the Navy, but once his 3-year term was complete, Doflamingo would face the reckoning for their grievances. Yet, as the saying goes, a man may harbor no ill will, but the tiger possesses a heart that craves blood. Bai Yi had resolved to keep the peace. Yet Doflamingo was unwilling to relent. According to his intelligence, he was aware that Bai Yi was soon to enter the territory of Dressrosa, and he was determined not to let such an opportunity slip away. Young master, at your command, we shall swiftly procure the head of Kukulin D. Bai Yi. We must deceive Doflamingo's family. He cannot be allowed to exist in this world. Torpol declared to Doflamingo. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of Doflamingo's family, all the officers had gathered. Bai Yi had become a thorn in Doflamingo's side. As long as Bai Yi lived, Doflamingo would never find peace. Despite his animosity towards Bai Yi, Doflamingo refrained from acting recklessly. A direct confrontation would be futile, as Zifa was not to be trifled with. At the mention of the former admiral's name, all the officers fell silent. Indeed, Zifa loomed like an insurmountable mountain before them, without a strategy to overcome him. It was impossible to harm Bai Yi. At that moment, Torpol spoke up, Mingo, I have a candidate who may be capable of defeating Zifa. Doflamingo was taken aback. Someone who can defeat Zifa? He does not dare confront Zifa directly. Is there truly anyone stronger than him in these waters? Torpol replied nonchalantly, Mingo. Approximately half a month ago, a foolish lad appeared in our territory. His strength is astonishing, perhaps even surpassing yours. Interestingly, this boy claims to be the son of Whitebeard. If we were to utilize him to defeat Zifa, or at least distract him, then with your prowess, vanquishing Bai Yi would be a trivial matter. The son of Whitebeard? Doflamingo furrowed his brow. In this era, dubbed the Age of Whitebeard, no one dared contest his supremacy in the New World. The sudden emergence of a man claiming to be Whitebeard's son on his turf unsettled him greatly. Can this individual be trusted? Will he pose any threat to us? Doflamingo inquired. Absolutely not. Torpol asserted confidently. This individual is quite dim-witted. It is evident that he lacks intelligence. However, he possesses a mother, and all of his actions are guided by her directives. Doflamingo hesitated briefly before a sinister smile crept across his face. Bai Yi, let us see if you can survive this time. Contact this so-called son of Whitebeard for me. If he can indeed distract Zifa, I shall reward him with a substantial sum of gold. Torpol nodded and promptly set out to reach the son of Whitebeard. In a secluded corner of Dressrosa, the rotund figure of the self-proclaimed son of Whitebeard sat in a narrow alley, accompanied by his mother, Miss Bazin. Their identities were shrouded in mystery. They had suddenly appeared upon the ocean, each claiming to be affiliated with the legendary pirate, and although the son of Whitebeard lacked an intellect, his strength was undeniably formidable, remarkably so, as he had encountered few challengers since setting sail. Miss Bazin, adorned with an array of jewels and leaning on a cane, presented an eccentric demeanor. This is why our young master has invited you, Torpol stated directly upon finding the son of Whitebeard. Would you care to consider our proposal? Whitebeard too gazed at his mother, his mind seemingly devoid of thought. Miss Bazin let out a cold chuckle, exclaiming, You actually expect my precious son to confront a former admiral? You truly have a knack for scheming. Torpol, grinning widely, retrieved a chest from behind him. As Miss Bazin opened the chest, her pupils transformed into a golden hue. It was filled to the brim with gold. Cough, cough, cough. My son is invincible. Dealing with a retired old man is certainly within his capabilities. However, it appears this amount of money may not suffice. Torpol, unfazed, produced another chest of gold. As long as someone could assist them in handling Zephyr, financial matters were of no concern. Deal. Ha! It's settled. All this gold is mine. Miss Bazin exclaimed, embracing all the gold and bursting into laughter. Then let us toast to our prosperous collaboration. A sly expression crossed Torpol's face as he contemplated the uncertain fate of confronting the former admiral, Zephyr. If that foolish boy were to perish, how could this old woman possibly safeguard these 2 chests of gold? Whitebeard too, whose true name is Edward Wilbur, has his lineage as Whitebeard's biological son still open to scrutiny. However, the striking resemblance in both appearance and his formidable demeanor suggests a certain kinship. Wilbur, himself rather dim-witted, follows his mother's every command without question. When he witnesses her sending him to confront the admiral for a heap of gold, he offers no dissent, instead grinning foolishly at the prospect. Then, Zifa, we entrust you with this task. This is merely an advance, should you successfully intercept Zifa. Our young master has even more gold awaiting you, Torpol stated while nonchalantly picking his nose. Certainly, certainly, Miss Bazin exclaimed, clutching the gold. For her, the safety of her son seems to pale in comparison to the allure of the riches. Let us depart, Wilbur. We shall set off at once, Miss Bazin declared, striding away with her 2 boxes of gold. Torpol observed the duo's retreating figures, a cold smirk plastered across his face. His greatest wish was for Zifa and the foolish boy to mutually exhaust each other, thereby ridding the Don Quixote family of a significant threat while allowing him to save a considerable sum, an enticing proposition indeed. The sea remains ever constant in its nature. It may appear tranquil at a glance, yet one can never predict when tumultuous waves will arise, dragging one into the abyss. Zifa, rarely at ease, lay basking in the sun upon the deck, as soldiers tidied the area and Nine busied herself with cooking, rendering the scene strikingly mundane. Bai sat atop the watchtower, surveying the surroundings. This was indeed a new world, teeming with a myriad of creatures and an overwhelming number of outlaws. It was not uncommon for a couple of foolish individuals to emerge, seeking fame by challenging Zephyr. Of course, such individuals were likely courting their own demise. Teacher Zephyr, might we consider a change of classes? I have been enduring the sea breeze up here for 2 hours now. Could you not show a modicum of sympathy for your student? Bai lamented, exasperated. Zephyr, however, feigned ignorance, blissfully lost in slumber. Chapter 82. Doflamingo feels he has regained his edge. Bai gazed at Zfa, letting out a sigh. The old man, after all, had aged. Not far away lay the island of Dreasaros, yet neither Zfa nor Bai intended to set foot on it. Bai had already resolved to address the matters concerning Dreasaros at a later time, when the opportunity arose. Suddenly, Zfa opened his eyes. Fixating on a distant isle, I hear someone calling for help. The voice emanates from that direction. Bai was taken aback, aside from the sound of the waves. He heard nothing at all. Foolish boy, utilize your observation hockey, Zfa chided him, filled with exasperation. As Bai closed his eyes, he indeed heard someone calling for help in that direction. The voice was faint, mingled with the sound of crashing waves, without the awakening of his observation hockey. It would have been utterly inaudible. Teacher, I shall go at once, Bai declared. As a member of the Navy, it was unfathomable to turn a blind eye to suffering. Zephyr also became vigilant, his gaze fixed upon the distant sea, where it became apparent that the location was not a deserted island, but rather an unassuming reef, upon which stood a solitary coconut tree. Utilizing his observation hockey, Zephyr discerned that an elderly woman was bound to the tree. Her frail form was alarmingly diminutive, merely half the size of an ordinary person, presenting an odd sight. At that moment, she was tied up like a rice dumpling. Teacher, exercise caution. There may be a hidden danger, Bai whispered in warning. In these waters, anything could transpire. Zephyr was acutely aware of the risks involved in such situations, yet as a Navy officer, he could never allow himself to stand idly by in the face of peril. Bring the ship closer, Zephyr commanded. In the pale night, 2 steel balls rested in Bai's grasp. If this elderly woman turned out to be a decoy, he would eliminate her without hesitation. Teacher, I shall investigate the situation. Unoffered, her wounds